Chapter 1. Evolver 1.0 on the calendar. The date 28 has been crossed out. Apartment A, 10th floor, 10A. Lin You sits expressionless on the sofa, staring at the television before her, where the flickering images mirror the apocalyptic scene outside. A crimson haze envelopes everything. The news reports that all this chaos stems from an explosion at a chemical factory, but she knows the truth. There is no chemical factory. It is merely a laboratory, one dedicated to the study of genes and viruses. Knock, knock, knock. Today's supplies. She dons her mask, furrows her brow, and opens the door to find a man standing there, carrying a large box of food. Thank you. This is her neighbor from 10B, who presumably lives alone and has been tasked with collecting supplies on her behalf. She quickly takes the box, eager to limit contact with others, yet as she closes the door, she adds, "It's best to stay indoors these days, and keep your doors and windows tightly shut." Understood. Once back inside, she places a small portion of fresh food into the refrigerator, while the majority is vacuum-sealed and stored in a sterile environment that a month has passed. If evolution is to occur, it will manifest by tomorrow at the latest. Once it appears, she will be more easily discovered. She is a modified human who escaped from the laboratory that a blood-red hell is on the horizon. At 6 in the morning, a piercing scream shatters the silence of the night. Some are awakened and lean out of their windows to gaze outside, while others remain blissfully lost in slumber. Lin You belongs to the former group. She gazes into the darkness outside, marks the 29th on the calendar, and then checks to ensure that her food is properly stored. The generator is functioning, and the doors and windows are securely locked before she can finally relax and succumb to sleep. The sun rises slowly around 9, and the eerie fog has dissipated, yet the streets remain hauntingly silent. She fries an egg, brews a cup of milk powder, and, as usual, sits in the living room to turn on the television. However, today, the familiar news does not play. Every channel is filled with static and garbled signals. She knows that evolution has begun. The screech of brakes pierces the stillness of the street. She peers through the window at the supply workers stepping out of the vehicle. Ever since the red fog began to spread, panic has gripped the populace in a bid to curb the chaos. City A has mandated that people remain indoors, with supply workers delivering goods to their homes. A month has passed since the onset of the red fog, which means these supply workers have been navigating its dangers for an entire month. She observes the activity below with great caution. But the 10th floor is too high for her to see clearly. The supply worker has entered the building, and her instincts tell her that evolvers must surely be lurking within. She quietly grabs a small stool and sits behind the door, ready to hear any sounds that may come from outside. In apartment 10B, Zhao Taitai has chosen not to venture out for supplies today, as the beautiful, mysterious, and powerful woman residing in apartment A had advised him to keep his doors and windows tightly secured. He is a level 10 enthusiast of horror novels. He immediately grasped the deeper implication behind her words and resolved to follow her counsel. Ding dong, 10th floor, arrival. Perhaps due to the unnerving silence of the corridor, he feels as though he can hear the mechanical voice of the elevator. The supply worker steps out as usual. To save time, they generally knock on several doors simultaneously. There are only 4 households on the 10th floor, excluding 10A, whose occupant never opens the door. The doors of the other units, B, C, and D, are all knocked upon. Zhao Taitai watches the person outside the peephole, hat pulled low, clutching the supplies, remaining still until he sees a tall man from Unit C emerge, bleary-eyed, to receive the goods. Once the man safely closes his door, Zhao Taitai feels reassured and opens his own. "Give it to me, thank you." The supply worker stands motionless. His heart skips a beat as he places a hand on the door to close it. He sees a housewife from Unit D cheerfully open her door, thanking the worker as she takes her supplies. You can give it to me now, young man, truly, thank you." He reaches for the supplies again, attempting to take them to in the midst of his movements. His hand brushes against the workers, and in that instant, images from countless horror novels flash through his mind. He never imagined that he would become the protagonist of such a tale. Holy Mother, this is not a living hand. It is icy cold, like a pig's trotter just pulled from the freezer. The supply worker lifts his head and smiles eerily at him. In the next moment, Zhao Taitai catches sight of sharp, shark-like teeth glistening in the worker's open mouth, along with a long, slender tongue that begins to lash out towards him. "Grass mud horse. The mud horse is gone." Zhao Taitai elegantly exclaims a few phrases from the essence of Chinese culture, and in an instant, he attempts to slam the door shut. However, the tongue, once soft, has now transformed into a hard, iron-like barrier, jamming the door shut. You really are something. Zhao Taidi's reflexes are quick. With a swift motion, he slips out into the corridor, avoiding the grasp of the worker's frosty hand. The supply worker retracts his tongue, but not entirely. A portion still drags across the ground, his eyes now completely black, with dark circles around them, resembling a specter. Sup, supplies. His words are muffled, as his mouth cannot fully close, and though Zhao Taidai cannot discern his meaning clearly, he can guess. You want the supplies? Huh? Big guy, given your state. Do you really think I'd come near you? The worker pauses, and with a thud, a box of supplies crashes to the ground. Ah, don't come any closer. What follows is a comedic spectacle reminiscent of a classic spring festival gala performance. A two-person skit. The corridor of future apartment is quite spacious, with units 10A and 10B on one side, and 10C and 10D on the other. In the middle, there is a small balcony with greenery, where unclaimed supplies are usually piled up. Of course, it is now empty, allowing him the space to dance elegantly upon this little stage that belongs to him. Grass mud horse. I told you not to come closer. If you do, I swear I'll fight back. I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong. Why is physical attack ineffective? Big brother, you're bleeding from your head. How can you not stop? After circling around the doors of units 10C and 10D, he rushes back to his own unit 10B, tears streaming down his face. Indeed, he should have heeded the advice of that beautiful, mysterious, and powerful woman from Unit A. He would not have ventured out today. Not for anything. Just as he is about to return triumphantly to his sanctuary, the scene repeats itself. The long tongue once again wedges itself in the door crack. The song, UXX, seems to echo in his mind. This time, the tongue is wide and flat, wrapping around the door multiple times, completely blocking his escape. In a moment of desperation, he finally knocks on the door of Unit 10A. No supplies today, big shot. Help me, big shot, help me. A cacophony of sounds ensues, but the door to 10A does not open. Instead, the burly man from Unit 10C steps out, wielding a baseball bat, and strikes at the supply worker. However, this proves futile. The worker, now fully transformed into a monster, effortlessly lifts the man above his head before lowering him once more. He bares his sharp teeth and lunges at the neck of the man from Unit C, who screams in terror. Just at that moment of utmost peril, the door to Unit A finally opens. Lin You realizes that although she is reluctant to intervene, the risk of exposing herself is far greater than the risk of acting. She does not want the cries of the evolver to attract more of their kind. If such low-level evolvers were to join forces, they would overwhelm her. Once one succeeded, the rest would soon follow. She wishes to avoid gathering all the evolvers at her doorstep, as that would be quite troublesome. The entrance of future apartment A. On the 10th floor of Unit 10A, Lin Yu stands inside, raising her right hand. The supply worker, no, the supply monster, is frozen in place. She furrows her brow and shouts at the two immobilized figures outside. Get up, go back. Zhao Taitai is the first to react, replying, all right, and then adding, wait. The man from Unit 10C also comes to his senses, saying nothing as he quickly retreats to his apartment. Just as the door to Unit 10C slams shut, Zhao Taitai dashes out once more from Unit 10B. Now sporting a large backpack, Lin Yu only hears him exclaim, pardon my intrusion, please forgive me. As something swiftly slips past her. In that moment, she regrets intervening, yet her stamina is waning. She calls out, knife, gloves. Zhao Taitai hurriedly hands them over. In the next instant, Lin Yu walks expressionlessly towards the evolver, brandishing the knife, and mercilessly brings it down upon its head. It is a scene reminiscent of a murder. Zhao Taitai feels a wave of nausea and dares not look any longer. After reducing the evolver's head to a pulp, Lin Yu naturally dons the gloves and reaches into the creature's brain, rummaging through the quivering matter until she extracts a minuscule crystal, roughly the size of a fingernail, from within the gooey mass. Dead as a doornail, she exhales, the tension in her brow relaxing as she recalls something, dragging the corpse to Unit 10B and shutting the door behind her. In Unit 10A of future apartment A. Lin Yu offers no explanation, for Zhao Taitai, after expressing his gratitude, asks nothing further. He sits quietly on her sofa, his gaze filled with a complex mixture of emotions as he watches her dispose of the gloves and clean the crystal in her hand. 3 minutes later, Zhao Taitai finally speaks. You, 3 questions. Lin Yu cast him a glance and remarked, asking too many questions can be bothersome. 3 isn't enough. 4, 5 questions. Before she could respond, Zhao Taitai interjected, given how many times I've delivered supplies to you. My dear, do you know something? Lin Yu coldly regarded him and moved to the window. Yes. A moment of silence ensued. And then, that's all. Observing her icy demeanor, Zhao Taitai shifted his approach, beginning with the most recent inquiry. My dear, what is that crystal in your hand? Crystal core. Lin Yu opened her palm once more, revealing that the crystal core had vanished. The brain of an evolver, the energy of a supernatural being. Only by extracting the evolver's brain can one be deemed utterly deceased. Is that what the evolver is? Indeed. There are many types. That one is the lowest tier. What has happened to this world? Zhao Taitai posed a general question. How do you know all this? Lin Yu closed her eyes when she opened the door to save lives. She envisioned this very scene, convincing herself not to be vexed, and then answered his fifth question. You saw the prolonged crimson fog, correct? In reality, it is a substance capable of inducing genetic mutations within the area enveloped by it. There is a 90% chance of evolving. At least that is how the sadistic doctor described it. The appearance of those who have evolved is as you have witnessed. My assessment is, they transform into monsters. She turned to Zhao Taitai and asked, do you feel any changes in your body? Zhao Taitai shook his head. She apathetically turned back, gazing at the desolate street, continuing her narration. Congratulations, you have fallen into the 10% chance. Within that remaining 10%, there exist two possibilities. One is to mutate into a supernatural being, and the other is to escape unscathed, unaffected. The crimson fog outside had lightened compared to yesterday. Based on this degree of dilution, it could be inferred that the evolvers would develop crawling abilities in about a week. Like a gecko, they would be able to scale any building that if, at that time, this man still foolishly thought of residing in her home, she might consider it, but for now, it was absolutely out of the question. If you have nothing further to say, you should leave. For now, you are still safe. Before departing, Zhao Taitai clung to Lin Yu, pleading for her to assist him with a great deal of mental persuasion, just as Lin Yu was about to lose her composure and explode. Zhao Taitai finally took his leave in a hurry. Before he fled, he asked her one last question. Oh, by the way, why did you throw the evolver's corpse into my room? Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. I thought anything could enter your room. Zhao Taitai embraced his large backpack and began to silently weep. How infuriating. Truly a beautiful, mysterious, powerful, yet petty woman. Chapter 2. Heading to Building B. On a lovely morning, Lin Yu was awoken by a series of knocks at the door. Standing outside was a supply officer, his actions reminiscent of yesterday's evolver. Logically, after the events of yesterday, no resident should dare to open their door today. Yet Lin Yu defied logic, so she opened it. Today's supply officer was a normal person. However, he clearly had gone through something, his demeanor timid, especially upon sighting the covered object on the balcony. He was so frightened that he dropped the supplies and fled. Dead. All dead. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Yu shrugged. It was evident that a city had lost quite a number of supply officers yesterday, and this one was a complete novice, hence his knocking on her door. Moreover, even if an evolver had come, upon sensing the corpse of its kind, it would discreetly retreat. After all, the survival instincts of lower-tier evolvers were limited to such actions. This was also why she had instructed that man to leave the corpse on the public balcony. That white cloth? On the balcony, the wind blew the cloth completely away, revealing the terrifying upper half of the evolver's corpse. No wonder the new supply officer was so frightened. She found it quite bothersome and stepped outside to secure the cloth. She predicted that the supply delivery personnel would likely cease operations in about a week, coinciding with the time when the crawling evolvers would emerge. Until then, supplies could still be gathered daily based on circumstances. The door to 10C opened at some point, and the burly man from yesterday stood hesitantly at the threshold, masked, and asked, Are you? Yes. These things, if you wish to know, just ask Tenby directly. I spoke with him yesterday. Lin Yu, unwilling to explain, prepared to return inside. Wait, big sister. No, big brother, my dear. If I had been attacked by that thing yesterday, what would have happened? You would have ended up like the thing lying on the balcony now, after returning to her room. Lin Yu resumed her leisurely life. She opened her computer, where a folder contained hundreds of single-player games. Brewing a cup of milk tea, she also opened a pack of high-calorie snacks. The blissful normal life is. Thud, 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 thud. Her phone erupted with notifications. The screen was filled with Zhao Taitai's complaints. She promptly silenced it. No way would she allow him to disturb her peace. Future apartment building A, 10th floor, 10B. How could this happen? Indeed. How could this happen? Zhao Taitai was on the verge of tears. How could a burly man knock on his door and then barge in, taking charge and demanding questions as if he owned the place? He immediately began typing a flurry of messages to his dear, yet she did not reply to a single one. Thus, he was forced to explain to the evidently more robust man the same way his dear had explained to him yesterday, if that's the case. What about my brother? The man seated on the sofa, suddenly realizing something, slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Zhao Taitai felt his table let out a cry of anguish. Damn it, had I known. I wouldn't have argued with him. What are the chances of a normal person escaping from an evolver? It must be zero, right? It has to be zero. It was clear yesterday just how difficult that thing was to deal with. With a loud bang, he slammed his fist on the table again. It seemed that did little to alleviate his pinned-up frustration, and he delivered 3 more punches. Zhao Taitai realized that if he allowed this man to continue, his $2,000 table would be reduced to mere scraps. So he adopted a conciliatory approach, pouring a glass of water for him. Brother, please, let us not get worked up. Here, take a seat, and let's have a good chat. I may not have much to offer in life, but I excel at being a sounding board for emotions. He nervously guided the man to a nearby plastic stool, tenderly stroking the surface of his table. Noticing his actions, the burly man realized what he had done and scratched his head, slightly apologetic. Sorry, brother, I lose my head when I get riled up. Let's consider this a chance encounter. Brother, my name is Chen Yiping. And what's yours? I'm Zhao Taitai, just call me TZ. All right, TZ. He patted Zhao Taitai's back in a friendly manner. Puffed. The latter nearly spat blood. Pingu, what do you do? Please don't tell me you're a mercenary. Your strength is impressive. Oh, no, not at all. I'm just a Thai boxing practitioner. Chen Yiping patted his chest, confident and smiling. Being a mercenary is my dream. What does TZ do? I'm a video editor. Wow, that sounds impressive. Do you earn $1 million a year? $1 million a year is a bit of a stretch. Chen Yiping suddenly whispered. Do you know anything about that woman from 10A? No, that dear from 10A? What's her name? What does she do? How does she know so much about the current situation? Zhao Taitai shook his head. I only know her name is Lin You. It seems she doesn't want to disclose much else. However, Pingu, based on my horror novel expert intuition, I can assure you she is a good person. She even saved us yesterday. Indeed, I saw her immobilize that evolver. If I'm not mistaken, she is a supernatural being and absorbed the crystal core yesterday. TZ, we must hold on to this strong ally. Zhao Taitai nodded vigorously in agreement. What do you think? If I go find my brother and have her protection, wouldn't everything be all right? It must be 100% success. Right? It has to be 100% success. Well, Pingu, in this situation, we shouldn't. Great. Tomorrow I'll knock on her door to ask. Thanks for your warm hospitality today, TZ. See you tomorrow. All right. Wait, see you tomorrow. ? When Lin You saw the 2 men at her doorstep, she was not surprised, as Zhao Taitai had been venting to her all night via text. She still opened the door, drawn in by the food in Chen Yiping's hands. Dear, please accompany me to save my brother. Chen Yiping clasped his hands together, raised them above his head. I truly cannot do this without you. Declined. Lin You coldly shut the door. Chen Yiping resolutely blocked the door. Accepting my food means there is hope for this matter. I want to give up. I'll be back tomorrow. Lin You mercilessly locked the door. If I can't save my brother, I will come every day. Lin You opened her phone and typed, make him give up. Zhao Taitai, I cannot do that. The thing Lin You despised most in life was being annoyed. To avoid this, she was willing to undertake many tasks. Chen Yiping undoubtedly stumbled upon the truth. After surveying his surroundings, he finally summoned Zhuge Liang. This excursion served not only to evade his own vexations but also for another reason. Today marked the 6th day of the Thin Red Mist. She wished to verify the progress of the evolvers to strategize for the future on the communal balcony. The corpse of an evolver had lain for 6 days, yet showed no signs of decay. Lin You proposed that they should transport the body downstairs. Otherwise, ominous events might ensue. 1. Evolvers sustain their energy through consumption. In addition to feasting on human flesh and brains, they also consume the corpses of their kind. Leaning against the wall, even under the midday sun, she felt an unsettling chill. However, corpses do not attract evolvers of the same level. Rather, they serve as a warning, causing them to steer clear of deathly threats. If the boss says so. Zhao Tai, there to observe, scrutinized Lin Yu's expression with utmost seriousness, missing no detail. The corpse of an evolver will attract those of a higher level. In other words, a high-level evolver is about to emerge. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded. It cannot be classified as high-level. It is merely a continuation of evolution. What does the boss think the next evolver will be like? Zhao Tai sensed she possessed knowledge. It will crawl and can traverse through walls into your home. Initially, both Zhao Tai and Chen Yiping found the sun quite warm, but upon hearing her words, they felt a sudden drop in temperature. Damn! Chen Yiping exclaimed, we must find my brother quickly. I genuinely cannot fathom how he can survive even a single day in this apocalypse. Apocalypse? Zhao Tai pondered. A fitting term that I feel that city A is ground to a halt. Although water, electricity, and the internet remain functional, the supply deliveries ceased 4 days ago. The streets are eerily silent. It's best not to venture outside. Lin Yu offered her final counsel. They possess intelligence. Although currently low, they can only perceive the corpses of their kind and hide, yet they cannot disguise themselves, thus unable to suppress their cannibalistic urges. In other words, they will attack upon encountering humans. Pingu, you must prioritize safety, Zhao Tai urged with concern. Fear not, I have prepared over a dozen kitchen knives. He was already aware of the evolver's weakness. The crystal core, if a confrontation were unavoidable, it would be best to strike first. Either way, it was a matter of brains being consumed. It could either be yours or mine, but it certainly could not be mine. So, where is your brother? Lin Yu inquired indifferently. He is also in future apartment. Rest assured, boss, super close. Chen Yiping gestured nonchalantly. Do you see that building across? My brother lives alone on the 10th floor, precisely in Unit 10A. What else with that look? Zhao Tai retorted. I thought your brother was in some perilous place thousands of kilometers away. Is building B not dangerous? Any place without the boss is exceedingly perilous. Lin Yu. Let us go, boss. I am ready. Chen Yiping completely missed the two's silence. Pingu, isn't it possible that you could just call your brother and he would come over? Zhao Tai discreetly glanced at Lin Yu's face. Relieved to confirm she did not consider them fools. Not at all. Chen Yiping replied nonchalantly. My brother and I deleted all forms of contact. I have no way to call him. Aren't you brothers? Indeed. Biological brothers. Closer than a passionate kiss. How could this be? We had a quarrel. All right. Lin Yu interrupted. Let us go. Quick in and out. Since they had already decided to venture out, distance was inconsequential. Moreover, with Building B, they could easily make a round trip today without even needing to pack a bag from the bedroom. She simply hoped to encounter a few evolvers along the way. Otherwise, this outing would have been in vain. Chapter 3. Rescue the Brother Future Apartment. Building A, first floor. Though referred to as an apartment, future apartment resembled a garden more than anything else, with well-maintained greenery that a small flower-lined path led directly to the main entrance of Building A. Behind the stainless steel-coated door, Lin Yu quietly peered outside. Chen Yiping silently squatted behind her, bearing the corpse, reminded of two critical points before their departure. First, the sole objective of this mission was to ensure his brother's safety, thus forbidding any actions unrelated to this goal. Second, he was to obey Lin Yu absolutely, for she would never harm him, as she never harmed fools. Zhao Tai remained in 10A, unable to remotely unlock his 10B. As the original connection had broken and he had yet to repair it, the area beneath Building A was devoid of any movement. There wasn't even a mosquito in sight. Yet Lin Yu observed for 10 minutes before cautiously opening the door. Boss, there's nothing here. Should we hurry up and make it quick? After gently placing the corpse in the flower bed, Chen Yiping leaned in to whisper in her ear. Be careful. Lin Yu turned her head rapidly, striving for a full 360-degree vigilance of her surroundings. Though the current evolvers only possessed the 5 senses of a normal human. But before she could finish her thought, Lin Yu suddenly seized his hand and dashed toward the base of Building B. What the hell? How did you move so fast? This marked Chen Yiping's first experience hearing her curse. He mimicked Lin Yu, pressing himself against a pillar, peeking out. To his shock, he was utterly taken aback. This, how can this still resemble a human? If the evolver from 6 days prior still bore human limbs. What he now beheld had undergone a grotesque transformation into a creature akin to an arthropod. In the flowerbed of future apartments Building A, a monstrous being emerged. its limbs resembling pincers, its body exposed, black and purple, and its head adorned with a multitude of tiny, densely packed eyes that it sniffed the corpse that Chen Yiping had recently discarded with a flat nose that barely retained a semblance of humanity. Before opening its mouth to tear into the flesh, if there were any similarities between it and the evolver from the first day, it lay solely in its teeth, sharp and densely packed like those of a shark. Lin Yu clenched her fists and, in a barely audible voice, asked, "How do we enter Building B?" "The code? I know the code. Aside from the remote unlocking, entering the corresponding room number and pressing the key followed by the appropriate password would grant access." "Will it detect us?" Chen Yiping asked fearfully. "It certainly will." Lin Yu looked at him, her eyes resolute with no option for retreat. 2 minutes. Can you secure every small door on each floor of the Building B stairwell? Chen Yiping gritted his teeth. If it's impossible, it must be made possible. The struggle between Lin Yu and the Devourer commenced. She stood at the entrance of Building B, one hand raised high, her brow furrowed tightly. Her ability was to manipulate the density of air. And after enduring nearly 1,000 brutal battles in the experimental chamber, her familiarity with this power was unparalleled. When the gas reached a certain density, a barrier would emerge, rendering anything incapable of penetrating it. The Devourer was momentarily confined within the narrow space, yet it did not relent, its pincers frantically clawing at the air, exerting force to break through the invisible barrier. Lin Yu found herself growing irritated. If the Evolver from 6 days ago could be likened to Evolver 1.0, the Devourer had already reached Evolver 4.0. It made no sense. There was absolutely no rationale. How could such a minuscule source of mutation yield such an advanced Evolver in such a brief period? Something was amiss. Without a doubt, in the stairwell of future apartments Building B. "Hurry, hurry, hurry," Chen Yiping murmured to himself, his pace quickening. "First floor, check. Second floor, check. Third floor, 8th floor. Oh no." Chen Yiping gazed at the Evolver crouched against the wall, steeling himself, and pulled out 2 kitchen knives from his bag. With fierce determination, he charged forward, yelling, "Those who block the way shall perish. Being a mercenary is my dream. My dream. I want." Chen Yiping's inner echo, at that moment. It felt as though golden sunset rays illuminated his face, embodying the hopes of humanity, the pursuit of a beautiful future. It was, damn, only 30 seconds left. 8th floor, check. 9th floor, check. 10th floor, finally done. As he returned to the 8th floor, he casually retrieved the crystal core, also dragging down the unfortunate Evolver that had merely been passing by. With a resounding thud, the door to Building B slammed shut, and Lin Yu sighed in relief. Her palm filled with a small trinket, just resolved on the way, to replenish the boss's strength. Chen Yiping flashed a bright smile upon seeing the crystal core, roughly the size of half a pinky nail. Lin Yu's gaze softened, momentarily devoid of its usual coldness. Not bad. Thud. The Devourer slammed against the stainless steel door, its pincers too large to fit through the gap, resorting to peering inside with its multitude of tiny, beady eyes. Not bad. Not bad. Kekekek. Not bad. Not bad. Chen Yiping was startled. This creature had completely mimicked Lin Yu's tone of voice. "Let us go, up to the 10th floor." Lin Yu disregarded the monster outside and turned to ascend the stairs. It was eerily quiet, and no wonder it was so silent. She recalled her earlier prediction. 6 days ago, she had anticipated that supplies would run out the following day, yet they had ceased 4 days prior. She should have detected this sooner. Had only the lowest level Evolvers been present, the outside would not have been so quiet. There would inevitably have been some noise. But how had the Devourer come to be? The laboratory outpost of the Red Mist in City A has been blown up by the Doctor. Could there possibly be other locations with evolutionists deploying their windows? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it that no, there could not possibly be another lunatic like that in this world. "No, boss." Chen Yiping suddenly pointed out the window, exclaiming, "I just saw that thing crawling up, peering at us." Outside the window, of course, there was nothing. The Devourer lurked in the shadows. Lin Yu would not be foolish enough to open the window. "Let us go, ignore it." What used to take only 2 hours for a round trip now remained unfinished as the sun began to set. Lin Yu and Chen Yiping found themselves trapped in the stairwell of the 10th floor of Building B. They dared not venture out recklessly, for through the gap beneath the stairwell door, they had already glimpsed the monster's feet, those 4 large pincers. The creature had followed them to the 10th floor, scaling the outer wall, waiting for them on the communal balcony. Not only was it waiting, but it was also making sounds. Not bad, not bad, Kiki, not bad, not bad. It continued to mimic Lin You, sending chills down her spine. What if we do it like last time? Chen Yiping suggested. You hold it back, and I'll call my brother. No, Lin Yu shook her head. The Devourer's intelligence is not low. Haven't you noticed how it has been vigilant towards us? I'm afraid my powers won't even have the chance to manifest fully before it lunges at us. Damn it. If she had known she would encounter a Devourer on the 6th day of her outing, she would have definitely brought some gear. Now, as the only one with powers, she had to protect an ordinary person. How was that even possible? Watching the gradually fading sunset, she fell into deep contemplation. In apartment 10A of building B. Chen Shui put down the last stroke of acrylic paint, nodding in satisfaction. His masterpiece, Dancer on Ice, was finally complete. After elegantly signing it, he framed the painting and walked to the window. The terrifying creature below had completely vanished. He glanced at the peephole by the door and confirmed that it had indeed been lured to the 10th floor by his foolish brother. He tossed something into the air, and upon catching it back in his palm, he examined it closely. Shimmering brightly, it was a crystal cord. He had single-handedly slain a monster that had dared to approach his doorstep. Not the one currently lurking at his door, but one of those long-tongued creatures that had been appearing frequently in recent days that it could even climb walls. The process of taking it down had been excruciating, and he was reluctant to remember it. The creature had finally ceased moving after he smashed its brain. In the creature's splattered remains, he had found this glimmering object. Out of curiosity, he had kept it clenched in his palm, and now he noticed it seemed to have shrunk. The astute realization soon dawned upon him. Red mist. Monsters, the apocalypse, and powers if turned into a comic, it would make for an excellent storyline. Unfortunately, he could not immediately open his computer to document this inspiration, as his foolish brother was still waiting for him to rescue him in the stairwell. How should he defeat this grotesque creature? He stood before the peephole, lost in thought. Bang! The stairwell door was violently pushed open, startling him into a crouch at the peephole. On the 10th floor balcony, Chen Yiping burst forth wielding 2 knives. Not charging at the Devourer, nor towards the door of 10A, but rather towards 10D. The monster reacted swiftly, immediately crawling towards him, just as it was about to reach him when it was abruptly halted in its tracks. Chen Yiping had recklessly dashed out to buy Lin You a moment as time to unleash her powers. That moment, as he gazed into the myriad of beady eyes fixated upon him. His scalp prickled with fear. An absurd thought flickered in his mind. Killing a person seemed far less distressing than slaying such a repulsive monster. He quickly shook his head, swearing to himself. Murder is absolutely out of the question. It will never happen in this lifetime. I am a pillar of my country. I will never harm the innocent. With a large kitchen knife, he swung fiercely at the Devourer's face, only to find. Damn it, boss. I can't cut through at all. Lin Yu had anticipated this, calmly responding, your brother. Oh, right. Chen Yiping nearly forgot. Whether or not to kill the monster was irrelevant. The priority was saving his brother. He sidled past the Devourer, trembling slightly as he passed by the quivering, razor-sharp pincers. If he were to be touched by that thing, not even a graze, not even a half-graze, it would spell certain death. He rushed to the door of 10A, pounding on it, shouting, Open the door, Chen Shui. Open the door. Are you still alive? After knocking for several seconds with no response from inside, he suddenly sensed something amiss behind him. He turned to see, screaming, Ah! Lin Yu stood before the Devourer, her left hand struggling to support her right, as the creature forcefully swiped forward, seemingly able to slice through the dense air. It was inching closer and closer, slowly pressing Lin Yu towards 10A while emitting sounds. Not bad, Kiki, cannot cut, Kiki. Danger peaked at that moment. Chapter 4. Rescued by brother, get out of the way. The voice was one Lin Yu had never heard before. A chill ran down her spine as Chen Yiping gripped her shoulders, spinning her to the other side. Having spent the last 2 minutes repressing the Devourer, she had exhausted most of her energy. Even a small fragment of crystal would barely suffice. Without hesitation, she released her hands, and a mist-emitting object was immediately smashed against the Devourer's face. Ka! The Devourer howled in agony, and as Lin Yu turned back, she saw that the once densely packed, beady eyes had completely shut. Behind her, a figure surged forth. Chen Shui, wielding a utility knife, unhesitatingly slashed at the Devourer's frostbitten eyes. His expression bore no trace of fear, as if he were merely slicing through a mundane piece of paper. In his left hand, he held a hammer, which he swung violently towards the devourer's face. Ka, pull him back, Lin You suddenly shouted. Chen Yiping, not daring to hesitate for a moment, leaped forward to interrupt Chen Shui's continued assault. In the next second, the devourer's massive pincers clamped down. Lin You slammed the door shut behind them, leaving the monster outside to roar. Kekaka, boss, is it angry? Of course. What do we do? Chill it. After entering the room, Lin You felt a wave of relief wash over her, collapsing into a chair. Are you concerned about it getting angry while your brain might be pickled? Chen Yiping was overwhelmed with fear. He hugged Chen Shui tightly, wailing. Chen Shui, I thought you were dead when you didn't respond. Whoa, you have no idea how terrifying it is outside right now. Monsters, all monsters. Today's one was even tougher. I couldn't even cut through it with a kitchen knife. I almost didn't make it. You, Chen Shui, who had previously appeared valiant, now trembled uncontrollably. What kind of person did you bring? Oh, right. I need to introduce you. This is the boss. Chen Yiping dragged him in front of the collapsed Lin You. According to Tai Tai, she is a beautiful, mysterious, powerful, and slightly petty woman. Lin You. Zhao Tai Tai. 6-inch Y. Did you bring someone I don't know? Chen Shui shrank behind Chen Yiping, trembling uncontrollably. What do you mean someone you don't know? This is the boss, our reliable support. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Yiping pulled him out. Chen Shui, do you feel unwell anywhere? Not originally. Chen Shui shot a quick glance at Lin You, so fast it was as if he hadn't looked at all. Now I do. You. Chen Yiping, exasperated, sensed that if this continued, his brother would sever ties with their reliable support, but he shoved him into the room. Do you have anything to offer as hospitality? We've had quite the ordeal. It's an art studio, not a home, Chen Shui emphasized. I can offer you paint, no water, get lost. Chen Yiping kicked him into the room, then turned to Lin You with a fawning smile. I'm sorry, my brother has a few issues. He pointed at his forehead, attempting to regain Lin Yu's trust by disparaging his brother. He's a difficult person to get along with, Lin You bluntly countered. Chen Yiping scratched his head. He can be a bit hard to deal with. But he is definitely a good person. Boss, I stake my life on it. He is a good person. Lin You surveyed the room. Chen Shui had mentioned this was his art studio, and it certainly appeared to be so. Upon entering, there was an entryway and a living room, with 3 easels set up in the living room, and various oil paintings of the same artist hanging on the walls. It must be Chen Shui's work. And indeed, they were quite beautiful. That a small kitchen and dining table were separated by a tall storage rack, the small kitchen facing the bathroom, and the dining table facing the bedroom. Simple decor and modest space. It was entirely different from her 10A. Will we be able to return tonight? Chen Yiping asked weakly. Tomorrow, Lin You replied, listening to the distant wails of the devourer, her voice tired. I need to rest. All right. Before drifting off to sleep, Lin You responded to a series of inquiries from Zhao Tai Tai on her phone. Zhao Tai Tai had spent the entire afternoon peering out from the window of 10A, naturally witnessing her first encounter with the devourer. After typing out the 10th explanation, Lin You thought, enough already. Zhao Tai Tai. Okay, boss, good night. She could never sleep anywhere other than her bed, so tonight, 2 cheerful young men lost their smiles. Why don't you install the underfloor heating? Instead, you're putting in wooden flooring. Now look at this. Your bed is so small that whoever rolls out at midnight will turn into a frozen pig. Chen Shui spoke with newfound fluidity. Then you can roll out and sleep with that monster. Get out of my room. I didn't invite you here. Do you really think I enjoy staying in this Mickey Mouse house of yours? I'm just concerned about you. Chen Yiping pondered to himself that if the person before him were not his brother, he would have already kicked him out. Moreover, what's wrong with you today, talking to a big shot like that? Did you jump too high in the bathroom? Or is it just excessive? They kindly came with me to ensure your safety. Just look at how scared you are today. You can't possibly think I'm afraid of that monster, right? Then what else could it be? Chen Shui and Chen Yiping faced off, their voices gradually dwindling. How could I possibly be? I'm just socially anxious, huh? I said, I'm socially anxious. The next day, Lin You got up early. If yesterday she had viewed the man named Chen Shui, the audacious devourer, with a hint of admiration, today, she felt utterly indifferent towards him. No, how could someone tremble at the sight of another, and even struggle to articulate words that this some new form of greeting? Sorry about that, big shot. Chun Yiping handed breakfast to Chen Shui, pushing him to hurry back to his room. My brother hasn't been well lately. Let him stay alone for a while. We wouldn't want him to infect you. Oh, big shot. Can we add one more person on the way back? Lin Yu paused. I want to bring my brother to Building A. He lives with me. And we reconciled last night. Thanks to you. We had a heart-to-heart, and now all conflicts are resolved. Didn't you say he was ill? It's nothing serious. Chun Yiping swallowed an entire sausage. His illness doesn't hinder his mobility. And you saw yesterday, he was incredibly brave in front of that monster. If he can walk, he can come. Lin Yu gulped down her milk. Wait, call him out. He should hear my plan. I want to kill the devourer. During their heart-to-heart last night, Chen Yiping had conveyed all the changes happening in this world to Chen Shui, making it considerably easier for Lin Yu to explain her plan, thereby saving a lot of time. I have roughly witnessed your combat capabilities. For an ordinary person, you are exceptional, so please continue to excel. Lin Yu expressed her acknowledgement. With weapons, you should be able to defeat a basic evolved being or a slightly evolved low-level one in a 2-on-1 scenario. Right? Absolutely no problem. I need you to hunt down 3 to 4 evolved corpses. I need them to lure out the devourer. Lin Yu's gaze shifted towards the window. There should still be evolved beings hiding in this building. 10. None. Chun Shui replied slowly, hesitantly, and trembling. The other 3 are empty. It's just me. Then I'll wait for you on the public balcony on the 10th floor. If you encounter something you can't handle, lure them to the 10th floor. Absolutely no problem. After handing over the evolved corpses to me, you two should return to Building A. Lin Yu's tone was unyielding. Once you're back, find Zhao Tai and have him bring the prepared supplies to me. I will face the upcoming battle alone. Okay. Got it. You. Lin Yu looked at Chun Shui and inquired. Did you use dry ice yesterday? Do you have any left? Chun Shui lowered his head, frantically scratching his hair. There might be, but not much, if you need it. I do. I'll get it for you. Today, the sun rose at 9 yet again. Chun Yiping stood solemnly in the living room, while Chen Shui was still in the room gathering the final items. Lin Yu took a deep breath and opened the door. The devourer had indeed vanished. Evolved beings are products of genetic mutations. Hence, all their behaviors resemble those of humans, scripted by their genes. In normal circumstances, they require energy to sustain life. The human brain is to them what beef is to humans, an invaluable resource that not only replenishes energy, but also accelerates their evolution. Thus, their attacks on humans are purely instinctual, driven by nature. When injured, they seek refuge and consume more unthreatening food to ensure recovery, much like a human recuperating from an illness. Therefore, the best time to hunt devourers is when they are injured and hiding. Which is precisely now. Chen Shui, are you ready yet? Almost. Honestly, so slow. After waiting another 5 minutes, Chen Shui finally emerged, holding a bowl of dry ice in a leisurely manner, perhaps due to the dense fog and chill from the dry ice. Beads of sweat dotted Chen Shui's forehead. After thanking him, Lin Yu took the bowl and remained silent, gazing at the dry ice. Hunting low-level evolved beings was second nature to Chen Yiping. Chen Shui remained silent behind him, as if the one who had fiercely battled the monster yesterday was not himself. Why are you just standing there watching? Chen Shui sighed. Brother, I'm scared. What else could be done? Of course, he would indulge him. Ultimately, after searching the entirety of Building B, they found only 2 evolved beings. During this time, someone opened their door after they had killed the evolved beings, inquiring about the situation. Chen Shui initially intended to ignore them, but Chun Yiping nagged until he explained everything. Oh dear, something about the red mist, the evolved beings, the apocalypse, scaring the person into slamming the door shut. Chen Shui pouted and dragged his foolish brother away. By the time they returned to the 10th floor, Lin Yu had already been waiting for quite some time. Chapter 5. The Extraordinary Woman. Future Apartment Building A, 10th floor, 10A. Is it really okay? Are we just going to let the big shot go alone? Zhao Tai looked worriedly at Lin Yu's departing figure. Don't worry. She is our pillar of support. Chen Yiping patted his own thigh. So solid. I'm just afraid she'll think we're useless and stop bringing us along. Zhao Tai voiced his concerns that he was the first to realize that this big shot was different. It was not long ago that he returned to the apartment and heard the property management mention a woman moving in next door. Initially, he paid it no mind, until that woman repeatedly crossed paths with him at the same time. In the elevator at 2 in the morning that he was a video editor, often working through the night, and would go down to grab takeout. But this was the first time he encountered someone 5 times in a row at 2 in the morning. It was strange. During the 6th encounter, he even saw the woman covered in blood that it splattered from head to toe, resembling nearly finished ketchup, causing him to tremble and nearly drop his late-night noodles. At that moment, something miraculous happened. The noodles didn't spill. They landed safely on the ground. Noodles riding the elevator? His hands shook even more. The woman, realizing what she had done, looked somewhat horrified, but upon seeing his even more frightened expression, regained her composure. "If there are supplies later, please help me out." The woman said this, he agreed, though it felt like there was no option to refuse, and from then on, he became the supply transporter for apartment A. 10A. Blood. He couldn't help but ask, "Is that what you mean?" "This." The woman raised her hand, casually responding, "Just prop blood, nothing serious." Crossing through the apartment's entrance, Lin You entered a state of alert. She was different from those ordinary people. She had to be wary not only of evolved beings, but also of the doctor's watchful eyes. The ordeal in Building B had taught her a lesson. She had been far too careless. If she had brought her props yesterday, she wouldn't have needed to venture out today. She could have entirely dealt with the devourer yesterday. But it was fine. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. She was able to acquire a level 4 crystal core on the 7th day of evolution and enhance her extraordinary abilities. Indeed, extraordinary abilities can also evolve, just like the evolved beings themselves. Extraordinary beings can evolve by absorbing the crystal cores of evolved beings, while evolved beings can evolve by consuming human brains, under specific conditions. Ordinary people have a chance to become extraordinary beings or evolved beings. This is the biological loop designed by the doctor. Thinking of that disgusting fellow, Lin You felt a surge of determination, though she didn't know whether that guy was dead or alive now. She had blown up his base, which surely stirred up a significant mess. Having truly escaped, she absolutely would never return. The shops lining the streets seemed to know what had transpired, swiftly shuttering their doors. Some iron shutters were splattered with blood, yet those passing by were merely eager to leave, not daring to ponder what the bloodstains were. Lin You carried a large bag containing the dismembered parts that Chen Yiping and Chen Shui had helped her procure on the 10th floor of future apartment Building B. They were the remains of evolved beings. She chose a convenience store located outside a small alley, the kind of old-fashioned convenience store with buckets, slippers, and umbrellas hanging outside, filled with various goods inside. The shopkeeper, likely in a hurry, had left everything outside, with several buckets kicked several meters away by an unknown force. After surveying a suitable hiding spot, she dumped the remains into a large red basin and randomly grabbed 2 lucky umbrellas to conceal herself. To an observer, it was clearly a trap, yet to the devourers, it was a paradise for recuperation. Under the blazing sun, she crouched in the narrow alley for approximately 3 hours, just as she was about to let her guard down and prepare to change her position. Her prey appeared. Keek keek keek. The devourer made its cautious entrance at the end of the street, stepping lightly. Indeed, indeed. Can't chop. Can't chop. Keek keek keek. Unlike their first encounter, this time the devourer covered one eye with a claw, displaying an acute awareness of its surroundings. It possessed intelligence. Upon spotting the gourmet feast in the red basin, Lin You seemed to perceive a joyous smile on its face. Tap, 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 tap. Its 4 claws worked in unison, propelling it forward with remarkable speed. Keek keek keek, keka keka. Yet, its intelligence was limited. Lin You silently regarded the somewhat foolish devourer beneath her, biding her time for the optimal moment. The spot she chose to conceal herself was the 2nd level of the corner staircase in the alley. Currently, she lay flat on the ground, perfectly still, fixated on the devourer. Her concerns proved justified, for the devourer did not immediately enter feeding mode. It glanced around, seemingly deep in thought, after failing to detect any threats. It gleefully indulged, but after consuming a few morsels, it abruptly lifted its head, continuing to scan its surroundings, lost in contemplation that it truly possessed intelligence. After several rounds of this, it ceased to look up, but its intelligence was indeed quite limited. Now was the moment. Lin You seized the opportunity to leap from the 2nd floor, unfurling her umbrella mid-air to hurl the dry ice into the devourer's face. The event transpired in an instant, and the devourer's visage was struck once more. Lin You retrieved the tool Zhao Taitai had prepared for her, a Swiss curved knife. She drew the small blade from its sheath, which was exceedingly sharp, plunging it into the devourer's multitude of eyes. One, and another. She punctured 6 or 7 of its numerous eyes. Keek 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 keek. The devourer was utterly enraged. Lin You had no time to evade. Without using her abilities, she was sent flying several meters by a massive claw. PFF. Just kidding. No blood was spilled. She quickly rose, clutching her abdomen with her left hand while her right hand summoned her powers. The devourer, with its remaining eye, fixed its gaze upon her, its furious claw seemingly exerting all its strength, bearing down upon her just as it had on the 10th floor of Building B. The advantage she had gained swiftly turned into a disadvantage. Gritting her teeth, Lin You retreated further into the alley. She needed to ascend to the 2nd floor to retrieve her backpack, which contained more tools. Yet, her abdomen throbbed with increasing pain, and the devourer's pressure intensified. How infuriating! How vexing! Just as she grasped her backpack, the devourer too scaled the 2nd floor, eyeing the constricted stairwell. The tension was palpable. As if a single spark could ignite a conflagration. Bang! The spark arrived as a bullet pierced the devourer's brain. Without time to ponder the bullet's origin, she donned the specialized iron gloves retrieved from her bag and delivered a fierce punch to the devourer's head. The blow struck the very spot where the bullet had passed through, causing brain matter to splatter. Not enough. The crystal core remained lodged within its skull. Kakaka, keek keek keek. The devourer's movements slowed. Die, you bastard! Lin You roared. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Pop. The crystal core fell to the ground. Simultaneously, bang, bang, bang. 3 more gunshots rang out, the bullets scorching the devourer's brain. The bullets and their owner descended from above. I am Mu Shang, a special police officer from City A. Please explain what has transpired here. Can there be police in the apocalypse? The answer is affirmative. Lin You picked up the crystal core from the ground and placed it into her pocket. Raising her hands in compliance, Officer, as you can see, I am hunting monsters. What is in your pocket? Show me. Witnessing Mu Shang's assertive demeanor as she aimed her gun, Lin You felt a chuckle rising within her. Can there be police in the apocalypse? The answer is affirmative. The role of the police has undoubtedly shifted. I'm sorry, but I can't give you this. Lin You replied quite directly. Do you possess special abilities? Mu Shang inquired straightforwardly. Also, Lin You noted the choice of words. Could it be that this sharp-witted woman before her was the first person she encountered who had mutated into an ability user in a state of freedom? Mu Shang's hand holding the gun trembled suddenly. And she said, something is approaching. This is not a suitable place for interrogation. We must leave. Lin You swiftly descended the stairs. Had Mu Shang not intervened, she would have already fled the scene of the hunt. The corpses of higher-level evolved beings attract even more evolved creatures to feast. Mu Shang quickly caught up with Lin You and asked, where to? Without turning her head, Lin You replied, home. Future apartment building A. 10th floor, 10A. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed outside the door. Zhao Tai, brimming with excitement, bounced around, eager to open the door, only to be halted by a trembling hand. Chen Shui's social anxiety seemed quite severe. His outstretched hand quivered. And he said, wait, let me confirm first. He cautiously approached the peephole, peering inside for a moment, then said, Two people? Chen Yiping exclaimed, did the big shot not go out alone? No. They're unfamiliar. And there's a corpse. A corpse? What the hell? Chen Yiping rudely pushed Chen Shui aside, leaning against the peephole, saying, move aside, let me. On the 10th floor of Building A, a housewife stood at the door of 10A, holding a child in her left hand and dragging a large, bound man with her right. She knocked for a while, and seeing no response from inside, she called out, hey, pretty girl inside. Annie lives in 10C, just on this floor, and I have something to ask you. Open the door. Annie is a good person. I brought you snacks. Inside the room, the 3 men exchanged glances. What do we say? Zhao Tai inquired. That auntie, I often bump into her. She is indeed from 10C, and that little boy too. Chen Yiping confirmed their identities. But why have they suddenly come here? And that man on the floor, describing him as a lump, was entirely appropriate. The man appeared exceedingly rotund, tightly bound with ropes, and seemed to have lost consciousness, lying motionless on the ground. Shall we just ignore them? Zhao Tai suggested in these special times. I dare not open the door casually. He vividly recalled events from 7 days prior. Chen Yiping was torn in indecision. Open. Chen Shui suddenly spoke. Why? Chen Yiping asked. Food. Chen Shui maintained his quivering demeanor, yet his tone was unusually resolute. We must secure food. All right. He unexpectedly persuaded Zhao Tai, who rolled up his sleeves, adopting a determined demeanor. and said to Chen Yiping, "Brother Ping, you prepare 2 kitchen knives. When I open the door, stand behind me. If anything seems off, just chop." "All right, no problem. I'm the best at chopping." Chapter 6. Power Outage Future Apartment Building A. 10th floor, 10A. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yu withdrew her hand from the door, observing a certain dried, viscous liquid on the ground, her brow furrowing slightly. It seemed something disgusting had entered her home. Were those 3 men not guarding her house? What could have happened? After embarking on her journey home, she had not once looked back at Mushang. This moment, she was entirely unaware of how subtly complex Mushang's expression had become. Since this was Future Apartment Building A, the door to 10A swung open, revealing Zhao Taidai, his face a mask of smiles, albeit with an undercurrent of anxiety. Just as he was about to say something, he froze in place. Not only him, but everyone inside 10A was momentarily paralyzed. Lin Yu stepped into her dwelling, surveying the surroundings. Thankfully, it was not as dire as she had imagined. A corpulent man, an evolved being, was bound to a small wooden chair in her living room, flanked by a middle-aged woman of unknown origin and a boy with a rather unpleasant expression. Chen Shui cowered behind the Mountain and water screen she had purchased. Trembling as usual, though now his eyes revealed a hint of guilt and tension. Chen Yiping's expression mirrored Zhao Taidai's. Standing in front of the television, Chen Yiping gripped 2 kitchen knives, seemingly poised to strike down the corpulent evolved being before him at any moment. Outside, Mushang hovered at the threshold, her foot suspended in midair. "Zhao Taidai," Lin Yu said expressionlessly. "In one sentence, explain what has happened." As she released her powers, the room erupted into chaos. "If there's a way, there might still be a way. Big shot, listen to me. This evolved being, I have a ing plan. Get out of my way. I'm going to chop him up." "Wah, mommy, I'm so scared." "Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Everyone shut up," Lin Yu shouted. "I want Zhao Taidai to speak." "Did I ask you to speak?" The people in 10A fell silent once more, except for Zhao Taidai. Well, big shot. One sentence." Zhao Taidai took a deep breath. "The situation is that the mother of 10D noticed her husband was acting strangely lately because he no longer hit her. When she opened the door, she found her husband had turned into an evolved being. She panicked and saw how valiant you were when you went a building B, so she wanted to seek your help." A true one-sentence explanation, albeit a bit lengthy. "Mom, did he hit you?" Outside, Mushang stormed in with an expression of rage. "Mom, mom, mom." Inside, Zhao Taidai, Chen Yiping, and Chen Shui were left dumbfounded. Mushang calmly approached her weeping mother, bowed to them, and said, "I apologize for the trouble my family has caused you. I will take everyone away right now." Chen Yiping set down the kitchen knife, grasped his head with both hands, and shouted incredulously, You are the formidable daughter of the special police officer that Auntie mentioned?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Boss, where did you encounter her?" Chen Yiping's eyes widened. "When we were exterminating the devourers," Lin Yu replied flatly. "For heaven's sake, how could such a coincidence exist in this world?" Chen Yiping picked up the kitchen knife once more, this time directing it nowhere in particular, and with a thud, he slammed it onto the table. "As the daughter of a special police officer, why do you not take better care of your mother? She is still protecting that domestic abuser." Mushang, who had been maintaining a facade of composure, was taken aback. Having become a special police officer, she had not returned home in a long time and had only just learned of such matters today. As soon as Chen Yiping's words left his mouth, her anger flared. "Mother, why have you never mentioned this to me? Had I known he treated you this way, he certainly wouldn't have lived to see today." "He indeed did not live to see today. After all, he is already dead," Chen Shui muttered under his breath. "Shang." Mu Ma's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Just as she was about to argue, Lin Yu interjected, "Enough. Whatever it is, please discuss it at home." She was already exasperated and continued, "This is my home, not a market or a theater." Her tone was not harsh, yet it compelled everyone present to fall silent. "Young lady," Mu Ma asked one last question before leaving. "Is it true that once someone becomes an evolved, there is no way to save them? How can one save the dead?" Lin Yu revealed the harsh truth. Everything is irreversible. The moment their genes mutate within them, they have already perished. Mushang had decided to become a special police officer the day before her university graduation. She had always possessed a strong sense of justice, unable to tolerate campus violence or deceitful acts, even admonishing classmates for whispering during lectures. This disposition adversely affected her relationships, but she was unbothered, for she had a loving family and a devoted mother. Her biological father had passed away unexpectedly when she was in high school, and she had wept bitterly. Yet her mother had supported her through it all. By the time she entered university and became a special police officer, she had no time to return home. So, when did he start hitting you, mother? Mu Shang's expression was more foul than ever. On the public balcony of Building A's 10th floor, her stepfather, now an evolved, was tightly bound to a plastic chair, while Mu Shang, Mu Ma, and Mu Di were engaged in a serious conversation. He started hitting Mom as soon as he arrived. It was not her mother who first responded, but her younger brother. Where have you been all these years? Why weren't you there when Mom was being beaten? Mu Shang's brother was in the 6th grade and soon to enter middle school. Though he still appeared childlike, his voice could easily overpower his sister's. He hit Mom here, everywhere. Where were you then? Weren't you supposed to be so impressive outside? Aren't you a special police officer? Mu Di shielded Mu Ma behind him, glaring at Mu Shang's sour face. What happened to your impressiveness? Keep being impressive. Bang! What are you doing? Shan, what are you doing? A gunshot rang out, piercing through the stepfather, startling the brother, terrifying the mother, and awakening Mu Shang. I'm sorry. A tear rolled down Mu Shang's cheek. She hesitated, as if suppressing some emotion. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I'm sorry. They said that from now on, we won't need police anymore. I'm sorry. Mother, I only learned of this today. In future apartment building A, on the 10th floor, Zhao Taitai shook his head in disbelief. Alas, how could such a script appear on our floor? So touching, Chen Yiping exclaimed, bursting into tears. So she was completely unaware of her mother's domestic abuse. Boo-hoo. If only she had returned home sooner. Chen Shui cast a look of disdain at his brother, suppressing his urge to comment, and then glanced at Zhao Taitai, who should not have been there, but was currently peeking through their peephole to witness the dramatic scene. Aren't you leaving? He asked. Oh, Zhao Taitai waved his hand dismissively, replying, It'll be over soon. Let's go home. Is your angle good? Outside, the three women, Mu Shang and her mother and brother, continued their conversation, unaware of what was being discussed, as she fired 3 more shots at the evolved's head. By the way, can special police officers carry guns and have so many bullets? Zhao Taitai wondered aloud. Bang, what the heck? How did the gun also take out the lights? Zhao Taitai was plunged into darkness, suddenly realizing, wait, no, the power is out. We're doomed. In future apartment building A, on the 10th floor, Lin You naturally overheard the conversation on the public balcony. After absorbing the 4th-level crystal core, her senses had been heightened. Now, she could be the ear on the other side of the wall. The moment Mu Shang mentioned, from now on, City A will no longer require police, she began to power up the generator. Sure enough, within a minute, the lights went out. On the 7th day since the evolution began, City A came to a complete standstill. Zhao Taitai dashed out from 10C to the door of 10A. Boss, the power's out, the water's out, communication is still normal. He observed the stable signal on his phone. Growing anxious, but I don't know how long it will last. The residents of 10A did not respond, nor did they open the door, but 2 minutes after he finished speaking, the lights in 10A flickered back on. Zhao Taitai stood frozen. Oh, the boss must have anticipated the apocalypse and surely prepared a generator. Truly a boss. He had to cling tightly to this lifeline. Mu Shang also arrived at the door of 10A, after all. She was a former special police officer, having witnessed Lin You slay the devourers and observing the differing attitudes of others towards her, combined with the current scene of the generator being powered. She sensed that Lin You must know something. By the way, I still don't know your name. She called out to the door of 10A. The occupants inside remained silent. Lin You, a big boss, knows a lot, Zhao Taitai answered on their behalf. Chen Yiping also emerged, disliking the power outage and naturally noticing the glow emanating from 10A. Boss, could you lend us some electricity? I can't survive without power. Chen Shui trailed behind him without speaking. Since arriving at Building A, he seemed to have followed his foolish brother closely, the two inseparable. Lin You, I still haven't clarified what happened today. Could you step out for a moment? Mu Shang requested. Shang. Gentlemen, how about we discuss this tomorrow? Let's hurry back inside. Mu Ma appeared behind them, saying, I don't know why, but I feel that dead man is starting to move. Zhao Taitai and Chen Yiping exchanged glances, reading the same apprehension in each other's eyes, and nodded. The former dashed back into his room to fetch a pair of scissors, while the latter rushed to the public balcony to restrain the evolved. The brutal scene was executed by Chen Shui, who, despite appearing frail, proved to be remarkably efficient in his actions. Boss, Crystal Core. Zhao Taidi's shout finally pried open the door of 10A. Observing the crystal core in his hand. Slightly larger than the previous one, Lin You contemplated for a few seconds before accepting it, saying, "Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, come to my home. I will divulge everything I know." As night fell, the absence of light rendered the night, shrouded in a faint red mist, particularly eerie. In this despairing situation, one apartment on the 10th floor of future building A remained illuminated. Lin Yu sat in her room, gazing at the pitch-black sky, her heart having made a choice. The game of hell had commenced. As a veteran player of 100 rounds, she found herself unable to escape once more. Yet this time, the red mist no longer held boundaries. There were no surveillance devices within the buildings, and the individuals she encountered were no longer fellow 100-round players. Memories of past events flooded her mind, concerning utilization and being utilized, betrayal and being betrayed, schemes and being schemed against. The treachery of humanity might just be the most perilous aspect of this game. She recalled the group that had gathered at her doorstep today. 2 fools, a simpleton, and a dramatic family of 3. Most importantly, they were all first-round players, albeit they only had this one game. She was all too aware of what would transpire next, yet her heart had found resolution. Rather than allowing these individuals to fall into the hands of other brutalists, why not use them as a foundation, much like the others in the previous hundreds of games, to establish a team centered around her? A team to prevent the doctor from finding her, though she was uncertain whether that loathsome fellow was dead. A team that would not betray or scheme against one another, maintaining the essence of humanity from start to finish. A team that existed solely to continue living. That night, the residents of the 10th floor of future apartment building A hardly slept, each contemplating the same matter. Chapter 7. The 10A meeting. After the power outage, the world seemed even colder. Since the sun now rose at 9 o'clock, the time of brilliant daylight had shifted from noon to between 2 and 4 in the afternoon. Strangely, the sun set much faster than it rose, with sunlight disappearing punctually at 7 in the evening, shrouding everything in darkness. Lin Yu opened her door promptly at 2 in the afternoon to welcome the others. The sharp-witted special police officer's daughter, Mu Shang, appeared much more subdued today. Lin Yu noticed they all wore 1 or 2 extra layers of clothing, and of course, she herself had donned a thick jacket. The temperature had dropped significantly, and the weather was changing rapidly. As the crowd settled down, she directly approached Mu Shang and inquired, "What is your extraordinary ability?" "What? You mentioned it yesterday, asking if I possessed any special powers as well." Lin Yu, unusually candid in her self-defense, replied straightforwardly, "My answer is yes.My ability allows me to manipulate the density of air within a certain range, and when the density reaches a particular threshold, it can create a barrier." She then questioned Mu Shang once more, "What is your ability?" "Wind." Mu Shang's answer was as succinct and clear as hers. "I can perceive the wind within a designated area and the objects moving within it. And I can also utilize a bit of the wind that directly contacts my body." Understanding dawned upon Lin Yu immediately that it was evident that yesterday, Mu Shang sensed her while she was hunting the devourers through the wind, subsequently pursuing her and firing upon seeing the devourers. However, she had not spotted Mu Shang nearby, indicating that Mu Shang must have leaped down from the rooftop, arriving from above and allowing the wind to carry her down. Everyone was engrossed in their conversation, hanging on their words, oblivious to Qin Shui, who sat in the corner, exhibiting no tremor, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at the two with a pensive expression. "Here." Lin Yu handed Mu Shang a small handful of items. "What is this?" "Crystal cores." Lin Yu revealed a small piece of crystal core in her palm, pinching it between her thumb and index finger to showcase it to the crowd. "Allow me to reintroduce this. It is a crystal core, located deep within the brains of evolved beings." She held the crystal core under the light, then covered it with her hand in the shadows, continuing, "It emits light and enlarges as the evolved being progresses. Larger crystal cores can provide more energy, or rather, experience." "Experience? Can abilities level up?" Mu Shang immediately grasped her implication, clenching her fist tightly. "Indeed, the initial abilities, much like the original evolved beings, are quite inadequate." Lin Yu spoke frankly. "They are limited, have a small range, and are significantly affected by the environment. These are the drawbacks of initial abilities. Upgrading can ameliorate these shortcomings." Casting a glance at Mu Shang's tightly clenched fist, she proceeded, "As long as the crystal core makes contact with your skin, it will begin to be absorbed. You need not grip it so tightly. The absorption rate is constant and unaffected by any factors." "Oh." Mu Shang felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing her nose as she said, "All right, I understand. As the sunlight began to slant, the room fell into a moment of silence that a few minutes later, Qin Yiping, who had discovered the crystal cores, broke the tranquility with a lazy inquiry. Hey, boss, where did you get so many small crystal cores? I went out for a bit. Boss, Zhao Tai, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his gaze fixed on Lin You with unwavering determination, his tone equally resolute. I've made up my mind. We must form a team. Seeing Zhao Tai bravely step forward, Mu Shang breathed a sigh of relief and comfortably returned to her seat. That it was Lin Yu's first time being so assertively addressed by an ordinary person. Boss, in the apocalypse, one cannot survive alone. It's impossible to live long. Zhao Tai paused. Of course, I'm referring to ordinary folks like myself. Qin Yiping, believing he was speaking quietly, chimed in. Right, exactly. Keep going, Tai. I know everyone is shy. It's all right. I will handle this recruitment. Zhao Tai boldly strode toward Lin You, exclaiming, I have already gathered the contact information of all the residents on the 10th floor of Building A. I hereby declare the establishment of our future apartment A, 10th floor survival team. He dramatically halted before Lin You, then paused. Lin You wore an expression of helplessness. And then, Zhao Tai blinked. And then, he found himself at a loss for words. He quickly recalled a phrase from the previous night's group chat. There was seemingly another line. Next, Qin Yiping continued. Wait, big brother, that was just me typing. Qin Shui, two fools. Very well. Lin Yu readily agreed, but then shifted the conversation, stating, however, I have 3 conditions. First, regarding my extraordinary ability, which I have disclosed today. You must keep it confidential. If anyone reveals it voluntarily, I will be the first traitor, treating you as I would treat evolved beings. Second, you must center around me and adhere to the rules I establish. I swear this will undoubtedly benefit our survival. I will never harm you. Third, and most importantly, no new members will be accepted in the future, unless, she paused and continued, unless it is under special circumstances that I approve. Faced with her demands, the others in the room fell into silence, albeit briefly. That sounds absolutely wonderful. Qin Yiping and Zhao Tai, the two fools, were the first to react, exclaiming, the boss is willing to lead us, the boss is willing to have fun with us. The two embraced each other in excitement. Could you elaborate on the reasons behind these 3 points? Mu Shang inquired. I don't mean to argue. I simply wish to understand the rationale. Firstly, exposing one's extraordinary ability in the apocalypse is a perilous endeavor, unless absolutely necessary. One should refrain from revealing it, at least for now. Initiating an attack may expose weaknesses that others can exploit, which leads to my first request. Lin Yu explained, learn to conceal yourselves in battles involving extraordinary abilities. Aim to strike from a position of advantage. She continued, secondly, a team requires a core and a leader. I must be the former, and I don't mind who among you takes the latter role. Finally, she elucidated, thirdly, you can never know whether newcomers are friend or foe. Are they disguised evolved beings? Or perhaps spies sent by enemies? Or individuals whose minds have been twisted by their experiences? I agree to your terms. Mu Shang stated, I shall take on the role of leader. That's fine. If Shang agrees, then I agree as well. Mu Ma chimed in. Mom agrees, so I agree. Mu Di exclaimed, jumping up. Chun Shui, who had remained silent in the corner, finally spoke. Can you guarantee that you will always protect us? His gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. Reminiscent of how he had stared down the devourers on the 10th floor of Building B, he asked, can you assure us that regardless of whether we are evolved beings or ordinary people, you will protect us? I guarantee it. And if someone mutates, then they must be eliminated. Lin Yu met his gaze, her eyes resolute and unwavering. This is my second requirement of you. Never reminisce about the deceased. Seeing Chun Shui's silence, Qin Yiping patted his shoulder. Come on. Chun Shui, don't dwell on unnecessary matters. Just surviving is already a blessing. I concur. Qin Shui replied. I agree to your demands. Yay! Zhao Tai leaped up, joyfully exclaiming. The boss's 3 conditions have been unanimously approved. I hereby declare. The future apartment A, 10th floor survival team is officially established. Yay! Qin Yiping cheered. For the next 3 hours, Lin Yu elaborated on everything concerning the red mist, primarily focusing on the potential evolutionary directions for evolved beings, as well as the evolutionary rules within the context of the red mist environment. She had no intention of discussing human development, nor did she aim to directly inform them of humanity's malevolence. After all, they would eventually witness it firsthand. She believed that as long as they adhered to her established rules, the day of their defenses breaking would not come swiftly. She predicted that the thinning red mist would entirely dissipate in a few days, leading to a surge of evolved beings. Initially, evolved beings could be categorized into two types, offensive and defensive. The long-tongued creature Zhao Taitai encountered on the first day was an offensive type, while Mu Shang's particularly corpulent stepfather represented the defensive type. It is noteworthy that although defensive types are labeled as such, all evolved beings share the common goal of survival and predation. Offensive evolved beings, while exhibiting greater aggression in the early stages, will further evolve with climbing abilities, heightened senses, and more offensive appendages. However, in the later stages, their aggressiveness will wane. By then, the initially inconspicuous defensive evolved beings will reveal their formidable capabilities. Hey boss, how do you know this? Have you encountered powerful defensive evolved beings? Chen Yiping inquired. Painful memories flashed through Lin Yu's mind, and she preferred not to dwell on them, hastily brushing over. In summary, it will take at least a few more years before we encounter such powerful evolved beings. Evolution requires conditions and time. Under the circumstances of the red mist's disappearance, genetic mutations will cease, and the evolution progress of already mutated evolved beings will slow significantly. Do you mean once the red mist dissipates we won't die? Shen Shui asked. Interpreting the transformation into evolved beings as a form of death, Lin Yu concurred with his interpretation. Exactly. Once the source of mutations vanishes, ordinary people will no longer possess the potential for mutation, making them quite safe from genetic alterations. So if one mutates into an evolved being, they won't die. Chen Shui further inquired. Lin Yu responded, Indeed. Evolved beings, like ordinary people, are also products of genetic mutations. But they have not perished and have even acquired extraordinary abilities. Well, Zhao Tai began to mutter, May I be blessed, please let me endure these few days without any genetic mutations. If there must be mutations, let them transform me into an extraordinary being. I do not wish to perish. I do not wish to perish. I feel the same. I feel the same. Chen Yiping joined him in prayer. Chen Shui's gaze darkened. If we are to pray, it should not be limited to just these few days. Lin Yu coldly interrupted them. The crimson mist has merely vanished temporarily. It will return. What the heck? The likelihood of genetic mutations will increase with each appearance of the crimson mist. Therefore, those who survive until the end without transforming into extraordinary beings can be deemed the ultimate survivors of the apocalypse. This is the highest achievement for ordinary individuals in a post-apocalyptic world, to endure until the end with pure human genes. At that moment, Mu Shang, who had been listening intently, raised a question. Since the evolved ones accelerate their evolution in the crimson mist, does that mean extraordinary beings will also grow stronger in the mist? She was the only extraordinary being present, aside from Lin Yu. Hence she paid particular attention to matters concerning extraordinary beings. Her question carried a hint of hope, but Lin Yu, accustomed to her usual demeanor, simply replied, Unfortunately, that is not the case. Meeting her disappointed gaze, Lin Yu elaborated on the nature of extraordinary abilities. The strength of extraordinary powers is quite simple, explained in a single sentence. The higher the proficiency, the higher the level, and the stronger the ability. Indeed, proficiency is the key factor influencing extraordinary abilities. Mastery is achieved through hardship, and skill is honed through diligence. Only by frequently utilizing extraordinary powers can they truly become an integral part of one's being. Hey there, young lady and handsome lad. Auntie is off now. But wait, you should come to Tindi for a meal too. Muma suddenly stood up, smiling as she said, Today marks the first day of our future apartment. What was it again? In any case, it's the day our team was established. Annie's cooking is quite good. I'll prepare a commemorative meal for everyone. Mudi had not been paying attention all afternoon. He had been cooped up in the house by his mother, and now felt resentment towards this suddenly appearing sister. He had no interest in the discussions about the world they were having and chose to sleep instead. Use my kitchen, Lin Yu said. Is that okay? Muma asked, surprised. From now on, resources will be shared, Lin Yu replied. Yay, that's wonderful. The supplies from a big shop must be plentiful. Zhao Taitai and Chen Yiping began to act silly again. Then I won hold back. Muma cheerfully headed towards the kitchen, but turned back midway, heading toward the door instead. However, I should go back and grab some things. After all, it's the first day. It wouldn't be right to use everything from just one person. A few minutes later, Muma happily entered the kitchen to start cooking. Aren't we going to plan our meals? Chen Shui inquired. Let her do it, Mu Shang replied. After all, this makes her happier. The extra resources I'll compensate for. After that, the group posed various questions to Lin You concerning the Crimson Mist, which she answered one by one. By the time the meeting concluded and they finished their meal, it was already 10 o'clock at night. After some discussion, they decided to move all the supplies from within the house to 10A for better organization. Currently, 10A appeared to be the safest option from all perspectives. Lin You agreed to lend them electricity starting the next day. And thus Chen Yiping, with a sorrowful expression, returned to his room with Chen Shui. Knowing he would have to endure yet another night without power, the group quickly returned to their respective rooms. Securing the doors and windows tightly, this was emphasized by Lin You. After losing power and light, the outside world would become even more perilous. Each person had their own tasks to attend to. Whether it was furiously jotting down the myriad of information they had gathered that day for analysis, meditating to digest that information and contemplate future strategies, or poring over a map to plan where to search for supplies in the coming days. They were not daunted by the apocalypse. Instead, they began to scheme for their future lives. After all, regardless of how the world may change or what events may unfold, life must continue. One person may struggle alone. Two may find solace, but with three, one can truly embark on a journey, at least for now. Thanks to the establishment of the survival team, they could see glimmers of hope in this seemingly endless darkness. For the time being, that was sufficient. Chapter 8. Stepping out at the conclusion of yesterday's meeting in 10A, Mu Shang proposed that they head to 10D the next day to discuss the team's forthcoming strategies. A suggestion that garnered unanimous agreement at 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin You felt her way through the darkness to retrieve a flashlight. Knocking on the door of 10D, to her surprise, everyone was already gathered in the living room. Seated on the sofa, she was the last to arrive. It was worth noting that the sun only rose at 9 o'clock now, and the sky outside remained pitch black. These individuals were indeed filled with vigor, truly a group of earnest, new players in the Crimson Mist game. Mu Shang's home was significantly larger than Chen Shui's studio, and overall, it bore some resemblance to Lin Yu's abode. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, and a balcony, all present and accounted for. The living room boasted neatly arranged sofas, a pink main sofa on one side, flanked by 2 smaller side sofas, with a large wooden table in the center, adorned with fruits washed by Mu Ma and a bouquet of wilted flowers. Mu Shang's home exuded warmth, especially with the flickering candlelight illuminating the space. Lin You quietly switched off her flashlight, and Zhao Taitai was the first to greet her. Good morning, Big Shot. We've already started discussing our plans for today's actions, led by our leader, Mu Shang. Good morning, Lin You replied as she approached them. Noticing the map sprawled across the floor, it was a map of City A, too large to fit on the table due to the scale. Sensing her confusion, Mu Shang explained, it's perfectly normal for the special police to possess detailed city maps. Not normal, Lin You thought, but refrained from voicing this sentiment, choosing instead to ask, what do you need me to do next? There are 2 roles within the survival team that must be clearly defined. One is the core of the team, responsible for establishing the rules, which will dictate the team's nature. Will it be a selfish, power-driven group, or a benevolent, overly compassionate collective in the apocalypse? It is essential to recognize that the core's rules will significantly influence the team's trajectory. Destruction can often occur in the blink of an eye. The other role is that of the leader, tasked with designating responsibilities and planning subsequent actions, a demanding job requiring strong analytical and leadership skills. Having previously served as a special police officer and having volunteered herself, Mu Shang was unanimously elected as the leader yesterday. I need you to lead another team for resource gathering, Mu Shang indicated towards herself and then Lin You. Currently, we are the only 2 extraordinary beings. So I propose that we each take someone with us to collect resources from 2 different areas. She began to mark the map with a laser pointer. Search for food within this range. There used to be many street vendors here, which have recently been transformed into a food street with numerous shops. After a pause, she added, however, we cannot rule out the possibility of returning empty-handed. I heard screams on the street last night. Someone may have already moved out. In the living room, everyone fell silent. Lin You was acutely aware of what was happening in a darkened environment, devoid of the predator's suppression. The chances of encountering evolved beings for those daring to venture outside had significantly increased. If we cannot find food here today, should we consider going to the supermarket 2 kilometers away? Mu Shang inquired. No, Zhao Taitai advocated for caution. That's too far, too dangerous. Currently, our supplies can last us 3 months if we ration carefully. There is no need to take such a big risk right off the bat. Agreed. Chen Shui concurred with his stance. There are fewer people. Another matter is more pressing. The future apartment complex comprises 4 buildings. A, B, C, and D, each with 10 floors and 4 households per floor, amounting to 320 individuals if each household has 2 residents. If we conservatively estimate the mutation rate, assuming 4/5 of the residents have turned into evolved beings, there would still be 64 normal individuals if we further assume that 2/3 of the normal people are too afraid to venture outside. Then only about 20 individuals would be willing to go out each day. Among those 20, we must account for those who might perish upon encountering evolved beings. The supplies they had counted in 10A yesterday, even if they indulged, would last them until 3 months later, primarily due to Lin Yu's foresight in stockpiling. Let alone if they rationed carefully, which could stretch to half a year. Hence, acquiring supplies was truly not the immediate concern. All right, if the food team cannot find anything, we will proceed to meet up with the other team here. Mushang shifted her laser pointer to a location on the map, where Lin You had previously hunted the predators. The street where they first met. There, we will look for shops along the street. We need welding materials. Weld the windows. Lin You asked. Not just that, Mushang replied. In addition to reinforcing everyone's windows, we also need to secure the balconies and stairwells. The reinforcement of the former is to protect against evolved beings, while the latter aims to guard against both evolved beings and humans. Although Lin You had not elaborated on the potential dangers of others seeking them out, Mushang had already begun to suspect, a notion that would be confirmed months later. Lin You then asked, but does anyone here know how to weld? I do. Chen Yiping raised his hands. I learned from my master at the construction site. Construction site? Zhao Taitai queried. Puzzled. Pingu, weren't you practicing Thai boxing? Yes. So how did you end up at the construction site? Chen Yiping scratched his head. Even though I practiced Thai boxing, my university major was actually Thai language. So I could go to Thailand and study under the most authentic Thai boxing master. What does that have to do with working at a construction site? Because I didn't find a job after graduation. At that time, there were affairs at home. I missed the graduation season, as you can understand, alas. Eventually, I sought refuge with my brother, having originally planned to fly to Thailand after a while. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Well, Zhao Taitai expressed his sympathy. For a university graduate to end up working at a construction site is indeed a profound tragedy of the 21st century. Then please take Zhao Taitai to gather welding materials, Mushang urged. Pulling them back to reality, she turned to Lin You and said, my mother, my brother, and Chen Shueisho will stay at home. You and Zhao Taitai will find the welding materials, while I and Chen Yiping will search for food. If we cannot find anything, we will regroup with you. No, Chen Shui interjected, I will not stay at home. Let Chen Yiping guard the house. I want to go out. Oh, just stay put. You are alert and brave against the evolved ones. Even the special police mother needs your protection. Chen Yiping insisted, forcefully pressing him back onto the sofa. Chen Shui ignored him and persisted, I will not guard the house. I want to go out. Mushang fell into contemplation. Her considerations aligned with Chen Yiping's. Neither Zhao Taitai nor Chen Yiping were particularly vigilant, leaving only Chen Shui suitable for the role of protector. Let him accompany me to find welding materials, Lin You suggested. Your mother, your brother, and Zhao Taitai will guard the house, while I and Chen Shui will search for welding materials, and you, Chen Yiping, will procure food. She then turned to Zhao Taitai and instructed, you will stay in 10D all day. If someone knocks, just look through the peephole. It's not that we refuse to open the door. Can you manage that? Yes, sir. After a moment of silence, Chen Shui reluctantly conceded. All right. It turned out that Lin You was indeed very reliable. After absorbing the level 4 crystal core, she no longer needed to extend her hand or frown when using her abilities. Evolved beings within 10 meters of her were immobilized, and she simply strolled over, retrieving her charming Swiss knife to extract their brains. When she killed the first evolved being, Chen Shui was astonished by her strength, but by the 10th, he had grown accustomed to it. Is it possible to become so strong just by consuming a single evolved being? He inquired. Not quite, Lin You replied, removing the small knife and calmly rinsing the crystal core and her hands with clear water. It is merely because my starting point is higher than yours. She was not a naturally mutated ability user, but rather one transformed through experimentation. If you wish to protect your brother, you ought to place more trust in us. She spoke candidly to Chen Shui. This was also her reason for bringing Chen Shui along and leaving Zhao Taidai to guard the house. She wanted to clarify matters with Chen Shui. For both him and us. You must cultivate more trust. Stop pretending your illness. She fixed her gaze on Chen Shui, asserting, the only genuine aspect of your illness was on the first day. Thereafter, it has all been an act. Confronted with this revelation, Chen Shui remained unfazed, his eyes still as deep and still as a stagnant pool, as he asked, how did you discern that? Because I have encountered individuals like you before, clearly good people, yet with many ulterior motives and profound depths, who have someone they must protect at all costs. She walked forward, hands in her pockets, as the sun hung high in the sky, casting its light over a cloudless expanse. If this continues, apart from those you protect, you will find yourself without a single trustworthy companion. Those you protect will perish, and you will forever remain engulfed in mourning. Impossible, Chen Shui asserted. I will not allow Chen Yiping to fall into danger. If he becomes an evolved being, I will be the first to end his life. I will not indulge in nostalgia for the deceased. Lin You disregarded the pain in his eyes, recognizing the determination within them. I believe you can do it. I have faith in you. Let us strive to survive until the end together. The welding materials group successfully reached their designated location, awaiting the food group's arrival. Without the protection of a leader, Chen Yiping was visibly anxious. Sister Shang, are you sure your abilities are up to par? He grasped Mu Shang's wrist tightly, and she reciprocated, both standing at the edge of the communal balcony on the 10th floor of Building A. Are you ready? Not yet. Now. Still not. All right, we're off. Beneath the endless sky, a man and a woman traversed the rooftops like ancient heroes. One with unparalleled grace, the other in tears. Help me, Sister Shang. Chen Yiping's nose had dried up from fear. Take it slow. I'm scared. You won't fall, she assured him. Are you certain? Chen Yiping felt the fluctuating winds beneath his feet, his heart racing with trepidation. Absolutely, I practiced with a dummy last night. How did that go? I only broke 2. Mu Shang spoke with utmost sincerity. The rest all arrived safely. 15 minutes later, Chen Yiping gazed down at the desolate food street, wiping his tears in gratitude. Thank God, brother, I am still alive. Below him, the once vibrant food street lay in ruins. Several evolved beings were crouched on the ground, gnawing on corpses against the wall, and a few shops had evidently been broken into. Just as I anticipated, Mu Shang observed, examining the damaged stores closely. It's hard to see. We need to get closer. Not sure if anyone is left inside. Chapter 9. The offer of heads. Just as they prepared to leap from the rooftop, 2 figures emerged from a shop whose door had been smashed open. One man, wearing sunglasses, said to another carrying frozen sausages, load them onto the truck. The man with the sausages trembled, stuttering, Brother Jiang, I can't move. They're coming. Those monsters are coming. TCH. The man called Brother Jiang shot him an exasperated glance and raised his hand. Fire. With a whoosh. The monsters rushing towards them were instantly engulfed in flames. Chen Yiping on the rooftop thought, wow, that's impressive. Meanwhile, another woman emerged from the sausage shop. Brother Jiang asked her, are you rested? I'm ready, she replied, glancing at the corpses of evolved beings on the ground. Frowning as she added, but it seems I may not be needed anymore. Indeed, Brother Jiang replied impatiently, by the time you're fully rested, it will already be dawn. The man carrying the sausages was still trembling, dropping a few frozen sausages as his anxiety reached its peak. Brother Jiang's dissatisfaction finally boiled over. If you're this scared, you shouldn't even be out here, he yelled angrily. People like you should just stay at home. That's the safest option, you know. Why are you yelling? The woman interjected, interrupting Brother Jiang. If it weren't for Wen Ye's rule that only those who gather supplies can share in them, do you think he would want to be out here? Brother Jiang scoffed. Gather supplies? What a load of nonsense. I could carry the stuff myself. What help do they provide? Honestly, ordinary people shouldn't even be involved. You're such an idiot. Wen Yi is an idiot too. Brother Jiang stormed over to the corpse of an evolved being, crushing its throat underfoot, then kicked its charred head far away before climbing into the truck parked by the roadside. The man with the sausages awkwardly bent down to retrieve the fallen sausages. His hands reddened from the cold, yet he timidly expressed his gratitude to the woman. Thank you, Sister Ming. I'm so sorry for dragging you and Brother Jiang into this. He's always been a nutcase. Even without you, I would have argued with him. The woman, referred to as Sister Ming, softened her tone. Now, help me move the goods. Your family hasn't eaten in days, and if they don't eat soon, they'll starve. All right. All right. When we return, I'll also mention this to Lin You. His rule poses problems for ordinary people and could lead to starvation. The man carrying the sausages was moved to tears. Thank you. Sister Ming, thank you. On the rooftop, Mu Shang patted Chen Yiping's shoulder and pointed to the truck below with 3 people. Chen Yiping exclaimed, "Wow, so much food. Did they clear out the entire food street?" "This was a blunder, Sister Shang. We only came with 2 hands and no vehicle." Mu Shang facepalmed. "They are about to drive away. Shouldn't we stop them?" Chen Yiping flexed his muscles. "I really want to go down and punch that brother Jiang." Mu Shang shook her head and pointed below. By the truck, the man carrying the sausages stuffed the sausages into the back of the truck and turned to enter the driver's seat. Sister Ming, after he climbed into the cab, stepped onto the truck's right rear tire, flipped herself over, and in an instant, also squeezed into the back of the truck. The half-open back of the truck was now completely stuffed, leaving no extra space in the front cab. Brother Jiang was berating the driver, while Sister Ming rolled her eyes and called out, "Drive." An eerie scene unfolded. The 3 of them, along with the truck and the food, gradually faded away. "I see," Mu Shang said. "That woman is also an ability user. Her power is invisibility. She made both herself and the vehicle invisible." "Wow, that's so cool." Chen Yiping lamented, looking at his hands, tearfully wishing, "I wish I could have such a cool ability." "Stop thinking about it for now." Mu Shang gripped his wrist and gestured for him to look at a nearby building. "In 5 minutes, we'll start searching from that building." "Huh?" Chen Yiping was puzzled. "Aren't we going to regroup with the boss and Chen Shui? They took so much stuff. Are you sure there's anything left in the food street?" "Sister Shang, not certain." Mu Shang soared once more, declaring, "The opposing side is systematically and premeditatedly raiding the food street, and their team appears to be significantly larger than ours." A flash of Lin Yu's words from the 10A meeting crossed Mu Shang's mind. And she continued, "I believe I am beginning to understand Lin Yu's various regulations. However, we must still investigate, for the adversary is unaware of the existence of the crystal cores. The opposing side merely severed the head of the evolved being without extracting the crystal core." Chen Yiping gazed despondently at the void beneath him, covering his face in tears. "We need to hasten our pace. The appearance of that charred evolved corpse has caused the other evolved beings to start hiding. Let us go." Mu Shang abruptly halted the vehicle, causing Chen Yiping to nearly tumble headlong. Dazed, he retrieved a kitchen knife and shouted, "I am ready." "Wait." Mu Shang suddenly pressed the knife back into his backpack. "I just had a thought. I will collect the crystal cores. You go ahead and regroup." "What?" "You need to inform Lin You about what we just witnessed." In an unnamed alley of City A, Lin You had brought Chen Shui to the site where she had slain the Devourer. The corpse of the Devourer had vanished, clearly consumed by other evolved beings after she and Mu Shang had fled. Yet, she was not there merely to revisit the past at that moment. She and Chen Shui lay concealed on the second-floor staircase, mirroring their previous ambush of the Devourer. "Is there any situation?" Chen Shui perceptively inquired. "Yes, someone is approaching." Lin You closed her eyes, heightening her auditory senses to listen intently to the sounds around her. The distant rumble of a vehicle echoed. There were indeed individuals in the vehicle. Coincidentally, the building they were hiding in faced a welding material shop, that a small truck parked in front of the welding shop. And 2 men descended from the driver's seat, brandishing large saws, effortlessly cutting through the shop's door. "Do you remember what Teacher Wen said?" the taller man asked. "Yes, remembered. Clear out all materials," the shorter man replied, "but it seems strange." "Doesn't T it? We Haven T encountered those monsters along the way." "What is strange about that? It means we're lucky today." The taller man quickly slipped into the shop. "Hurry up, before those damn monsters show up." They were oblivious to the fact that someone had already cleared the street of all wandering monsters and concealed the bodies. Chen Shui glanced at Lin You, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. "Chen Shui, shall we kill them?" Lin You, "Not yet." Chen Shui, "They moved out a lot of pipes." Lin You, "Wait a moment." Chen Shui, "They also brought out cutting machines and welding machines." Lin You, Chen Shui, "Why aren't we acting? It should be the last few pieces." Lin You silently rose and descended the stairs. Outside the welding shop, the 2 men were about to start the truck when they suddenly found themselves unable to move. "Bro, I can't move," the shorter man exclaimed in distress. "Is it over? Have we encountered one of those incredibly powerful monsters Teacher Wen spoke of?" "Quit talking nonsense. We must have run into an evolved being. The taller man caught a glimpse of Lin You slowly approaching them and exclaimed, "Look! Look! That person is coming over." Lin Yu glanced back at Chen Shui, signaling him to remain still on the stairs, while she approached the driver's window of the small truck and asked, "Have you moved everything out?" "Yes. Yes." "Then you can exit the vehicle and hand it over to me." Lin Yu smiled and continued, "Thank you for your assistance." "You." The taller man was at a loss. "Great one. Please spare us. We truly need this batch of supplies. I also have my needs. Where do you live? Perhaps we could split it evenly?" The shorter man suggested, trying to save face. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's smile faded. "Who sent you to do this?" "We came on our own." "I don't believe you. It was truly our own decision." "Would a normal person consider emptying out a welding shop?" Her gaze and tone suddenly turned cold. "What compelled you to do this? Was the brother when you speak of, wasn't he it?" "Great one. Spare us. Great one. Spare us." The taller man broke down. "You've heard everything, so don't ask again. We won't say anything. Our rule is not to speak to outsiders." His pleas for mercy seemed unremarkable, as Lin Yu was silently siphoning the air before them. "Come down. I do not kill those of my own," with a slight lowering of her gaze. The two men in the driver's seat regained their freedom, gasping for air. "Why aren't you coming down?" The taller man gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "Call Brother Jiang and Sister Meng." Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yu blinked, hearing another phone ring not far away. "Chen Shui." Lin Yu suddenly shouted, they recalling for backup. The two men in the driver's seat were startled, as a cold-faced man leaped down from the opposite staircase. Wielding two hammers, the man inquired in a steady voice, "Who called?" Lin Yu pointed at the shorter man, seeking death. Chen Shui walked to the side of the small truck and smashed the window with a hammer, then used his formidable, intimidating gaze to subdue the shorter man, raising his hand to bring the hammer down. "Have mercy, big brother. Have mercy." The taller man cried out, "It was I who called. It was I who called. Don't hit my brother, hit me. Hit me." Chen Shui's hand froze. Lin Yu observed his dazed expression, remaining silent as she turned to the air behind her in what had previously been an empty space. A large truck laden with food gradually materialized before her eyes. Reinforcements had arrived. Sister Ming leaned against the truck's edge, effortlessly leaping down to the ground. She surveyed the two weeping men atop the small truck and frowned, asking, "Did you encounter a robbery?" "Yes, yes," the taller man sobbed. "Brother Jiang, Sister Ming, save us. We can't go back empty-handed today." Brother Jiang kicked the truck door open with a fierce kick, his fury escalating. "I told you this group of ordinary people couldn't accomplish anything. Right? Lu Mingmei, how could you and Wen agree to let this bunch of useless fools join? How can you speak teacher Wen's name like that?" The man who had initially resisted the sausage in the driver's seat exclaimed in astonishment. "Why the hell can't I say it? That fool Wen's rule was not to speak to outsiders, right? He never said we couldn't talk about him to the dead." Brother Jiang's face contorted in anger, placing his right hand over his chest in a dramatic gesture, and declared, "You all a bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a frail woman and a skinny man. Let me show you what ordinary people cannot surpass, the might of an evolved being." Exclamation point. Chapter 10. Half a year later. Chen Shui. Where did these cannon fodder come from? Drink. Fire. Brother Jiang's claw retracted sharply, and with his roar, flames ignited in his palm. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" "Humph. This is just the beginning." Brother Jiang performed a Tai Chi gesture, and flames erupted around his feet, creating a circular inferno, as expected of Brother Jiang. "We're saved," the taller man wailed. Chen Shui, all show and no substance. He approached Lin Yu and whispered something, to which Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you have that?" "You'll find out shortly." "What are you two whispering about, plotting an escape?" Brother Jiang stormed towards them in anger. "Rest assured, you won't be escaping today. Prepare to die. You should feel honored, as you are my first." "Enough of your noise." Lin Yu coldly interrupted him, lifting her left hand gently, causing a gap to form in the fiery circle. In the midst of Brother Jiang's astonished gaze, she nodded towards Chen Shui and said, "Go." Chen Shui nodded and turned to leave. "Fool." Lu Mingmei, who had been watching from the side, chimed in, mocking her teammate. "You got too arrogant and hit a snag. Didn't you? TCH, why aren't you coming to help? We're all suffering since our supplies were stolen." "Fool." Lu Mingmei cursed again. "I know without you saying it." However, just as she approached Brother Jiang, her expression suddenly shifted, and she shouted, "I can't move." "Sister Ming, This person's power is quite strange. It can immobilize people. The taller man shouted, quick, try if your invisibility can help you escape. Why didn't you mention this important matter earlier? Lu Mingmei cursed, and can you not shout so loudly and expose my power? Exclamation point. Such is the nature of foolish teammates. Lin You silently shook her head, recalling the request she had made in 10A.it was not unfounded. As Lu Mingmei attempted to use her power again. Just as she began to fade away slowly, Lin You spoke, no need to test, I can hear you. She fixed her sharp gaze on Lu Mingmei, resembling a predator fixated on its prey. Your breathing. Your footsteps, your heartbeat. I can perceive it all. The enhancement brought by the level 4 crystal core was not insignificant. Lu Mingmei bit her lip, but chose to blend into the air. Lin You refrained from dissuading her, merely shifting her right hand slightly, causing a sound as if someone had collided with something. The air resonated with Lu Mingmei's gritted teeth. Fool, you better pray for your own safety. Jiang Ji's expression subtly shifted. It was only now that he realized how formidable the unfamiliar woman before him truly was. He forced himself to regain composure, his tone softening slightly as he said, if you require these supplies, we can share them equally, including the food in the vehicle behind me. With monsters rampant, danger lurks at every corner. Let us each take a step back. You seem to be misunderstanding. Lin You stepped forward. Entering the very center of the fiery circle, she turned her head to gaze at Jiang Gu, her deep black pupils conveying only one emotion. Indifference. It was a complete disregard for her opponent. She stated, you lack the capability to negotiate conditions with me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji's eyes flared crimson. His temper, already volatile, ignited further, resembling a firecracker set ablaze. He shouted frantically, then let us perish together. The flames reflected in his eyes, climbing higher and higher until they reached the small truck. Calm down, Jiang Gu. If we burn the supplies, we will be finished today. The tall man and the short man cried out. I will give you both two choices. Lin You ignored the enraged Jiang Gu, addressing the small truck directly. First, leave all supplies and depart. Second, tell me everything you know about Wen Yi. I will leave you a tenth of the supplies. The tall man clung to this glimmer of hope, immediately responding, Teacher one is, shut up. In the air, Lu Mingmei's voice was particularly urgent. Don't you understand what just happened? She is trying to extract information about our leader. Lin You raised an eyebrow at the air. No one should speak. Whoever speaks will be the first to die. Lu Mingmei shouted in exasperation. You fool, is that all you can do? Ha ha ha. Jiang Gu, who had been scolded, suddenly laughed. She can hear you but cannot control you specifically. Right, Lu Mingmei? Are you just now realizing that? I just now realized you crashed into thin air. It was evident that Jiang Gu and Lu Mingmei possessed a certain aptitude for combat involving supernatural abilities. Call that fool Wen Yi. Tell him we've encountered a very powerful individual. Jiang Gu chuckled sinisterly. I don't believe that fool Wen Yi can do anything to her either. Beside the truck, Lin You had just snatched the keys from the desperate tall man when she turned to see Jiang Gu glaring at her furiously. So, they were calling for reinforcements again. Just as the group stood in a standoff before the welding materials store, a small black appeared on the horizon. Big, boss, Upon hearing this voice, Chen Shui, who had been drenched in sweat in the corner on the second floor, whipped his head around. Chen Yiping. Big boss, help me Chen Yiping, with bare arms, pedaled furiously on his little yellow bicycle. Tears streaming down his face. Those guys are 3 against 1. They're as tough as iron. I can't. Cut them. Seeing this scene, those who had been at a standstill were momentarily stunned. Lin You took a second to regain her composure, her first reaction being, where are your clothes? Where's Mu Chong? Swish, swish, swish. Chen Yiping completely ignored the fire circle Jiang Gu had set, leaping right into it, and skidding to a halt before Lin You, spitting dust at Jiang Gu. The evolvers stripped my clothes. I managed to escape first. Sister Chong told me to tell you. He suddenly froze, glancing back at Jiang Gu and then at the truck filled with food. What did she say? It seems there's no need to say it now. He scratched his head, blinked, and pointed at the still Jiang Gu. We saw those people sweep through the food street, and they were saying things like ordinary people shouldn't be allowed to join in, only those who take the supplies have the right to enjoy them. His voice grew faster and faster until he slapped the truck's hood, shouting, in any case, if you encounter them, you will definitely understand. I want to say more. Those guys are coming after us. How many? Lin You inquired. 3. Chen Yiping held up 3 fingers. All 3 have the kind of skin hardness of a devourer. You can't cut through them at all. As soon as he finished speaking, three evolvers, tongues lolling and bodies bruised yet still vaguely human, appeared at the end of the street. They had been running swiftly, but noticeably slowed upon spotting the group in the distance. Thud, across from the welding materials store, the long-missing Chen Shui finally made his presence known. Jiang Ji's eyes widened as he saw what Chen Shui was holding. What the hell? Is that a fire extinguisher? Jiang Ge suddenly felt that he had stepped out without consulting the calendar. First, he encountered an evolver he could not possibly defeat, and now he faced someone who could counter his fire abilities. Wait, would anyone carry a fire extinguisher in the apocalypse? Chen Shui, however, did not give him time to ponder, swiftly pulling the safety pin and mercilessly spraying. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fiery circle was extinguished. Lin You released her powers. And Jiang Ge, unable to contain his despair, plopped down onto the ground. I'll tell you, Jiang Ge said listlessly. I'll tell you about Wen Yi. Fool. The now visible Meng Jie yanked his collar, speaking fiercely. If you say another word, you won't be going back today. Not going back means not going back. No need. Lin You listened to the approaching footsteps of the evolvers, clearly hiding in the alley yet growing closer, and stated, now you all have one choice left. Leave all supplies and go. Big boss. From the driver's seat of the heavily laden truck, the man who had earlier helped Jiang Ge and Meng Jie empty the food street suddenly broke down in tears, exclaiming, leave something for me. Big boss. Just a little. If we bring nothing back, we won't have anything to eat. He raised his hand, gripping the steering wheel, tears flowing uncontrollably. Since joining that Wen Ye's organization, my family hasn't eaten anything. They confiscated all the supplies. They say it's for redistribution. But then they say those who can't find supplies don't deserve to enjoy them. Chen Yiping leaned closer to Lin You, whispering, that's indeed the case. Big boss, Sister Chong and I heard the same. I fled from the southern city. It has long been sealed off from the outside. Those monsters emerged from the red mist. They have been appearing for a full 6 months. 6 months. Lin Yu stood frozen in place. The timeline she had been calculating for the emergence of evolvers. Was it all wrong? It had only been 4 or 5 months since she escaped the laboratory. And after fleeing to avoid the doctor's pursuit, she only dared to move about her home and future apartment during the day, venturing out at night. Thus, she had no idea the red mist had existed for a full 6 months. The news had not reported it, and the red mist had only appeared in her vision for just over a month. Moreover, after witnessing Summer Mother being executed for aiding her escape, she could no longer suppress the thought that had been lurking deep within her heart. Destroy the laboratory. Although it was not truly her who detonated the experimental chamber, as someone had triggered the explosion before she managed to sneak in, the outcome was indisputable. The laboratory was obliterated, leaving only a wasteland. Lin You. Chen Shui looked at her, who was momentarily dazed, calling out in confusion. Lin Yu blinked, returning to reality, and quickly asked, which city did you come from? Where is the organization you joined located? I came from City S. The organization is located in. The man's voice trailed off as he caught sight of Lu Mengmei's warning gaze. Big boss, I really only need a little supply. Trembling with fear, yet still bravely voicing his thoughts, he said, I am an ordinary person. I just want my family to survive together. You two, get out. Lin Yu ordered the tall man and the short man from the truck, turning to Jiang Ge and Lu Mengmei. You can take the food. Big boss. Chen Yiping urgently called out. Lin Yu waved her hand, signaling him not to say more. Her mind was already made up. Lowering her head, her expression unreadable, she said, you just helped me convey a message to your Wen Yi. Just ask him, how is your sister's health? Chapter 11. Quarrel. When Mu Chong arrived, she witnessed this scene. The truck brimming with food that she had seen in the food street had vanished into thin air. And Jiang Ge was still cursing as he crammed 2 people into the passenger seat. She leaped down from a balcony and approached Lin Yu, asking, you let them go just like that? Lin Yu nodded, responding, they should return. Mu Chong, perplexed, questioned, but if they don't come back, we would have lost a significant amount. She was genuinely puzzled. The reason she had hurriedly sent Chen Yiping to notify Lin Yu was that she anticipated the others would also scour this street. However, Lin Yu completely disregarded her second question, revealing a hint of worry as she murmured to herself, too much. Lin Yu rubbed her tightly furrowed brow, walking into the alley while saying, there's too much information. Too many matters. I need time to process. You all should leave. Mu Chong raised an eyebrow, about to follow her, but was stopped by Chen Shui. His gaze was deep as the ocean as he said, "The red mist has persisted in City S for 6 months. What those people just mentioned. Let Lin You be. When she returns, we will all know." Mu Chong, you're not stuttering anymore. Chen Yiping, have you overcome your social anxiety? I apologize. I was merely pretending before. Chen Shui replied with a hint of regret. In truth, I too possess extraordinary abilities. Chen Shui. A voice echoed from the alley, belonging to Lin You. Do you still have the strength to conjure anything else? Yes. We need dry ice, preferably swiftly. Understood. Chen Yiping and Mu Shang gazed at Chen Shui, who was engrossed in his artistic endeavor, their thoughts resonating. Meow, meow, meow. The pitch-black sky was devoid of clouds, with the solitary moon casting its glow, surrounded by a shroud of darkness that dulled its radiance. The first wave of crimson mist had, on this night, entirely dissipated. Lin You had dealt with the 3 evolved beings, who had developed hardened shells, using the same method she had employed against the Devourers, after extracting a crystal core the size of a fingernail. She chose not to absorb it, instead placing it in her pocket. She lingered on the stairs for a considerable time, and only when night fell and a multitude of sounds permeated the air did she rise to return to the apartment. The door to the 10th floor of Building A had been reinforced and locked, and the one welcoming her was Zhao Tai, who exclaimed, "Boss, you've finally returned. I've heard from Chen Shui and Brother Ping about your thrilling escapades today." Lin You covered one ear. After this brief period of interaction, she had categorized Zhao Tai as exceedingly noisy. "Boss, can you believe the Crimson Mist appeared half a year ago? I saw several comments about it online today. But I never thought it was true. No wonder those comments vanished so quickly." "Boss, after hearing them talk about that organization called Wen Yi, I feel your rulemaking is quite understanding. Sister Shang also mentioned that there are other survival teams out there like ours, and they've been developing for some time. They say we need to have another meeting tonight. Boss, I request to accompany you next time on a supply run. Staying home is both tedious and frightening." Today, a few evolved beings imitated Sister Shang's voice at the door. Thankfully, I acted quickly. Otherwise, Mu Xiangrong would have opened the door. "Boss, look over there." Zhao Tai pointed excitedly toward the communal balcony, where the defensive project had been completed. Chen Yiping was wiping his sweat nearby, and Zhao Tai continued. "As soon as Sister Shang returned, she hurriedly called us to start working. The large balcony is now welded together, and there are 3 layers of barbed wire. Plus, there's a small door left for her to come and go." The door to 10D swung open, revealing a gathering for dinner, evidently another invitation from Muma. She cheerfully called out to Lin You, "The little beauty is back. Are you hungry? Come in quickly and eat." Lin Yu retorted, "Could you all please be quiet?" In 10D, Mu Shang was the first to emerge. She shot an irritated glance at Lin Yu, asking, "What did you say?" Lin Yu replied, her expression devoid of emotion, "I asked if you could all be quiet." A hint of annoyance laced her tone. The atmospheric pressure on the 10th floor of Building A plummeted, prompting Zhao Tai to hastily pull Chen Yiping aside. He whispered urgently, "Pinggu, you should mediate." Chen Yiping scratched his head and called out loudly, "Mediate? What happened?" Zhao Tai tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to lower his voice, continuing in hushed tones, "The boss and Sister Shang are arguing." Chen Yiping was utterly confused, scratching his head again as he positioned himself between the 2 women, attempting to intercede before their tempers ignited. "What? Weren't things fine earlier today? I'm in the middle of dinner. Why are you 2 fighting?" "Ahem, boss, Sister Shang. It's time to eat. Let us go in for dinner." Mu Ma chimed in to ease the tension. "Indeed, it's so cold outside. Why not come in and why waste food at a time like this?" Lin Yu pushed Chen Yiping aside and locked eyes with Mu Shang. "Challenging, and hand over the crystal cores collected today for redistribution." "Redistribute to whom? To you? To this self-righteous ability user?" Mu Shang swiftly grasped Lin Yu by the collar, rising slightly on her toes to look down at her, asserting, "Who do you think you are, speaking to the one who prepared dinner in such a manner? Waste food. Who, pray tell, released a truckload of food today? You haven't compensated for the food from the last gathering. I could have compensated tenfold today. So what?" Lin Yu used her air manipulation ability to lower Mu Shang's feet back to the ground, forcing her to meet her gaze, then declared, "If you're this upset and refuse to follow my arrangements, why didn't you stop that food truck?" "Because I trusted you." Mu Shang glared intensely into Lin Yu's eyes, searching for any flicker of remorse, any semblance of regret for letting the food slip away. She continued, I specifically asked Shin Yiping to give you a heads up. I never expected this outcome. Everyone, please calm down. At the door of 10D. Chen Shui had emerged unbeknownst to anyone, his deep voice cutting through the escalating argument. Leaning against the wall, behind him was Mu Shang's younger brother, Mu Shangrong, peeking out. Yes, you're scaring the children. Zhao Taitai approached Mu Shangrong and playfully pinched his chubby cheek. I am not a child. I was scared. Mu Shangrong indignantly swatted Zhao Taitai's hand away, pointing at Lin You and exclaiming, "It is her fault. I don't care about anything else, but why was she so rude to my mom the moment she walked in? What right does she have to be rude to my mom?" His expression mirrored that of Mu Shang, and suddenly, Lin You found herself outnumbered in this confrontation. Shin Yiping, witnessing the situation, internally exclaimed in dismay, wasn't this just pouring fuel on the fire? Although he was oblivious to the core reasons behind the argument between their team leaders, he stepped forward once more, positioning himself between the two fierce women, gently pushing Lin You aside as he said, "Boss, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest." Resting all afternoon led to this mess? Behind him, Mu Shang resumed her tirade. You never explained anything to anyone. You make decisions solely for yourself. And you flaunt that self-righteous, high and mighty attitude. Don't get it twisted. We agreed to center things around you, not to make you a dictator. Zhao Taidai's eyes widened. Big brother. No, big sister. You might want to tone it down a bit. Shin Yiping was taken aback by Mu Shang's intensity, feeling utterly bewildered. Shouldn't I step back from this? It's my fault. Lin You turned away, stating, if you're dissatisfied with my approach. Disband after today, I'm tired. I'm going to rest. With a loud bang, the door to 10A slammed shut, signaling the survival team on the 10th floor of Building A had officially plunged into a crisis of disbandment. Sister Shang. Zhao Taitai immediately exclaimed, Sister Shang. Why stoop to the level of the boss when you're such a kind-hearted beauty? You know her temperament. What do I know about her temperament? When did I ever know? Mu Shang retorted, her anger flaring as she pointed accusatorily at Zhao Taitai's head. Tell me, what apocalyptic rule states that I, Mu Shang, must listen to Lin You and even accommodate her? Zhao Taitai stammered. She. Shin Yiping clasped his hands together above his head, apologetically saying, Alas, the boss has been a bit unreasonable this time. How about this, Sister Shang? I'll apologize on behalf of the boss. I was present when the boss let the food truck go. It was my failure to intervene. I am truly sorry. Let us all take a step back for the sake of harmony. Please don't disband. I beg you. Chen Shui had quietly approached Shin Yiping, giving his head a gentle tap, remarking, when will you stop offering apologies so casually? Today's incident has nothing to do with you. It's entirely Lin Yu's issue. But I'm mediating the quarrel between these two women. Chen Shui, why are you butting in? Didn't you see Sister Shang's expression soften after my words? Unbeknownst to anyone, Mu Shang had reached the door of 10D, holding her mother and brother's hands. And, echoing Lin Yu's earlier action, slammed the door shut, leaving behind a final remark. No, I merely concur with Chen Shui's statement that this is purely Lin Yu's personal issue. I do not believe someone who brings emotions into survival can endure in this apocalypse. If Lin Yu refuses to yield, then as she wishes, we shall disband. My family and I will not partake any longer. The clash between women was imminent. It ended in an instant. So terrifying. The remaining 3 men on the 10th floor of Building A stood outside. One stood still, another in a daze, and one deep in thought. As time ticked away, Zhao Taitai felt a chill creeping down his spine. Sizzle, sizzle. He heard the sound of the barbed wire being disturbed. Weakly, he remarked, Ping gu. Shin Yiping's stomach grumbled. Taitai, do you think if I knock on the doors of 10A or 10D now and ask for some food, I'll get beaten up? I am still hungry. I can't go to bed on an empty stomach. What should I do? I think you might get beaten up, Shin Yiping lamented. It's all your fault. Taitai, you dragged me out without a word. Otherwise, I would have taken a couple more bites. I'm exhausted from welding today. Exclamation point. Zhao Taitai stealthily approached his own door at 10B, placing his hand on the doorknob, quietly asking, by the way, didn't you hear any sounds? No. Shin Yiping and Chen Shui replied in unison. All right, let's tackle the issue tomorrow. I'm heading back to sleep now. It's cold outside. You all should get some rest too. With a decisive thud, he shut the door, slipping into the room just like Lin You and Mu Shang. Shin Yiping scratched his head thrice, pondering, hey, why did he suddenly leave? Hey, Chen Shui, do you still have any of those snacks you brought from the studio last time? Or have they all been surrendered? Chen Shui glanced at him and inquired, Are you really hungry? I can hold on for now. But in a bit, I won't be able to bear it any longer. Leaning against the wall once more, Chen Shui unlocked his phone and said, Then you go back to your room. I'll bring you something to eat shortly. Really? Yes, thank you. Thank you, brother. You're the best to me. Chen Shui shot him a glance. Chen Yiping only called him brother when he needed something. In the pitch-black night, Lin Yu sat by the window, not turning on the light. Lost in her thoughts. It seemed as if she were dreaming. The dream replayed all the unpleasant experiences from the past, those bloody, dark fragments flashing in her mind like an unending nightmare. Suddenly, her phone buzzed, signaling a new message. Who could be reaching out to her at this hour? It was likely that bothersome Zhao Tai, probably preparing to persuade her again. Yes, she opened her phone to set it to silent. She noticed a friend request. Good name wants to add you as a friend. Note, I am Chen Shui. Let us chat. Chapter 12. Tears, may I enter? Chen Shui asked. Lin Yu nodded, inviting him into the pitch-black room. Aren't you going to turn on the lights? Chen Shui inquired again. It makes no difference. It's all darkness anyway. Lin Yu returned to her place by the window. And from her tone, one could discern her continued despair. Observing her solitary figure, Chen Shui remained silent, walking over to the water dispenser to fill a cup. Do you really wish to disband? He halted a meter away from Lin Yu. Perhaps due to the chill of the night, the ordinary cold water felt as if it had been infused with ice, numbing his palm. Yes. Lin Yu kept her head lowered, the dim light rendering her expression indecipherable, as if she had merged with the night itself. I wish to know the reason, Chen Shui stated. She doesn't respect me. You all are too weak. That's not it. Chen Shui approached her, extending the icy water into her hands, saying, I wish to understand why you are distressed, not why you want to disband. The pure white moonlight streamed through the window, momentarily blinding Lin Yu. She asked, Do you know how the red mist game ultimately unfolds? I do not. The superhumans seize all resources, and the rest are left to bow down to them. Lin Yu's voice was somewhat hoarse, as if it had traversed from a distant past, filled with weariness. To acquire resources, everyone will sacrifice everything. Money, dignity, trust. No one remains human. Humanity transforms into something inhuman, and each inhuman being is more terrifying than the evolved. Abruptly, she grasped Chen Shui's sleeve, exclaiming loudly, It is endless. Do you understand? Every underground space harbors the red mist. The most horrifying instance. I witnessed everyone's deaths in just a month. Swallowing hard, her tone became frantic, filled with dread. The doctor is most likely not dead. His laboratory is the deadliest weapon of murder in this world. Chen Shui's brow furrowed in confusion as he followed Lin Yu's grasp, kneeling on one knee to ask, So, Lin Yu, did you escape from there? Yes. How long did you stay there? A lifetime. Lin Yu gazed into his eyes, devoid of life, and she said, I spent a lifetime there. Lin Yu then asked, Do you know what the most ironic thing is? Chen Shui shook his head. A self-mocking smile crept across Lin Yu's lips as she said, The most ironic part is that my torturous lifetime, in their eyes, is merely data of certain value. They release individuals into the experimental chamber before the trials commence, calling it the most intriguing game, yet they never participate. Once they acquire the desired data, they warmly usher you out, pityingly telling you, Congratulations on surviving. You can temporarily live like a normal person. This life, however, is yet another prison, a prison devoid of red mist. She looked at Chen Shui. Her eyes filled with a profound emotion that he recognized. Fear, sadness, anger, despair. There, I encountered my benefactor. She did everything in her power to protect me, aiding my escape, even when facing the imminent threat of exposure and execution. She never revealed my whereabouts. The phrase never reminisce about the deceased that I previously told you was the first lesson she imparted to me, and the last. Chen Shui observed her in silence. The room fell into a heavy stillness. Lin Yu turned her head away, her tumultuous emotions gradually calming, and when she turned back, her expression had returned to indifference. Have you extracted all the information you wish to know? Can I leave now? After expressing her emotional turmoil, she reclaimed that sensation, the indifference towards everything except her own demise, a feeling she had cultivated during the red mist experiment. Yes, it had to be this way. To be heartless. To survive until the end of this never-ending red mist game. Lin Yu. Chen Shui, at some point, turned back, his keen eyes calmly meeting hers as he said, You were mistaken about two things. The blinding moonlight poured into the room once more, but this time, Chen Shui blocked it. He cast a shadow over Lin Yu with his form, smiling. This was the first time Lin Yu had seen him smile. Even during their reunion in B Building 10A, he had not smiled. He said, "First, I am not here to extract information. I genuinely wish to know why you are upset." Lin Yu asked, "Do you understand now?" Chen Shui bent down, taking her hands into his, clasping the cup of icy water she held, saying, "I understand. The reason I smile is this. You do not genuinely want to disband the team. My foolish brother also fears being left without guidance." Chen Shui realized that all of Lin Yu's emotions stemmed from the past. The fear of the past, the sorrow of the past, the anger of the past, the despair of the past. Suddenly, the cup of icy water in Lin Yu's hands no longer felt so cold. Chen Shui continued, "Second, you did not spend a lifetime there." He leaned closer to Lin Yu, inching nearer and nearer, until his artistically tousled bangs brushed against her face. He continued, "Lin Yu, this is not the red mist experimental chamber. This is reality. This is future apartment. This is your home. This is not only your home, but also Zhao Taidi's home, as well as mine and Qin Yiping's home, and Mu Shang's home. This is the home of our survival team on the 10th floor of future apartment A." His gaze, usually so profound, sparkled with a hint of starlight. "Lin Yu, no one here will declare game over to you, because the game here has never even begun." Although the moonlight was obscured, Lin Yu still found it blinding. She pushed the man before her away, her vision becoming increasingly blurred, as if something heavy were about to fall from her eyes. She tried desperately to prevent it, but to no avail. "Is that so? Is it really like this? Has this game truly never begun?" She recalled the moment she received the key from Mama Xia, the first time she stepped into future apartment A10A. She had truly escaped. The reality she occupied now was the one where the red mist had only just begun. Tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes, washing away years of suppressed heartache, regret, and anguish. Observing her finally breaking into tears, Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she could cry. If she could cry, then nothing would be insurmountable. "Lin Yu." Chen Shui prepared to deliver his final words. "That day you said to me, 'I believe in you. Let us survive until the end together.' I now respond to you with this. Let us survive until the end together. Lin Yu, with all of us. Let us survive until the end. If something is troubling you, speak it out. There is nothing we can't resolve together. I fear I won't be able to protect you all." "What? I fear I might make the wrong decision." Lin Yu's voice trembled, her words coming in fits and starts. "This red mist game undoubtedly has experienced players like me. That Wen Yi I encountered today is one. I fear I might make a wrong decision, leading you all into the abyss." She could not fathom what the apocalyptic society of the red mist experiment magnified into reality would look like. It would surely be a darkness she could not face. "Far darker than tonight's night." Chen Shui encouraged her, saying, "It's all right. I believe in you, just as Mu Shang does. I believe your decisions are sound, regardless of today's or tomorrow's choices, at the very least. You are the one in our team with the highest accuracy in decision-making because you have experienced the red mist experiment and understand its background. I trust that your release of the food today was a well-considered decision." Hearing this, Lin Yu's sobs gradually subsided. Chen Shui continued, "The first time we held a meeting in 10A, I asked you, will you protect us whether we are extraordinary beings or ordinary people? At that moment, you gave me a reassuring answer, and I knew then that you would not make the wrong decision." Lin Yu looked up at him. Chen Shui added, "Let me put it this way. You would never make a decision that goes against humanity. You are not a brutal person. You are capable of leading us towards a bright future." His eyes brimmed with trust as he declared, "I believe in you, Lin Yu. Not just me, but everyone in the team believes in you. Even Mu Shang trusted you before the argument. Cheer up. Do not let us down. The survival team on the 10th floor of Building A in future apartment will definitely persevere. Let us all survive together until the end." With a click, the lights in 10A turned on, casting a dazzling glow against the pitch-black night. After listening for a long time, Zhao Tai, who had been in the corner, finally felt relieved. The crisis of the survival team's disbandment had been temporarily averted. Zhao Tai was not at all worried about Mu Shang continuing to be angry unilaterally. He firmly believed that Lin Yu would resolve the issue by the next day. He lay back on his bed with his headphones on, but due to a lack of rest in recent days, he could hear unsettling rustling sounds outside the window. Next door, Chen Shui prepared a glass of warm water for Lin Yu. He asked her, "What do you plan to do about Mu Shang?" Lin Yu had regained her composure entirely and replied directly, "I will apologize. No one should intervene tomorrow. I will sincerely apologize to her myself and clarify today's events." Aren't you afraid she will hold nothing back? Lin You took a sip of water and responded, she is not that kind of person. At least not so far as I can tell. Although our time together has been brief, I believe she is more reliable than Zhao Tai Tai and Chun Yiping. She is not unreasonable. They are not comparable. True. Give me something to eat, Chen Shui suddenly said. Aren't you full? It's Chun Yiping. Chen Shui retrieved a bag of crispy noodles and 3 bottles of 8 treasure porridge from the kitchen, saying, see you tomorrow. I need to head back or Chun Yiping will starve. Lin Yu raised her phone and asked one last question. Let me ask one final question. Why do you have such a nice name? If Chen Shui's friend request had no note, she might have thought he was Zhao Tai Tai's alternate account, because the moment she received Chen Shui's friend request, Zhao Tai Tai began bombarding her with text messages. Chen Shui was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to ask such a question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, because a good name makes it easier for your friends to remember you. In future apartment 10D, Mu Xiangrong's voice pierced through the ceiling. Who would go to your villa with you? Stop dreaming. If the recently concluded heart-to-heart meeting in 10A was like a twinkling star in the night, then the brightness of 10D was equally impressive. The Mu family's living room was brilliantly lit, drawing power from Lin Yu's side, as Mu Xiang hurriedly packed her belongings in the living room. Chapter 13. Reconciliation. You all are coming with me to N City, Mu Xiang declared, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Mu Xiangrong shouted back, I already said we are not going. No way. Can you stop being insane? Can't you see Mom has fainted on the sofa from anger? On the sofa, Mu's mother appeared to have a headache. Wearily, she said, Xiangrong, can you both just say less? That girl from 10A was just in a bad mood today. There's no need to escalate it like this. Her words only added fuel to the fire. Mu Xiang, already frustrated from slamming the door, was further incensed by her mother's attempts to soothe her. Don't be so hot-tempered. It's no big deal if someone says a few words to me. Besides, staying silent isn't the same as cursing. Just when Mu Xiang was beginning to calm down, hearing these words made her explode again. Let me tell you. She pointed to her half-packed suitcase, crammed full of clothes and necessities, her voice brimming with anger. I couldn't care less about Lin Yu's feelings, nor do I care whether she is cursing or not. What I care about is, I made a mistake in judgment. I misjudged her. She had hurried back from N City to find a reliable companion to help her family survive this catastrophe, not to find an emotional wreck. There are more people who misjudge than just you. I do too. Mu Xiangrong seemed unable to hold back any longer. He kicked the suitcase aside and shouted, What do you think you are, Mu Xiang? After all these years of neglecting your family, you come back and start giving orders as if you own the place. What do you think this family is? Your special police training camp. What do you take Mom and me for? Your subordinates. Your Excellency, the illustrious special police officer? His last words were a shout, filled with years of resentment, blame, and anger towards his sister Mu Xiang for her negligence, as well as her criticism upon returning without showing any concern for the family. That in truth, this was accurate, since Mu Xiang returned to future apartment. Apart from the first night when she showed some concern, she had spent all her time focusing on matters related to survival in the apocalypse. That it could be said that Mu Xiang and Mu Xiangrong's quarrel was as inevitable as her earlier argument with Lin You. Xiang. Mu's mother stepped in to mediate once more, her voice weak, prompting Mu Xiangrong to worry greatly. Your brother is just speaking out of anger. Don't take it to heart. If we must go, let us do it tomorrow morning. That we can pack up in the morning, all right? It's already very dark, very late, and you've had a long day. It's time to rest. Let us go now. Mu Xiang was still fuming. You idiot. Mu Xiangrong rushed towards her, raising his hand as if to hit her, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Are you deaf? Mom already said, this disaster is far more terrifying than you can imagine. I'm genuinely worried about you both. Tears suddenly sparkled in Mu Xiang's eyes. Mu Xiangrong's furious hand froze. Mu Xiang cried out, I rushed back from over 700 kilometers away just to take you with me, to bring you to safety. She cried as she spoke, her voice resolute and full of emotion. I know, I am not a qualified daughter, nor am I a qualified sister, but at least I can protect you with everything I know, keep you all safe. Mu's mother extended a hand and called, Xiang. Mu Xiang continued, I considered your feelings. I know my return was sudden. That's why I chose to park in the southern suburbs of a city and walk back myself. Because I feared you wouldn't want to embark on a long journey with me. I also didn't want you to have to travel far with me. I understand. Future apartment is your home. Yuve lived here for over 10 years, 50 years. She fixed her gaze on Mu Xiangrong, suppressing her emotions, and continued. This is also my home, Mu Xiangrong. I grew up here. I have spent just as much time here as you have. I was so happy when I met Lin You. You don't know how delighted I was, especially when I followed her back to future apartment. I thought I had finally found someone who could help me protect this place. To protect my family together. The journey of over 700 kilometers, she encountered evolved beings countless times during twilight. In the midst of perilous battles, the image of that benefactor, on the brink of death, frequently flashed through her mind. The feeling of losing loved ones, she never wanted to experience it again. She clenched her fists, wanting to say more, but was interrupted by Mu's mother, Shang Shang. Mu's mother called out with strength. But it was only strong enough to utter 2 words. Her tone shifted back to weakness as she said, Shang Shang, Xiangrong, my head hurts a bit. Can you both come over here beside me? Mu Shang and Mu Xiangrong hurriedly complied. In the Mu family's living room, the sofa was large, yet Mu Shang and Mu Xiangrong did not sit, but instead crouched beside their mother as they looked up at her. A sense of happiness surged within Mu's mother. It had been a long time since she had sat down and had a good conversation with her children. Ever since the passing of her beloved, Mu Shang and Mu Xiangrong's father, Mu Ba, she had been like a swift swallow, tirelessly busy, never resting to reassure her daughter who had gone far away, to provide her son with a loving environment to grow up in. She had endured being deceived and beaten by men, persevering until today. Now that she had finally reached a point where she could enjoy the fruits of her labor, she did not want to see her daughter become hysterical over trivial matters. Nor did she want to witness the conflict between her son and daughter escalate. You are my most beloved, she said. As long as I see you both safe and sound, whether in normal life or during the apocalypse. Even if I were to die tomorrow, I would have no regrets. Mu Xiangrong, Mom. Mu Shang. Mom, don't say such things. Mu's mother laughed. Haha, I'm just joking. How could I die? I certainly want to die. I still have 2 lovely children waiting for me to cook for them every day. She patted the sofa, signaling Mu Shang and Mu Xiangrong to sit beside her. She said, Shang Shang, Mom knows these years have not been easy for you. She wrapped her arm around Mu Shang's shoulder and began her earnest counsel. Ever since your father departed, you have been singularly focused on inheriting the family business, aspiring to become a doctor. You overcame countless obstacles to gain admission to the traditional Chinese medicine college. Yet 4 years later, the news you brought to your mother was, you have become a police officer. Honestly, your mother is immensely proud of you. Mu Shang lowered her head, her eyes reflecting an indescribable complexity of emotions. Muma continued, I understand the guilt you feel for being away from home for so long. But I want to convey this to you. This path was chosen by me. The hardships I endure are mine alone. They are unrelated to you, nor to Xiangrong. Mu Xiangrong buried her face in Muma's embrace, clinging tightly and remaining silent. That young lady is named Lin You, right? Muma gently grasped Mu Shang's hand, her tone softening. The moment I saw her, I thought of you. On the first day I secretly watched her subdue that creature through the peephole. I thought, oh, if only my Shang Shang were here, she would undoubtedly be as formidable as her mother. Lin You is a good girl. That I don't know what transpired between you 2 yesterday, but I can see she is particularly upset. Mu Ma's words flowed into Mu Shang's heart like a warm spring. That kind of sorrow. I often saw it reflected in your face after your father left. Shang Shang, could you please calm down? Let us see what she says tomorrow before deciding whether to go to your end city. All right. Mu Shang buried her face in Mu Ma's neck, softly replying, all right. In apartment 10D of building A, amidst the chaos of scattered luggage on the floor, a family of 3 sat cozily on the sofa. Presenting a striking contrast, the long night lingered on, as 2 brightly lit rooms dimmed their lights one after the other. The following morning, Chen Yiping stared in bewilderment at Lin You, who bowed deeply to Mu Ma. Blinking in confusion, what is going on? He wondered aloud. Zhao Taitai scurried over to him, tugging on his ear and whispering, Brother Ping, let me explain what happened yesterday. The 2 engaged in a rapid exchange of chatter. I see. So that is what happened. Chen Yiping exclaimed, shaking Chen Shui's shoulder and raising his eyebrows in excitement. You truly are something, Chen Shui. When did you learn such charming methods? Before Chen Shui could respond, Zhao Taitai interjected. Who is my Shui Ge? He is the foremost artist of future apartment. I hereby declare, Brother Ping is out, and Shui Ge is in. Chen Yiping retorted, huh? Zhao Taitai continued, from now on, Chen Yiping is demoted to just Chen Yiping. Chen Shui is promoted to Shui Ge. What? Chen Yiping questioned again, rolling up his sleeves and placing a firm hand on Zhao Taidi's shoulder, leaning back in a mock threat. Call me daddy. Otherwise, I'll punch you. From that moment on, Zhao Taitai found himself at the very bottom of the food chain in the survival team of apartment 10D. At the entrance of 10D, Muma gazed at the bowing girl before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. How wonderful it was that her daughter could finally be free from anger and distress. She quickly helped Lin You to her feet, murmuring, "There's no need to apologize. You didn't scold me at all. Come in, come in." Mu Shang stood at the threshold of 10D, observing the scene with her serious demeanor slightly softening. Yet she remained silent. Mu Shang, Lin You spoke first. "There are things I need to tell you. Relating to my past and this red mist." She ushered the three outside into 10D and reiterated her conversation with Chen Shui from the previous night, stripping it of emotion to present merely the facts. In conclusion, she stated, "I apologize for the negative emotions I brought upon you yesterday. If you accept my apology, please allow me to continue as the core of the team." Chen Shui was the first to reply, "I agree." Zhao Taidai quickly followed. "I agree too." Chen Yiping chimed in, "Of course. I have no objections." Mu Ma smiled and said to Mu Shang, "I have no objections either, Shang Shang." With her understanding of this disaster, I feel very reassured having her around. Upon witnessing her mother's hopeful gaze, Mu Shang did not immediately respond to Lin Yu's apology. Instead, she coldly inquired, "What did you mean when you said, they will likely return?" This referred to Lin Yu's earlier statement after the food truck incident. Lin Yu had already prepared for this question, answering plainly, "Wen Yi, I suspect he may be a player I encountered in a previous Red Mist game." She surveyed everyone present and continued, "As I mentioned, I am the modifier of the Red Mist experiment. What I am about to say, please do not disclose. My ability was not naturally mutated in the Red Mist. I acquired my ability through an ability potion." Upon hearing the term potion, Mu Shang's eyes widened momentarily. A swift reaction unnoticed by others. Lin Yu continued, "In the past, during the Red Mist experiments I participated in, they would distribute potions to players they deemed promising. These potions could grant players abilities or enhance existing ones. I received several doses. When the potions were distributed, the players would be notified to go to a specific location, and that was when I met Tian Wenyi. A chilling breeze swept through the fortified iron windows, causing them to rattle." "I see." Chen Shui pondered. "So when you asked, 'Is your sister's health all right?' you meant this. Truly, a remarkable insight." Chen Yiping applauded enthusiastically. "Now we can ascertain whether this Wenyi is indeed Tian Wenyi, Tian Wenyi's sister." Tian Wenjing perished at the conclusion of the Red Mist game in which Lin Yu was involved. Mu Shang furrowed her brow, addressing Lin Yu. "So you intend to reveal your identity as a modifier to lure him in?" Lin Yu replied, "Yes." "Why?" "Because they have already begun." In Lin Yu's eyes, there was an understanding that transcended all. Perhaps they started half a year ago, establishing an organization under the Red Mist, expanding outward, recruiting newcomers, monopolizing resources. Her gaze fixed on Mu Shang, imbued with unwavering resolve. She continued, "If they will inevitably come to future apartment, to our vicinity, I choose to bring them here first and extinguish them in their infancy, preemptively eliminating any possibility of them obliterating us. This is my resolution." Seeing her regain the confident resilience she had displayed upon their first meeting, Mu Shang smiled inwardly and stepped forward 2 paces. She extended her right hand towards Lin Yu, solemnly reconciling, "I support your resolution to crush all dangers in their cradle. As long as you maintain this state of mind, I believe we can collaborate harmoniously, core partners of the survival team of future apartment. Building A, 10th floor." Ultimately, the quarrel gave way to reconciliation, and life in the post-apocalyptic world must continue. The next chapter for the survival team of future apartment, Building A, 10th floor, was poised to commence. Chapter 14. Untitled since the day of reconciliation in 10D. Nearly 2 months had elapsed. During this period, aside from Lin Yu, no one from the survival team in apartment 10D had ventured outside. After designating Chen Shui as the unified custodian and distributor of resources for the team, Lin Yu established a new objective for them: to exert every effort to grow stronger. Given the diverse personalities among players, the survival skills each player unlocks in the Red Mist game vary. Some illuminate the path of powerful abilities, while others cultivate mental acuity. Among all survival skill trees, one particular tree is exceedingly difficult to unlock, yet offers unparalleled effectiveness in one against many: the ability of teacher. Those who unlock this skill tree become acutely sensitive to abilities and often evolve into teachers for other ability users, guiding them in the more agile application of their powers. However, Lin Yu's personality prevented her from unlocking this tree. She was not a teacher of abilities. Compounding the issue, the individual who had recently approached them, likely an experienced player from the Red Mist game, was Tian Wenyi, who embodied the role of teacher. Lin Yu turned to the others in the team and asked, "You all witnessed Lu Mengmei and Brother Zhang's abilities that day, right?" Zhao Taitai raised his hands in salute, reporting, "I did not see it." Chen Yiping smacked his head. "This isn't your business." Zhao Taitai protested, "I feel so dizzy. Why are there little birds flying in the sky?" Ignoring the two fools, Chun Shui responded, "I saw them. Their ability usage was quite adept. Brother Zhang's fire circle does not seem like something one could casually conjure. It flowed smoothly, and he didn't appear fatigued." "Exactly," Lin Yu gazed at her palm, as if peering through her pale fingers into the past. "Ability users require guidance and training. Tian Wenyi is a rare talent. He will undoubtedly mentor the ability users within his team, but as for our squad, to be frank, I cannot assist you. I am not the role of an ability teacher. Thus, the exploration of using and training abilities must be undertaken by yourselves." Mu Shang jumped in place, as if skipping rope without a rope, and asked, "Is it true that as long as one understands the principles, abilities can manifest infinite possibilities?" Lin Yu replied, "Theoretically, yes. Like solving a mathematical problem, understanding the principles and having the right mindset will eventually lead one to the answer. However, the principles of supernatural powers are often elusive, and it took me a considerable amount of time to comprehend mine." Mu Shang inquired further, "Then how's the upgrading of supernatural abilities defined?" Lin Yu began to manipulate the air, as if molding an invisible lump of clay, and replied, "In truth, supernatural powers do not possess levels. The concept of levels is a human construct. There is no such classification as LV1 or LV2 as found in games. Becoming stronger simply means becoming stronger, with the distinction being whether the enhancement lies in range, intensity, or duration." Mu Shang nodded, seemingly understanding. Beside them, Chun Shui interjected, "The quickest way to enhance supernatural abilities is through practical combat. I suggest we venture out to hunt." "No," Lin Yu promptly interrupted, stating, "I will handle the matter of hunting evolved beings myself. I will periodically venture out to collect crystal cores while observing the evolution speed of these beings." Noticing Mu Shang and Chun Shui staring at her in silence, she added, "The collected crystal cores will be equally divided among us." Only then did Mu Shang and Chun Shui nod in reassurance. Thus, the survival team established their task divisions, with the three supernatural beings honing their abilities independently. Mu Ma was hired as the team's dedicated chef. Her over 30 years of cooking experience allowed her to create nutritious meals without wasting any food scraps. Mu Xiangrong was taken by Mu Shang to learn. Oh, if only Mu Xiangrong's world of injuries could be realized. It is truly unimaginable how painful it is for him to study in the apocalypse. However, his sister Mu Shang soon discovered a pressing issue. That night, Mu Shang implored, "Dear members of the survival team, Tendi is in dire need of a teacher." "What?" Zhao Taitai asked. "Tendi requires a teacher to help my brother with his studies. Under normal circumstances, he would be in the second year of junior high school." Mu Shang asserted, "At this age, children are just beginning to engage with the knowledge of this world." At the dining table, Mu Xiangrong hung his head, visibly distressed. Mu Shang assumed he was happily agreeing to the proposal and turned to assess the others present. "Lin Yu, don't look at me. I am an orphaned cyborg." Chen Shui, "Don't look at me. I am an art student from an academy." Chen Yiping, flexing his muscles, "What's up? I practice Muay Thai. Want to learn?" Ultimately, all eyes converged on Zhao Taitai. Zhao Taitai exclaimed, "Why is everyone looking at me?" Chen Yiping queried, "Taitai, which university did you graduate from?" Zhao Taitai responded nonchalantly, XX. Chen Yiping leapt up in excitement. "No way. Isn't that a top-tier college? Sister Shang, he is the one. Your brother will surely thrive under his guidance." Zhao Taitai protested, "Wait, Chen Yiping, Ping Gu." Observing Zhao Taitai's flustered and reluctant demeanor, Mu Shang raised an eyebrow. Mu Ma, concerned, remarked, "Oh dear, there are no suitable teachers. What shall we do?" Mu Shang took over the conversation, lamenting, "Sigh. Indeed, some individuals may only know how to study in university, But what good does it do if their actual intelligence is lacking? What did you say? Zhao Taitai slammed the table and shouted, "My IQ is 120. I am among the elite of normal people." Mu Shang raised an eyebrow, asking, "Can you teach my brother? He is quite a challenging student." "Of course I can teach him. How could I not?" Zhao Taitai slammed the table again. Standing up, his posture exuding confidence only to realize he had fallen into a trap, Chen Yiping burst into merciless laughter. "Ah ha 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 ha. Is your IQ truly 120? Ha 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 ha." Mu Xiangrong looked up at Zhao Taitai with a face full of despair, prompting Zhao Taitai to muster his courage and pull Mu Xiangrong's arm, saying, "Come on, let's go inside. I'll teach you English." "You don't need to teach English," Chen Shui interjected as per usual. "In the apocalypse, English is likely to be of little use." Mu Shang began to point out, Yes, focus on teaching science. Some philosophy in the humanities would suffice, and perhaps a bit of management as well." Zhao Taitai protested, "Where do you find humanities and science in junior high?" Mu Shang replied matter-of-factly, "Isn't this the apocalypse? We must make arrangements in advance." Thus, after Zhao Taitai fell to the lowest rung of the survival team's food chain on the 10th floor of Building A, he also became Mu Xiangrong's thankless tutor. Days passed in such a mundane manner, one after another. Finally, 3 months after the outbreak of the red mist in City A, the internet was cut off. One day, Chen Yiping suddenly rushed out from 10C, holding his phone and waving it up and down, left and right, then knocked on the door of 10B, shouting, "Hey, it's not refreshing. It's not refreshing. Tai, check if you're offline." Zhao Taitai emerged from 10D with a disheveled appearance, lamenting, "Ping Gu, I'm right here. What the heck? The impact of teaching children and doing homework is indeed formidable." Chen Yiping hurriedly approached him, patting his shoulder with sympathy, then anxiously asked, "Quick, check, are you offline too?" Zhao Taitai replied, "I checked. It's fine." Chen Yiping furrowed his brow. Over the past few months, discussions about the red mist and monsters, namely evolved beings, had gradually proliferated online, the momentum visibly overwhelming, culminating in a deluge of videos depicting evolved beings committing murder. From the IP addresses, it appeared that nearly every region had succumbed. People began posting requests for supplies online, followed by reports of individuals starving to death after 15 days without food and others dying of thirst. After a wave of chaos, recruitment messages for team members started to appear. Chen Yiping had just browsed one such recruitment notice. Such notices had become commonplace, yet only this particular one caught his attention, as it was located in City and the content of the recruitment notice read, "Apocalypse Survival Team Member Recruitment. My name is a Yuan, currently alone in the southern suburbs of City A. I have 3 months' worth of supplies, with a house, water, and electricity. I am looking for reliable male teammates. Interested parties can message me. We will meet under the largest tree in the southern suburbs forest in a week." Upon seeing this recruitment notice screenshot, Mu Shang displayed a look of disdain. Firstly, the tone of the notice was somewhat off-putting. Secondly, the individual who showed her the notice seemed rather foolish. Chen Yiping, eager for praise, asked, "Sister Shang, am I clever? Thank goodness I took the screenshot. Look, this message cannot be refreshed anymore." With pride, he opened the refresh page and refreshed it several times, confirming it was indeed blank. The internet was truly down. Mu Shang responded, devoid of emotional fluctuation, "Well done. Great screenshot. Don't take any more." Chen Shui sighed, took the foolish brother Chen Yiping's phone, and scrutinized the recruitment message, then sat quietly in contemplation. Chen Yiping glanced at the recruitment message again and, for once, thought of a constructive suggestion, saying, "Let us inform the boss when they return. We still need to stay together to strategize since there's no internet." As if on cue, just as he finished speaking, there came a knock on the door accompanied by voices from the stairwell. "Lin You, control the air. Open the door." This was the agreed-upon password for the survival team to open the door, requiring the utterance of one's name along with their supernatural ability. The door swung open, and Lin You immediately turned to lock it, handing the crystal cores to Mu Shang and Chen Shui, stating, "I want to be going out for the time being." Mu Shang inquired, "What happened?" Lin Yu replied, 1 minute before the internet was cut, I received a text message." She opened her phone. It contained a message that was neither too long nor too short. Yet upon reading it, both Mu Shang and Chen Shui displayed expressions of shock. "Tianwenye." Mu Shang inhaled deeply and said, "How could he know about my situation? Is it because of my car?" "Most likely," Chen Shui remarked, "your car is parked in the southern suburbs. Is there anything in your car that could expose your identity? Mu Shang shook her head, then nodded, saying, there is a piece of clothing I didn't take. What clothing? Mu Shang paused for a moment before responding. It's just a regular outfit. Lin Yu glanced at her and then called out to everyone in the room. Raising her voice, everyone, pause what you're doing and take a look at this. She displayed her phone, revealing the contents of the text message to all present. Dear 1001, I am so glad to hear you're still alive. My sister and I are doing well. Her health has finally improved, especially after seeing you organize a team of supernatural beings. The once solitary wanderer has now become the core, recruiting a special police officer with wind abilities. Someone carrying peculiar equipment, and even a Tyson fighter. It's truly unbelievable. Our days in the southern suburbs have been exceedingly lonely. 1001. We eagerly look forward to meeting you again, but if you do not come, we shall come find you. You must understand how yearned we are to reminisce about the beautiful memories under the stars together. Let us pray together that the day of our reunion arrives soon. Missing you, 1268. Is 1001 you, boss? Zhao Taitai asked. Yes, it is my alias from the Red Mist experiment, Lin Yu replied. Then 1268 is Tianwenye. Chen Shui inquired. Unclear. I do not remember others' code names, Lin Yu replied. How peculiar. If it were Tianwenye. Chen Yiping expressed his doubt. Didn't Tia's sister die long ago? Why would he say her health has finally improved? Mu Shang interjected. Perhaps it is a threat? Maybe it is true. Chen Shui took Lin Yu's phone and scrutinized the message once more. Then turned to Lin Yu and asked, after all, in the apocalypse, anything can happen. Lin Yu, does the ability to resurrect others exist in this world? It does not, Lin Yu answered with unwavering conviction. I am absolutely certain that his sister is dead. And I am equally certain that the ability to resurrect others does not exist in this world. Because there is a rule in the Red Mist game designed by the Doctor, the existence of abilities that alter genes is strictly forbidden. Mu Shang affirmed, then it is undoubtedly a lie. A threat. Tianwenye's message directed you to the southern suburbs. Will you go? Lin Yu replied, of course not. If there is to be a confrontation, it shall occur on my territory. I will not willingly walk into a trap. Chen Shui reviewed the message again and said, then let us await his arrival. Southern suburbs, Chen Yiping, show us that recruitment notice you intercepted. Lin Yu examined the screenshot of the recruitment notice on Chen Yiping's phone. After finishing, she raised her head and remarked, I see. She then inquired, where did you park the welding materials vehicle after returning that day? Chen Yiping raised his hand and answered, Building B. I was the driver. It was Shang Jie who instructed me to stop there. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement of their actions. Chen Shui placed both phones on the table and asked Lin Yu, do you share this sentiment? Indeed. These two pieces of information were sent by the same group. The recruitment notice and the message referring to Lin Yu as 1001, Chen Shui concluded decisively. He straightened his back, the slight curl of his bangs falling into his eyes, accentuating his sharp gaze as he declared, something is bound to happen soon. If the group that sent these messages truly intends to seek us out, I believe it would be wise for us to refrain from venturing outside during this time. Chapter 15. The invasion of the imposters. What concerns me is why they are aware of my abilities and identity. Mu Shang remarked, and how they obtained Lin Yu's phone number. From the messages, it seems they do not know us well. Among the three members speculated in the text, aside from the accurate description of Mu Shang, the portrayals of Chen Shui and Chen Yiping stem from the impressions they left on Brother Jiang during their encounter. Chen Yiping slapped his forehead and exclaimed, indeed. Even more bizarre, Shang Jie has never been to the welding store. We were all concealed during our time at the food street. Zhao Taitai interjected, is it possible that you didn't hide well enough and were discovered? Having endured the lengthy discussion, he finally liberated his mind from the agony of teaching children their homework and posed a reasonable question that Mu Shang and Chen Yiping fell into contemplation. It should not be. Lin Yu interrupted Zhao Taitai's train of thought. Those two ability users did not appear to possess strong investigative skills. Their proficiency must be attributed to Tianwenye's guidance. She glanced at Mu Shang and continued. Moreover, Mu Shang has previously served as a special police officer and must have studied investigation and counter-investigation techniques. So the hypothesis that we were discovered due to poor concealment does not hold. That does seem to be the case. Zhao Taitai pondered. What the hell is going on? Chen Yiping, whose mind was already the size of a starfish, felt it was about to explode. He waved his hands and declared, forget it. I'm leaving. This mental exercise is not suited for me. Didn't we just say they would come looking for us? I'll go check on the barbed wire situation and reinforce it. At 4 in the afternoon. The sun shone brightly. In apartment 10D on the 10th floor of Building A of the future apartments, Mu Xiangrong was being pulled by Mu Ma by the ear into a room for studying. Lin You, Mu Xiang, Chen Shui, and Zhao Taitai gathered in the living room to continue analyzing the messages. On the large balcony, Chen Yiping suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, you all come out and take a look." In the flower-lined path at the base of buildings C and D of the future apartments, a group of people was engaged in a brawl. Perhaps the thick iron mesh had soundproofing effects. During the 2 months of intense training, apart from Zhao Taitai, hardly anyone had been disturbed by the commotion outside. Lin You often went out but only brought back crystal cores and occasional supplies, never news from the outside world, believing that some information was better left unshared with her teammates to avoid affecting their morale. The others, however, continuously browsed stories of the apocalypse on their phones, witnessing the cruelty of humanity without having witnessed it in reality. "What are you looking at? Can't you see?" Zhao Taitai wondered, leaning on the dense barbed wire. "I can hear the sounds. Are people fighting?" "You can hear that. Iron Man, your hearing is impressive." Chen Yiping focused intently on the outside, stating, "Look over there. Although it's quite hazy, you can still make out a few figures engaged in combat." Indeed, Chen Shui observed closely, saying, "It appears to be several men. I don't know if there are any women. They should all be residents of the apartment." Zhao Taitai rubbed his eyes, puzzled. "I really can't see. Am I going blind?" Lin Yu glanced at Zhao Taitai, then indicated her disinterest in the events outside, and returned to her room to study the messages further. Mu Shang stood beside Chen Shui, and the two assumed the same posture to observe the scene below. In the flower-lined path at the base of buildings C and D of the future apartments, a furious bald man shouted, "I'll smash you. How dare you steal my supplies?" He picked up a nearby brick and aimed it straight at the head of the man in front of him. A woman screamed, "Murder! Someone's being killed! Murder! Ha ha! Is that a problem?" The enraged bald man spat on the corpse at his feet and declared, "Bah! What kind of rubbish? How dare you be arrogant in front of your grandfather Jean?" The comrades of the man who was struck on the head were utterly furious and shouted, "Damn this stupid bald guy! Brothers, let us take him down. Kill him." The irate bald man rubbed his shiny head and growled, "Bah! A bunch of trash. I should be the one to kill you." Thus, the two factions engaged in a chaotic and heated brawl. Another woman cried out amidst the fighting, "Stop fighting! Everyone, stop fighting! Didn't we agree to split the supplies when they returned? Please stop fighting." However, her plea was too feeble, attracting little attention beyond those nearby, who also failed to respond to her immediately. Her voice was soon drowned out by the din of violence. Beside her, a man who had been entangled in the fray responded after dispatching an opponent. "The ones killed by the monsters were all from our building. The supplies were ours too. How can they just sit back and enjoy while we suffer? Are you trying to speak up for them because you want to join them? I'd rather see you dead." He shoved the woman to the ground. "You," the woman wept helplessly, "you are all unreasonable. None of you are reasonable." The previously fierce bald man, claiming to be grandfather Jean, smashed another person with a brick upon hearing the woman's cries. He cursed, "What kind of trash man are you, cursing at a woman? Little sister, come to our building, see. We have plenty of humans here, I guarantee you." The woman looked up to see Jin's malicious grin, and her tears streamed down even more fiercely. "You're all fools, just a bunch of fools." Suddenly, a scream erupted from the edge of the fighting crowd. "Damn it," someone shouted. "Haven't all the monsters in the apartment been cleared out? We locked the front door tight. How can they still get in? They must be climbing the walls, you idiot." "No, it's not climbing the walls," the woman at the edge of the fight screamed. "I saw it. I saw it. Ha ha, ha ha ha. They've transformed into a Ming and infiltrated us. Ha ha ha." A steel tongue swiftly pierced the body of the woman who was laughing maniacally. The A Ming she mentioned stood behind her, dangling its tongue and revealing a bizarre smile. If a grin that split to the edge of the ears could be considered a smile. A Ming emitted an eerie sound. "Supplies. Kiki. Supplies. Let us return to building D." Kiki. At the other edge of the fighting crowd, a similar scene unfolded, an invasion of imposters. Grandfather Jean watched as the transformed imposter monsters gradually closed in on him, cursing loudly as he grabbed the 3 women behind him and fled. The men abandoned their fight. Survival took precedence, and escaping became paramount. The monsters forced them away from the base of buildings C and D, driving them towards buildings A and B. A man sprinted ahead, reaching the base of building B first, chuckling to himself, then inputting a series of codes into the electronic door lock. Once his teammates entered, he slammed the door shut with a bang. Damn bald idiot. Wait for your death. Jigu. Jigu. Open the door. Screw you. Get lost. Building D-Dog. The imposters, closely trailing the fleeing crowd, hunted down the man who was banging on the door of Building B. They licked the remnants of human brains from the corners of their mouths, their eyes glowing red as they turned to gaze at the base of Building A. Lin You was leading a group of lackeys in search of a way to open the door. After hearing Brother G's insults, he had the audacity to retort, "Grass mud horse, C-block dog. Your mother lost you at birth, you foolish wretch." Lin You, what should we do? What to do? You should just go die. And that would solve everything. Lin You kicked the speaking man in the rear, sending him tumbling into the mouth of the pretender. He then shouted, "Fools of Building A, is there anyone who can remotely unlock the door for your grandfather Lin? Once I get in, I'll reward you with some good treats." The woman behind him displayed an expression of disdain. Lin You then shoved another teammate into the maw of the monster and yelled again, "Fools of Building A. I'll give you 3 more seconds. No one, huh? Then don't blame your grandfather Lin for being rude once I get in." There was no response from Building A. Lin You roared at the few men remaining beside him. "You bunch of idiots. Go block those ugly monsters, do you hear? Your grandfather Lin is about to open the door." Upon hearing the phrase, "open the door," the lackeys surrounding Lin You finally found a flicker of motivation. One particularly terrified lackey grabbed a broom made of flowers from the bushes, trembling as he turned to face the eager pretender. Observing his actions, Lin You nodded in satisfaction, then turned his back to the pretender. Facing the door, hands poised to unleash his power as sweat dripped from his forehead. After 10 seconds of silence, he bellowed, "Break." With a loud bang, the electronic door of future apartment building A was blown apart. Crashing down with a creak, Lin You forcefully pushed the 3 women into Building A, shouting harshly, "Get in." He then turned to his comrades, who were in peril, muttering a few curses before exclaiming, "A bunch of fools. If you can get in, then do so. If not, just die." He hastily pulled the 3 women upstairs, while outside, the pretenders, upon witnessing the blown open door, did not immediately pursue but instead halted in their tracks. One pretender mimicked, "Keek keek. If you can't get in, you die. If you can't get in, you die. You can get in. Keek keek. You can get in." On the 10th floor of future apartment building A, upon hearing the explosion and feeling the tremor of the building, Lin You pushed open the door to 10D with a bang. "Boss." Chen Yiping clutched his head with both hands, his face a mask of dread. "The group fighting downstairs has entered our building A." Zhao Taitai mirrored his actions. "That silly bald guy has entered our building A. He even threatened to be rude to us." Chen Shui had already approached the stairwell door, double-checking the lock, and after confirming it was secure, he nodded. "The stairwell door lock is solid." Chen Yiping reinforced it once. "So it should be fine. That silly bald guy is truly despicable." Mu Shang spat disdainfully at Jin Ye's actions. At least the group from C block waited for their teammates when they went to B block. But this foolish bald guy actually sold out his teammates. Lin Yu lowered her gaze. Selling out teammates was a common occurrence in the red mist. She said, "Chen Yiping, reinforce the lock again. Please, I fear unforeseen circumstances." Chen Yiping huffed as he ran back to his room, declaring, "Got it. I'll weld both lock holes shut. Let's see how that silly bald guy gets in." After completing the welding work, the survival team on the 10th floor of future apartment building A piled all remaining welding materials into 10C for Chen Yiping to use. Chen Shui pondered, turning to Lin Yu. "It seems we haven't encountered the evolvers from downstairs before. The iron tongue is long and slender, with pincers on its 4 legs, but small ones, and its eyes are relatively normal. It appears to be 10 times more agile than the devourers." Indeed, their appearance was overdue. Lin Yu inquired, "Did they enter building A?" "No, then they are pretenders." Lin Yu walked to the fine iron mesh, looking down at the now vanished pretenders, and explained, "In simple terms, they are evolvers that prioritize intelligence over skin hardness." She rummaged through her memory, recalling information about pretenders among the vast array of evolver knowledge. Pretenders hunt by infiltrating the groups of their prey, waiting for the opportune moment of chaos, and when chaos erupts, they strike. Due to this behavior, pretenders typically stay together, being social evolvers. "They seem more troublesome than the devourers," Zhao Taitai said nervously. "It's hard to say. In terms of individual strength, pretenders are actually weaker than devourers, but in groups, they are arguably the most difficult evolvers to deal with." "What happened?" Mu Xiangrong suddenly dashed out of his room, loudly asking, "Did Building A explode? Am I finally free from studying? Rest assured, even if Building A did explode, I will find you a place to study." Mu Shang offered a warm smile, saying, "Teacher Zhao, please check on how he is doing with his studies." Zhao Taitai, filled with dismay, reluctantly put away his phone and trudged toward 10D. However, halfway there, he halted. "That silly bald guy has reached the 8th floor, he exclaimed, "and he's brought 3 women. It seems he's heading straight for our 10th floor. Chapter 16, Stretching Muscles in the Stairwell of Building A. Lin You charged upward, discovering that every stairwell door in Building A was tightly locked, sealed perfectly. "Damn it! A bunch of cowards," he cursed as he reached the 5th floor, recalling the scene from 2 months ago, 1 man and 1 woman plummeting from the 10th floor, followed by the sudden appearance of barbed wire. "Let us go straight to the 10th floor. He barked at the 3 women in front of him. The situation was worse than he had imagined. The stairwell door on the 10th floor was fortified from both sides. Unlike the flimsy plastic door on the 9th, the door on the 10th floor was the kind that wouldn't budge even with a kick. "Open the door. I am your grandfather, Jean, and I am also an ability user." He kicked the immovable iron door, shouting, "I want to join you. Let me in quickly." No sound came from inside. "Did you hear me? I know you're in there." Genie kicked twice more, but the iron door remained unyielding. Observing the unusual expressions on the women's faces beside him, Genie felt humiliated, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, don't push your luck. If you don't open up, I'll blow the door open." Inside, Shen Shui had moved an easel outside to begin sketching, while Lin You and Mu Shang stood guard at the door, and Chun Yiping donned boxing gloves, ready to join the fray at any moment. At the entrance of 10D, Zhao Taitai shielded Mu Ma and Mu Di with one hand, while the other signaled for silence. "He's retreating," Zhao Taitai whispered. "He's about to use his powers." Mu Shang gestured to Lin You, but Lin Yu shook her head. In battles between ability users, the first to strike often held the disadvantage. Break. With a loud bang, the iron door was blasted open, just a tiny crack, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. "Damn it." Jin Yu signaled the women to wipe the sweat from their foreheads and roared again. "Is the door opening or not? Open it, or I'll blow it all open." He pushed one woman down to the 9th floor, commanding, "You go down. If monsters chase you, just shout and throw yourself in front of them." "Did you hear me?" The woman shot him a resentful glance, but remained silent, staying on the 9th floor. "Today, let me show you all my unbeatable chain explosion." Listening to the increasingly frequent explosions, Lin Yu furrowed her brow. The iron door began to warp, a dent forming on its side. A hand rudely reached in, intending to make a move. Lin Yu glanced at Chen Yiping, who understood the cue and delivered a punch. "Damn it." Jin Yi quickly withdrew his hand, unable to contain a scream. "Ah, damn it. Once I get in, you're all dead. You're all dead." Chen Yiping's punch had broken Jin Ye's finger. Uff. Chen Yiping couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't even used his full strength. And this foolish bald guy couldn't even defeat an ordinary person, yet thought he could take on their ability users. "Others are coming," the informant Zhao Taitai whispered. "Their pace is hurried, and their breathing is uneven. They must be others fleeing up." The woman pushed to the 9th floor, saw her companions returning safely, and hurried to greet them, asking, "Did you make it back alone? A few more are behind me. We're all injured." The returning man clutched his bleeding thigh, where a gaping wound from an iron tongue was evident. "When you help me sit down," his voice was weak as when you quickly helped him to the ground. Listening as he continued, "The ones from the 3rd and 5th floors are dead. Those monsters devoured their brains and then left, ignoring us on the ground. As long as you survived." When Yu's eyes turned red. "The 3rd and 5th floors are all dead? What about my brother?" "I'm sorry." The man wanted to say more, but winced in pain from his thigh, and just then, fragmented sounds echoed from downstairs. Survivors continued to ascend, all of them showing wounds from being punctured. "Are the monsters coming?" Jin Yi shouted from above. "It's people." When Yu gritted her teeth. "You disgusting bastard. It's you. You're the one who caused the deaths of those on the 3rd and 5th floors. Fool. They couldn't escape on their own." With a fierce glare, Jin Yi fixed his gaze on Wen Yu, his clothes drenched in sweat, hands trembling slightly. "Damn it. I refuse to believe we can't blow this door open." A resounding explosion, more intense than any prior detonation, reverberated, causing the iron door to warp once again, the newly created indentation now large enough for a person's head to fit through. Lin Yu stepped aside, her lips parting slightly. "That's enough. Leader. I'll leave the next part to you." This marked the second confrontation between the survival team on the 10th floor of Building A at Future Apartment and other superhumans since the clash 2 months ago. Lin You intended to remain concealed, allowing the other two superhumans a chance to showcase their abilities. After diligently honing their skills for so long, it was high time they stretched their limbs. Understood. Core, Mu Shang replied, turning to Chen Shui, inquiring, "Are you ready on your end?" Chen Shui completed his final stroke, and to everyone's astonishment, the canvas emitted a brilliant white light. Simultaneously, he reached his hand into the canvas, stating, "Almost. No worries. Let us begin." Mu Shang nodded, swiftly unlocking the door. Fortunately, the previous explosion had not distorted the lock. With a creak, the iron door swung inward, revealing the faces of those inside meeting the gaze of the external adversaries. "Oh, finally here to open the door for you, Grandpa Jean." Jean Yi spat disdainfully onto the ground, his shoulders heaving as he spoke with the tone of an invincible villain. "Are you ready to meet your demise?" Fools. Zhao Tai, quick on his feet, pushed Mu Ma and Mu Xiangrong into 10D, just as Lin Yu followed suit. "Stand behind me," she instructed. "The explosion may have residual shocks that could affect you." As the clock struck 6, the vibrant sun had transformed into a waning dusk. The apocalyptic sunset offered no warmth, its chill accentuated after passing through the intricate wire mesh. The brilliant light was largely filtered out, leaving only a dim illumination that barely lit up the room, just enough to reveal 4 poised figures. Upon discerning a cold-faced woman within, Jean Ye's initial anger shifted to greed as he leered, "Beautiful lady. You certainly have it all. Food, water, electricity, and women. Life must be quite enjoyable." Like a drooling beast, utterly fatigued yet still making jests, he continued, "As long as you let me join and grant me this beauty for 2 days. I'll pretend today as resistance never happened. What do you say?" He even licked his lips, removing the mixture of sweat and saliva, a nauseating sight. Mu Shang's nerves seemed to have been stepped on before her mind could process the situation. Her body propelled forward. Bang. Jean Yi had never felt so close to death. The explosion did not originate from his abilities or the 10th floor, but rather from a millimeter to the left of his brain against the wall behind him. Mu Shang stared in disbelief at her fist. Although it hadn't made contact with the wall, it had created a hole in the pristine cement that was the force of the wind. The wind generated by her fist that had caused the damage. As she gazed at the face of the beautiful lady so near, Jean Yi had no time to admire. He flipped over, gasping for breath, raised his hand, and without further grandstanding, began to unleash real explosions. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the 10th floor of Building A, it was as if a barrage of grenades had been unleashed. Bricks and tiles were sent flying, clouds of smoke billowing, debris raining down. Amidst the chaos of the door's explosions, Mu Shang faced her own localized detonations. She adeptly sensed the epicenter of the bombs, grasping the wind generated by the blasts, propelling herself away to evade the onslaught. Well, it wasn't entirely smooth. During her 4th attempt to dodge an explosion, she collided with the ceiling above, her head ringing as she stood up, noticing Chun Yiping's bewildered expression. "You might not believe this, but my training over the past 2 months has solely focused on high jumps. It was akin to having only utilized 1's abilities at their inception, followed by a frenzied upgrade without any practical application. When the levels had risen to unknown heights, one might suddenly activate a skill release, limbs feeling foreign." She was not alone in this predicament. Chen Shui faced similar challenges. Chen Yiping, seeing Chen Shui sporting the supreme invincible steel arm, exclaimed in shock, "What the heck? Chen Shui, what have you conjured up?" Within the confines of the 10th floor, Chen Shui furrowed his brow, gazing at the steel arm that supported him. "I only intended to draw a regular-sized arm, but it turned out to be human-sized." He contemplated for a moment before correcting, "It should be 2 human sizes. A bunch of lunatics." Jean Yi leaned against the wall, continually unleashing explosions, blood seeping from his nostrils. Yet he appeared more elated than ever. "Let them die. Blow them all to smithereens." Ha 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 ha. A tremendously powerful explosion was unleashed within the 10th floor, uprooting all the tiles, creating indentations in every door from 10A to 10D. Mu Shang was pinned against the wall by the force of the blast. In a moment of crisis, she learned to harness the resilient wind. Chen Shui, with his cumbersome mechanical arm, shielded himself from the debris. Staggering backward, realizing there was nowhere left to hide, the 10th floor had become a perilous battleground. The situation in 10D was equally grim. as Zhao Taitai suddenly leaned uncomfortably against Lin You. Lin You inquired, "What's wrong?" Zhao Taitai grasped her sleeve, expressing his distress. "Boss, my ears are in excruciating pain, as if they might burst. It really hurts. I think I might die from the pain." Lin You pondered for a moment, then turned to embrace him. "You won't die. I will shield you from the sound waves." As the sun set, a cold breeze rushed into the 10th floor of Building A, signaling that the explosive conflict was nearing its conclusion beneath the cloak of night. "You motherfucker," through the haze. A fearless figure approached Jin Yi. "Dim-witted, bald, fool, your grandfather has arrived, wearing glimmering gloves." With a swift punch, the boxer struck Jin Yi directly in the chest. Chen Yiping, advancing through the smoke, debris, and fierce winds, bore the marks of battle upon his face. Yet the crimson streaks only accentuated his rugged masculinity. Their fists collided, and with a fierce, menacing tone, he proclaimed, "Bald fool, you think you can take on my family's superhumans? Sorry, but you're not worthy." He delivered a kick that broke Jin Ye's nose, sending him tumbling to the 9th floor, addressing Jin Yi and the other escapees. "The safety of the 10th floor of future apartment building A is my responsibility. Get out of my sight. If you appear before me again within 5 seconds, this fist," he raised his left hand, "will land squarely on your face." Chapter 17. Compensation Phase. Once Jin Yi and his entourage were expelled from the 10th floor, Lin You emerged. With Zhao Taitai still clinging to her, Mu Xiangrong promptly assisted in bringing their temporary instructor back. After checking Zhao Taitai's slightly warm hand and forehead, he turned to Mu Ma, questioning, "Mom, is Teacher Taitai's forehead a bit hot?" Mu Ma reached out to confirm, responding, "Indeed, it feels warm. Please help Teacher Taitai to the sofa. I'll fetch some medicine." In the stairwell of the 10th floor, Jin Yi and his companions had vanished to the 9th floor, having presumably kicked open the stairway door below. Lin Yu observed Mu Shang practicing Tai Chi in the corner and asked, "What are you doing?" Mu Shang executed a wild horse, splitting its mane, stating, "I've captured a remarkably forceful wind. I'm adapting to it." Lin Yu then turned to Chen Shui, who had just emerged from the stairway door, asking, "What about you?" Chen Shui removed the Supreme Invincible Steel Arm in 10C, placing it alongside the fire extinguisher he had previously drawn. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he retorted, "Did you see that?" Lin Yu replied, through the peephole, "Oh." Chen Shui began performing calisthenics, adding, "I feel unwell. My mental energy is uncontrollable. I intended to draw 1/3 but ended up pulling out 2/3. Mu Shang had reached the stance of the white crane spreading its wings, exclaiming, "Lin Yu, I believe we need to change our training approach." Her tone was grave, as the recent skirmish had illuminated a significant flaw in their team's superhuman training. However, as someone lacking experience in guiding superhuman training, Lin Yu failed to grasp this, asking, "What's wrong?" Mu Shang replied, "I want to utilize the rooftop. Chen Shui and I will engage in real combat. We'll face the evolved beings directly." Having participated in various organizations during the former Red Mist game experiments, Lin Yu had never held the position of a superhuman training instructor. In truth, she had always been the one receiving guidance. After initially receiving the superhuman serum and awakening her abilities, she had exhibited immense talent in combat, often favored by her instructors who imparted extra insights. Thus, she lacked experience in teaching others how to effectively wield their powers. "Then let us proceed," Lin Yu stated, refraining from overstepping in an unfamiliar domain. "Just ensure safety. I'll defer to your arrangements." All right. As night fell, dinner was served on the expansive balcony of the 10th floor. In celebration of the survival team's victory in their second confrontation with the ability users, achieved without any assistance from the core member Lin Yu, they raised their glasses. "Cheers," Shun Yiping exclaimed, draining a bottle of beer in one go and letting out a satisfied burp. "Chen Shui, why didn't you mention your abilities sooner? You can conjure beer, huh?" Chen Shui clinked his glass lightly with his, taking a dainty sip, and replied, "This isn't conjured, it's exchanged through the air." Observing his perplexed younger brother, Chen Yiping, with a blank expression, he continued, "My abilities function in 2 ways. 1, I can directly materialize objects using my mental energy. 2, I can utilize air exchange to swap known items from their locations." "So it's the supplies from that group?" Mu Shang interjected. She had been standing with Chen Shui, observing the skirmish at future apartments C and D, where she had seen those individuals with the beer. Chen Shui nodded in affirmation. "I love you, brother." Chen Yiping suddenly leaned closer to Chen Shui, and upon hearing the term brother, Chen Shui felt a sense of foreboding. "What else did you see, Bring it all over. Chen Yiping waved his hand, envisioning a table laden with barbecued dishes. He didn't even care to question why it was barbecue. He simply craved it. They brought back beer. Surely they had to bring some snacks. Right? Do they have any? No. I didn't see anything. It's not possible to exchange. Chen Shui coldly interrupted his brother's hopes with unrelenting finality. Why not? Because I've already expended 70% of my mental energy today. Chen Shui turned his attention away from the fidgeting Chen Yiping and quietly resumed his meal. I can't exert any more. It would make me dizzy. Lin You suddenly inquired. What happens if you exhaust all your mental energy? Chen Shui responded. I would likely faint, but I haven't tried it, nor is there a need to. Lin Yu nodded and addressed Chen Yiping, who had gone from fidgeting to pacing. Eat quickly, then repair the door and lay down the flooring. They were currently dining on the battle-scarred balcony, and the remnants of the fight greatly affected the ambience. She found it displeasing. Chen Yiping lamented. You are heartless, big shot. Today, we drove that idiot bald man away. You don't even commend us before giving orders. Oh, Lin Yu replied, casting a blank stare his way. You did well. Chen Yiping lowered his head, feeling wronged, and sniffled. Maybe you should refrain from compliments. Just eat, repair, lay down. Humph, I intend to finish an entire case of beer tonight. Where's TZ? Hurry and come. Join me in a drunken revelry. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu stood up and said, I'll go check on Zhao Taitai. Huh, TZ isn't here. Mu Xiang and Chen Shui exchanged glances, realizing he was only now noticing that not only was Zhao Taitai absent, but so were Mu Ma and Mu Xiangrong, who were tending to Zhao Taitai in room 10D. It was peculiar that Zhao Taitai had suddenly developed a high fever without any prior warning that Lin Yu was about to push open the door to 10D. She paused and turned to say, There's something I should inform you all first. The others asked, What is it? I suspect Zhao Taitai is currently in a special phase. Lin Yu said, her hands tucked into her pockets, her expression grave. A compensation outbreak phase. This phase can only be triggered in ability users who have naturally mutated under the red mist. What? Chen Yiping's eyes widened in shock. Don't tell me I'm the only one without abilities. Compensation outbreak phase? Mu Xiang asked, puzzled. What does that mean? Lin Yu explained. Compensation refers to the process wherein the healthy parts of an original organ or other organs substitute for those that have undergone pathological changes. In the context of ability users exposed to the red mist, the compensation outbreak phase refers to the cost of acquiring abilities, specifically, the healthy organs or intact capacities that are stripped away by the red mist. That night, Zhao Taitai experienced an exceptionally arduous ordeal. His eyes throbbed with pain, his head ached, and every inch of his body was in torment, except for his ears that he groggily opened his eyes, only to see a blurry haze before him. With two figures moving about, one short and the other stooped. Ma, exhausted from the afternoon, had employed every method she knew to reduce a fever, yet Zhao Taitai remained persistently febrile. Weary, she sat at the edge of his bed, rubbing her back, and sighed. So strange. I've tried all the medicines, and even ice packs. Nothing seems to work. Teacher Taitai, you must hold on. Auntie is right here taking care of you. Perhaps you'll feel better by morning. Just sleep. Sleep well. Mu Ma's voice was soft, just enough for Zhao Taitai to hear, yet he felt as if she had shouted in his ear, sending a jolt of pain through his eardrum, causing him to involuntarily roll over. What's wrong? Mu Ma approached him, her tone filled with concern. Let me take a look. Oh my, your fever has spiked again, reaching 42 degrees. Zhao Taitai felt as though an explosion was occurring beside his ears. He weakly shoved Mu Ma away. Lacking the strength to do more at that moment, Mu Xiangrong entered with a cup of water, and upon seeing the situation, he quickly set the water down and pulled Mu Ma out of the room, saying, Mom, you should go in there. Let us eat instead. Be careful not to catch anything. Mu Ma replied, It's fine. It won't be contagious. Lin Yu entered, addressing Mu Ma and Mu Xiangrong. Where are the medicines? Tell me. I'll take care of him. You two go eat. Mu Xiangrong immediately responded. Teacher Taitai already took his medicine. He pulled Mu Ma towards the exit of 10D, determined to leave. Yet Mu Ma insisted on staying to care for Zhao Taitai. It wasn't that he lacked concern for his temporary teacher during these days, but rather, he was more worried about his elderly mother. He finally said, There are ice packs in the fridge, and the thermometer is on the bedside table. Teacher Taitai is lying in bed. I'll leave this to you, Mom. Let us go eat. He swiftly led Mu Ma out, kindly ensuring the door to 10D was tightly closed. Lin Yu turned and stepped into the inner room. Zhao Taitai lay on what should have been Mu Xiangrong's bed. Considering the child had yet to fully develop, Mu Ma had bought a bed only 1.20 meters long, leaving Zhao Taitai's legs dangling off the edge. Seeing his sickly, tormented state, Lin Yu was reminded of the appearance of certain individuals on the brink of death. Those ability users who had survived the compensation outbreak phase during the Red Mist game trials. Zhao Taitai. She stood at the door, her voice barely above a whisper. Zhao Taitai felt as though he were ensnared in a red mist, every part of him aching, unable to see anything, with only piercing noise filling his ears. Just as he was on the verge of breaking down, those sounds faded away, replaced by a familiar, yet cold voice. Zhao Taitai. This voice was different from those he'd heard before. It seemed infused with warmth, causing him to feel a tightness in his throat, and he cried out, "Big shot. Is that you?" His voice came out like a duck with a damaged vocal cord, more unpleasant than a pubescent boy's croak. "I feel so terrible. Am I going to die?" "You will not die," Lin Yu reassured him from the doorway, observing the tears trickling from the corners of his eyes, and spoke in the gentlest tone possible. "From now on, you must listen to me carefully. Okay. Tonight, I will stay here with you, helping to shield you from all the sounds penetrating this room. I will maintain this space until tomorrow. Big shot. You are currently in a very special phase. The compensation outbreak phase." Lin Yu smiled, striving to make her voice sound optimistic and encouraging. "Congratulations, you've hit the jackpot, triggering a rare event. Ability users who safely navigate through the compensation outbreak phase can become very powerful." "Really?" "Yes. Will I be as strong as you?" Lin Yu hesitated but replied, "Yes." "Then I must hold on." "Yes." Zhao Taitai inhaled a breath of icy air, exhaling a cloud of warm, stale breath, and declared, "Big shot. I will persevere. You must stay with me. I want to die. We will live until the end together." Chapter 18. Infiltration. That night, gazing at the entirely warped iron door, Chen Yiping muttered a string of expletives as he assessed the welding materials. Resolutely, he decided to completely dismantle the door and replace it. The following morning, Mu Shang instructed Chen Yiping to remove the lock from the rooftop of Building A, as the staircase door on the 10th floor had already been replaced, making their ability training with Chen Shui a matter of urgency. However, just as she steadied herself on the rooftop, she abruptly recoiled. "Oh my God!" Chen Yiping cast a hasty glance at the rooftop and quickly retreated back to the staircase door, pulling it open and preparing to flee, exclaiming, "How many evolved beings are there? Sister Shang, should we hide for a bit?" "No need. Call Chen Shui up and have him bring the iron arm." Mu Shang had already soared onto the balcony, where the strong wind indicated it would be an ideal location for combat. She rotated her arms and declared, "The time for some serious exercise has arrived." After an exhilarating battle, Mu Shang and Chen Shui finally understood why evolved beings were rarely seen. It turned out they all hid in places where people typically wouldn't go. Beneath their feet lay the bodies of a quarter of the evolved beings from future apartments, their brain stems severed and crystal cores extracted. "Refreshing," Chen Shui succinctly summarized with a single word. After glancing around at the half-person-high iron railing, he turned to Mu Shang and inquired, "This place is quite suitable for your training, isn't it? With no walls surrounding them and being atop a building." The wind howled incessantly. "Indeed, I shall train here from now on," Mu Shang replied. After delineating her training area, she assumed the position previously held by Lin Yu, taking on the role of the team's special abilities training instructor. "You can bring the easel up here and frequently sketch combat or everyday weapons for emergencies." Chen Shui nodded. "Let us first deal with the bodies of the evolved. We should throw them down and aim to keep them as far from Building A as possible." Agreed. However, as they discarded the first corpse, a woman's piercing scream suddenly echoed from the base of Building A. "Future Apartment A, 3rd floor, 3C. He's dead." A heavily made-up middle-aged woman pointed at a disfigured man beside her, her lips trembling uncontrollably as she exclaimed, "Jin Hao, dead, dead." Jin Hao is the man who had fled to the 10th floor of Building A yesterday, only to be driven down again. Now his face was missing more accurately. His entire head had exploded, with his brain, cerebellum, and brainstem completely devoured, leaving not a trace behind. "Ah!" The woman continued to scream, as the door to room 3C was finally breached by a man who pulled her from the bed, stuffing a cloth into her mouth as he barked, "Get her out of here. She's completely lost her senses." 5 minutes later, on the large balcony of the 3rd floor of Future Apartment A, Zhao Meili, Are you certain that the one who died beside you is Lin You? Questioned a man who had been the first to escape to the 9th floor yesterday. His leg was now bandaged. Tended to by Lin You in room 3B, where she had found a medical kit. The original residents of the 3rd floor of Building A were no longer present. The stairway door had been locked from the inside. Having been kicked open by their group yesterday, the original inhabitants likely had not mutated initially, but subsequently evolved into the kind that crawled out from the balcony. Why yes, I'm sure. He asked me to sleep with him last night. Zhao Meili couldn't help but feel nauseous at the thought of the man she had shared a bed with now reduced to a corpse. Ugh, so disgusting. Why did it end up like this? The man questioning her was Wei Hong. Noticing her about to vomit, he hurriedly called for someone to assist her to room 3B, and then summoned all the survivors to gather on the balcony for a meeting. Yan Zidong is missing. He's nowhere to be found. The recent incident, Lin You is dead, devoured by monsters, is also fresh news. Wei Hong's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the crowd, asking, since last night, has anyone felt something amiss? Excluding Jin Hao and the 3 women pushed up the stairs by him. There were 6 individuals who had escaped from the disguised person at the base of Building A, making a total of 10. Now, 1 was missing, 1 was dead, and 1 was vomiting, leaving only 7 around the balcony. What do you mean by something amiss? When you inquired, I mean, has anyone around you seemed off? Wei Hong's voice was deeper than the previous day. The bandaging and rest had significantly improved his leg injury. He continued, everyone should speak up. Do not conceal anything. I have a bold hypothesis. Wei Hong's demeanor and tone indicated that this was not his first time leading such a meeting. He was the 2nd leader in the team after Jin Hao. I find my brother quite strange. Yan Zishi spoke up, worry and sorrow etched across his face. But he is already missing. Last night, we were in 3A together, and he told me he was going to the bathroom, but after he opened the door to 3A, he never returned. This was something Wei Hong had heard earlier. He nodded and asked, what about the others? None. Then allow me to express my suspicions. Wei Hong had risen early that day, having visited every room, and said, I suspect that one of us is an infiltrator like the monster from yesterday. 4 hours later, in the stairwell of future apartment A on the 10th floor. Masters, help, help. Zhao Meili cried out, pressing her body against the iron door on the 10th floor, having somehow procured a thick hemp rope to bind her hands to the door handle, intermittently retching. Lin You and another woman attempted to pull her down the stairs. But no matter how they tried, they could not budge her. You are all so formidable. Save us ordinary people. Don't be so heartless. We can negotiate. Zhao Meili stubbornly sat on the ground, wiping away her makeup, which had long since smudged, and continued to shout, I can offer anything you want. Anything. Supplies. My body. I can give you everything. Just don't let me die. Wei Hong rushed up from the 3rd floor. His face pale as he questioned, didn't I tell you to keep an eye on this madwoman? We couldn't stop her at all. Lin Yu's expression was equally grim, after Wei Hong had shared his theory that morning. Zhao Meili, who had been vomiting, suddenly bolted out of 3B, rushing towards the stairway door while shouting help. Wei Hong quickly ordered someone to stop her, noticing the frantic, terrified, and pitiful expression on her face. He instructed them to restrain her and not let her cause trouble. Initially, 2 men were tasked with watching her, but when Zhao Meili claimed they were making her feel unwell and harassed her, he switched to having 2 surviving women monitor her while he began interrogating the other survivors. The result, 1 slipped through his watch, leading to the current predicament. Wei Hong gazed at Zhao Meili, who had bound herself tightly to the stairway door, his expression darkening with a hint of helplessness. After they had kicked open the stairway door on the 3rd floor, he had questioned Lin You about the events that occurred with Jin Hao on the 10th floor, through the now repaired iron door before him. The scene of the battle he had witnessed yesterday, Lin Yu's description, and the tragic fate of Jin Hao being thrown down the stairs, he could surmise what kind of individuals resided on the 10th floor of Building A. There were powerful special ability users among them, possessing great survival capabilities in this red mist apocalypse. Hearing the voices of men outside, Chen Yiping raised an eyebrow, his gloved hands itching for action. Are they here to stir trouble? Seeking death, perhaps? That's not the same voice, Chen Shui remarked, tapping his forehead. Mu Shang and Chen Shui stood ready at the door, prepared for a repeat of the explosive entrance they had experienced the previous day. Mu Xiangrong shielded Mu Ma in the corner of the balcony, her small frame exuding bravery. Since last night, Lin You had not left the room where Zhao Taitai was, keeping the door tightly shut. And the others had refrained from disturbing them, fully aware that those inside were in a delicate state. This also meant they needed to guard the stairway door on the 10th floor of Building A even more vigilantly. Their teammate was undergoing tribulation and must not be disturbed. Sounds of a struggle came from outside the door. Get down. They want to listen to you. Wei Hong tugged at Zhao Mei's arm, attempting to pull her away from the iron door, only to provoke a scream from her. Let go. That hurts. None of you men have any compassion. Zhao Mei bit down on Wei Hong's arm fiercely. Get away. Get away. I will not share a roof with monsters. When you watched as they struggled for a minute, then suddenly said, I'll go downstairs to get scissors. No, Zhao Mei cried, tears streaming down her face. Please you. Don't get them. Don't get them. I truly don't want to go back. You have no idea how disgusting it was to see that hollowed-out head this morning. Ugh, I don't want to go back. I don't want to. When you paused, looking at Zhao Mei's frantic state, feeling a pang of compassion. It won't help, no matter how mad you get. Wei Hong shouted. The monsters have already infiltrated. Once they get in, there is no way out. Do you believe that even if you stay here tonight, they will still come up to gnaw at your head? What is it to you? What is it to you? Zhao Mei clamped onto Wei Hong's arm once more, biting down hard, leaving deep marks. I would rather die before the strong than live under the roof of the weak. Open the door. You people inside. I can offer you anything. Crazy. A woman beside Zhao Mei could no longer contain herself, cursing loudly as she turned to head downstairs. Let her rot here. Let us not worry about her. Let us go. Just then, the previously unmoving iron door creaked open. The person who opened the door was Chun Yiping. He cautiously poked his head out, scrutinizing the outside with cold indifference, stating, Our boss wants you to come in. In room 10D of future apartment A on the 10th floor. Lin You summoned Mu Xiangrong and Mu Ma inside. She retrieved 4 towels from the bathroom, folding them in pairs, instructing them to press them firmly against Zhao Ti. In a hushed tone, she advised, Try not to make any noise. I will continue to use spatial control to muffle the sound here. Boss. Zhao Ti sensed her impending departure and struggled to rise. Stay still. Lin You pressed him down. Rest for a night. Do you feel any better? I do. Don Ti Lai. Lin Yu's keen eyes scrutinized him. Stay put and don't move. I will find a solution for you. Is there a solution? Mu Xiangrong mouthed, inquiring silently. Lin Yu nodded and exited the room. Enduring the compensation phase didn't solely require patience. There was also a method that was somewhat dangerous for the individual involved. As Lin Yu turned the doorknob of 10D, her hesitation transformed into resoluteness upon reappearing on the 10th floor balcony. Zhao Ti's potential in the future would be invaluable. The team could not afford to lose him. Another method is perilous because, in her past experiences with the Red Mist game experiments, there was seldom anyone to assist those who fell into a compensatory episode. However, the present is not the past. Zhao Tai now has support. Not only is Lin Yu aiding her, but the entire team is rallying to her side. Hang in there, Zhao Tai. All your suffering will soon be over. Chapter 19. Who is the imposter? On the 10th floor balcony of Building A in future apartment. Wei Hong's first words upon entering were a plea for assistance, as he explained the situation to the deities on the 10th floor and requested their help in identifying the infiltrating imposter, offering to provide any resources in return for success. Lin Yu accepted this request, as it aligned perfectly with her method of rescuing Zhao Tai. So, there are a total of 8 people, correct? She inquired, casting a casual glance at the bandaged and blood-dried individuals from Building D seated on the balcony. Yes, replied the team leader Wei Hong. I apologize for what happened yesterday. Our former leader, Jin Hao, was a fool, and I apologize on his behalf. He is now deceased. Where is the body? Lin Yu cut straight to the point, disinterested in pleasantries, though she was loath to admit it. This was not her first encounter with the infiltration of an imposter. In each of her previous Red Mist game experiments, such scenarios had unfolded, and they were not uncommon, ranging from novice imposters to advanced ones. This had occurred countless times, each instance a painful memory. Wei Hong pointed downstairs and said, The body has been disposed of. We threw it beneath the window of 3C. You can check for yourselves. As if fearing Lin Yu's suspicion, he added, We discovered that if we do not deal with the monster's corpse, other monsters will come. Mu Xiang. Lin Yu instructed, Go down and examine the body. Understood. Lin Yu then turned around, pulling over a chair that Chun Yiping had taken from 10C. Sitting up straight as she initiated the questioning. Is it just you remaining in Building D? Can you recount the entire incident from the beginning? Wen Yu, would you like to speak, or shall I? Wei Hong asked Wen Yu. I'll take it. When you appeared somewhat anxious, sitting on the floor and twisting her clothing. After a moment of silence, she began. We from Building C and D agreed to venture out together to search for supplies while we still had internet access. There were about 40 of us in the group, and we went out 3 times in total. Lin You mentally noted this. 3 times. I did not participate the first time. Several individuals did not return, and the group said those who did not return were eaten by monsters. They brought back a considerable amount of supplies, enough for each participant to last 10 to 15 days. The second time, more people went. I ran out of supplies at home, so I joined as well. Wen Yu's eyes grew red, thanks to that bastard Jin Hao's explosive abilities. We could easily blow open stores or seize supplies from others. Lin Yu queried. Did you encounter other teams? Wen Yu replied weakly, yes. What was the size of the other team? How many members? How much supplies did they have? Lin Yu asked in rapid succession. Wen Yu struggled to recall, prompting Wei Hong to respond. Their scale was similar to our team from Building C and D. I was present during the second outing, so I know. They had around 20 to 30 people, and their supplies were not abundant. Lin Yu regarded him with a discerning gaze and continued. Did this team include any ability users? Did you engage in a fierce battle for the supplies? Or did you seize them effortlessly? Wei Hong pondered before answering. There were ability users on their side, but they were swiftly defeated by Jin Hao. To be frank, you are the first group of ability users we have encountered who surpassed Jin Hao. Before this, he was the strongest we had faced. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, acknowledging his statement. Explosive abilities are inherently formidable, and although she had remained in 10D yesterday, she had sensed the events unfolding outside. The explosive ability user Jin Hao exuded considerable combat prowess. Wei Hong seemed poised to say more but was interrupted by Lin Yu. Wen Yu, please continue. All right. When you bit her lip, her eyes now fully red. On the second trip, we returned safely. However, as we approached the apartment, we encountered a wave of monster attacks. We lost a significant amount of supplies, and everyone barely got anything to eat. Then, on the third trip, I brought my brother along, which was this time, a faint sound of suppressed sobbing filled the air as Wen Yu could no longer hold back her tears. Lin Yu remained silent, patiently awaiting the conclusion of her weeping. Wen Yu, through her tears, recounted. This time, that bastard Jin Hao is utterly inhuman. He first gathered the people from Building D into a small group, claiming that the monsters had clearly grown stronger after those 2 outings, instructing us to stay behind while the C building group went ahead. Then he deliberately refrained from using his explosive ability. Once the C building members had lured the monsters into position, he detonated them all at once. Wen Yu's voice trembled with suppressed rage and intense hatred as she declared, that bastard Jin Hao is truly inhuman. He has no humanity. Chen Yiping, caught up in the intensity of the tale, chimed in. Damn, that bald idiot is truly inhuman. How could he do that? I should have hit him twice as hard yesterday. When you resumed her sobbing, yes, that son of a bitch is inhuman. Moreover, in the end, we attracted far too many monsters. After he blew them up, he couldn't handle them alone and ordered us to scoop out the monsters' brains. As she described it, the grotesque scene seemed to replay in vivid detail. It was truly revolting. Even more so than his corpse today. Beside them, Zhao Meili emitted a retching sound, startling everyone into taking a step back. Goodness, lady, I haven't finished laying the bricks yet. Please don't vomit. Chen Yiping exclaimed, bursting into tears. Come on. Come on. You need to go throw up over there. He dragged Zhao Meili to the restroom in 10C. Chen Shui. You clean the restroom tonight. Chen Yiping. Thanks a lot. Having absorbed Wen Yu's account, Lin Yu finally comprehended that Jin Hao was aware of the crystal core matter. Explaining his rapid enhancement of ability, after a moment's contemplation, she uttered 2 words, continue. Unlike the others present, who recoiled at Wen Yu's gruesome descriptions, she felt no revulsion. After all, she had endured far worse. At this moment, her sole desire was to swiftly obtain further clues to ascertain whether her suspicions regarding a certain individual were indeed accurate. When you resumed, then, we returned to the apartment, and an argument erupted in Building C. She seemed to recall the events of the previous day, shivering slightly. Someone from Building C noticed something amiss, protesting the unequal distribution of supplies, leading to a debate between the inhabitants of Buildings C and D. Then someone recklessly took supplies, and that bastard Jin Hao smashed him with a brick, prompting a brawl. Subsequently, the monsters mutated, and we fled to Building A. Jin Hao blew open the door. You all know what happened next. As she spoke, her voice grew more timid, likely stemming from the guilt of having allowed Jean how to act without intervention the day before. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lin Yu's eyes. Understood. I have a general grasp of the situation, Lin Yu stated, rising to her feet. Just as everyone anticipated she would take action, she continued to inquire. By the way, it seems only the two of you have been speaking. What about the others? She approached each silent individual, only to find them bowed, exhibiting fear, save for the third woman Jean Hao had thrust forward yesterday, who retorted, "She has said everything. What else do you want me to say?" "Nothing at all." Lin Yu straightened her posture, already having drawn her conclusions. "Let us head back to the third floor. Tomorrow we shall know." She raised her gaze to them, her tone icy. "Tomorrow we will discern who is human and who is a monster." This matter had dragged on for quite some time, and by the time everyone had been escorted down from the 10th floor, Mushang finally flew back from the balcony. Indeed, the balcony door had been left ajar for her. She carried the key with her for such contingencies. Lin Yu succinctly summarized today's questioning session for her, and Mushang, having been a former special police officer with high intelligence, quickly deduced the answer. It must be those four who have remained silent all along. Right? Chun Yiping marveled from the side. Wow. No wonder you're called Sister Shang. I couldn't piece it together while on site. But you figured it out without being there. Chen Shui. Chen Yiping, don't inflate your own worth. Chen Yiping, what do you mean? Chen Shui. The anger of a tiny fist. Chen Shui. Sweep the restroom before talking. Chen Yiping. After Chen Shui had sent away the foolish brother who continued to linger and complain of an impending headache, he turned to Lin Yu and asked, "If there are only 4 imposters, why did you ask so many questions?" As ever, he was astute. Lin Yu gazed at them, as if witnessing the emergence of another cerebral powerhouse within the team. She suddenly became curious whether these two, who had never participated in the Red Mist game experiments, could solve this pivotal question on their first attempt. "You're quite clever. Why don't you take a guess?" She added, "I'm also guessing. Let us exchange perspectives." Mu Shang eagerly accepted the opportunity to engage her mental faculties, saying, "Sure, but since I wasn't at the interrogation, you'll need to recount it to me in detail." Thus, they recounted the specifics repeatedly, from dusk until nightfall, until the moon took its turn. Lin Yu inquired, "How is it? Is it clear enough now?" Mu Shang contemplated for a moment before responding. When you said, "Tomorrow we will know," you must mean there are clues hidden within tonight's events, right? Lin Yu remarked. Chen Shui directed his gaze at Mu Shang, who had just digested the information, and said, "Please, tell us about the corpse you observed." The entire head of the corpse has been gnawed clean. Mu Shang's eye sharpened at the thought of the corpse's appearance. The brain, cerebellum, and brainstem were all completely consumed. Aside from that, I found no other peculiarities. Chen Shui concluded, "That confirms it was an evolved being that did this." The three suddenly burst into laughter. Chen Shui realized how redundant his deduction was. He turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "By the way, after she returned, you didn't ask her about the corpse's condition, did you?" Lin Yu replied, Chen Shui pressed on, "Do you have any plans?" Lin Yu reached out to Mu Shang and suggested, "Yes. Let's go take another look at that corpse." Mu Shang nodded, grasped their hands, and utilized her telekinetic ability to soar through the air with remarkable ease, guiding the two effortlessly along the currents of wind beneath them. They veered away from one side of the large balcony and flew to the base of Building 3. Seated there, the corpse of Jean Hao lay starkly amidst the grass, his face caved in. Still unrotted, and under the faint moonlight, it appeared quite ghastly. Did no evolved being come to feast? Chen Shui asked, pinpointing the critical detail. Lin Yu nodded. Mu Shang fell into contemplation. After a few minutes, Lin Yu inquired, "So, do you have any deductions now?" Chen Shui replied, "It seems so." Mu Shang said, "Let me think some more." A few minutes later, Lin Yu asked again, "How about now? Have you figured it out?" Chen Shui, while organizing his thoughts, responded, "I have. You confirmed what Mu Shang previously stated. Those 4 silent individuals are either human or imposters. However, since you asked many questions of Wei Hong and Wen Yu, that implies there are still imposters among the other 4. Chen Shui's train of thought suddenly halted. Wait, I haven't fully thought it through. Give me a few more minutes. After a few more minutes, Lin Yu observed the two, who were deep in thought, and was about to abandon her hope for them to answer this pivotal question, as it was indeed quite challenging for novices. Just as she was about to speak, Mu Shang suddenly struck her palm, exclaiming, "I've got it." Mu Shang approached Jean Hao's corpse, crouched down, and opened the corpse's palm. She gasped, "The fingers aren't broken." Lin Yu chuckled. Qin Shui immediately reacted. Both he and Mu Shan exclaimed in unison, "This corpse is not Jin Hao's." Chapter 20. The third floor of Building A stood shrouded in darkness. The radiant moonlight obscured by the rooftop. The large balcony on the third floor was eerily silent. When you stood there, her expression devoid of emotion, completely contrasting the tension she had displayed earlier when questioning. She gazed at Wei Hong, who finally emerged from 10B, and asked, "Are you done eating?" Wei Hong nodded. His transformation was as stark as Wen Yu's. His mouth had stretched to the corners of his ears. Resembling the urban legend of the slit-mouthed woman, the lower half of his face now an enormous maw. A long, thick tongue slithered from his mouth, swaying gently, imparting an unsettling sense of ease. "If one could overlook the remnants of human brain matter above, please don't look at me with that gaze," Wei Hong spoke. His abnormally large mouth producing a surprisingly gentle and pleasant voice. "Wen Yu, this was your proposed cooperation, and I am merely complying." Wen Yu's eyes reflected indifference, resentment, panic, and fear. "I won't eat you." Wei Hong's eyes flickered momentarily, transforming into a crimson hue. "What I desire is the brain from the 10th floor." The moment he witnessed Jin Hao battling with the inhabitants of the 10th floor, his hunting target shifted from those in Building D to those on the 10th floor. Delicious brains. Just not tonight, right? When you inhaled deeply, the cold air filling her lungs, calming her nerves. "You haven't avenged me yet, and I won't let you eat without some conditions. Zhao Meili has already gone to bed in 10A. Do you wish to feast on her brain?" It was difficult to fathom such cruel words coming from a seemingly fragile and harmless girl. Wei Hong broke into a wide grin, and just as he was about to head towards 10A, two figures crawled onto the third-floor balcony. Kekakek. One of the talking imposters addressed Wei Hong. "We're done. We're done. We need live ones, live ones." Upon hearing this, the corners of Wei Hong's mouth instantly drooped. He was displeased, annoying. He uttered a syllable, instructing another non-speaking imposter to enter 10B, saying, "Go transform." Minutes later, another woman emerged from the team aside from Zhao Meili and Wen Yu. "You go sleep in 10A, Wei Hong pointed at the woman and commanded. "In the morning, bring Zhao to see the corpse. Understood?" Kikek? Understood. This woman was the imposter that had just entered 10B. Astonishingly, the imposter merely cleared her throat and produced a voice identical to the person she was impersonating. Yet, Wei Hong was evidently dissatisfied. "Lick the brain matter clean from the corners of your mouth, you fool," he scorned. "If you make such a rookie mistake again, don't bother following me." Yes, the advanced imposter Wei Hong was indeed very strict with his subordinates. "You open the door," he then pointed at Wen Yu. Observing everything that had just transpired with a cold gaze, Wen Yu effortlessly pried open the door to 10A, through which the sound of Zhao Meili turning in her sleep could be heard. "What's wrong?" "You." "Nothing, your door wasn't securely locked." Wen Yu's voice softened, seemingly laced with a hint of fear. She cleverly positioned herself in front of the door to 10A, obscuring Zhao Meili's view of the outside, and said, "I want to sleep with you, if that's all right." "She's quite frightened." "Okay." Zhao Meili readily agreed. "I'm scared too." You sound scared as well. Why don't you join us? We can all sleep together. It's quite late now." When you shook her head, "No. I can't sleep. I just can't." She pushed the newly transformed imposter into the room, saying, "You all sleep now. Good night." Chapter 21. A night of restlessness. The moonlight tonight was bright, illuminating the exterior of Building A clearly, yet only the outer regions. The interior remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness. On the third-floor balcony of Building A, the final preparations commenced. A dismembered corpse was laid on the ground, and Wei Hong gazed at Jin Hao, whose head had been punctured and was lifeless, his eyes turning bloodthirsty red. "What a splendid find," he sighed. His tongue was more robust than that of the surrounding imposters, and with just one flick after transforming it into iron, he could effortlessly sever Jin Hao's neck with a swift pop. A severed head rolled onto the ground. When you felt a wave of fear wash over her. "Go fetch me a spoon," Wei Hong instructed, his mouth uncontrollably stretching into a wide grin. "I am ready to feast." Some individuals become less fearful when faced with extreme terror. When you was one such person. At that moment, she faced the wall, imagining the sounds behind her as someone enjoying a hot pot, crackling and slurping, as if sipping broth and consuming pig brains. There are very few players like you in the red mist. If the higher-ups had known earlier, you would have been rewarded with potions. Wei Hong's words jolted her back to reality. "I don't understand what you're saying." "No matter, you don't have to understand." Wei Hong's voice seemed quite cheerful, likely due to his delight in the meal. "The larger the core, The stronger the ability user becomes, the better the brains, the smarter and stronger we evolved beings become. The sound of metal clattering to the ground echoed behind Lin You, followed by the sound of bones cracking. She cautiously turned her head and discovered Wei Hong extending his iron tongue, viciously licking Jin Hao's brain matter. I must thank you for unlocking the door for me. You've made it so easy for me to savor such exquisite brains, haha. Wen Yu was so frightened she fell to the ground, suddenly feeling breathless, gasping for air, but inadvertently inhaling the metallic stench in the air, which made her retch. I want to capture the people on the 10th floor alive. For now, they cannot be killed or eaten. Wei Hong gazed at the deformed skull of Jin Hao, his expression somewhat unsatisfied. He squinted at the retching Wen Yu and asked, you know how to cooperate with me tomorrow, right? I want to infiltrate the 10th floor and thoroughly penetrate their ranks. Wen Yu did not respond, as her vomiting was so intense that tears, snot, and saliva uncontrollably streamed down her face, leaving her in a pitiful state. Once our mission is accomplished, you can leave directly. They will take you back to the base. Wei Hong slurped the remnants of the brain, callously smashing the shattered skull to the ground, and continued, I will recommend you to our commander. He is currently in need of talents from the red mist. This way, you will no longer need to worry about the mutations of the red mist. He leaned closer to Wen Yu, his greedy red eyes locking onto her terrified gaze. No need to thank me too much. If the commander does not accept you, I also relish the brains of treacherous and selfish individuals. This night, hardly anyone slept soundly. To protect Zhao Taitai's ears, Lin Yu had maintained the space of 10D for a full day and night. Although the spatial range was limited to the room occupied by Zhao Taitai, the prolonged duration had worn her out. After returning to their room, Mu Shang and Chen Shui continued to ponder the identity of the imposter. Having spent a long time discussing their speculations with Lin Yu beneath the window of A3C, Mu Shang boldly hypothesized that the imposter could be either Wei Hong or Wen Yu, suggesting that Zhao Meili was an ordinary person, while the other silent woman remained an enigma. Chapter 22. Contrary to Chen Shui's thoughts, she suspected Zhao Meili to be the imposter, while she considered the other three to be normal. Furthermore, she believed that their missing teammate, Yan Jidong, was also highly suspicious. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, refrained from expressing her own conjecture directly, merely stating that she found Mu Shang's reasoning more compelling. Lin Yu remarked that the answer would be revealed the following day. Yet this anticipation only heightened their impatience, leaving both of them unable to sleep well that night. Mu Ma and Mu Xiangrong followed Lin Yu, keeping a watchful eye on Zhao Taitai, who also had a restless night. As for Chen Yiping, after laying bricks all night, it was surprising he could even sleep at all. Chen Yiping exclaimed, damn it, they at least have a bed to sleep on. Why am I the only one stuck on the concrete floor? He smashed a bowl in frustration. In any case, come the following morning at 8 o'clock, this group of individuals, without exception, convened with dark circles under their eyes. Good morning. Chen Yiping yawned and chuckled. Ah, how I long for a soft bed. Mu Ma and Mu Xiangrong continued to cover Zhao Tai's ears. A laborious task, as they had not ventured outside the 10D for a grueling day and night. Lin Yu intended to resolve both the matter of Zhao Tai's compensatory episode and the infiltration incident involving the imposters in Building D today. At 9 o'clock, the sun rose punctually on the horizon, and the stairwell door of the 10th floor of apartment A was knocked upon with precision. The door swung open swiftly, revealing Chen Yiping, who had set up a large table on the expansive balcony, the living room table of 10C, ruthlessly commandeered by Lin Yu, draped with a white cloth and adorned with a handgun. This was the very firearm Mu Shang had initially brought back, now fully loaded with bullets, which were painted by Chen Shui. Great deities! Oh, great deities! Zhao Meili burst into the 10th floor, appearing even more deranged than the day before. She stammered, a corpse. There is another corpse. Tears streamed down her face as she let out a cry that prompted Chen Yiping to hastily step forward with a trash can. Sister, I knew you would do this today. I just laid the floor yesterday. Come, come. Use this trash can I prepared with great care. Observing the speechless Zhao Meili, Lin Yu turned her gaze to Wei Hong and Wen Yu, inquiring, what transpired today? Wen Yu recounted the events of that morning, revealing that upon waking, everyone discovered yet another corpse on the large balcony of the 3rd floor of Building A. The scene was gruesome, the head severed from the body, and the skull utterly crushed. With tears streaming down her face, Wen Yu recounted, we identified the remains for quite some time. Yes, it is Yan Jidong. Behind them, someone suddenly erupted into wails. Brother, brother, how could you die, brother? Mu Shang and Chen Shui exchanged worried glances. Had it not been for Lin You confirming last night that the remaining 4 were indeed imposters, they might have been deceived by this mournful wail. Too human like .it truly seemed far too human. You guessed wrong, Mu Shang whispered to Chen Shui, who now resembled a gambler awaiting results, each hoping their guess would prove correct. Let us not forget that someone examined the corpse yesterday and found nothing. Chen Shui replied quietly, how do we know this is indeed Yin Jidong? Without having seen the body with our own eyes? Mu Shang fell silent, and the two continued to observe. Lin Yu did not allow anyone to approach the corpse directly today. Instead, she gestured for all 8 individuals to gather around the table draped in white cloth. 8 chairs were drawn out, and they all took their seats in unison. She picked up the handgun from the table, smiled at the 8 present, and then aimed it at one among them. Bang! Blood splattered onto the white cloth, marking its pristine surface with the first touch of color. She donned gloves with deliberate care, plunged a knife into the imposter's brain, and extracted a crystalline core. Holding it aloft as she declared, the first. Chapter 23. Another 3 shots, you. Zhao Meili covered her mouth, disbelief etched across her face. The terror in her eyes morphed into elation upon seeing the bloodied crystalline core. Great deity. Truly a great deity. Ah, Lin Yu glanced at her side, where only 2 among Wei Hong, Wen Yu, and Ning mirrored her reaction. It is indeed him. Wei Hong ground his teeth. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, we would never have uncovered this in our lifetime. Wen Yu's eyes were red-rimmed, her expression sorrowful, as she struggled to accept that her teammate was a monster. Yet within that sorrow lay a glimmer of joy, the relief of surviving a calamity. When did this happen? When did he infiltrate? Ning remained silent. Head bowed. Lin Yu observantly scanned them all, offering no response, and fired the next shot. Bang! As methodically as before, she donned her gloves, plunged the knife, opened the skull, and excavated the crystalline core. Great deity. Wei Hong inquired hesitantly. How did you ascertain that they are indeed the evolved ones? Upon finishing the question, he quickly waved his hand, adding, I mean no disrespect, but I fear that this gun might unexpectedly point at my head. At his words, Zhao Meili and Wen Yu's expression shifted from delight to dread. Great deity. Great deity. Zhao Meili screamed. I am not a monster. I am not a monster. Please do not shoot me. I do not wish to die. Wen Yu swallowed hard, nervously wringing the bloody cloth before her. Her voice trembling as she implored, Great deity, could you speak before firing? What if you kill the wrong person? Do you need a reason? Lin Yu cast a dispassionate glance their way, reloading the gun and firing another 2 shots. Do you think I would miss? Ah, Zhao Meili shrieked helplessly. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. As Lin Yu retrieved the crystalline core, she remarked, Chen Shui, you explain this. There was much to say, but she felt no inclination to elaborate. Chen Shui, upon hearing her words, immediately spoke up, his thoughts having crystallized after a long night of contemplation. The reasoning is quite simple. 2 points. First, these 4 were the last to ascend 2 days ago. Second, they did not utter a single word yesterday, for low-level imposters. Speaking is a quick way to expose oneself. Wei Hong expressed astonishment. Is it really just those 2 reasons? Wen Yu echoed. Is that sufficient for such a deduction? Zhao Meili continued her frantic pleas. Do not kill me. Lin Yu silently tossed the 4 crystalline cores onto the table, perhaps due to the imposters possessing more intellect and less aggression. Their cores were larger than those of aggressive evolved beings. Even the cores of low-level imposters were approximately the length of a small pinky finger. Observing Lin Yu's actions, Chen Shui stated, These 2 reasons are fundamentally conclusive. As for whether they are correct, we will know once they are dead. Wen Yu's expression shifted through myriad emotions in an instant, from terror to fear, from fear to hesitation, then from hesitation to relief. Lin Yu reloaded the gun once more, aiming it at Ning. Great deity. Wei Hong suddenly stood and rushed to Ning's side, positioning himself between Zhao Meili and Ning, arms outstretched to shield both, proclaiming loudly, You are wise, and we have no objections to your judgments. But we should all be human. Please do not fire recklessly. I do not wish to lose my companions at random. Chapter 24. The air was chilling the deranged Zhao Meili, seeing the gun pointed in her direction. Felt Wei Hong's words pierce her ears and momentarily regained her sanity. She shouted, Great deity, spare me. Great deity, spare me. Ning is not a monster. None of us are monsters. She slept beside me last night. I am still safe and sound today. Upon saying this, she turned to Wen Yu, exclaiming, Right you? Last night, you knocked on my door asking if Ning could sleep with me. I even invited you to join us. You said you could not sleep. Later, Ning and I chatted in the room for a while, before finally falling asleep. Hearing her words, Lin You furrowed her brow, the memories of the previous night making her feel nauseous. With a weary tone, she replied, Indeed, that is correct. Ning is not. Step aside. Lin You approached Wei Hong, saying, Not a chance. Wei Hong's stance was resolute, worry for his companions evident in his eyes. Rest assured, I will not fire. Lin You firmly pulled him aside, positioning herself between Zhao Meili and Ning. She bent down to look at Ning, softly asking, What transpired last night? Ning kept her head bowed, offering no answer. Is what they said true? Yes, Ning quietly responded. It is as they said. I slept with Zhao Meili. In the corner of the expansive balcony, Chen Shui bore a look of understanding. He leaned toward Mu Shang, whispering, Ning is the imposter. Mu Shang nodded, having not been present the previous day. She had not heard the outburst from the irritable Ning directed at Lin You. Now that Chen Shui had informed her, she could surmise the scene from yesterday. Clearly, this low-level imposter had yet to grasp the personality traits of the individual they were impersonating. Fiery-tempered Ning had been portrayed as the meek Ning. It is quite chilly. Lin You straightened up, stating, Please go shut the door to the rooftop. We must not let the wind in. This seemingly nonsensical statement jolted both Mu Shang and Chen Shui, who had been whispering to one another. Dinner plans were officially commencing. This was the consensus they had reached during their meeting at 8 that morning. Once Lin You uttered the phrase, It is quite chilly, it signified her certainty that 2 among the remaining 4 were imposters. Go shut the rooftop door. Chen Shui opened the stairwell door on the 10th floor, ascending the stairs, saying, I will go close the door, wait for me to return. Do not let the wind in. Mu Shang followed Chen Shui out, declaring, I fear that there are evolved beings on the rooftop. It is dangerous. I shall go take a look. Lin You leaned against the wall, locking eyes with Wei Hong, who had just returned to Zhao Meili and Ning's side. In Wei Hong's gaze, there was no sign of anything unusual. He still bore the same vigilance and concern as before, seemingly apprehensive that she might pull the trigger and kill his innocent companions at any moment. Have you confirmed it now? His tone was grave as he inquired. Among the 4 of us, who is human and who is the monster? When you glanced at the righteous-looking Wei Hong, then at the indifferent Lin You, biting her lip, preparing to speak. But Lin You spoke first, placing her gun back on the table, raising her hands and stating, Confirmed. I apologize. I misunderstood. All 4 of you are human. Lin You. Wei Hong was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Is that so? That's truly wonderful. He feigned a relaxed demeanor, returning to his seat. You scared me to death. Oh, great one. When I saw you fire 4 shots just now, I thought you were going to annihilate us all. Not at all, Lin You replied, slipping her hands into her pockets, shrugging, and speaking in an even tone. I was merely uncertain about whether you 4 were imposters. The 4 shots earlier were merely a test. Chapter 25. The Last Supper. Wei Hong did not expect her to be so direct, and he awkwardly added, Ah, I see. No worries. Thank you for helping us identify the imposter. Wei Hong stood and bowed deeply to her, saying, I apologize for the inconvenience over the past couple of days. On behalf of the 4 of us, and the deceased from Block D, thank you. He turned to the other 3, stating, Let us go. We need to return to the 3rd floor and discuss how to get back to Block D. What? Zhao Meili exclaimed in disbelief. Return to the 3rd floor? Back to Block D? Impossible. I will not go. Not even in death. I want to stay in Block A. I want to remain on the 10th floor. I want to stay here. Don't pull me. Don't pull me. Zhao Meili bit down hard on Wei Hong's arm again. Her bite strong and deep, yet there was not a trace of blood. Stop it. Wei Hong tugged at her. They've already helped us so much. What more do you want? I won't go. I won't go. Zhao Meili suddenly began to cry pitifully. Her makeup long overdue for removal. Her face a ghastly sight. Ignore me. Let me be alone. I refuse to leave here. This is the safest place I feel since those monsters appeared. All right, Lin You suddenly said, then you can stay on the 10th floor. You all can remain. We can host you for a night. Really? Zhao Meili looked up with delight. Lin Yu nodded. Wei Hong still held Zhao Meili's arm, and he lifted his head with a troubled expression, disbelief flickering in his eyes. But we have conditions, Lin Yu continued. All the supplies you obtained on your 3rd outing must belong to us. As soon as her words fell, joy instantly lit up Wei Hong's eyes. No problem. All supplies will be yours. I'll head down to gather them immediately. At 5 in the afternoon, under the bright sun, Wei Hong was bustling in and out with supplies, climbing 20 floors each trip. Yet he appeared utterly unfazed, not even a hint of breathlessness. Despite his back being soaked with sweat, the smile on his face remained undiminished. Mu Shang and Chen Shui had returned a while ago. They exchanged a few words with Lin You in room 10A before heading back to the large balcony on the 10th floor. The long-missing Chen Yiping was called out from 10C by Chen Shui. After handing Zhao Meili a trash bin, he retreated into 10C. He was not afraid of the gunfire, but rather terrified of being mentally overwhelmed by the imposter's manipulations. He admitted he was unfit for any intellectual endeavors. His small mind simply could not fathom the question of who is the imposter. He swaggered out of 10C, asking, "Is it over?" Chen Shui replied, "Yes. How many of them are imposters?" Chen Shui answered, 4. Chen Yiping exclaimed, "Huh, just 4? Wasn't it said there would be at least? The remaining 4 are all human." When it gathers supplies, Chen Shui addressed the 3 still seated before the blood-stained cloth, Zhao Meili, Wen You, and Ning, asking, "How long do you intend to sit there? We need to prepare dinner." Zhao Meili was stunned. "Dinner?" Wen You snapped back to reality. "Dinner?" Ning, "Huh? Is it already time for dinner?" Chen Yiping was even more surprised, scratching his head, then rolling up his sleeves with newfound confidence, declaring, "All right, leave it to me. I will definitely impress you." When you hesitantly asked, "May I ask, what do you mean by dinner?" Chen Shui walked over, lifting the blood-stained cloth from the table, saying, "Our core team said, it's rare to have guests. We must arrange a last supper." At 8 in the evening, as the sun set, the lights in the 4 rooms on the 10th floor of Block A illuminated the space. The doors wide open, all set. Chen Yiping called out, emerging from 10D with a platter of vibrant dishes, including this spicy tofu dish. "The Last Supper, please take a look." Wei Hong gazed at the dishes on the table, struggling to speak. "This is spicy tofu pudding, spicy stewed tofu, tomato tofu, spicy fish head tofu soup." Each dish was a riot of red and white. Even the scallion salad had chili added. "I apologize," Lin You interjected. "The supplies we seized recently came from a tofu vendor. It's been nothing but tofu for the past few days." Wei Hong. Observing Wei Hong's hesitance, Chef Chen Yiping slammed the table, exclaiming, "Don't judge this food by its appearance. The flavor is top-notch. So red and white." When you seemed to recall something, her pupils constricting, and she turned away to gag. "The red is from the chili. We relish this. We can't enjoy a meal without spice," Chen Yiping remarked, watching Wen You retch, snorting in disdain, and without even removing his chef's apron, he sat down to sample his creations. "Those who cannot appreciate my culinary masterpieces truly lack taste." Watching him relish his food, Ning, seated beside him, could no longer contain herself. "Don't hold back. Everyone eat." Lin You stood up. "I just remembered there is another dish yet to be prepared. You all enjoy. I'll check the kitchen." Strangely, Wei Hong gazed at the table full of dishes, hesitating to pick up his chopsticks. Despite having swallowed 3 times already, he remained frozen, too apprehensive to move. To his right, Wen You and Zhao Meili had completely lost their composure, though they had never been graceful. Having gone days without food, they could only dry heave. Mu Shang kindly inquired, "Would you like some corn?" She pulled out 2 vacuum-packaged corns from under the table, waving them before the 2. "Sticky, not sweet." Zhao Meili nodded vigorously. Wen You snatched one away. Thus, the number of those who could not appreciate Chef Chen's exquisite dishes increased. Ning was already devouring her food with gusto, her eating speed rivaling that of Chen Yiping, sitting close together. They finished the spicy tofu pudding in mere minutes. "You truly have good taste." Chen Yiping praised her. "Right? Delicious. I assent it." "Humph, let those who don't eat be envious. Our spicy tofu pudding has been taken off the menu." None left, none left." Chen Shui cleared his throat, leisurely eating the 2 corns she had taken out from under the table. "Chen Shui, why aren't you eating?" Chen Yiping exclaimed in indignation. "It's one thing for them not to appreciate it. How can you not recognize the culinary prowess of your beloved Odo?" Chen Shui, choking on a kernel, coughed a couple of times, then said, "Do you want some corn too? I'll give you one." Chen Yiping huffed. "That's more like it." After their comedic exchange, Wei Hong spoke up. "May I ask, do you dine this lavishly every night?" "Of course not," Mu Shang replied. "We have guests. After all, we prepare a proper welcome." She patted the table, signaling Wei Hong to start eating. "These dishes are all prepared for you guests. We usually wouldn't indulge ourselves. If no one appreciates it, Chef Chen will get furious." Chen Yiping feigned anger, rolling up his sleeves to display his muscular biceps. "Well, then I shall not be polite. Wei Hong cautiously picked up a spoon and scooped a piece of tofu. Chef Chen Yiping's culinary skills were extraordinary, transforming the vibrant red chili into something steaming and blood-like. Wei Hong tentatively took a bite. It was exquisite. The texture was beyond delightful. Wei Hong's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. But he managed to control himself, revealing nothing. "How is it?" Mu Shang asked with a smile. "Delicious," Wei Hong replied politely, nodding. Meanwhile, Ning, who had been quietly showcasing her meal, tofu, had finished her plate of tomato tofu and eagerly seized the spicy stewed tofu before Zhao Meili. Fervently digging in contrast, Wei Hong took a single bite and paused. "By the way, this isn't your first encounter with such monsters, is it?" He inquired of Mu Shang, his expression still radiating polite curiosity. Indeed, Mu Shang began to feign ignorance. Countering, "How did you come to that conclusion?" "It's quite apparent." Wei Hong pointed towards the densely woven iron mesh on the spacious balcony and remarked, "You possess extraordinary abilities and have constructed defensive fortifications. Along our journey, we only observed the welded netting on the 10th floor of building A. Moreover, your decisive actions in rooting out the infiltrated monsters." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Having made preparations so early, it feels as though you have previously endured such disasters?" His tone was casual, laced with a hint of curiosity, akin to an innocuous question arising in the midst of a conversation. However, Ma Shang understood the underlying implications of his inquiry and chose not to respond. The atmosphere gradually grew peculiar. "Ha ha ha," Wei Hong laughed, facing Mu Shang's increasingly indifferent expression, and reached out to pat his head, saying, "I was merely asking. Upon reflection, I realize how formidable you all are. In this apocalyptic era, strength is undeniably alluring. Wouldn't you agree, Wen You?" Wen You, who had been munching on corn, suddenly paused, setting it down as she raised her head in agreement. "Indeed. Great ones, your provisions are truly splendid. May we join you in the future?" She directed her question at Ma Shang. Her eyes brimming with anticipation. "I wish to join you as well," shouted Zhao Meili. "What are you all thinking?" Wei Hong exclaimed with disbelief, hurriedly interrupting them. "Let go of these fanciful notions. My apologies, great ones, for any offense. Your generosity in assisting us for the night is already a considerable trouble, not to mention the lavish." "Very well," Ma Shang replied, raising an eyebrow. "We happen to be in need of more hands. We are currently recruiting." Wei Hong. "What is it?" "You appear incredulous." Ma Shang observed Wei Hong's furrowed brow and stated earnestly, "In this apocalypse, we are indeed short-handed. Surviving alongside the impostors for such a duration is a testament to your good fortune. As the saying goes, luck is also a form of strength, and we are eagerly awaiting individuals of your caliber." What a fanciful fabrication. Yet, Wei Hong believed it. "Is it truly so simple to join you?" He could no longer contain the elation in his eyes. "Ma Shang, indeed. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied?" "Dissatisfied?" Wei Hong suddenly shouted. "Ha ha ha, of course not. We are finally safe. Wen You, Zhao Meili, Ning." Zhao Meili, echoing his enthusiasm, jumped up as well. "Ah, no need to return to Building D. This is wonderful, truly wonderful." Wen You looked up at him, her face radiant with joy, her voice filled with delight. "This is fantastic." She swallowed hard, believing she had expertly concealed her emotions. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Shui, seated beside her, had already discerned her struggle. "Then let tonight's feast serve as a celebration for our new members," Ma Shang declared as she stood, calling out loudly to 10D. "Core, we have new members joining us. Wei Hong, is the final dish not prepared yet?" Chapter 26. Revelation. Lin You emerged with a large platter, a lid obscuring its contents. She stated coolly, "It is ready," as the night wore on. The 8 individuals on the 10th floor of future apartment building A remained awake, gathered around the grand platter, engaged in animated discussion. "What exquisite delicacy awaits us!" Zhao Meili exclaimed, her spirits high, regaining her composure. "Let me guess. It must be meat. I haven't had meat in ages." "Well, it can be considered as such," Lin You replied. "Tofu." When you hesitated, "What other tofu dishes could it be?" "It can be considered as such," Lin You reiterated. "Is it the supplies I moved in today?" Exclamation point. Wei Hong declared confidently, "It must be. You are treating us with our own provisions, not depleting yours." "Ha ha ha, you are so clever." "It can be considered as such," Lin You stated. "No need to consider it." Ma Shang insisted, her gaze fixed sharply on Lin Yu's hands. "Reveal it now." "Core, our final dish." The lid was lifted by Lin You, revealing a shocking sight. It was empty, completely devoid of contents. In an instant, the wind howled, and the door slammed shut. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Xiangrong had appeared at the entrance of 10D. Accompanied by a massive fan, Lin You had also somehow acquired a firearm, the very one she had used earlier to eliminate 4 imposters, now aimed squarely at Ning. Bang! Blood splattered onto Zhao Meili, and her vision darkened as she fainted. The final dish, RN. NAO. Lin Yu's hand plunged forcefully into the imposter's NAO. Z, extracting the crystal core while discarding the shattered DA into the large platter on the table, stating, "The preferred delicacy of high-level imposters, RN. NAO, presented for your enjoyment. My apologies for the inadequate hospitality." The silvery moonlight bathed the exterior walls of Building A, illuminating the 10th floor, piercing through the layers of mesh to reach the balcony. Lin Yu clutched the crystal core, retreating silently into a corner to protect Zhao Taitai's hearing. She had maintained the room's spatial integrity for 2 days and nights, her current limit. Chun Shui stood silently in front of her in this conflict. The sole mission of this extraordinary painter was to protect her, to safeguard the core of their team. Chen Yiping had donned the boxing gloves he had prepared in advance, standing alongside Ma Xiang, eager to replicate their previous decisive strike. "What?" Wei Hong exclaimed, feigning ignorance. "What are you all doing?" Ning is a monster, a high-level imposter. Could it be Zhao Meili?" Ma Xiang unleashed a fierce gust of wind upon him, stating, "No." Wei Hong gritted his teeth and continued his charade. "Then it must be Wen Yu." "Wen Yu? So, you are the monster." Under the overwhelming intensity of the situation, Wen Yu quickly betrayed, rushing to the corner of the balcony and shouting, "It's not me. It is clearly you. You are the imposter. Wei Hong, you are the high-level imposter. Those on the 10th floor, it was all Wei Hong's doing. Everything is his fault. I can testify." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Do you have direct evidence?" "I do." Wen Yu replied promptly, "The corpse from the night before last was Yin Zidong's. The corpse from last night belonged to Jin Hao. The severed finger from last night is the evidence. When Jin Hao lost his finger, this monster had not yet surfaced. I never spoke with him, so he remained unaware." In her desperation to prove her innocence, Wen Yu spoke rapidly, even closing her eyes, thus failing to notice Lin Yu's increasingly frosty gaze. "Is that so?" Lin Yu pondered for a few seconds, deciding to rest her head, confidently leaving the battlefield to her comrades, coldly stating, "Let us deal with the high-level imposter first. The matter of the traitor can be addressed later." Chapter 27. Battle 1. The wind blew with freedom, granting everything in the world the chance to fall freely. On the 10th floor of future apartment Building A, the fierce winds howled, sending various items on the table and floor flying. A shattered Enyo struck Wei Hong's face. In his final struggles, Wei Hong exclaimed, "You lie. Wen Yu, all this talk of severed fingers is your fabrication. You merely wish to frame me. The corpse from the 3rd floor has long been reduced to rubble. There's no way to distinguish anything." Ma Xiang calmly withdrew a mangled hand from her pocket, showcasing the severed finger prominently before him, asserting, "Oh, then what is this? Apologies, but today when we mentioned the terrace door, we did not refer to the terrace, but rather to the 3rd floor. Wei Hong, shall I continue to address you as the high-level imposter? Your little brother was far too weak. We barely struck the crystal core before he fled." Ma Xiang, ever the composed officer, maintained her demeanor, stating, "The evidence is irrefutable. High-level imposter Wei Hong, do you have anything else to say?" "Ha ha ha." Wei Hong suddenly erupted into manic laughter, his voice taking on a different pitch as he licked the remnants of brains from his lips, finally revealing his hand. "Wen Yu, you have betrayed me?" he questioned with intense incredulity. Then, regaining his composure, he continued, "However, I have long anticipated your actions." He gazed at Ma Xiang, who was manipulating the wind towards him, and at Chen Yiping, who donned boxing gloves at her side, chuckling softly before speaking in a voice as deep as a demon's. "Wen Yu, you cannot escape. Even if I perish here, they will find you and bring you back." "Ha!" Wen Yu's face turned to one of sheer terror, and within the next second, she collapsed to the ground. Kneeling. Wei Hong's crimson tongue licked his lips once more as he stated, "However, I shall not die here." A woman controlling the wind, a wind-powered special police officer, a man boxing, a Tyson contender. What a remarkable coincidence to arrive at just the right place. His words caused a simultaneous shift in expression on Ma Xiang and Chun Shui's faces. Yet, before they could contemplate further, he was already striking first. A thick iron tongue shot forth towards Ma Xiang. Fortunately, With the wind surrounding her, Mu Shang sidestepped just in time to evade the iron tongue. Preserving her visage, Wei Hong's eyes had turned a deep red, his condition worsening, not literally. As if grappling with a perplexing dilemma, he stated, "Which one shall I devour first? No, no, they must remain alive, I cannot kill them. Get the hell away." Chen Yiping leaped up, delivering a punch towards the tongue, shouting, "Get lost." Wei Hong cried out, "Ah, that hurts." The moment a true man strikes, one can discern the outcome. Unfortunately, this time, there was none. Wei Hong scoffed, "You truly do not believe that these boxing gloves can inflict any harm upon me, do you? I am certainly not a worthless fool like Jin Hao. We are not even of the same species. I feel nothing." In an instant, his entire tongue hardened, as unyielding as iron. Damn! Chen Yiping realized the precariousness of the situation and attempted to retreat, only to be intercepted by the elongated tongue as he turned. In the next moment, he was launched into the air. "Chen Shui!" cried out. "Chen Yiping!" Wei Hong ensnared Chen Yiping with his tongue. His blood-red eyes narrowing as he scrutinized him, he addressed Chen Yiping. "However, you have the audacity to strike an evolver? Quite bold of you. Speaking of evolvers, you mentioned them earlier, did you not? Evolvers?" Mu Shang recalled the term, evolver, that she had mentioned while following Chen Shui down 3 flights of stairs, her brow furrowing in concern. Wei Hong abruptly flung Chen Yiping aside, his crimson gaze fixated on Mu Shang as he inquired, each word dripping with intensity. "Why do you not refer to us as monsters? Where did you learn the specialized term evolver?" He raised his voice once more, posing a question that rendered both Chen Yiping and Mu Shang's faces pale with dread. "Among you, has anyone played the Red Mist game? I have no idea what you are rambling on about." Chen Shui was the first to respond, shouting at Mu Shang's back. "Get moving. Why are you just standing there?" Mu Shang snapped back to reality, stepping forward and raising her hands, unexpectedly engaging in Tai Chi on the spot. The wind that had encircled the expansive balcony began to shift in accordance with her movements. The clash between the Wind Dragon and the Iron Tongue monster had officially commenced. Wei Hong struggled against the wind, unable to open his eyes, feeling as though numerous parts of his skin were being sliced by blades, sharp, cutting wind. He was compelled to release his grip on Chen Yiping, who immediately fled upon hitting the ground, while Wei Hong began retracting his tongue, shortening and curving it, until at last he fashioned a wall of resistance against the raging winds with it. His tongue was unpredictable, as wide as a table, seemingly infinite in length, continuously twisting to reinforce the iron tongue wall. Mu Shang observed his movements, identifying an opening, and with a flick of her wrist, sent a gust of wind crashing into the wall. Wei Hong was forcefully pushed back several steps, his eyes growing even redder as he roared. "Ha ha! No wonder you are a wind manipulator." His gritted teeth filled Mu Shang with a sense of foreboding. There was no time to waste. Mu Shang resolved to continue her assault, denying him any opportunity to speak. With a swift roll of her arms, a gathering of energy, and a graceful movement akin to embracing a ball, she unleashed a series of rapid wind attacks, driving Wei Hong back to the staircase door on the 10th floor. That moment, Mu Shang executed her final strike. The iron tongue was torn asunder by the tempest, crashing to the ground and transforming into a writhing, grotesque mass. Upon witnessing this, Wei Hong immediately retracted his surviving tongue into his belly, neglecting his aerial defenses, and was subsequently pinned to the ground by the force of the winds, unable to move. He could barely lift his head, managing only a muffled sound. "Is there anything else you wish to say?" Mu Shang approached him with an icy demeanor, looking down upon him. Wei Hong fell silent. "If not." Mu Shang raised her gaze to the frozen Chen Yiping and commanded, "Bring me a knife. Extract the crystal core." Awesome, awesome." Chen Yiping clapped his hands vigorously, cheering her on. "Oh, Sister Shang is amazing. I'll fetch it right away." Wei Hong erupted into laughter. "Ah ha 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 ha." Chen Yiping stammered, "A knife, right?" Wei Hong, sprawled on the ground, suddenly burst forth with a bizarre laughter, his pitch transcending human limits, compelling listeners to cover their ears. He slowly spoke. "Hey, wind-manipulating woman. You don't genuinely think you've won, do you?" Whoosh, dread, Mu Shang sent something slicing through the air, attempting to evade, but it was too late. Hiss, a sharp object grazed her left arm, drawing blood. It was Wei Hong's iron tongue. However, this time, his tongue had transformed, becoming slender and elongated, and there was more than one. How to describe it? As Mu Shang beheld Wei Hong in his second form, a phrase flickered through her mind. flower stamen. Those blood-red tongues blossomed like buds within his mouth, countless in number, each one as sharp as an arrow. Do not mistake this. Damn evolver. Wei Hong's voice sent shivers down her spine. A high-level imposter always has a backup plan. From his mouth, a barrage of iron arrows shot forth, targeting Chen Yiping, Mu Xiang, Lin You, Chen Shui, and Lin You. Chen Yiping barely had time to react, being whisked away into the sky once more. Ah, my boxing gloves. The rapid ascent caused his gloves to be flung off. Mu Xiang, utilizing her wind to solidify her punches, struck against the iron tongues, yet could not withstand the simultaneous assault from 3 tongues, gradually succumbing to the disadvantage when you sat on the ground. Paralyzed with fear, her lips quivering as she locked eyes with the iron tongues, which did not attack her, but instead encircled her tightly, in stark contrast to the utter helplessness of the first 3 and their slight attempts to retaliate. Chen Shui found himself in an even worse predicament. He had to protect Lin You simultaneously. Lin You had been like a corpse since the beginning, as if she had consumed an entire box of sleeping pills. Slumped lifelessly on Chen Shui's back, faced with the relentless advance of the iron tongues, Chen Shui gritted his teeth, pulling a pencil and a small notebook from his pocket, managing to draw a single line in the scant seconds remaining. The image glowed, and he reached out to produce. What the hell did you draw? Chen Yiping, being tossed through the air, began to observe others in a state of despair, and upon seeing his dear brother create something peculiar, he shouted, "Is this glass?" Clearly, Wei Hong was also taken aback, momentarily halting 2 of his iron tongues attacks, his crimson eyes fixated on the sweat-drenched Chen Shui. At a perfect opportunity, Chen Shui seized the moment, swiftly adjusting the glass shard in his hand to the desired size. Placing it in the corner of the expansive balcony, and inscribing 7 words on it. Evolvers prohibited from entering. What the hell? Amazing. Chen Yiping intended to clap in applause, but realized he was bound and unable to move. He could only stretch his neck and shout, "Brother Shui, amazing, but why didn't you use this trick sooner?" Chen Shui shook his head, his brow furrowed in distress. After taking a few short breaths, he propped up the glass with one hand, while gently laying Lin You down with the other, finally closing his eyes. So that's how it is, someone carrying strange items. Wei Hong's mouth suddenly split into a wide grin, his voice bubbling with excitement. It is indeed you. It is indeed you. Ha! It's not just carrying items. It must be the creator, right? It must be the creator. He accelerated his assault on Mu Xiang, seemingly elated, shouting, "Delicious NAO, so many delicious NAO. If I bring you back, the 2nd-generation commander might reward me, at least 1, right? Ha! I am so thrilled. Let me test this, your lowly, trashy creator's barrier." Thud. Evolvers prohibited from entering. The iron tongues were halted by the glass barrier, and Chen Shui successfully protected himself and Lin You. Mu Xiang's face bore 3 deep gashes from the iron tongues. Gazing at the struggling Chen Shui, she disdainfully shouted at Wei Hong, "How can you still call yourself a high-level imposter? I see you as the lowest, the most pathetic, taking on 3 at once, and still having the audacity to call it a fair fight." Wei Hong's attention was successfully diverted by her provocation, his blood-red eyes gleaming with intensity as his voice echoed throughout the 10th floor, "A fair fight it is." Crack! Mu Xiang screamed frantically, "Mu Xiangrong!" Without warning, Wei Hong's iron tongue lashed out towards Mu Xiangrong, who had been hiding behind door 10D, silent and uninvolved in the battle. The speed of the iron tongue was so swift that even Mu Xiang's voice could not reach him in time. Mu Xiangrong barely had a moment to comprehend Wei Hong's attack before he was sent flying into door 10D. Mu Xiang screamed again in a frenzy, "Close the door, lock it, do not come out." This was her hoarse command. Her rebellious brother complied this time. Mu Xiangrong's face tightened as he swiftly slammed the door of 10D shut. But the sound of the door closing was accompanied by the crash of the large fan in front of door 10D, which had been knocked to the ground by the iron tongue. Now rendered inoperative, the 10th floor was devoid of wind. Chapter 28. Battle 2. Mu Xiang was knocked to the ground by 3 incoming iron tongues, her body covered in wounds, without the wind generated by the iron tongue's movements. She had no means to harness the wind, and the scant remaining gust was elusive, dissipating within seconds, barely of any use. Wasn't it supposed to be a fair fight? Why don't you stand up? Wei Hong taunted. Oh, I forgot, like that lowly, trashy creator, you too are a lowly, trashy wind manipulator. Mu Xiang clenched her fists, enduring the searing pain from her wounds, yet her spirit remained unyielding as she retorted. You are nothing but a pathetic imposter. What else can you do besides these despicable tactics? This is hardly a fair fight. A wind manipulator without wind is merely an ordinary person. Wrong, Wei Hong remarked upon hearing her final words. His crimson eyes flickering momentarily, he decelerated his assault, lowering his piercing tone as if he had suddenly submerged into a tempest of emotions. Only the most inferior wind ability users behave in such a manner. True masters of wind pay no heed to the presence of wind. Observing Mu Shang's wide-eyed shock, he erupted into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. I am not offering you a kind reminder to contemplate your abilities. I merely wish to inform you. You are nothing but trash, truly the most wretched kind of trash, the most pathetic wind user I have ever encountered. His 3 iron tongues suddenly twisted together, merging into one, and forcefully stabbed towards Mu Shang. Puffed. The woman's head was obliterated. Zhao Meili departed this world in a state of unconsciousness. Ha ha! Wei Hong laughed with even greater fervor. The most inferior. The most pathetic wind user. There is no one else here who can serve as your scapegoat. Mu Shang stared at the lifeless Zhao Meili before her. Disbelief etched across her features as she glanced at her own hands. She suddenly felt as if every finger was drenched in blood. In a frantic attempt to evade danger, she had dropped to the ground, rolling to the left while pulling the unconscious Zhao Meili in front of her. Thus the iron tongue had struck the defenseless Zhao Meili instead. She froze, her body immobilized, staring vacantly at her hands. She had inadvertently caused the death of an innocent person. Oh my, today has been simply delightful. Ha ha ha. Wei Hong could scarcely contain his amusement. How long has it been since I witnessed such an expression? Ha! That bewildered, shocked, guilty look. Ha ha! It's utterly entertaining, truly a riot. Mu Shang stood frozen for 10 seconds. Then, filled with rage, raised her gaze to him, shouting, "You killed her." She buried her guilt and remorse deep within, only allowing her fury to erupt. "You killed her. It was you." Watching the fury blaze in her eyes, Wei Hong's laughter gradually faded, his interest waning as he remarked, "That sort of gaze is no longer amusing." With a swift motion, he slammed the gravely injured Mu Shang to the ground, shaking his head as he declared, "These two pose no challenge whatsoever. Utterly pathetic, especially this most inferior, wretched wind user. All bark and no bite." The two he referred to were the one bound by his iron tongue, Chen Yiping, and the collapsed Mu Shang, devoid of strength to engage him further. He turned to face the unconscious Chen Shui, lowering his voice even further. His tone, akin to a devil's whisper, pierced through Chen Shui's mind, delving deep into his very soul. He said, "Now, it is your turn." The creator of this lowly trash. Chen Shui furrowed his brow. Wei Hong continued, "The creator of such lowly trash possesses such weak mental fortitude. Maintaining this barrier must be quite the task. Wouldn't you agree?" Chen Shui remained silent. Wei Hong pressed on, "How about this? You tell me who among your group participated in the Red Mist game, and I shall refrain from attacking you. What do you say?" Chen Shui still offered no response. Wei Hong taunted, "Not going to speak? Ha ha ha. The creator of lowly trash. I can see your hands trembling." His 2 iron tongues slowly extended toward Chen Shui's corner, stating, "I eagerly anticipate how much longer your barrier can endure." Chen Shui remained silent. At 3 in the morning, the future apartment lay eerily silent. Chen Shui leaned against the barrier he had conjured, his consciousness slipping into a restless slumber that it was a troubling dream. Filled with shattered brain matter, ravenous monsters, and the screams of humanity, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, as though he were grasping something remarkably heavy he desperately wanted to let go, instinctively releasing his grip several times. Just as that object was about to slip from his last finger, he would clutch it tightly once more. He sensed the weight of its significance. He could not release it, dragging this heavy, undefined object. He traversed the fragmented room. Along the way, he glimpsed silhouettes within, a woman strewn upon the floor, her body marred with wounds, another woman with her Eneo bag punctured, a woman engulfed in darkness, and a man soaring through the sky. A man soaring through the sky. Huh? Chen Shui strained to lift his eyelids, recognizing the figure of the man in flight. Chen Yiping? How could Chen Yiping be here? Wait, Chen Yiping cannot be here. Instinctively, he surged forward, soon confronting an old iron door, which he hastily flung open and dashed through. Mommy can't hold on any longer. Upon entering the iron door, he felt his form shrink, hearing his father say to him, "Mommy can't hold on any longer." Tears began to flow uncontrollably. He was unaware of why, but an overwhelming sorrow enveloped him, as if a knife had been plunged into his heart. His vision blurred. He realized it was due to his tears. He attempted to wipe them away, yet the heavy object held him down, rendering his arms immobile. He attended his mother's funeral. At the funeral, people questioned why he did not cry. He replied, "I have no hands to wipe away the tears. They have already dried." Someone sighed and gently patted his head. At that moment, Chen Yiping rushed in. It was as though he suddenly remembered why he was there, and he shouted at Chen Yiping, "How could you be here? You must not be here." Chen Yiping, clearly intimidated by his fierce tone, quivered and was on the verge of tears when the person who had just patted his head spoke up. He heard the person say she would want both her children to be present. "Chen Shui, do not frighten your brother Chen Yiping. No, he cannot be here." Chen Shui was utterly bewildered, monotonously repeating, "He cannot be here. He cannot be here. Chen Yiping must not be here. Chen Yiping must not know what has transpired. Otherwise, Chen Yiping would be heartbroken." Chen Shui lifted his gaze, witnessing the person who had patted his head sigh, pulling out a lollipop from their pocket, handing it to Chen Yiping. The person then asked Chen Yiping, "Yiping, do you know where your mother has gone?" Chen Yiping took the candy, shaking his head and replying, "I don't know. Uncle Chen, where did my mother go?" Uncle Chen smiled, ruffling Chen Yiping's hair, pointing to the sky, and said, "Yiping, your mother has gone on a trip to the heavens. See, she has traveled to that star up there." Chen Yiping's eyes widened in astonishment, clapping his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, my mom is amazing. She can travel to the sky." He tugged at Chen Shui's arm, his big eyes sparkling as he shouted, "Brother, did you hear that? Did you hear? Mom went on a trip to the sky. Mom is so incredible." Chen Shui said, "Thank you, Uncle Chen, for bringing Yiping here. If she cannot see us both now, she would surely be heartbroken." Chen Shui gasped suddenly, opening his eyes to eye in the corner of the 10th floor balcony of Building A of the future apartment. A gaping maw filled with sharp teeth pressed tightly against the barrier marked, "No evolvers allowed." With countless disgusting tongues rhythmically beating against the defensive barrier, this grotesque visage was mere centimeters away from Chen Shui. He felt as though his vision had been assaulted and uttered two words, "So ugly." Wei Hong narrowed his blood-red eyes and said, "You, the creator of this lowly trash, managed to maintain the barrier for 2 hours. Humph, you possess some merit," Chen Shui replied. "Heh, don't get too carried away with a single compliment." Wei Hong glanced at the 7 words inscribed on the wall, mocking, "Evolvers prohibited from entry? Does that mean that anyone who isn't an evolver can enter?" He finally unleashed his ultimate move, turning to Lin You and bellowing, "Lin You, you traitor, get in there and kill this lowly trash-ass creator." Chen Shui's expression hardened. Lin Yu's breathing quickened. Wei Hong continued his tirade. "If you don't go in and kill him, I'll kill you." Lin Yu shook his head frantically, trembling as he replied, No, you wouldn't kill me. You said you would hand me over to some second-generation officer." Wei Hong pointed at Mu Shang and said, "I could just as easily hand you over to her. Do you think you are irreplaceable? What a joke. I only said I wanted to bring back someone with potential. I never specified who. For heaven's sake, stop stalling. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going in or not?" When you stammered, Wei Hong interjected, "You have 10 seconds. When you broke down in tears. 10, 9, 8. Chen Yiping, caught in the winds above, shouted desperately, Miss, don't listen to him. Once our boss wakes up, he has finished. You must not go. That's my brother. Don't kill my brother. Don't kill my brother." "What the hell do you have to do with this?" Wei Hong slammed him to the ground repeatedly, pounding him several times, then roared, "I'm going to kill your brother. That's who I'm going to kill. 7, 6, 5. You false pretender, you cannot kill him. You promised to bring him back alive." Mu Shang weakly protested. "If you kill him, how will you explain yourself?" I'll simply say I didn't see him, and that will suffice." Wei Hong cast a fleeting glance at her, delivering a swift kick as she exclaimed, "Stop pretending to be clever. Will you? Little special police, I advise you to conserve your strength for when we meet our second-generation commander. He's not someone easy to deal with." 4, 3, 2. "Don't go, I beg you, sister." Chen Yiping cried out, tears mingling with blood as they streamed down his face. He shouted hoarsely, "You have family too. Your brother was killed by Jin Hao, wasn't he? You know how painful it is to lose loved ones, right? I have no parents left. Please don't let me lose my brother. You can kill me. Just kill me instead. Don't kill my brother. I'm begging you. Please. Don't go." Mu Shang struggled to raise her hand, managing only to move a few fingers. Danti, go. Don't take action. When you wiped the tears from her face and picked up the knife from the ground. Ha! Wei Hong laughed maniacally. That's right. I love you just like this. When you are truly a rare fit for the red mist. The fear on Wen Yu's face vanished, replaced by an emptiness akin to that reflected on Chen Yiping and Mu Shang's faces at that moment. Chen Yiping roared, do you dare to kill him? If you dare to kill him, I will kill you. You wretched woman. He pounded futilely against the iron tongue binding him, but it showed no signs of loosening in a hoarse shout. He urged, run, brother. You must run. Run. Where the hell can you run to? Ah, it's all my fault. If only I had powers. If only I had powers. Whoa. When you stepped in front of Wei Hong, meeting his crimson gaze directly, I will go in and kill him. You take that woman back. Danti, bring me along. Are you negotiating with me? Wei Hong scoffed. On what grounds? Without me, you cannot enter and cannot kill him. Oh. Wei Hong leaned forward, his repulsive face close to Wen Yu's as he said, don't get it twisted. Little sister Wen Yu, I'm only asking you to go in to kill him because I want to end this quickly, not because I can't kill him. When you raised the knife in her hand, and if you intend to stab me, I suggest you refrain, for you will find it impossible to harm me. Wei Hong pointed to a hardened spot on his face and remarked, apologies, but a high-level impersonator typically has more than one ace up their sleeve. Wen Yu. She lowered her hand, turned away from the grotesque creature before her, and resolutely walked towards Chen Shui. Ignoring Chen Yiping's desperate cries behind her, she approached the barrier with determination. She stepped in with her left foot. Then her right. Chen Shui gritted his teeth, attempting to move, but he was immobile. Supporting the barrier had drained nearly all his mental energy, leaving him utterly paralyzed. Was he truly going to die behind him? When you closed her eyes, raised the knife, and silently whispered, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I just want to survive. The cold blade sliced through the night sky, its chilling brilliance reflecting in the eyes of everyone present on the 10th floor of Building A in the future apartments. Brother Chen Shui. Chapter 29. Battle 3. Lin Yu also had a dream. She dreamt of Mama Xia in the dream. Mama Xia asked her, do you want to live? 1001. She replied, yes. Mama Xia gently stroked her head and said, you resemble my daughter so much. 1001. How about I give you a name? You shall be called Lin You. How does that sound? Good. Lin You, Lin You. Lin You, wake up quickly. The dream shifted through time and space, and Lin Yu opened her eyes to see the monsters closing in within the red mist. Strange, why are the monsters' feet sideways? Oh, it turns out she had fallen to the ground. She straightened up and looked at the person beside her, someone her age, a bad person, a wicked child who wanted to steal her potion. She immediately picked up the reagent tube from the ground and held it tightly in her hand. This was her first time receiving a potion. Mama Xia had told her that this potion was very important. And if she were lucky enough to receive it one day, she must keep it safe and drink it at the right moment. She recalled that just before she was knocked to the ground by the bad person, the one who distributed the potion had told her it was a potion about something to do with air. The monsters approached. The one trying to snatch her potion was terrified and did not continue his attempt. Seizing the moment, she forcefully pulled out the cork with her damp palm and gulped down the potion. This is way too awful to drink. She nearly vomited. This time, among all the people in the red mist, only she survived. The dream shifted again through time and space, and she had become proficient in killing evolvers. She knew the information about every type of evolver like the back of her hand. This time, she was given a potion once more. Among the group receiving potions with her, there was a boy who was very cute, with two small canine teeth that sparkled. The boy asked her, hello. My name is Tian Wenye. Can we get to know each other? She was taken aback. It was rare to encounter someone in the red mist who introduced themselves right away. The boy asked again, you look very powerful. May I bring my sister along with me? This boy not only introduced himself, but was also sincere and straightforward. After pondering, she nodded. The boy asked once more, after saying so much, I still don't know your name. She replied, Lin You. Lin You. Lin You. Lin You, wake the hell up. Lin You. Chen Shui softly called out, boss, boss. Chen Yiping's distant voice echoed, Lin Yu, are you a pig? The wind carried Mu Shang's urgent plea for help. You better wake up. Sleeping like this, we're all going to die. In an instant, Lin Yu opened her eyes. The dream was over. She had returned to reality. The air barrier. When you suddenly found herself immobilized. Wei Hong was also unable to move. Chen Shui, Chen Yiping, and Mu Shang were no exceptions. They were all paralyzed. Everyone on the 10th floor of Building A in the future apartments was frozen in place. Suddenly, a shout from Mu Ma resonated in 10D. Lin You. Little beauty Lin You. Tai-Dai says his ear hurts so much. What should we do? Mom, don't shout. Shoo. Mu Xiangrong's voice came through, trying to silence Mu Ma. But it was too late. Lin You had already echoed clearly in the air. Heard by everyone, Lin You. Wei Hong's eyes widened in shock for a few seconds, then ignited with a spark, as he exclaimed, 1001. Is that you? So, you're the one leading them. Lin You regarded him with cold indifference. Wei Hong burst into laughter, his mirth laced with an unpleasant undertone as he said, No wonder. No wonder. Huh. You were the one who pulled me out during the last underground island escapade, right? I was wondering why my impeccable disguise was discerned by this bunch of brats. It turns out it was you. Trash. Lin You ruthlessly raised her hand. Wei Hong felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his head. He bellowed, 1001. Do you know that even if you kill me, the impersonator observing today will carry the news back? The commander will find you soon. You have nowhere to escape. Lin You slightly relaxed the pressure, allowing Wei Hong to stave off death for a moment longer, and asked, Who is your commander now? The doctor? The microphone? Or some other second generation? Ha ha ha. Wei Hong laughed foolishly, stubbornly refusing to divulge. I want to tell you. Guess what the red mist system has turned into now? Fool. Lin You pressed down hard, causing Wei Hong's entire face to harden. He was forced to resist the pressure of the air. After a few seconds, he sensed something was amiss, frowning as he asked, 1001. Why has your strength diminished so much? Lin You remained silent. You haven't been nerfed, have you? Wei Hong's eyes lit up with crimson light, laughing uproariously. So, it's another war of attrition? Ha ha. You can't win against me. After the last underground island incident, I specifically trained in endurance. Want to compare with me? Let us see who can last longer this time. A sudden heaviness of fatigue struck Lin You from behind her head. She hadn't fully recuperated and was still maintaining Zhao Tai's space. She steadied herself and began to shrink the space of the 10th floor balcony. She immediately fixed her focus on Wei Hong alone. Releasing the others. Huh. Chen Yiping's immediate reaction upon landing was to rush towards Chen Shui, urgently confirming, Brother, are you okay? You damn woman. Get the hell away from me. Just as his fist was about to strike Wen Yu's face, he halted abruptly, for he wouldn't hit a woman. He glared furiously at Wen Yu, his tone tempestuous and menacing. Get the hell away from my brother. You want to harm him. Chen Yiping. Chen Shui collapsed against his shoulder, weakly saying, Don't worry about this woman. She's also being forced. Just help me. I'm so tired. Chen Yiping hurriedly helped him sit on the ground. Wen Yu shrank into a corner, trembling in fear. Mu Xiang turned over, lying on her back, gasping, Lin You, are you a pig? Do you dare to sleep a little longer? I apologize, Lin Yu admitted, realizing she had indeed delayed things. I only meant to leave you for a few minutes. But I ended up sleeping for several hours. Why didn't you wait until we were all dead before waking up? Perhaps having brushed with death, Mu Xiang's tongue was particularly sharp at that moment. However, on the subject of death, Mu Xiang slightly turned her head away, unable to bear the sight of the body that had suffered a fatal blow due to her evasive actions, the corpse of Zhao Meili. She could not even dare to steal a glance at it. I'm sorry, Lin Yu awkwardly apologized again, then turned to Chen Shui and asked, Chen Shui, how much stamina do you have left? Chen Shui replied, None. Chen Yiping interjected, My brother says he doesn't have a drop left. Big shot. Hurry up and end this. We're all about to drop dead. Chen Shui remained silent. Chapter 30. Battle for Lin Yu side. I'm exhausted too. Let me think. She gestured to Wen Yu, who was huddled in the corner. Hand me the knife. The knife in Wen Yu's hand was the one she had used earlier that morning to pierce the heads of 4 low-level impersonators. Although she was unsure why the knife was currently with Wen Yu, it seemed that she had no choice but to use this charming little blade to pierce the head of the high-level impersonator. Wei Hong, observing the others moving freely, felt his hatred for Lin Yu reach a boiling point. He gritted his teeth and said, 1001. Don't get too arrogant. The doctor is still looking for you. Lin Yu raised her gaze to him. Wei Hong continued, You can't escape. 1001. Once I'm dead, the doctor will know exactly where you are, and where all of us who escaped from the red mist system are. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, escaped? So your superior isn't the doctor? The doctor governed the red mist system, and Wei Hong's choice of words suggested that he was not aligned with the doctor, implying he had defected. Wei Hong scoffed disdainfully. 1001. I don't want to engage in semantics right now. I'll tell you the truth. My superior is indeed not the doctor. Then who is it? Ah, you figure it out yourself. Wei Hong closed his eyes in frustration. Seemingly resigned to his impending doom that he stated, 1001. Let me tell you, don't be so damn arrogant. The outside world has undergone tremendous changes. It's not just the red mist system. This game of red mist is far more grandiose and brutal than anything we've ever experienced. It is all different from what we have encountered. For some reason, his tone carried a hint of sadness. Lin You thought it must be an illusion. Evolvers never truly understood how to mimic sorrow. Wei Hong left behind the final words of his Evolver career. 1001. This red mist has only just begun. The pressure of the space and the stabbing of the small knife finally brought this high-level impersonator. Wei Hong, who had wreaked havoc on the 10th floor of future apartment A for an entire night, to the end of his personal drama. At 5 in the morning, the survival team on the 10th floor of future apartment A entered a state of post-battle fatigue and recovery. With the exception of Mu Xiangrong and Zhao Taidai. Do you all agree to let Zhao Taidai absorb this crystal core? Lin You placed the crystal core, wrapped in white cloth and roughly the size of 3 fingers, in front of Mu Xiang and Chen Shui, inquiring. Mu Xiang responded, if we don't give it to him, he'll die, right? Chen Shui added, I have no objections. His ability is hearing, right? Yes. After receiving their responses, Lin You swiftly headed towards 10D, remarking as she walked, if we don't give him this crystal core, he definitely won't make it. His ability is indeed hearing. The presence of such a large crystal core in Wei Hong's head clearly indicated that he was not an ordinary high-level impersonator, but rather a battle-hardened one, having slaughtered through both the novice village and the hero camp, and could even be considered a super boss, an ultra-high-level impersonator. Therefore, this battle was not a result of the other evolvers and ordinary people being too weak, but rather that the opponent boss was too strong. It was akin to placing a boss that one would only encounter at the end of the game in a novice village. Who could withstand that? Mu Xiang and Chen Shui had many questions, but they were utterly exhausted and could barely speak. They were all carried back to 10C by Chen Yiping, one tossed onto the sofa and the other onto the bed, while Chen Yiping himself collapsed on the floor and fell asleep instantly. Lin Yu's fatigue was no less than theirs. After placing the crystal core into Zhao Taidai's hands, she collapsed onto the bed. Falling into a deep slumber, Mu Xiangrong quietly emerged to tidy up, closing the doors of 10A and 10B, and said to the still trembling Lin You in the corner, let's discuss things after they rest. You, come in and sleep on my sofa. Everyone slept for a full 2 days. The next morning, they were awakened by Zhao Taidai's voice. I am better. Zhao Taidai joyfully shook Lin You awake, exclaiming, big shot. I'm better, I'm better. I'm better. I made it. I'm not dead. Hey. He patted his head, then his neck, then his hands, and finally reached for his ears. Excitedly, he shouted again, it doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm better. I'm better. I am better. He exuberantly hugged Lin You, disregarding her peaceful slumber, continuing to shout, big shot, big shot, big shot. Thank you for staying with me. Thank you for always taking care of me. I, Zhao Taidai, am fully revived today. Lin You finally stirred slightly, opening her eyes a crack to assess the person in front of her. Zhao Taidai? Oh, the compensation phase is ended. She calmly replied with 2 words, congratulations. Then she got up and walked back to 10A. Bang! The door of 10A closed with a thud as she collapsed back onto her little bed, continuing her deep slumber. Zhao Taidai blinked at the sound, frozen for a few seconds, before jumping into the living room and shouting, ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. I, Zhao Taidai, have fully revived. Thank you, Mu Xiang's mother. Thank you, Mu Xiangrong. I owe you all. Thank you so much. Wait, who are you? In the living room, Mu Ma and Mu Xiangrong were not present. Only When You sat on the sofa, staring wide-eyed at him. When you introduced herself, then pointed toward the kitchen, whispering, if you're referring to that aunt and little brother, they are in the kitchen. Mu Xiangrong emerged from the kitchen at that moment, still wearing an apron, and exclaimed in delight, Teacher Tai Tai, you finally woke up. It's so good to see you safe. Mu Ma also came out, holding a spatula, cheerfully declaring, oh, Tai Tai has finally awakened. You kids have worked so hard these past 2 days. fighting monsters and caring for your health. It hasn't been easy. Auntie is making something delicious to treat you. After saying this, Muma returned to the kitchen to busy herself. All right. Thank you, Auntie. Zhao Tai called out loudly as Muma disappeared into the kitchen, then lowered his head to ask Mu Xiangrong quietly, "Who is this woman? Lin You? Who is she? Why is she on our 10th floor?" Mu Xiangrong's expression grew complex, and he replied softly, "Sigh, Teacher Tai Tai, that's a long story, quite complicated. If you want, just go ask Brother Yipping in 10C. He should be able to explain." "Oh, okay." At 8 in the morning, before the sun had clocked in, Mu Xiang and Chen Shui, sporting dark circles under their eyes, rolled from 10C into 10B, each claiming a sofa and a bed, continuing their much-needed rest. In 10C of future apartment A, Chen Yipping was engaged in animated conversation with Zhao Tai. "Taizi, you finally woke up. I've missed you so much." Chen Yipping wrapped Zhao Tai in a tight embrace, squeezing the breath out of him. With utmost concern, he asked, "How are you? Are you still in pain? How's your ear? How far can you hear now?" Wait. Chen Yipping, don't choke me to death just as I wake up." Zhao Tai wriggled free from his iron grip, sincerely expressing, "It's all good. All good. I'm incredibly grateful to you all. Thanks to your care, my body doesn't hurt anymore. I eat like a champ and sleep like a log. As for my hearing," he mischievously pointed to his ears, a playful smirk on his face. Chen Yipping, I'm an evolver now too. Only you aren't T1. Only you aren't T1. You've become the bottom of the team." Chen Yipping responded with a bang, a punch to Zhao Tai's face. "What did you say?" No, please spare me, Brother Ping. I was just joking. Poor Zhao Tai received a hefty slap to the face on the very morning he had just recovered. After a playful exchange, Zhao Tai finally returned to a serious tone, saying, "Actually, regarding my hearing, I can indeed hear sounds from much farther away now, even further than before, but distant sounds are a bit rough in quality, while finer sounds, I can hear clearly within the entire 10th floor. I can discern everyone's movements within that range." "Wow, you've become that powerful," Chen Yipping exclaimed. "Indeed, even with the door closed, I can still hear everything." Zhao Tai replied, "So, what are the others in their rooms doing now?" Zhao Tai tilted his head and listened intently, then responded, "Well, in room 10A, the big boss is sleeping soundly in room 10B, Shui Gu is sprawled on the sofa in a deep slumber, while Shang Jia is rolling around in bed." "Oh my, isn't 10B my place? Why did Shang Jia mess up my bed?" Never mind. In room 10D, Mu Ma is probably frying something, and Mu Xiangrong is chopping vegetables." He paused, turned back to Chen Yipping, and asked, "Hey, Pingu, there's a woman in the living room of 10D who says her name is Lin You. I asked Mu Xiangrong how this Lin You ended up here, and Mu Xiangrong told me to ask you. Do you know who Lin You is and how she came to be here?" "You asked a good question." Chen Yipping and Zhao Tai, two fools, suddenly felt as if crows had taken flight atop a power line, or an airplane had ascended into the stratosphere. The former animatedly recounted the events of the past 2 days, while the latter clapped enthusiastically, punctuating the tale with cheers, under Chen Yipping's vivid narration. Zhao Tai became immersed in the story, exclaiming, "Wow, is this Wei Hong really that formidable? Is this the prowess of a high-level impersonator?" Chen Yipping vividly described, "Indeed, this high-level impersonator Wei Hong is no mere brute relying solely on force. I was utterly astonished when he knocked down Shang Jia's fan. This monster, an evolved being, actually knew to control the wind field of a wind ability user first. And then he suddenly swept me up. I used all my strength to pound his damn tongue, but it was utterly futile. At that moment, I was completely panicked." Zhao Tai swallowed hard. The harrowing tale of the previous night was recounted in its entirety by the storyteller Chen Yipping. At 9 o'clock, as the sun lazily rose and the first rays of sunlight streamed into room 10C, this thrilling account finally came to an end. Zhao Tai stared at his empty palm in a daze, murmuring, They actually gave me the crystal core of the high-level impersonator." He gazed at his empty hand, struggling to believe that 3 fingers worth of crystal core had once existed there. Chen Yipping remarked, "Indeed. Otherwise, how do you think you got so lucky?" Zhao Tai replied, "If they hadn't given me this crystal core, any one of them could have become incredibly powerful." "Absolutely." Chen Yipping comforted him with a pat on the shoulder, reassuring him, "But don't feel burdened. The big boss, Shang Jia, and Chen Shui all discussed this. They unanimously agreed to give it to you. The big boss said, if this crystal core weren't given to you, You'd be 100% dead. Tears welled up in Zhao Taidi's eyes as he embraced Chen Yiping, bursting into tears. Thank you all. Really? Thank you so much. Don't mention it. We're all teammates. There's no need for thanks. Living well is the greatest gratitude. No worries. Chen Yiping gently patted his shoulder, though his tone remained fierce. Why the hell are you crying, you big man? Stop being so sentimental. Man up. Yes. Zhao Taitai wiped away his tears and shouted. What Ping Ge said is right. No crying. Man up. He paused before continuing. That Lin You in the living room of 10D is really wicked. She actually tried to stab Shui Ge? Upon hearing that name, Chen Yiping became enraged, slamming his fist on the table. Causing it to shake violently, he said, Exactly. I pleaded with her for so long. I was just short of kneeling. Yet she still listened to that high-level impersonator and brought out a knife. Don't you think this person is? He suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, sighed, and his fierce tone shifted to one of frustration. But Chen Shui also said she was forced. That high-level impersonator Wei Hong stated that if she didn't stab Chen Shui, she would be the one getting stabbed. Sigh. In that moment, Chen Yiping was left yearning for a cigarette. He continued dejectedly. Regardless, I don't know how to talk to her now that I certainly won't forgive her. Because I told her to wait until the big boss woke up. Yet, she was indeed coerced. Chen Yiping slammed his fist into the sofa again, the soft cushion absorbing his force, his frustration finding no outlet. It was now Zhao Taidi's turn to comfort him, saying, Don't be like that. Ping Ge, look on the bright side. That high-level impersonator Wei Hong has already been killed, Shui Ge is safe, and we've achieved victory. This is a resounding triumph. So don't be so downcast. Chen Yiping replied. True, Zhao Taidai looked out the window. The sun was particularly radiant today, casting a golden warmth across the ground, as if the weather itself was celebrating their great victory. He heard noises coming from rooms 10A and 10B and said to Chen Yiping, Ping Ge, the big boss is awake. Shang Jie has also risen. Shui Ge is opening the door. I'm going out now. I need to go properly thank them. Chapter 31. Reckoning his gratitude was, without exception, a hug sufficed. Earlier, Lin You had already experienced this when Zhao Taidai woke her up in room 10D, performing a beautiful spin to evade him, followed by Chen Shui, who was also prepared, swiftly dodging aside. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Taitai abruptly wrapped his arms around Mu Shang. What on earth? Mu Shang rubbed her sleepy eyes, instinctively pushing the person in front of her away, exclaiming, What are you doing so early in the morning? Exclamation point. Zhao Taidai coughed twice and solemnly declared, Big boss, Shui Ge, Shangjie. He bowed deeply at a 180-degree angle, expressing his super-duper sincere gratitude. Thank you for taking care of me. Thank you for giving me the crystal core. Thank you for saving my life. He coughed again, this time louder, and shouted, I won't continue to express my gratitude for saving my life. I will henceforth recognize you three as my big brothers and sisters. Wherever you are, I will be there. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to die, I won't cling to life. Chen Shui interjected, Have you lost your mind? Weren't you already a little brother? Didn't you recognize us before? Zhao Taitai was left speechless. Mu Shang yawned and, in a daze, remarked, What are you shouting about so early in the morning? What do you mean by going east or west? Hey, weren't you the one who kicked me and Chen Shui out of 10C just to chat with Chen Yiping? Zhao Taitai was left speechless. Lin Yu looked at him as if he were an idiot, saying, You won't cling to life if told to die. Are you looking to die again after just coming back to life? Zhao Taitai was left speechless. It became evident that the three formidable leaders of the survival team on the 10th floor of Building A in the future apartment were ruthless and spoke little, treating gratitude as a mere tactic devoid of emotion. That Mu Ma quickly came to the rescue, providing Zhao Taitai with an escape route. She leaned out from room 10D, cheerfully calling, Come, come, everyone, come to 10D for food. I've fried a lot of chicken nuggets and fries. Let's all eat together. Zhao Taitai hurriedly ran over to respond. Yes, yes, thank you. Auntie, where's the ketchup? I'm going to pour some. Muma blinked and said, Huh, ketchup, it's all gone. Huh, weren't there 3 big jars in the kitchen before? Ha, they were all used up when Yiping was cooking earlier. The moment of reckoning had finally arrived. In the living room of 10D, Lin Yu, Mu Shang, and Chen Shui sat on the large sofa, while Chen Yiping and Zhao Taitai occupied the small sofa on the left. Mu Ma and Mu Xiangrong sat on the small sofa on the right. With Lin Yu seated on a stool at the dining table, Lin Yu bluntly stated, Let us begin the reckoning. She opened with a piercing question. Lin Yu, When did you realize he was a high-level impersonator? When you trembled and replied, "That night when I first arrived on the 3rd floor. I knew. That night. I pried open the door of 3B looking for a medicine cabinet, and that monster suddenly came in and locked the door, saying he wanted to eat me." Lin You scrutinized her expression. When you continued, I was very scared. I begged him not to kill me." Lin You interrupted, shaking her head. "No, stop pretending. The incident happened 2 days ago, and the impersonator has been eliminated. There's no need for you to keep up the act. At that time, you must have proactively proposed the collaboration to Wei Hong, right?" At that moment, her gaze was like a sharp ray piercing through Wen Yu's facade mercilessly. When you looked around at the 7 people surrounding her, each pair of eyes filled with distrust, she could no longer maintain her pretense, and her expression shifted abruptly. She transformed back into the calm demeanor she had on the 3rd floor. Though remnants of unvanquished fear lingered in her eyes, she raised her head and said, "Yes, you're right. It was I who proposed the collaboration." Lin You nodded, took a sip of water from the table, and said, "Continue." Exposed in her true form, When You no longer trembled. With clarity of thought, she articulated, "I told Wei Hong, my brain is not particularly sharp, whereas those on the 10th floor possess keen intellects. I can assist you in unlocking the door to the 10th floor, but in return, you must help me eliminate Jean How to avenge my brother." The gaze of the survival team from Building A's 10th floor shifted towards her. Their expressions altered in unison. Mu Shang began to doubt whether this seemingly ordinary Wen You was merely another facet of the timid and fearful person they were accustomed to. When you proposed the collaboration to Wei Hong, her demeanor, selfish, ruthless, and cold, contrasted starkly with her usual quivering fearfulness. Cowardly, kind-hearted, cunning, vicious. Which one, indeed, is the true Wen You? Is she suffering from a split personality, or has she simply mastered the art of disguise? Mu Shang relinquished her contemplation of the matter. For the answer held little significance. This individual, they would ensure, would not remain on the 10th floor any longer on the large sofa. Lin You remarked, "It is as I suspected." Chen Shui furrowed his brow and questioned Wen You. "If that is the case, why did you not reveal it on the first day? Was Ning not an ordinary person then? If you had spoken up, she might have been saved." Yet, Wen You retorted, "But why should I save her? I was barely protecting myself. Wei Hong is quite clever. That night he agreed to the collaboration. He deliberately refrained from eliminating Jean Hao, intending to restrain my actions on the first day. Had I betrayed him then, it would have been my demise rather than Jean Hao's." Chapter 32. A perfect resolution. She met Chen Shui's gaze, her eyes filled with obstinacy, continuing to inquire, "How could I perish before my enemy does?" Chen Shui challenged, "So you will do nothing? Simply watch your comrades perish after learning the truth?" "I have acted," Wen You stated. The fear in her eyes entirely dissipated. It was evident she had come to terms with her current predicament. Any semblance of pretense was futile before this group on the 10th floor. She boldly revealed her true nature and, with a hint of arrogance, proclaimed, "Did I not provide you with numerous hints during our conversation on the first day? It is your own inability to perceive them that is to blame. You are all quite foolish. Had you captured Wei Hong on the first day, Ning would not have perished. Ultimately, it is you who are responsible for her demise." Chen Yiping was infuriated, exclaiming, "You, what hints did you provide?" "Of course, I provided hints, which is why I say you are foolish for not recognizing them." Leaning back, Wen You crossed her legs, pointing her toes at Lin You, continuing in a somewhat haughty manner, "Did not your core team discern what I hinted at?" Unfortunately, she was indecisive. She could not confirm it was Wei Hong. Otherwise, there would have been no need for so much testing the following day. Observing her demeanor and posture, Lin Yu's expression visibly turned frigid. She responded, "You indeed hinted at 2 points. First, the 3 outings from Building CD raised suspicions. Wei Hong must have infiltrated Building CD during the first outing, subsequently lurking for over 10 days to gather his followers. Before commencing his plans during the second outing, Lin Yu's fingers drummed against the sofa, producing no sound as they struck the fabric." She continued, "Second, your inexplicable description of the crystal core excavation scene. You must have intended to convey that you are aware of the existence of the crystal core, which Jean Hao informed you about, did he not? He must have also conveyed that the crystal core enhances the abilities of those with powers, thus leading you to deduce that the principle behind the evolution of powers is similar, requiring a more developed brain. Hence, you proposed a collaboration to Wei Hong, who agreed because you correctly surmised the principle behind the enhancement of evolved beings." Wen Yu smiled, applauding. Spot on. As expected of 1001. Lin Yu's expression abruptly turned. I see why. Mu Shang sensed a shift in the atmosphere and exclaimed, Traitor! You are a traitor from building CD. Wen Yu. Others trusted you implicitly. Wen Yu sighed. I already explained. If I had betrayed Wei Hong on the first day, I would have died. If you insist on labeling me a traitor, I cannot change your perception. Moreover, others trusted me, just as they trust you. Take Zhao Meili, for instance. Where is she now? Has she not gone to meet the King of Hell? I recall it was because someone used her as a shield, fearing that their tongue would be pierced. Mu Shang retorted, You. She struggled to formulate a counterargument, but guilt and regret surged within her, leaving her speechless. She stood frozen in place. Lin You leaned closer, enunciating each word. Never forget the deceased. She comfortingly patted Mu Shang's shoulder, although Lin Yu was unaware of the events that transpired. She had gleaned enough from Wen Yu's account to infer the scene. Responding on Mu Shang's behalf, emergency measures in the Red Mist are commonplace. Zhao Meili's death is unrelated to her. If someone had identified the advanced impersonator on the first day, the subsequent events could have been entirely avoided. Wen Yu protested. I have stated numerous times, if I had betrayed Wei Hong on the first day, I would have died. Lin Yu stared intently at her, raising her voice to drown out Wen Yu's protest. Have you not considered that if you had betrayed him on the first day, we would not have neglected the remaining ordinary people? We are not you. If ordinary individuals enter the 10th floor, we will do our utmost to protect them. Moreover, you still did not betray Wei Hong the following day. Nor did you reveal who the impersonator was, did you? TCH. At that moment, Wen Yu's expression bore a striking resemblance to Wei Hong's. I have already stated, I will not perish before my enemy does. Lin Yu dismissed her with a feeble excuse. Cold-hearted and sanctimonious, Wen Yu suddenly yelled, You all appear so pathetic. How could I possibly betray him on the second day? What if you failed to protect me? Have you considered that if you had demonstrated sufficient strength on the first day, I would have certainly betrayed him then? Yet you did not. You did not. Zhao Taitai and Chun Yiping were startled by her sudden outburst. Stumbling back slightly, Wen Yu continued to shout, It is because you failed to exhibit absolute strength. It is because you failed to earn my trust. So do not blame me for not revealing the truth. This is entirely your fault. She unleashed her words in a torrent. The gazes directed at her now brimmed with hostility. After several minutes, she seemed to regain her composure, lowering her feet and frantically gesturing. No, you must let me explain. Lin Yu regarded her coldly, stating, What do you wish to explain? That those words just spoken were not your true sentiments. Spare us. We have already torn off the facade. And there is no need for you to feign any longer. Before you sat here, we had already resolved not to allow you to remain on the 10th floor. Wen Yu suddenly burst into tears, pleading, Please, I beg you, do not cast me out. There are monsters outside watching me. Did you not hear Wei Hong say? Even if he dies, the monsters will come for me. And so, Lin Yu rose, unwilling to engage further with such a person. She waved her sleeve and departed, saying, I understand the actions of betraying others in the Red Mist, but I will never associate with someone who commits such acts. Moreover, I despise being referred to as 1001. Get out, and do not let me see you on the 10th floor again. With a loud bang, she slammed the door behind her. The second to voice their opinion was Mu Shang. She uttered a single sentence, Zhao Meili. I indeed bear responsibility for her death, but you are not blameless either. Another bang echoed as she too exited. The third to speak was Chen Shui. He silently rose, stating, You nearly caused my demise. I will not hold it against you this time. However, in the future, I request that you not only refrain from appearing on the 10th floor, but also avoid crossing my path. I can be petty. Next time, I will take it into account. With a softer thud, he closed the door behind him. The fourth was Chun Yiping. He followed closely behind Chen Shui, shouting, Wen Yu, you malicious woman, knowing the pain of losing loved ones, yet still subjecting others to it. This time, Chen Shui will overlook it, but I will not next time. I swear, it may be the first time in my life I strike a woman. He paused at the doorway to add, What infuriates me most is that I warned you that the boss would awaken soon. Once he wakes, that advanced impersonator will undoubtedly escape. You disregarded my warning, insisting on killing Chen Shui without hesitation. I truly cannot comprehend you. Another bang resounded as he stormed out. Mu Xiangrong's lips twitched. Sensing that the door to 10D might soon be damaged, the fifth to stand was Zhao Taidai. Wow, Tie-dye, you won't smash the door too, will you? Mu Xiangrong inquired in astonishment. No, no, I am not that kind of person. Zhao Taidai scratched his head, seemingly pondering what to say, but after a long pause, he could only stammer, You despicable woman. Look at the state you have put my boss, Shang Jie, Shui Ge, and Ping Gu in. They have toiled for 2 whole days to deal with the mess you created. Seeing that the tide had turned against her, Wen Yu's pitiful facade was once again stripped away. She crossed her legs defiantly and shot Zhao Taitai an irritated glance, retorting, Oh, you, who have been lying in a hospital bed sleeping, have the audacity to judge me. Zhao Taidai's temper flared, angrily pointing at her. It is you who caused them to sleep for an entire day before they could regain their strength. And now you question my qualifications here? But they did give you the crystal core, didn't they? When you took a cup from the table and sipped some water, the liquid reflected her cold, obsessive face, she stated. I originally believed I had finally encountered a formidable team, only to realize that I had misjudged them. The colossal crystal core they provided you, regardless of who among them absorbs it, would lead that individual to achieve a super breakthrough in their abilities, reaching a level of power that words cannot adequately describe. Yet, none of them chose to absorb it. Instead, they bestowed that massive crystal core upon you. Upon a bettered waste like you. Death. Weakness must be punished in this apocalypse. You fail to grasp this principle. Hence, you will not endure for long. Zhao Taitai's chest heaved with fury. He was infuriated beyond measure. So much so that he forgot to resort to the traditional art of cursing and stormed out instead. You are the one who truly deserves to perish. You are the one who cannot endure. Crash. The plastic door cracked slightly ajar. Mu Xiangrong was at a loss for words. Mu Ma stood up. Mom. Mu Xiangrong exclaimed in shock. You won't resort to slamming the door too, will you? Mu Ma promptly tapped his head, saying, What are you thinking, child? This is my own home. Why would I smash it? Mu Xiangrong covered his head, replying, Oh, right. Before the sofa, Mu Ma gazed at Wen Yu with an unprecedented look of concern. She said, Please leave quickly. They have issued an eviction order. Don't linger in my home any longer. Wen Yu remained silent, bowing her head in contemplation. Her silence conveyed a certain frailty, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Mu Ma instinctively softened her tone, reiterating, They are too upset to eat. The fries and chicken nuggets on the table. I could pack them for you, so you can make them last. You need to leave my house quickly. Otherwise, I too will have to assist in expelling you. With her head lowered, a flicker of malice crossed Wen Yu's eyes. She lifted her head and shouted, By driving me away now, you are casting me into the jaws of those monsters. How is this any different from murder? You are committing murder. You are still killing an ordinary person, a person who could very well live on. I spit. Mu Xiangrong could no longer contain himself and retorted vehemently, Do you even count as a human? Stop making excuses to betray your teammates and shift the blame onto others. I have never encountered someone so shameless. Get out of here. Get out. Otherwise, I will call my sister to haul you out and kick you down from the 10th floor. This farce culminated with Wen Yu voluntarily leaving the 10th floor. She took all the fries and chicken nuggets that Mu Ma had prepared, and no one knew where she went afterward. Except for Mu Ma and Mu Xiangrong, who witnessed her departure filled with venomous intent. Mu Xiangrong later recounted this incident to the other members of the team. Zhao Taitai, concerned, asked Lin You, Do you think she will seek revenge on us? She will. Lin You replied, provided that she survives until then. Even if she does seek revenge. It matters not. I despise such people more than anything. Mu Chang clenched her fists, declaring, Zhao Meili's death undoubtedly has her fingerprints on it. She cannot escape her fate. Lin Yu reassured her once more, Never forget. Honor the deceased. Mu Chang took a deep breath. The incident involving the infiltration of the imposter that the survival team on the 10th floor of future apartment building A had dealt with was an overwhelming success. The situation was ultimately resolved splendidly, with all imposters being unmasked and the traitor expelled from their midst. Yet, at that moment, they remained oblivious to the prophecy they had uttered. The terrifying woman named Wen Yu would indeed return years later to exact her revenge upon them. However, by that time, not only would Wen Yu have transformed from the person she was today, but they too would no longer be the individuals they were now. In this haze of crimson mist. This apocalyptic world, this minor incident of imposter infiltration would merely be a fleeting glimpse of a meteor streaking across the heavens. The true story was only just beginning. As night fell, Chen Shui summoned Lin Yu to the public balcony on the 10th floor. He sliced a frozen guava and handed half to Lin Yu. He remarked, "Actually, I have another question." Lin Yu accepted the guava he offered and inquired, On the first day they arrived, before we went down to examine the bodies together, you had never seen a corpse before?" Chen Shui, one hand in his pocket and the other gnawing on the guava, asked in confusion, "How did you know that the body wasn't a dismembered hand?" Not Jin Hao's. This was the only point he had yet to comprehend. He took a bite of the unpalatable frozen guava, chewing as he continued, "I am also curious about something else. Prior to this, when you commanded Chen Yiping to strike Jin Hao, did you foresee the imposter invasion at that time?" Lin Yu glanced at him and shook her head. She gently bit into the guava in her hand. The guava, having been frozen and thawed, was indeed quite unpalatable, having lost its original flavor, yet she continued to chew and swallowed it. She said, "You might not believe this. I rely on instinct and intuition." She leaned against the layers of barbed wire, her eyes peering through the dense mesh toward the outside. The entire sky appeared dim and hollow, a darkness that sent shivers down one's spine. She continued, "I have experienced many, truly many, imposter invasion incidents." Chen Shui listened intently to her account. She stated, "Did you know? In the red mist incidents I have encountered, 90% of organizations and teams establish a rule. Upon discovering an imposter invasion, at the first moment of detection, regardless of friend or foe, all must be exterminated." Chen Shui's eyes widened slightly. "This is the most time-efficient and labor-saving method, as you have seen. If given enough time, the imposters can annihilate everyone." She took another bite of guava, only to find a piece that had remained completely frozen. She stubbornly chewed it, saying, "I despise this rule. Therefore, after my first encounter with such an organization and situation, every subsequent time I encounter such an organization or situation, I would leave immediately. I began researching ways to quickly identify imposters and how to respond more rationally to imposter invasion events. Over time, I became exceedingly familiar with them, to the point where their logic of disguise became ingrained in my subconscious. This was a logic that was difficult to describe, difficult to articulate. This very logic had efficiently aided her during many subsequent imposter invasion incidents, enabling her to successfully identify imposters." Chen Shui finished the last bite of guava and stated, "I believe you. However, such intuition must be challenging to cultivate, right?" Lin Yu. Chen Shui. "It must require numerous failures, correct?" Lin Yu. Chen Shui. "That's truly not easy." He patted Lin Yu's shoulder, saying, "You have worked hard all this time, core." Lin Yu stood frozen in place. Chen Shui continued, "Whether it was the past you or the present you, you have endured much." Lin Yu. Chen Shui. "I will head back now. Make sure to rest well." The sound of the door closing echoed behind Lin Yu. It had been a long time since she experienced such a feeling. She turned and walked back to her room, then spoke to the air, saying, "Thank you." She suddenly felt grateful to have teamed up with this group of individuals on the 10th floor. A sound of a clap resonated from room 10A as the lights were turned off. On the 10th floor of future apartment building A, everyone drifted into slumber. The apocalypse is indeed terrifying. Each person seems to walk through an unshielded, icy wasteland, valiantly resisting the bone-chilling cold alone. Yet, if there are teammates present, if the humanity of teammates exists, one can always find a glimmer of warmth amidst the vastness of existence. That a mere spark of warmth is sufficient to melt the ice and carry everyone to the finish line. Chapter 33. The return of the red mist. The second occurrence of red mist has arrived. At IT was on the day Lin Yu gathered everyone on the 10th floor balcony to declare, "The red mist is likely to reappear tonight." 2 days after her initial estimation, the actual timing of the red mist return was 2 days later than Lin Yu had predicted. In stark contrast to the gradual onset of the first red mist, the second red mist appeared with ferocity. The concentration of the first red mist began faintly, with the news falsely declaring for a long time, "This is normal weather. Do not panic." And it was only after some time that the concentration began to thicken. In contrast, the current red mist surged forth, reaching the peak concentration of the first red mist from the outset. This was a visible threat. Inside future apartment building A on the 10th floor, Chen Yiping began to scream, "Chen Shui, I'm so scared. Oh, I want to turn into a monster. Will I? I want to turn into a monster. Will I?" Mu Xiangrong, affected by his screams, began to shiver alongside him, gripped by fear. Presently, only 3 ordinary individuals remained in the survival team on the 10th floor of future apartment building A: Chen Yiping, Mu Xiangrong, and Mu Ma. "What are you shouting about?" Chen Shui replied helplessly. looking at the two with a calm tone but a furrowed brow. Do you need me to set up a barrier for you, with a sign saying no entry for red mist? Chen Yiping nodded eagerly. Yes. Yes. Chen Shui. Chen Yiping scratched his head again and asked, but wouldn't that be too much of a waste of your energy? Chen Shui, what do you think? Zhao Tai. Of course it would be a waste. Chen Yiping, please don't be ridiculous. Have you forgotten how Brother Shui slept for an entire day after exhausting his stamina last time? Zhao Tai promptly intervened to halt such foolishness, stating, it is prudent for us to conserve our energy to contend with the evolvers. The red mist is exceedingly dense. Hey, big shot. Are there many monsters lurking within this red mist? The conversation unexpectedly pivoted towards Lin You. Lin You, taken aback for a moment, nodded. At that moment, she was leaning against the barbed wire, peering out, seemingly observing something unknown. She remarked, the barrier is ineffective. It cannot hold for long. Moreover, during the first wave of the red mist, your skin has already come into contact with it. Thus, the possibility of mutation has always been present. However, with the current concentration in this second wave, I sense that it will be quite intense right from the outset. Intense right from the outset? Zhao Tai questioned, a look of confusion on his face. Lin You refrained from elaborating further. Instead, she took a few steps back towards the group and asked Muma, Auntie, may I inquire how much food we have left? Muma, accustomed to her politeness, pondered for a moment before responding, I apologize. Dear Miss Shanshan and everyone, I seem to have wasted quite a bit of food during this time. We now have roughly 2 months worth left. That's still quite a lot, Lin You thought. 2 months is indeed substantial. Zhao Tai concurred. Exactly. Without your culinary expertise, we would have been left with inedible frozen meals. Chen Yiping chimed in. Currently, the survival team's food was stored collectively in the kitchen of Building 10 and under normal circumstances, Mu Shang would portion it out daily, allowing each person to take what they needed when hunger struck, and everyone was quite conscientious, with no instances of unauthorized overindulgence in abnormal situations. However, it was Mu Ma's various culinary displays, transforming waste into treasure, inviting everyone to dine in 10D in reality. Even the abnormal situations did not deplete many resources. It merely meant they were not as frugal, transitioning to a normal consumption level. Of course, the Chef Chin's special dinner incident involving the infiltrator, along with the pile of fries and chicken nuggets taken by Lin You, constituted extraordinarily abnormal events. The remaining fish head tofu soup from the former was shared among everyone throughout the day, with half a bowl counting as a meal. Mu Shang insisted that those who claimed they were still hungry should stand as a penalty, resulting in Chen Yiping being awakened by hunger 8 times that night. The latter was pure waste. Upon learning of it, Chen Yiping and Zhao Tai nearly chased after the door for their fries and chicken nuggets, but Lin You calmly stopped them, saying, if it's for Lin You, let it be, consider it a good deed. In summary, their food supply had dwindled to 2 months. Mu Shang stated, as we initially anticipated. Based on our previous calculations, we could sustain ourselves for half a year by economizing. Now, 3 months have passed since the first wave of red mist, and we still have enough food to last over 2 months. 3 plus 2 equals 5, which is nearly half a year. She directed her inquiry towards Lin You. Moreover, I am the one distributing the food. Why are you asking my mother? Lin You flicked her hair and replied, Auntie has cooking experience and frequently enters the kitchen to fetch supplies. To be precise, she is the most knowledgeable about food distribution among us. Mu Ma chuckled, shyly responding, oh dear, you flatter me, little beauty. I do keep a close eye on the quantities. Lin You stated plainly, I intend to venture out to gather supplies. To seek food, we need to forage more, though it is likely we will yield little. We must commence this task now. 2 months' worth of food is indeed considerable, but it also approaches the critical threshold. She gazed once more towards the balcony outside. She was uncertain when those hunting in this area would make their appearance. Yet, she knew she had to prepare now. Mu Shang seemed to sense something from Lin Yu's contemplative expression and asked, can you share your thoughts? What do you foresee happening during the second wave of red mist? Since earlier, I have noticed you gazing outside. Are you worried about something? Monsters, Lin Yu replied. And people. She was about to elaborate when Zhao Tai interrupted, suddenly shouting, everyone, there are sounds of vehicles outside. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Chen Shui approached and grasped his arm, inquiring, what did you say? Zhao Tai leaned over the balcony edge, intently observing the outside, and stated seriously, A vehicle is approaching. Moreover, it's a large truck. It's escorting many people. Upon hearing his description, Lin You dashed back to her room in 10A, from where she could directly see the entrance of the future apartment. Mu Shang followed her into 10A, reaching the window beside her. The others gathered around Zhao Tai, peering down from the balcony. Amidst the thick red mist, a large truck, laden with people, gradually emerged. The truck came to a stop before the entrance of the future apartment, and a man descended from it. Holding something in his hands, he raised the object to his mouth, revealing it to be a loudspeaker. The loudspeaker amplified his voice several times, ensuring that every corner of the future apartment, every building, and every floor could hear him clearly. He shouted, "Listen carefully, those inside. A city has already been occupied by us. If you wish to continue living here, then every household must provide a substantial amount of supplies." With a sweeping gesture, someone jumped down from the truck, cradling a basket. The basket was so large that it obscured the person's face entirely. The loudspeaker man continued to shout, "You must provide enough supplies to fill the basket my partner is holding. If you cannot provide them," he waved his hand again, and an uncanny event transpired. An invisible hand appeared to pluck individuals from the truck. Indeed, pluck them, much like a claw machine snatching toys. Those being grasped began to emit strange cries as they neared the loudspeaker man, suddenly extending a long tongue in an attempt to attack him. However, that slender tongue was swiftly grasped by the invisible hand in the air, then brutally severed. The person who had been snatched let out a horrific scream. "Ah!" Standing on the 10th floor balcony of Building A, Chen Yiping also screamed, "Ah! What the hell is this? This is a truck full of evolvers. Ah, is that loudspeaker man insane?" It turned out that the throng of individuals behind the truck was not merely a group of people, but rather a horde of evolvers. The loudspeaker man returned the loudspeaker to his mouth and continued to shout, "If you wish to survive here, then every household must provide supplies to fill the basket my partner is holding. If you fail to comply, we will unleash one of these monsters upon each household." Such a tyrannical and unreasonable proclamation, yet with the menacing presence of a truck full of restless evolvers behind him. His words took on a tangible weight, no longer mere empty threats. Lin You and Mu Shang stepped out from 10. Lin Yu's earlier anxiety had transformed into a calm resolve. Mu Shang turned to her and asked, "Is this what you were worried about earlier?" Lin Yu responded, "Pretty much. I need to step out for a bit." Mu Shang, "May I borrow the map of a city from your room?" Chen Yiping, curious, inquired, "Big shot. What are you planning to do?" Lin Yu replied, "You'll find out when I return." There were many matters she needed to attend to, making it difficult for her to explain, and she felt quite vexed, so she opted not to elaborate. She quickly scanned the city map Mu Shang handed her, pondering for a few seconds before stating, "I'll likely be out for about a week." She then addressed Mu Ma, "Andy, could you help me prepare some canned food for a week? Thank you." "Of course." Mu Ma promptly set to work. Mu Shang watched as Lin Yu began to pace around the room, tidying up here and there. She felt puzzled but refrained from asking too many questions. It seemed that a certain tacit understanding had formed between Lin Yu and Mu Shang. After a while, she asked Lin Yu, "Are you taking a gun with you? Chen Shui could draw some bullets for you." From within 10A, Lin Yu's voice replied, "I need bullets drawn, but you can keep the gun." Outside, Mu Shang and Chen Shui exchanged glances. Lin Yu's voice once again resonated from within 10A, this time in a loud inquiry, "For the upcoming week, I need you all to protect the 10th floor diligently. Can you manage that while I'm away?" "Absolutely." Chen Yiping was the first to exclaim. "No problem." Zhao Tai followed suit. "I will protect it well." Mu Xiangrong asserted. "I will do my utmost," Chen Shui added. Though his tone lacked the fervor of the first three, yet it was steady and reassuring. He posed a question. "Are you certain you can resolve everything and return within a week?" The bond of understanding was not limited to Mu Shang and Lin Yu. It extended to Chen Shui and Lin Yu as well. He did not pry into her intentions, reflecting a profound trust. The rustling sounds within 10A ceased as Lin Yu gathered her belongings and stepped outside. She replied to Chen Shui, "Yes, I only need about a week." She donned a red baseball cap. A black mask hung from her ears, and a gray backpack slung over her shoulder. Her eyes had entered a state of alertness as she added, "In the worst-case scenario, it may extend to a week and 2 days." "Understood," Chen Shui acknowledged. Mu Ma had already packed the provisions, and she handed the food backpack to Lin Yu. She intended to offer some words of caution, much like a parent would do before their child departs for a journey. But Lin Yu interrupted her, saying, "Auntie, Mu Xiangrong and the others are coming over. I'll briefly discuss how to best deal with that group down below. She whispered the strategy softly. The survival team on the 10th floor of Future Apartment A formed a tight circle on the large balcony, huddling closely together to catch every word from Lin You, the core guide of their team. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun should have been high in the sky, bathing the earth in light. Yet the second wave of red mist had thickened so much that sunlight was swallowed by the fog, rendering the day only slightly brighter than night on the 10th floor of Future Apartment A. Lin Yu turned to Mu Ma and asked, "Auntie, do you understand?" Mu Ma nodded vigorously. Lin Yu then addressed Mu Xiangrong. "Mu Xiangrong, do you understand?" He too nodded earnestly. Lin Yu took a deep breath and exhaled, saying, "Good, as long as you both understand. You two are the most important people moving forward. Everyone else has encountered Tian Wenye's people except for Zhao Taitai. While we cannot be 100% certain that the individuals below are indeed associated with Tian Wenye, it is always prudent to avoid any further exposure." Mu Shang expressed her support for Lin Yu's plan, saying, "You are absolutely right." She then patted Zhao Taitai's shoulder and added, "It will be tough for you. Zhao Taitai, that you'll be on alert for any signs from the balcony." Zhao Taitai replied, "Do I have the right to refuse?" Mu Shang retorted, "Of course not." Zhao Taitai fell silent. Mu Shang then turned to Chen Yiping, instructing, "Move his bed out of 10 bead. I'll contribute an extra set of blankets. We can't let our human reconnaissance machine catch a chill." Chen Yiping responded, "All right, I'll take care of it." Zhao Taitai said, "Thank you so much, Shanjia." Thus, the survival team on the 10th floor of Future Apartment A saw their food chain's lowest member, Mu Xiangrong, reluctantly assume the role of the team's human reconnaissance machines. Taitai, coming online. Lin Yu looked at Mu Shang's leadership with reassurance and said, "Let's go." She opened the stairway door to the 10th floor and ascended rather than descending. Her figure swiftly vanished into the red mist enveloping the rooftop of Building A. Once Zhao Taitai could no longer hear her footsteps, the loudspeaker man outside the main door of Future Apartment began to speak again. Chapter 34. Untitled. I will grant you 5 more minutes to prepare. During this time, I will reiterate what I just said. After 5 minutes, my companions will begin their search from this building, floor by floor, starting from the lowest. The loudspeaker man pointed towards Building A. Chen Yiping was startled. "Oh no, they are starting from our building. Hurry, hurry, Auntie and Mu Xiangrong. Go prepare and follow the instructions given by the boss." "Okay, Xiangrong, come quickly." "Coming." Mu Ma and Mu Xiangrong rushed into 10D to change clothes. Inside 10C, Chun Shui hastened his drawing pace significantly. The loudspeaker man began to repeat his previous statements. After finishing, he fell silent as time ticked away, leaving only a minute remaining. The loudspeaker man turned slightly, as if speaking again. But he did not use the loudspeaker, rendering his words inaudible to those in Future Apartment. After he finished speaking, a man and a woman emerged from the front. Chen Shui turned to Zhao Taitai and asked, "What did that loudspeaker man say?" Zhao Taitai replied, "He called out 2 names, Anzi and Rupiing. He instructed them to come up to our building A and be clever about searching for supplies." Zhao Taitai paused and asked, "Did you encounter these 2 during your previous outing?" Mu Shang, Chen Shui, and Chen Yiping all shook their heads. "All right," Zhao Taitai said, scratching his head, and pointed at the large mirror in Chen Shui's hands. "Brother Shui, are you sure this will work? Shouldn't we make it bigger?" Chen Shui held a mirror that was taller than his own stature. Mu Xiangrong tapped the mirror's surface with his fingertip. It was a single-sided mirror, the kind that allows one to see through from behind. Chen Shui said, "It's fine." He secured the mirror to the side of the open stairway door on the 10th floor. Then moved the easel behind the mirror and sat down in front of it. He asked Mu Xiangrong, "How's the position? Can you see clearly?" Mu Xiangrong stepped outside the stairway door, made a motion as if to open it, observed for a moment, and replied, "The right side needs to be a bit wider." Chen Shui said, "Okay." He manually adjusted the mirror wider, then asked, "How about now?" Mu Xiangrong responded, "It's good now." Mu Xiangrong tidied his attire before the mirror. He was currently in a growth spurt during middle school, and while his height had increased slightly over the past 3 months, the suit he had purchased previously still fit him perfectly. Mu Shang turned to Zhao Taitai and inquired, "How about it? Are they coming up?" Just as she finished speaking, before Zhao Taitai could respond, the loudspeaker man's voice boomed up from below, "Time's up. We will begin searching from the 1st floor of Building A." The 1st floor was the entrance. The 2nd floor had the actual residence. Zhao Taitai listened intently to the footsteps and reported in real time, Anzi and Ruping have reached the second floor. They easily open the stairway door. No one is on the second floor. The absence of occupants meant they could ransack the place without resistance. Mu Xiangrong knocked on the door of 10D and called out, "Mom, are you ready yet?" "Almost there." Mu Ma's voice sounded somewhat flustered as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, I haven't applied makeup in ages. Shang, which lipstick should I use?" Mu Shang clicked her tongue, hurriedly dashed into 10D, and shouted, "I told you, I'll help you." The two hurriedly rummaged through the room. Mu Shang instructed, "Look up." Her voice was tinged with urgency, as the enemies were already ascending the stairs. However, when she noticed Mu Ma rolling her eyes, she couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Mom, you don't need to roll your eyes. Yes, that's it. Very good. Just hang in there a little longer." Time ticked by, and Chun Yiping paced nervously on the large balcony. The human reconnaissance machine, Zhao Tai continuously reported, "They are searching so swiftly and purposefully, heading straight for the food and medicine in other people's homes." Chun Shui assessed, "They must have done this before." The loudspeaker man mentioned that they have already taken control of City A. The survival team on the 10th floor of Future Apartment A had not stepped outside for nearly 3 months. They were completely unaware of the changes that had transpired in their surroundings. In City A, and in the world they inhabited, Chun Shui muttered quietly, "Are these people really associated with Tian Wenye?" They had not heard much information regarding Tian Wenye from Lin You, as she had only mentioned him initially and had not brought him up again. Chun Shui knew Lin Yu was not one to indulge in storytelling. However, this was not acceptable to in their survival team. Aside from Lin Yu, no one else could discern whether the enemies were affiliated with Tian Wenye. This was utterly untenable. At that moment, Chun Shui resolved that once Lin Yu returned, he would directly inquire about her past with Tian Wenye. He wanted to know what kind of person Tian Wenye was, what events had transpired back then, and how his sister had met her demise. His thoughts fluttered like dandelion seeds. Zhao Taidi's voice rang out in his ear. "5th floor? Goodness, there isn't a single person from the 1st to the 5th floor of Building A. It's all empty. They are rapidly searching through." Chen Yiping clasped his head in disbelief and exclaimed, "I told you. How could it have been so quiet down there for these past 3 months? There hasn't been a sound." Chun Shui silently remarked, "According to Lin Yu's previous estimates, at least half of the residents in our future apartment are likely to have mutated into evolved beings." He cast a glance around the 10th floor. The survival team on the 10th floor of Future Apartment A was indeed quite fortunate. There had yet to be a single evolved being among them. However, the mutation probability under the second wave of red mist remained uncertain. He had forgotten to ask Lin Yu. He also wondered whether the mutation probability would increase under the second wave of red mist. Suddenly, Zhao Tai shouted, "Friends, 7th floor. There are people on the 7th floor. 2 men. They are arguing with Anzi and Ruping." Chun Shui and Chun Yiping gathered around. Zhao Tai listened intently and relayed the scene in real time, mimicking the voices and tones of the individuals on the 7th floor. An unidentified resident of the 7th floor of Building A. There aren't that many supplies. Anzi or Ruping, did you not hear what I just said? An unidentified resident of the 7th floor of Building A. It's robbery. I won't be giving you anything. Anzi or Ruping, bring one up. An unidentified resident of the 7th floor of Building A. If I bring it. You think I'm afraid of you, Anzi or Ruping. Tell Sang Gu to bring 6 up. Let us see if they can manage 3 each. An unidentified resident of the 7th floor of Building A. You bastard. Zhao Tai suddenly paused. What's wrong? Chen Yiping asked. He's dead. Zhao Tai gulped, trembling as he said. A man on the 7th floor. No heartbeat. Chen Shui furrowed his brow. Chun Yiping tightened his grip, his voice dropping to a whisper of astonishment as he exclaimed, "What the hell? How did he die? My goodness! Haven't the evolvers arrived yet? How could he possibly be dead? I don't know." Zhao Tai continued to tremble as he recounted the events. Ruping interjected, "Anzi, he is an ability user. I will deal with him first. The remaining ordinary person can handle 2 evolvers easily." A companion from an unknown resident on the 7th floor pleaded. "No, please." Ruping retorted, "What? Didn't you speak so arrogantly just now? Get lost. We don't want to waste our time on you." Zhao Tai looked up at Chen Shui, swallowing hard, his face etched with fear as he said, "Brother Shui, this Ruping." Chen Shui pressed his lips together, moving beside him to pat his back, saying, "Stay calm." Tai, can you tell if it's Anzi or Ruping opening the door? Zhao Tai replied, "Not really." Chen Shui inquired, Are they opening the door quickly? Zhao Taitai responded. The door on the 7th floor opens slowly. But the others are quite fast. Chen Shui nodded. Zhao Taitai added. They've gone up to the 8th floor. Taking a deep breath, he glanced towards 10D, preparing to urge Mu Shang and Mu Ma, only to see Mu Shang open the door, leading out her elegantly dressed mother, Mu Ma, adorned in a deep purple gown. The sleeves were wide, the fabric luxurious, and the back featured an intricate design at the butterfly bone area, accentuating her figure. Mu Ma's hair was elegantly pinned up, embellished with a pearl hairpin, and she held a delicate purple umbrella. Though time had etched lines upon her face, these wrinkles only added to her charm, revealing a woman of depth and grace. One glance at this woman, past her 50s, and one could easily surmise the splendor she possessed in her youth. How beautiful! Exclaimed Mu Xiangrong, the first to compliment. Mom, you look stunning. Why have I never seen you in this outfit? Today is the first time. Mu Shang chimed in before Mu Ma could respond. Indeed, Mom is truly beautiful. I remember when I was little. You wore something like this on dates, leaving me at home with Dad. Here, Dad referred to Mu Shang's biological father, not her stepfather. Mu Ma shyly shielded her face with the umbrella, saying, Oh dear, let's not dwell on old tales. Her demeanor was entirely transformed, exuding the elegance of a noble woman in every gesture. She turned to Zhao Taitai and asked, Taitai, where have they gone? Zhao Taitai shivered. In 9, they are on the 9th floor. Everyone's expressions turned serious. Chen Shui immediately took his position, hiding securely behind the mirror. Mu Ma stood in front of the mirror, examining her reflection. As she gazed, tears welled in her eyes. 30 years ago, she too donned such a dazzling gown for various celebrations, radiating beauty and drawing the attention of all. Then, she encountered a gentle physician, fell in love, and bore 2 lovely children. Time only serves to hasten the aging process, it does not heat affection. And the lingering sorrow of parting can awaken tears. Unfortunately, a tragic accident claimed her physician husband's life, pushing her daughter to the edge of despair and plunging her into an abyss of unending sorrow. Mu Xiangrong, noticing her mother's sudden tears, hurriedly handed her a tissue, concernedly asking, Mom. Mu Ma wiped her tears with the paper, smiling. It's nothing, nothing at all. Oh dear, look at me, so sentimental. This is truly not good. Really not good. But we must focus on the task at hand. Xiangrong, do you remember what that lovely young lady, Lin You, said? Quickly, take your position, and soon we shall put on a splendid show for those ruffians. Okay. Mu Xiangrong dashed back to her designated spot on the makeshift stage. Mu Shang and Chun Yiping concealed themselves in 10B to AT the stairwell door on the 10th floor. Zhao Taitai, listening intently to the commotion below, fell silent. Suddenly, he crossed his left and right index fingers forcefully. He gestured emphatically. 10. The meaning of 10 was clear. They are coming. They are coming. He turned around to confirm once more the positions of Mu Ma, Mu Xiangrong, and Chen Shui before swiftly entering 10B, where Mu Shang and Chen Yiping were. Closing the door as quietly as possible, positions assumed. Ready. The first act of the future apartment A building's 10th floor survival team. No rehearsal. Action. In the stairwell of the future apartment building A, Anzi and Ru Ping walked side by side, their large frame carrying 8 more supplies than they had anticipated. Anzi complained, This apartment is utterly rubbish. We've scavenged everything and found so little. Ru Ping agreed. Indeed, and it feels less like an apartment and more like a garden. The residents of this building must have had terrible luck. They probably mutated in the last red mist that is this the top floor. Let us finish up quickly and head down. Anzi replied, Sure. They ascended to the 10th floor of Building A. Upon reaching the stairwell door, they fell silent, exchanging glances. The door to the 10th floor was a heavy iron door, indicating that there were indeed occupants within. Anzi mouthed the words, What should we say? Ru Ping responded in kind. Sengu said to be polite first today. Anzi nodded, then shouted towards the door. Open up, we're the ones who were shouting downstairs just now. Please bring out the supplies you have prepared. A voice from within, rich and regal, replied, Oh dear, who might this be visiting? Arong, go see who this esteemed guest is. Outside, Anzi and Ru Ping were utterly bewildered. What kind of tone was that? The heavy iron door creaked open, revealing a strikingly handsome child peering out. The child observed them with innocent curiosity, and after a few moments, asked, I haven't seen you before, are you two strangers? Mommy, may I let them in? From inside, Mu Ma responded elegantly, Oh, what are you saying? My dear, Silly Arong, we cannot let strangers in just like that. Mu Xiangrong chimed in. Oh sorry, mommy, I misspoke. With a thud, the iron door was closed once more. Anzi and Ru Ping stood outside. Dumbfounded, Anzi's brain short-circuited. After a considerable pause, he finally stammered. Hey, wait, you guys this? Open the door. Ru Ping stepped forward, banging on the iron door, shouting, We're here to collect supplies. Hurry up and open the door. Inside on the 10th floor, the survival team exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their reactions. The tone of collecting supplies sounded eerily like that of delivering supplies. If they were indeed collecting supplies, they had no intention of opening the door. Muma cleared her throat and said again, Oh dear, so you are the ones who have been shouting with that loudspeaker outside since early morning. How rude of you, crude. Anzi and Ru Ping. However, all guests are welcomed. Arong, please go fetch a couple of chairs and bring out 2 glasses of water. Then open the door that we must properly entertain our visiting guests. Chapter 35. The woman of the gang leader upon entering. Anzi was utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, a noble woman admiring herself in a mirror, and such a large mirror at that. Please, sit down, don't be shy, Muma said, facing the mirror as she adjusted her appearance, with her left hand delicately touching her elegantly styled hair. Her head held high, she asked, What did you say you were here for? Ru Ping silently took a step back. This 10th floor was too peculiar. Why was there such a large mirror in the hallway? A bed was placed on the balcony. A wire mesh enclosed the large balcony's edge. And who was this strange woman and the child who opened the door? Collecting supplies, Ru Ping said, extending her hand toward Anzi. Anzi quickly returned to his senses and handed over the basket. Ru Ping continued, You must have heard the loudspeaker this morning. We have taken over a city, and this area is now under our jurisdiction. If you wish to continue residing here and survive, you must surrender your supplies. Oh, Muma raised an eyebrow, turning to look at her. Little girl, where do you come from to claim a city as yours? People usually pay protection fees with a bit more finesse, not by shouting indiscriminately with a loudspeaker beneath someone else's building. Muma fully embraced her role, her graceful demeanor and precise movements portraying her as the quintessential woman of a gang leader. Arong, bring the 2 guests some water. If there is anything to discuss, let us sit down and talk. Anzi and Ru Ping were still processing the situation when Mu Xiangrong pushed them into seats. Drink some water. Mu Xiangrong, playing the role of a rude young master, declared, You don't have to drink it if you don't want to. Having said that, he returned to lounge on the bed on the balcony. The sofa from 10D had mysteriously been moved in front of Anzi and Ru Ping. With a graceful lift of her foot, Muma walked elegantly to the sofa. Little girl, little boy, let me tell you. Collecting protection fees is no problem at all. Auntie is worth millions, and the whole 10th floor belongs to her. But in business, one must be courteous and amiable, understand? Anzi and Ru Ping. Anzi, who exactly are you? Call me Aunt. Muma retorted angrily. You impolite little rascal, do you believe I won't slap you? Hello, Aunt. Anzi shouted. Lowering his head, he then froze. He raised his gaze towards Ru Ping, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. No. Ping, Sister Ping, this is too strange. I've never seen anything like this. Like what? Anzi suddenly found himself at a loss for words, struggling to encapsulate the bizarre events that had unfolded within those fleeting seconds. I've never seen anything like it either, Ru Ping, clearly mirroring his confusion, added. So strange, so very strange. They then performed an utterly absurd action that left Zhao Tai Tai and Tin be doubled over with laughter. They returned to the stairwell door on the 10th floor, closing it just enough to leave a crack before reopening it. What the heck? Anzi exclaimed, clutching his head. Isn't there something wrong with how this opens? Why is it like this? Why, for heaven's sake, had the collection of supplies turned into a midday theater performance? Mu Xiangrong turned his head, unable to stifle a laugh. He was not a competent actor, but Muma was. Everyone come back. Muma commanded with authority. Anzi and Ru Ping obediently returned to their seats. I don't have time to waste with you. I need to watch TV soon. Muma was in a very foul mood. She adjusted her pearl hairpin, tilted her head, and pouted, declaring loudly, I have money, but I detest being treated with such rudeness when it comes to collecting protection fees. Back in the day, when I collected protection fees with my child's father, we were always polite and respectful. Collecting protection fees. Indeed, Muma was playing the role of a gangster's wife. Anzi and Ru Ping blinked in astonishment. And after a moment, Anzi asked, You used to be involved in the underworld? Of course. Muma raised her petite feet higher. Before this wretched red mist arrived, a city belonged to my family. Wherever I went, everyone had to listen to me. Anzi pursed his lips. Then how come you can still watch TV now? Of course. Muma responded with confidence. My family's men have set up a powerful generator for me. It's not something you can covet. Don't blame me for reminding you. My family's men are not ordinary men. He said this red mist is dangerous. He has experienced it before. He told me to stay indoors. Muma pointed to the mesh on the large balcony. Do you see that? My family's man had it welded. It was done as soon as the red mist began. Lin You. Right. That's me. Upon hearing the terms red mist and experienced it, Anzi and Ru Ping finally broke free from their stupor. As if those words had pulled them out of absurdity and back into reality. Your husband has experienced the red mist? Ru Ping inquired. Indeed. Muma adjusted her posture. But he is out now. Only I and Arong are at home. How long has he been gone? Ru Ping asked earnestly. Let me think. Muma counted on her fingers. 1, 2, 3. About 2 months. He has been gone for nearly 2 months. Ru Ping nodded, exchanging glances with Anzi as they refocused on their primary task. Aunt, we actually mean no harm. We have indeed taken over a city. And this area has been allocated to our leader, so this apartment has been assigned to us. Anzi nodded. I said, I have money. Muma seemed fatigued from talking, leaning back against the sofa. Stop dilly-dallying. Either show me your strength or get out. Even though my man isn't here, Arong has inherited his abilities. Abilities? Ru Ping looked towards Mu Xiangrong, who suddenly struck a tiger pose, causing a tempest to erupt within the 10th floor. Dust and debris swirled. What the heck? Anzi exclaimed, his mouth agape as he was enveloped in wind. Stop, stop, stop. Ru Ping shouted. As she adjusted her tousled bangs, she added, Auntie, I understand your impressive capabilities now. Please cease this theatrical demonstration immediately. Can we talk properly? Of course. Mu Xiangrong retracted his tiger claws. After a moment of silence, Ru Ping took a deep breath and began. Since your husband was a player of the red mist, there are many things we need not explain to you. I trust he has spoken to you about the evolvers. We have a truck full of evolvers downstairs. She paused, her gaze deepening. A truck, which we have under control. Behind the mirror, in 10B, the expressions of Chun Shui, Mu Shang, Qin Yiping, and Zhao Tai Tai suddenly turned serious. The upper management has stipulated that each household must collect 1 basket. If there are no residents, all supplies will be seized. If anyone does not cooperate with the collection, then the evolvers will be sent inside. Ru Ping recounted in a flat tone what the loudspeaker man had repeated twice that morning, then lowered her voice. But Auntie, I see your kind demeanor and formidable strength. I believe we can propose a third option. Anzi pulled out 3 baskets from a pile beside him and set them down. Ru Ping continued, Actually, our leader has enlarged the baskets, so you only need to fill these 3 baskets, and we'll claim that there is nothing in a room on the 10th floor. Then we'll only report 2 baskets to the upper management, keeping 1 for ourselves. In 10B, Zhao Tai Tai and Qin Yiping's eyes widened. Wait, what? Stealing supplies and pocketing a kickback? Muma was also somewhat astonished. She thought for a moment and replied, Not bad for the younger generation nowadays. When I collected protection fees with my man back then, we never pulled such a stunt. TSK, TSK, TSK. These little rascals are quite clever. Flattery, flattery, Ru Ping replied. It's really our leader who is clever. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to eat well every day. So, what do you say, Aunt? We've shown ample sincerity. Will you invest in this project or not? Let me think about it. Muma stood up from the sofa, pacing back and forth, her acting skills truly exceptional. Exuding an air of sophistication with every gesture, Anzi and Ru Ping, unlike when they were on the 7th floor, patiently awaited Muma's response. Muma walked to a specific corner and noticed Qin Shui's gesture behind the mirror. After pacing back and forth a couple more times, she finally spoke. Little rascals, will this protection fee ensure my family isn't attacked by evolvers? Yes, Anzi responded this time. The evolvers in all areas of a city have already been surveyed. The areas allocated to our leader have also been required to be regularly cleared. As long as you cooperate and provide supplies, we won't let any evolvers into your home. Your 10th floor will be designated as safe. Truly a protection fee collection. All right. Muma readily agreed. Of course. Arong, go inside and bring the supplies. Oh, Mu Xiangrong, with an expression of indifference, carried 3 baskets into 10A and emerged shortly after. The baskets were filled to the brim, primarily with frozen foods. The residents of the 10th floor had ventured out for supplies in 3 months. They had long consumed all the fresh food, leaving only frozen items. Just as Anzi and Ru Ping were about to take the cold baskets from Mu Xiangrong, Mu Ma's sudden reprimand startled them, causing their hands to tremble, nearly dropping the baskets. Wrong. Mu Ma scolded. Look at what you've done. You didn't even let them check before taking them? Oh, Mu Xiangrong snatched the baskets from their hands, flipped them over, and with a clatter, a pile of frozen goods tumbled to the ground. Anzi and Ru Ping attempted to interject. Aunt, it's really not necessary. Let him check. Mu Ma commanded with authority. My family does everything according to rules. Let him check. Anzi and Ru Ping understood. Thus, Mu Xiangrong emotionlessly knelt on the ground, meticulously arranging the supplies one by one. A rotten frozen duck, a frozen goose leg, half of a frozen blackened duck, a spoiled frozen cabbage. Behind the mirror, Chun Shui began sketching rapidly on his easel. With several sheets of paper laid out, for every item Mu Xiangrong listed, he drew a corresponding item, making them small to fit within the limited area. 1 basket. After counting a basket of supplies, Mu Xiangrong stuffed everything back into the baskets. Take this. If it falls, it's not my concern. Anzi and Ru Ping obediently replied. Understood. Just like that, 3 baskets of frozen food were accounted for. Mu Ma watched as Anzi and Ru Ping clumsily carried the cold baskets away, still performing. Be careful of the steps, little rascals. Don't fall and hurt yourselves. Anzi. Sure, Auntie. Oh no. A voice came from downstairs. Ru Ping was furious. Why are you walking so fast? You spilled everything. Pick it up. Inside the 10th floor, Chen Shui had already stepped out from behind the mirror, and the 3 in 10B emerged, all sharing amused expressions, unable to contain their laughter, though they remained silent until Zhao Taitai gave a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. Xin Yiping was the first to burst into laughter. Andy, you're incredible. Your performance was so vivid. I dare say even a real gangster's wife couldn't portray this essence as you did. Hee, that's right. Mu Ma, still immersed in her role, unconsciously spoke with a hint of pride. When I was young, I almost became an actress, but I was filtered out due to lack of connections. Nonetheless, I ended up as a model. Indeed, Mu Ma was quite attractive, but age and neglect had dulled her beauty. Now, only a trace of her former allure remained, largely inherited by her daughter, Mu Shang. The beautiful mother and her stunning daughter, along with her handsome son, aptly represent the Mu family. Mom, you're amazing, Mu Shang exclaimed sincerely. Indeed, I was stifling my laughter so hard that my face nearly turned rigid, yet you managed to maintain your composure and continue acting. Ha! Mu Xiangrong could hardly contain his amusement as he turned to Zhao Taitai and asked, Teacher Taitai, did you see that? When they went out to reopen the door and said, There's nothing wrong with this way of opening it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I saw it. Zhao Taitai laughed uncontrollably. I nearly burst out laughing in 10B. After I finished, I was terrified for quite a while, thinking they would discover us. Yet, they didn't. The group continued to laugh for some time. Chen Shui eventually calmed down, clearing his throat twice, and said, All right. Let's see where the frozen goods have reached. Zhao Taitai wiped away the tears of laughter and replied, Hold on, I'm listening now. He meticulously tuned into the unique sounds of the frozen goods being moved. A soft sizzling, a rustling, a thud. It seems like something has been moved onto something else, Zhao Taitai remarked. It's a bit far. I need to listen closely for a moment. Is it a vehicle? Zhao Taitai pondered the thud. It should be. Resembling the platform of a box truck. He stepped into 10A and leaned by the window, intently listening to the sounds emanating from the entrance of the future apartment building. Mu Shang, accompanied by her mother, returned to 10D to remove her makeup and change clothes, while Mu Xiangrong and Xin Yiping were pulled by Chun Shui to the edge of the large balcony. What is going on? Xin Yiping asked, scratching his head. Observing the situation at Building B, Chen Shui replied, pointing across the way and saying, Didn't the people from Building C run into Building B earlier? Take a look at how they're faring now. Chapter 36. Visitors from the 7th floor without the human reconnaissance of Zhao Taitai. The 3 on the balcony could not discern what was happening inside Building B, only hearing occasional screams and disputes. Building B faced Building A, and through the closely woven wire mesh, they could see shadows moving intermittently on the opposite large balcony. Chun Yiping scrutinized the scene for a while and said, It doesn't seem like Anzi and Rupiang. The duo collecting supplies in Building B has likely changed, also a man and a woman. But the man is quite short. Chen Shui nodded in agreement. Look, that short man has gone down. Mu Xiangrong exclaimed. He captured 2 evolved beings and went back up, rather than saying he captured them. It would be more accurate to say there was an invisible hand behind him doing the capturing, akin to plucking an evolved being off a truck. This unseen hand was now gripping the necks of 2 evolved beings. Following closely behind the short man as they ascended to the 4th floor of Building B, that after returning to the 4th floor, the short man conversed with 2 men and a woman who had emerged from 4D in Building B. But their words were inaudible in any case. The short man and his female partner eventually turned to leave, and the 2 ravenous evolved beings were tossed into the 4th floor of Building B. The short man even closed the stairwell door behind him. They really will release the evolved beings. Mu Xiangrong felt a twinge of fear, but suddenly recalled something, saying, this short man retrieved the evolved beings from downstairs. But Teacher Tai didn't hear Anzi or Rupiang go down when we were in the building, did he? A scream echoed from Building B, but it quickly faded, undoubtedly indicating that the 3 individuals from 4D had been slain by the evolved beings. Chen Shui contemplated for a moment and stated, indeed, although Rupiang threatened that ordinary person on the 7th floor, claiming she could take on 3, they ultimately did not descend to collect the evolved beings. Nor did we hear any screams from the 7th floor. Mu Shang emerged from 10D, while Mu Ma rushed to the restroom to wash her face. Chen Shui turned to Mu Shang and inquired, do you want to go down and see if that person on the 7th floor is still alive? Sure, Mu Shang replied. Turning to descend the stairs, Zhao Taitai exited from 10B, brimming with excitement. Brother Shui, I've discerned where the frozen goods have been placed. Let us begin. Chen Shui nodded and returned to his easel. The canvas, densely packed with depictions of frozen goods, had transformed into an image of a box truck, crafted with exceptional skill by Chen Shui, if one disregarded the dimensions and the lack of color. The box truck truly resembled one parked within the painting, its doors wide open facing the 10th floor. Zhao Taidai stood before the easel, describing the details about the frozen goods, their position, and the baskets they were in. Chen Shui placed the painting of the frozen goods on his lap, closed his eyes, extended his hands into the painting, and after about a minute declared, BRR, it's cold. He extracted a whole rotten cabbage from the canvas. Hooray! Zhao Taidai cheered, let us just keep stealing them back one by one. The plan to reclaim the frozen goods continued until 8 in the evening. As they progressed, Chen Shui began to perspire, feeling fatigued. Chen Yiping attempted to approach to massage his shoulders, but was met with refusal. Chen Shui insisted that it would disrupt his focus, sending him to the edge of the large balcony alongside Mu Xiangrong to observe the activities of the individuals in Buildings B and C as they collected supplies. After removing her makeup, Mu Ma transformed from a stunning mature woman back to a diligent housewife, silently carrying the frozen goods back to 10A while counting them. The non-frozen food supplies for the survival team on the 10th floor of Building A were indeed dwindling. With tonight's dinner consisting of canned beans. 89 in the evening, Mu Shang knocked on the stairwell door on the 10th floor. Mu Shang, it's me. Open the door, she called, her voice sounding somewhat weak. Zhao Taitai opened the door for her, but just as she stepped onto the 10th floor, a shadow from the 9th floor lunged at her violently. She leaned forward, nearly losing her balance. Are you out of your mind? She shouted angrily. The man clinging to her foot was drenched in blood, sobbing as he cried. Wah, don't leave me behind. Don't abandon me, an ordinary person. They unleash the evolved beings to kill me. What the hell? Sister Shang. Zhao Taitai instinctively pulled her inside, exclaiming, why are you covered in blood? And this man on the floor too? Wah, Sister Shang. The bloodied man on the floor quickly adapted to the address, pleading, don't leave me alone to face those monsters. You save people to the end. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm powerless. I'm really going to die. Chen Shui silently stepped forward to kick the man's hand away, but the man clung on tightly, refusing to let go. Mu Shang spoke wearily, let us deal with this first. She handed her blood-stained bag to Chen Shui, which appeared as if it had endured a bloody battle, its crimson hue blending with the blood on Mu Shang, making it inconspicuous. It was only now that Zhao Taitai and Chen Shui noticed it. Chen Shui opened the bag to reveal a bundle of cold weapons, various knives, guns, axes, hammers, spears, and clubs, each one stained a vivid red, dyed with blood. Let go of me. Who the hell are you? Why are you clinging to Sister Shang? Zhao Taitai crouched down to pry the man's hands off, but like Chen Shui, He found it impossible. He looked up and asked, Sister Shang, please don't tell me this is the man from the 7th floor who wasn't he killed. Mu Shang weakly confirmed, yes. Zhao Taida stared at her in disbelief, asking, what the hell? What on earth happened to you guys? He leaned out, utterly unable to believe what he was seeing outside the stairwell door. Outside the stairwell door, every inch and corner was smeared with fresh blood. The entire staircase of Building A was soaked in blood. The source being Mu Shang. Mu Ma rushed out in a flurry, crying, oh my heavens, my precious Shang Shang. How could you bleed so much? She burst into tears. She kicked the man clinging to Mu Shang's leg furiously, shouting, let go, get off my daughter's leg. Chen Yiping followed suit, delivering a decisive blow. Andy, let me handle this. Ah, the man clinging to Mu Shang's leg screamed. Chen, the boxing champion, struck ordinary people with force that would surely fracture bones. Never having experienced any mishaps, Mu Shang collapsed against her mother's shoulder, her vision fading. Just before she lost consciousness, she faintly heard Chen Shui's voice. Throw him out. Chen Shui intended to throw the man who was holding her leg out. Don't let him in. For reasons unclear to her, she weakly protested, I won't harm any more ordinary people. Another sleepless night ensued. Chen Shui painted a pair of handcuffs, securing the bloodied man from the 7th floor to the water pipe on the large balcony of the 10th floor. He, along with Chen Yiping and Mu Xiangrong, each brought out stools from their rooms, sitting opposite the man with eyes brimming with hostility, especially Mu Xiangrong, whose gaze was filled with murderous intent. He demanded fiercely, you better speak up. What on earth happened to my sister? Brothers, could I at least get a glass of water? The man from the 7th floor, upon entering, lost the bravado he had when clinging to their legs. He feigned a dying demeanor, weakly saying, brothers, I'm about to die of thirst. I really am. Chen Shui helplessly glanced at Chen Yiping, who sulked and begrudgingly went inside to pour a glass of water, then brought it out and placed it in front of the man. The man tilted his chin up and said, I'm handcuffed. Brother, you have to feed me water. What the hell? Chen Yiping retorted, standing up to feed him the water. After the man finished drinking, he feigned a hoarse voice and continued, 1 glass ice and tea enough. Brother, I'm about to die of thirst. Bring me a few more. Hiss. Mu Xiangrong was about to leap forward and give him a couple of punches, but was restrained by Chen Shui. Pour it for him. Chen Shui commanded sharply, his piercing gaze scrutinizing the man before him. In his heart, he mused, I am keen to see what tricks you intend to play. Thus, Chen Yiping found himself at the beck and call of the man on the 7th floor, shuttling back and forth 3 times. It was not until he served the man his 4th cup of water that he finally had enough, appending the cup. Cough, cough, cough. The man on the 7th floor was immediately choked, cursing, Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Can't you even serve water properly? You keep babbling, and I'll punch you so hard your nose will break. Chen Yiping's fist hovered ominously half a meter from the man. The man on the 7th floor quickly backed down, exclaiming, I believe, please spare me, big brother. I'm just thirsty. Then hurry up and speak. Mu Xiangrong could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, seizing the man's collar, demanding loudly, What on earth happened to my sister? Why are you two covered in blood? Did you encounter a powerful evolver? No, the man stammered. That's not it. We did encounter an evolver, but it wasn't strong for Sister Shang. Her abilities are far too formidable. The blood on me is all hers. Chapter 37. Surrounded the scene rewinds to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, before the stairwell door of Building A on the 7th floor of the future apartment. Mu Shang gazed at the half-open stairwell door, thought little of it, and pushed it open. In the next moment, she recoiled sharply as a sharp axe fell from above the door. Had she hesitated even a moment longer, her head would have been severed. She carefully attuned herself to the wind, but heard no unusual sounds from within the 7th floor. After a few moments of contemplation, she stepped forward once more. Thud! Another axe plummeted from the ceiling, slicing off a lock of her hair. She frowned, entirely unaware that the cold weapon assault on the 7th floor had only just begun. 2 iron arrows approached from either side, and as axes transformed into silver spears overhead, she executed a forward somersault, propelling herself a meter ahead, then repeated the motion. During her aerial acrobatics, she discerned the layout of the corridor and balcony on the 7th floor. Such automatic archery machines typically belonged in ancient tombs or museum exhibitions, not in a residential building. Moreover, there were 2 rows arranged on either side. who had suspended those rusted axes and aged guns from the ceiling, those nearly invisible silver threads in the air. Seizing the opportune moment, she manipulated the wind to sever all the silver threads suspended above. Standing before an automatic archery machine that had exhausted its arrows, she gazed towards the direction the severed threads had converged. 7B. Thud. A gun plunged straight into the plastic door of 7B, followed by a man's startled cry. I'm just an ordinary person. Please, don't let the evolvers in. I can't fight back. Sob sob. I truly have no food left. Otherwise, you can conscript me. This is all I have left. A disheveled man from the 7th floor, his eyes red and swollen, emerged, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender towards Mu Shang. My companion has a bad temper and can't communicate properly. I apologize on his behalf. The man inexplicably slapped himself, exclaiming, he deserved to die. He deserved it. I should have held him back. I deserve it too. Please, spare me. I won't dare again. I am not one of those below. Mu Shang offered no further explanation, merely casting a few glances to confirm that he bore no wounds or signs of struggle before turning to leave. You're not. The man paused for a few seconds, then lunged at her. Beautiful. Big shot. Deity, save me. Someone is letting evolvers in to kill me. You must save me. He clutched her arm tightly, oblivious to the snot and tears on his face smearing her clothing. Mu Shang felt disgusted and shook him off, saying, Don't touch me. They won't let the evolvers in. They're just trying to scare you. Chun Shui, Zhao Taitai, and Mu Xiangrong's conversation on the large balcony had reached her ears, compared to the diminutive man and woman gathering supplies in Building B. Anzi and Rupiying, who were collecting supplies in Building A, seemed markedly more benevolent. Anzi and Rupiying would not truly harm ordinary people. How did they kill your companion? Mu Shang inquired. Zhao Taitai could only hear the sounds without capturing the visuals. But someone who could instantly kill an evolver must also be an evolver. This implied that at least one of Anzi or Rupiying was an evolver. What was your companion's ability? She added. The man from the 7th floor, having regained his footing, was poised to respond when he declared, If you promise to save me, I will tell you. Otherwise, I won't say a word. Mu Shang turned on her heel to leave. Say it or not. I don't care. But just as she reopened the stairwell door to the 7th floor, the man's cries rang out behind her. Monsters. Evolvers. They really have let the evolvers in. Mu Shang swiftly turned back to see a creature resembling a devourer climbing onto the 7th floor balcony. Its pincers ensnaring the man's clothing, he was hoisted into the air. Help. No matter who you are. Big shot. Beautiful deity. You must be an evolver, right? Please save me. He turned his head in sheer terror to look at Mu Shang. I'm about to be eaten. Sob sob. I don't want to die. In that moment, the man's face of fear overlapped with the deranged visage of Zhao Meili, who had perished. Mu Shang seemed to glimpse Zhao Meili's corpse, the result of her own actions. Gritting her teeth, she closed the stairwell door behind her, remaining inside. With a swift stride, she dashed toward the devourer-like creature, landing a powerful punch on its pincers, infused with the force of the wind and her own resolve. Her strike was formidable enough to cause the creature to loosen its grip. The man, realizing he was still alive, fled in terror, rolling and scrambling into 7. Mu Shang observed the creature before her. Taking a few moments to assess. It could only be described as similar, for this devourer had yet to fully evolve. Although it had grown all 4 pincers, it possessed only a single pair of eyes, with other eye sockets still developing. Definitely not a complete form. Manipulating the wind, she hurled the cold weapons on the ground at the semi-evolved devourer, but to no avail. The creature, with only its eyes incomplete, had solidified other parts of its body into iron. Mu Shang clicked her tongue, feeling both troubled and a sense of relief that a rare large crystal core had fortuitously come her way. She could not let this opportunity slip. However, just as she prepared to continue her assault, this large crystal core turned around, making a series of clicking sounds. Click, click, click. Must eat. In the next moment, a second identical semi-evolved devourer crawled onto the balcony. This was not good. Mu Shang pivoted to flee back to the stairwell door of the 7th floor, but it was too late. A third semi-evolved devourer had entered. On the large balcony of Building A, 3 semi-evolved devourers faced off against a wind manipulator, the latter choosing to flee in deference. The terrain on the 7th floor balcony was unfavorable. The wind was minimal, as the 3 semi-evolved devourers occupied the space, leaving Mu Shang with even less wind to work with. Her escape route was cut off. forcing her to find an alternative path. She summoned the remaining wind to control the monster's movements as she stealthily maneuvered to the door of 7A, just as she was about to open it. Chapter 38. The door slams. The man from the 7th floor, who had previously hidden in 7A, suddenly burst forth, slamming the door open from the inside. Lin You had no warning as she collided with the plastic door, her head ringing with a dull thud. There's also a monster inside. The man shoved Mu Shang aside, and she felt a chill on her forehead. Reaching up, she discovered blood. She had split her forehead open upon impact. Then, she heard another cry beside her. Why are there 3 monsters outside? And so many. The man turned to Mu Shang, asking, Aren't you an evolver? How can you not deal with even one and have brought in 2 more? Mu Shang felt dizzy, disinclined to respond. The man gazed at her dazed expression, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he dragged her towards 7C, his anger flaring. Now I can say I've saved you. You must save me in return, got it? He hurriedly pulled Mu Shang to the door of 7C, turning the handle. During his frantic motions, Mu Shang glanced back to see an evolver emerging from 7A. The evolver hiding inside was relatively low level, still only capable of extending its tongue. He roughly threw her into 7C, and as she finally caught her breath, her head bleeding, contemplating how to handle the monsters outside, she heard, indeed, the man had shouted again. The reason? There were also monsters in 7C. Lin You looked up expressionlessly at the creatures, noting they were merely 2 low-level evolvers. Damn it, if only someone could assist her at this moment. As long as someone can manage to restrain the 3 persistent devourers outside, she can effortlessly deal with the 2 primary evolved beings before her. Yet, as she pondered, a throbbing pain surged through her head. Damn it, if only her head hadn't been struck by the door. Then she wouldn't even need to ask for help controlling the 3 devourers outside. She could simply unleash her wrath upon them. The man from the 7th floor, once again wailing, dragged her begrudgingly to 7D. This time, she managed to pick up 2 iron arrows along the way that as expected. The moment the 7th floor man entered the room, he began to scream. Mu Shang, unfazed, swiftly hurled the 2 iron arrows, piercing the foreheads of the primary evolved beings. As they collapsed, she pounced upon them, extracting their cores. While doing so, she tersely commanded the 7th floor man, "Close the window." The 7th floor man retorted defiantly, "Monsters will come in through the window." "I'm not going. You're the ability user. You go close it." Taking a deep breath, Mu Shang felt the urge to curse. "Then are you going to extract the cores? Seriously? You, an ability user, are asking an ordinary person to do such a disgusting task?" he reproached, squatting down with disdain. Fine, I'll extract them." "Ugh, this is so gross. Hurry and close the window." Mu Shang could hardly contain her frustration. The 7th floor had no backup water resources. In truth, after so many months. Apart from the 10th floor survival team, which had prepared in advance, all other places had long been devoid of water and electricity. The 7th floor man stared at the splattered remains of brain matter on his hands. Feeling nauseated, while Mu Shang closed the window, she saw no monsters lurking outside and was ready to ascend. The man noticed her movement. With a splat, the brain matter splattered onto Mu Shang's boots, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Help me, oh divine one. Big shot, beautiful lady." The 7th floor man clung desperately to her foot, wailing, "I just saved you. How can you abandon me? Those evolved beings outside will eat me alive." "I'm just an ordinary person. I can't fight them," Mu Shang replied. "I'm going to call for support. I'm not leaving you behind." "No, you mustn't go. If you leave, you won't come back. Because you ability users can save yourselves without rescuing others." He wrapped his other hand, smeared with brain matter, around her boot. He completely encircled her leg, the remnants clinging to her pants. He insisted, "Don't think I don't know what you ability users are thinking. You couldn't care less about ordinary people's safety. As long as you survive, that's all that matters. I swear." Mu Shang was on the verge of cursing, but a sudden surge of pain shot through her head again. Her body tilted, and she fell from the window. The 7th floor man hurriedly dodged, his movement nearly causing her to crash to the ground. That he asked incredulously, "What now? Didn't you just fight a big monster? How can you be so weak?" Suppressing her headache, Mu Shang shouted, "I got hit by the door when you opened 7A. "Oh." The man replied without an ounce of remorse, "Well, my apologies then." He paused and continued, "But shouldn't you ability users be tougher than us ordinary folks? You got hit by a door and ended up like this? How pathetic. Mu Shang seized him by the collar. The seventh-floor man protested. Hey, hey, hey. What are you doing? She dragged him over to the door of a room in 7D. Placing his head outside as she opened the door, preparing to slam it down. Just as she was about to do so, the man shouted in a panic. Ah, you're going to kill me. My head will be smashed. Are you trying to murder this ordinary person? Mu Shang's hand froze, not because of his absurd words, but due to another wave of pain at the back of her head. No, she couldn't hold on any longer. The blow from the seventh-floor idiot when he opened 7A had been too severe. Had she possibly suffered a concussion? At that moment, the sounds of the devourers echoed from outside 7D. Kekekek, food, food. Kekekek, we want it all. We want it all. The evolved beings began to slam against the door of 7D. Chapter 39. Choke him out time rewound to 1 o'clock in the morning on the balcony of the 10th floor of Building A in the future apartment complex. Mu Xiangrong mercilessly pummeled the 7th-floor man, who was shackled to the water pipe on the balcony, leaving him bruised and battered. Chen Yiping watched, itching to intervene, but he was restrained by Chen Shui, who feared that he might accidentally kill the man. Believing Mu Shang might still find him useful, Mu Xiangrong landed another punch on the man's face, shouting, "So you hit my sister in the head with the door, causing her a concussion, and then held her back from calling for support? And you let her face so many evolved beings alone." After living together for several months, Mu Xiangrong had fully integrated into the group and understood the combat capabilities of the survival team. He knew that despite his sister's medical training, experience as a special police officer, and wind abilities, her combat power was limited in this perilous world filled with powerful evolved beings. If this were a game, Lin You would be akin to a crowd-controlling mage. Mu Shang was the main force for single-target damage, and Chen Shui served as support. How dare the 7th-floor man send his single-target sister into battle against a crowd while she was already injured? Furious, he confronted the 7th-floor man. Normally, a person would cower in fear at such a menacing expression, but the 7th-floor man did not back down. Instead, he shouted, "Sister Shang doesn't have a concussion. She ran into that door herself." "What does that have to do with me opening the door?" Mu Xiangrong exclaimed. "You." The 7th-floor man retorted, "Who knew you ability users were so weak? If I were an ability user, I'd be much stronger." He was ordinary yet confident. Glaring at Mu Xiangrong with bloodshot eyes, he continued, almost provocatively, Your sister Shang's brother, right? You should be thanking me instead of cursing and hitting me." When that horde of monsters broke in, she collapsed from the pain. I pulled her into the room. Otherwise, she'd have been eaten long ago. Mu Xiangrong roared. Whom is she to blame for her pain then? The 7th-floor man, unyielding, declared. Of course, she blames herself. After I pulled her into the room, I bravely held the door for an hour. Had I known I would be beaten by her foolish, reckless brother, I wouldn't have bothered holding the door. Then she wouldn't have had time to rest, and could have rampaged. Mu Xiangrong was about to explode. This man was utterly unreasonable and infuriating. He felt as if his heart would burst from anger. On the balcony of the future apartment's 10th floor, Chen Shui opened the bag again. Retrieving 2 large cores that Mu Shang had pressed beneath her cold weapons, he guessed that the other large core and some smaller ones had already been absorbed by Mu Shang. Given her injuries, it would have been challenging for her to face a crowd, and even after resting for an hour, she would only have the strength to retaliate if she had absorbed the cores. The only thing they could be thankful for was that Mu Shang had emerged victorious. Otherwise, right now, Chen Shui coldly remarked, "Chen Yiping, shut him up." Chen Yiping replied, "Damn it, I've been waiting all night just for that." He lunged forward and grasped the 7th-floor man's throat. Within seconds, the 7th-floor man turned beet red and lost consciousness. Chen Shui stepped into 10D, where Mu Shang's mother was already in tears. The earlier brightness and simplicity were gone. At this moment, Mu Shang's mother could only think of her daughter. She pressed Mu Shang's hand against her face. Weeping uncontrollably, Mu Shang, now awake, weakly complained, "Mom, can you stop crying as if I'm dead?" Her mother retorted angrily, "How can you say that? You went to such a dangerous place. What if you really died?" No one could have anticipated that a simple check on the 7th floor would be so perilous, not even Mu Shang herself. She expressed her confusion. "I remember those people collecting supplies said they would regularly clear out the monsters. But how could there still be so many?" "Exactly. Next time, I'm going to scold those supply collectors until they're in tears. How dare they let my dear Shang end up like this?" The fury of a middle-aged woman is fearsome, but thankfully, Mu Shang's mother was not only angry but also filled with concern. She asked, Shang, do you still feel any pain in your head? Mu Shang shook her head. She bore several wounds. A scraped forehead from the door, a puncture on her right shoulder from an evolved being's claw, and abrasions on her back from dodging melee weapons. One low-level evolved being had even resorted to using melee weapons during their confrontation. She once again witnessed the terrifying learning capability of the evolved beings. At the doorway, Qin Shui inquired, "What should we do about that man on the 7th floor? Auntie, I want to kill him." Mu Shang's mother was exceedingly furious. "Mother, please calm down," Mu Shang said helplessly. "He is just an ordinary person." "What's wrong with an ordinary person? I have never encountered such a shameless individual in my life." Remembering the wounds her daughter had suffered because of this man, Mu Ma was consumed by fury. She turned to Qin Shui and said, "Shui, just throw him out. I don't want to see him on the 10th floor." Qin Shui replied, "All right." Mu Shang once again blocked their way, saying, "No. If you throw him out now, he will die. The blood on the ground is not just mine, but that of the evolvers as well. If all the blood on the ground and on her body were hers, she would have long since perished from excessive blood loss." She struggled to prop herself up and said, "Blood attracts other evolvers. Don't throw him out. Let me rest, and then we can talk." Mu Ma's eyes grew red again. Her heart ached as she pressed Mu Shang back onto the bed, saying, all right. We will wait until our Shang has rested. We will listen to you. We will listen to our Shang. I'll go make you some red dates to help replenish your blood. You need to rest well and not get up again, understand?" Mu Shang replied, "MHM." Mu Ma then walked into the kitchen. Qin Shui remained standing at the doorway. Meeting Qin Shui's silent gaze, Mu Shang responded in kind with silence. After a long while, just when Qin Shui thought Mu Shang had fallen asleep, she suddenly spoke up. Her voice was soft, but clear enough for Qin Shui to hear. "I'm sorry, but I now believe throwing him out is no different from killing Zhao Meili." Qin Shui approached her bedside and similarly whispered, "Are you still thinking about that matter?" Mu Shang turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. "MHM." Qin Shui asked, "Have you forgotten Lin Yu's request of us?" "Never," reminisced the deceased. "I remember." Mu Shang took a deep breath and said, "But I also remember what happened that day. I'm sorry. I need some time." Qin Shui studied her intently, leaving behind a single remark before turning to leave. "Your mental fortitude is not like that of a special police officer." Mu Shang refrained from further explanations. The room was shrouded in a crimson mist, filled with illusions. Another sleepless night loomed ahead. Chapter 40. Untitled after collecting the supplies from the future apartment. The loudspeaker man departed, but not before announcing through his megaphone that he would return in 3 days, urging the residents of the apartment to prepare their supplies in advance. "What is this? A tax?" Zhao Taidai scoffed. "Who does he think he is? Some emperor?" Qin Yiping also felt exasperated, chiming in, "This is tyranny. Pure tyranny. How can ordinary people gather so many supplies in just 3 days? This will leave us destitute." The day after Mu Shang was injured, the now calm Mu Xiangrong also shouted, "What kind of nonsense protection fee is this? There are still monsters around. It's still very dangerous." Their various grievances were swept away by the exhaust of the large truck as the loudspeaker man led his tax collection army to other residences. After completing the resource plundering in the designated area, they finally embarked on their journey home, by the side of a slow-moving highway. The large truck halted beneath a tree stripped of its leaves. A man, resembling the loudspeaker man but wearing a baseball cap, was on the phone. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from the other end of the line. "Sang Joshing, give the phone to your brother. He is too loud. I don't want to hear your rambling." "All right, fine." Sang Joshing handed the phone to his brother. The loudspeaker man sang, "Minda, it's a call from the foreign doctor." "What do you want?" Sang Minda shouted without any courtesy. "It's about you." The voice on the other end belonged to the foreign doctor. Exuding a thuggish vibe, "Who exactly did you encounter using wind? And what about the other few I told you to keep an eye on? Didn't my brother already tell you? Are you deaf?" Sang Minda's voice was indeed loud. Even normal conversation sounded like a shout at this moment. He was squatting on the road with an air of a delinquent. "The one using wind is a boy." "A boy? A little lad? Damn it. I'm the one cursing you. Your brother keeps blabbering. It's driving me mad. You tell me, what about the others?" Sang Minda glanced at his brother, who was scratching his head, and shouted, "Damn it. I already said we didn't see anyone else. Are you expecting me to conjure them up? We only saw one wind boy, and the place was crawling with underworld types." "Got it. You're so annoying." The foreign doctor abruptly hung up the phone. "What a nuisance." Sang Minda tossed the phone back to his brother. I told you not to mention your suspicions, but you insisted. Look how mad that foreign doctor got. I truly suspect it though. Sang Jiaxing kicked a pile of leaves into the air. That 10th floor in building A is very strange. I've never heard of any gang leaders living around here. Oh, stop it already. Sang Mendo waved his hand dismissively, switching to Mandarin. Drive. Let us hurry back. If we delay, that idiot foreigner will start yelling again. Let us go. Let us go. Sang Jiaxing took his place in the driver's seat. Meanwhile, the foreign doctor was fuming, throwing his phone onto the sofa in frustration. Infuriated, infuriated, infuriated. How is it that none of his subordinates can speak properly? He longed for the days of his microphone. The foreign doctor buried his face into the sofa, attempting to instill fear in his subordinates through sheer frustration. Not really. He squirmed on the sofa for quite a while. Then suddenly froze. Was he truly suffocating? Of course not. He lifted his head again, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He opened his phone and dialed a series of numbers. Even in the apocalyptic world with disrupted communication, he could still make calls, though he didn't quite understand why. Hello. A gentle male voice answered on the other end. Tianwen. The foreign doctor's cheerful voice rang out. Have you encountered any gang leaders in the Red Mist? Huh. The voice on the other end paused for a moment. The foreign doctor continued. It should be someone using wind, very gang-like. He gestured animatedly as he spoke, with a murderous aura and a commanding presence, and a family, a beautiful wife and a clever son. No. The voice on the other end was filled with helplessness. Sorry, I haven't heard of any. The foreign doctor's mood immediately plummeted. All right. There was a brief silence on the line before the voice lowered slightly, asking, What's wrong? Do you have any clues? The foreign doctor perked up again, saying, Yes. My subordinate encountered a wind ability user in a downtown apartment in City A. The wind control ability is quite strong. You wouldn't believe that the first second I heard about it, I thought it was them. But, ugh, I hate saying but. However, this wind user is a boy. A boy. The voice on the other end sounded puzzled. Yes. A little boy, just the son of the gang leader I mentioned earlier. The foreign doctor said earnestly. And there's no one else in their house, just that son and the gang leader's wife. I heard the gang leader has been away for over 2 months. There was a brief silence on the other end, the voice lowering further. I see. All right, I understand. Thank you for the information. You're welcome, the foreign doctor said exuberantly. Then about the supplies I asked for. Send a helicopter to pick it up tomorrow. The voice on the other end had returned to its gentle tone, sounding even softer than before. By the way, bring along those people I asked you to help me capture. I'm almost ready on my end. So soon? The foreign doctor was astonished. You've got some skills, Tianwen. No wonder you survived the Red Mist. The voice on the other end fell silent. The foreign doctor decisively stated, All right. Tomorrow you will see a brand new helicopter on the factory runway. I'll come too. I want to see how you're renovating that rundown place. The next morning, on the 10th floor balcony of the future apartment, Zhao Taitai listened with a blank expression to the complaints of the filthy, blood-streaked, tear-stained man from the 7th floor, whose hair resembled a bird's nest. The soundproofing on the 10th floor is terrible. Even with all 4 rooms closed, I was still awakened by the snoring. The man from the 7th floor, Xie Shuang, lamented that today marked the 3rd day of his inexplicable stay on the 10th floor. He said, I suddenly regret staying here. At least I could sleep well on the 7th floor. This was also the 2nd day that Zhao Taitai had been awakened by his noise at 4 in the morning. Zhao Taitai rolled his eyes. Then just go back down. Leave now. I can't wait for you to leave. What's wrong with you? Xie Shuang moved his handcuffed wrists. The sound of the silver cuffs clashing against the water pipe was heavy as he said, How can I leave with you handcuffing me? It's you who insisted on keeping me here. Oh, for crying out loud. Zhao Taitai stood up and kicked him, saying, I'll unlock you right now. Get lost. Right now. Outside the iron mesh, a sound resembling something crawling echoed. Rustling. I was just joking. Iron brother. The shameless Xie Shuang smoothly switched his attitude. I'm just hungry. I'm so hungry that I'm talking nonsense. Look, I'm so hungry. I'm saying silly things. Zhao Taitai stared wide-eyed. A multitude of grass-mud horses galloping through his mind. This Xie Shuang was truly the most shameless person he had ever encountered. Relying on Sister Shang's guilt, he stayed on the 10th floor. Scamming food and drink, yet constantly complaining about everything, deliberately provoking others, and then immediately apologizing was simply infuriating. One cannot simply end his life directly, as we must wait for Sister Shang to fully recover before addressing this matter. It is truly infuriating. Zhao Taitai kicked over the small stool in front of him. It was Chun Yiping's seat during the day, and at night, when everyone else was asleep, he stood guard on the large balcony. Damn it, that man becomes a nuisance as soon as night falls, Xie Shuang remarked. Tai Go, why don't you go to 10A and fetch me another can? Zhao Taitai retaliated with another kick, cursing, cans be damned. You're making it impossible for me to sleep. I advise you to be sensible and stop your incessant prattle, or I might just find a piece of cloth to gag you. You have no compassion at all. I spit, cold-blooded. Xie Shuang retorted, quickly shutting his eyes and mouth. The evening air was cool, and Zhao Taitai, draped in a quilt, dozed off on the stool, unaware of what thoughts lingered in Xie Shuang's mind. Xie Shuang secretly rejoiced. Over the past few days, despite his incessant provocations, the group on the 10th floor had not truly expelled him, indicating that his earlier manipulation of that woman was not in vain. The woman named Mu Shang, that Mu Shang's Achilles heel. When he was first captured by the evolvers on the 7th floor, the moment he uttered the words ordinary person, he distinctly noted Mu Shang's body tremble as she lunged forward to rescue him. Setting aside the allure of his handsome visage that captivated Mu Shang, it appeared that she harbored some peculiar sentiments towards ordinary people. After numerous tests, he confirmed this point. Over the past few days, he had meticulously observed the dynamics within the 10th floor group, realizing that Mu Shang seemed to hold a significant position within the team. A lewd smile crept onto his face, although he deemed the individuals on the 10th floor to be exceedingly foolish. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for his cleverness to alter their course and lead them. Since he had identified Mu Shang as a potential leverage point, he was determined to cling to this group with relentless tenacity. He gazed towards 10A, his eyes gleaming with unabashed greed. The supplies there would eventually be his. At 8 in the morning, Zhao Taitai was awakened by the sound of tires rolling on the pavement. He immediately knocked on the doors of 10C and 10D. So soon, Chen Shui, having already awakened, opened the door and inquired. Indeed, Zhao Taitai nodded solemnly. They arrived a few hours earlier than last time. Today marked the third day as announced by the loudspeaker man. The day they would once again collect supplies. Has Aunt Mu woken up? Chen Shui donned a plush outer coat as the weather grew increasingly chilly. She should be up by now. Annie went to bed early last night. And Sister Shang is mostly recovered, Zhao Taitai relayed as he handed him breakfast. However, she still can't get out of bed. Chen Shui nodded, accepting the whole grain milk, and proceeded towards 10 deep. The operational meeting commenced. Various details were discussed against the backdrop of the loudspeaker man's voice, and the group moved swiftly as they had already confirmed the script and scouted the location the previous day. As with the first act, the second act would see Mu Ma portray the role of the gangster's woman, while Mu Xiangrong would continue as the gangster's son. However, 2 additional characters would be introduced, one being the sickly daughter of the gangster, Mu Shang, confined to a sickbed, and the other, the steward pushing her gurney. I'll take on the role. Zhao Taitai raised his hand. We agreed on this yesterday. I've already scouted the location. Watching from inside is too dull. The steward is my role. Chen Yiping vocally challenged him. I scouted it 2 days ago. Yesterday, I had to keep an eye on Xie Shuang because of his incessant bathroom requests, which is why you helped with the scouting. The choice of steward remained contentious, with the final decision resting in the hands of Director Mu. Let's stick with Chun Yiping as the steward. Mu Shang gently waved her hand. He is more robust and looks capable of handling matters. Zhao Taitai, be sharp and keep an eye on that scoundrel. For heaven's sake, don't let anything go awry. That scoundrel, that Xie, referred to the man from the 7th floor, Xie Shuang. Every member of the survival team held him in disdain. Oh. Zhao Taitai, having been sidelined, lamented, fine. I shall heed Director Mu's wishes, but I must be assigned a role in the third act. We had an agreement. Agreed. Mu Shang turned to the screenwriter, Chen Shui. Chun, please make the necessary arrangements. Chen Shui quipped. Going through back channels requires compensation. You know, Chen Shui organized everyone to their respective places. Those needing to change clothes did so, while others who required makeup attended to itmu Ma, having learned from Mu Shang how to apply makeup last time, was now able to manage independently without her daughter's assistance. Chen Shui approached Mu Shang's bedside and asked, Are you certain you can still control the wind? I can. Mu Shang raised her hands and replied, I just lack strength in my legs. Everything else has recovered. Using my powers is not an issue. Chun Shui nodded. He did not express surprise or skepticism regarding Mu Shang's incomplete recovery, for he could hardly fathom how much energy it required to contend with so many evolvers. His powers were calculated with mental energy. He conjectured that if one were to convert them to the attack and control type abilities of Mu Shang or Lin You, they would likely require a full 10% of their strength as well. To be able to recover everything except for her legs in 3 days was commendable, he asked again. What shall we do about that man from the 7th floor, Xie Shuang? This had become a daily inquiry since Xie Shuang's arrival on the 10th floor. Today, he received the same response. We'll discuss it once I am fully recovered. Mu Shang still wished to avoid confronting this issue. Chun Shui fell silent, turning to leave 10D and made his way to the water pipe on the large balcony. Zhao Tai had already freed Xie Shuang from his restraints, and the liberated Xie Shuang was now clamoring. Where's my breakfast? I saw your breakfast milk. I want some too. Where's my bottle? He cast a glance at 10D, yelling, if you don't feed me, I'm going to starve. Are you evolvers really this cruel? Let an ordinary person starve? Chun Shui shot him a cold glare and replied, screaming won't help. There are no supplies for you on the 10th floor. He shoved a tennis ball and a large piece of cloth into Zhao Taidi's hands and commanded, bind him to the chair in 10C. Secure his neck and limbs with a tight knot, stuff a ball in his mouth, and seal it. Xie Shuang gasped in horror, about to protest, but Chun Shui promptly summoned Chen Yiping. Knock him out first. Then proceed. After a series of meticulous arrangements, the significant threat that was Xie Shuang was finally eliminated from the second act. Downstairs, the loudspeaker man announced the final cue. Chapter 41. No counting allowed, just like last time. 5 minutes for preparation. During these 5 minutes, I will reiterate what I just said. After 5 minutes, my partners will commence their search from this building, ascending layer by layer, starting from the bottom, just as before. We'll begin our search from this floor. Chen Yiping asked. Auntie, Mu Xiangrong, Sister Shang, Chen Shui, are you all ready? The 4 took their positions, signaling with an okay gesture. Chen Yiping then inquired, TZ, is everything all right on your end? Zhao Tai tightened the knots around Xie Shuang's restraints one last time. Then with a decisive bang, closed the door to 10C, affirming, all is well. The second act of the survival team on the 10th floor, rehearsal complete. Officially, action. Anzi and Rupiying arrived with remarkable speed. They only paused briefly on the 7th floor before heading straight for the 10th floor. Knowing that the other floors were unoccupied, knock, 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 the stairwell door to the 10th floor swung open, and Anzi and Rupiying displayed polite smiles. Hello, Annie, bah. Muma spat viciously onto the ground, exclaiming, you little punks dare to return? Anzi blinked, saying, what is the matter, Annie? Didn't we have an agreement last time? Did you not all claim you would periodically clear the monsters? Muma thundered in rage. What did you clear? What did you clear? Did you clear anything that ended up on my daughter's face? With a resounding slam, Muma swung the stairwell door wide open, revealing a sickbed sprawled in the center of the 10th floor balcony, where a pale, blonde girl lay, her lips quivering. Anzi and Rupiying were taken aback. Take a look for yourselves. Look closely. After dragging them inside, Muma slammed the door shut, delivering a kick to both Anzi and Rupiying, propelling them to the bedside, and shouted, look at my daughter's face. Look at this scar. On the blonde girl's face lay a gruesome, bloody scar. Note, this is merely a makeup effect. Mu Shang has not been disfigured. Anzi gasped. What happened? Rupiying blinked, stammering, and evolver. Indeed. Muma angrily seated herself on the sickbed. So what does that imply? What were you all clearing? What monsters did you clear that ended up on my daughter's face? That's not true. Auntie. Rupiying quickly countered. Let us explain. We haven't even begun clearing this area. We were supposed to start, but the boss suddenly had other matters and reassigned people. We planned to collect supplies today and then commence the clearing. Heh. 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 Muma, in a fury, retorted. Is that all you have to say? Do you think you can just waltz away? Once the men from the Yi family return home, you're all done for. None of you will leave unscathed. Anzi and Rupiying exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Anzi murmured, no wonder there was so much blood outside in the stairwell. I was just asking you about it. Rupiying's mind raced, and she quietly muttered, strange. How did she suddenly have a daughter? Have I been away for too long? Or am I just misremembering? Why do I feel that the arrangement here is different from last time? The gigantic mirror by the stairway has vanished. while the oddly placed bed in the corner of the large balcony remains, accompanied by an enormous hospital bed that has mysteriously appeared beside it, next to a row of neatly arranged medical instruments of unknown purpose. Shan, my poor daughter, Muma exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she sat by the bed. Let me see your face. Woo, damn it, your father, and I will definitely avenge you. Ru Ping hesitantly touched her shoulder. Auntie, Muma jolted in surprise. What do you mean? Ru Ping scratched her head. Your daughter's hair, it looks quite different from yours, and part of it is black. Muma fell silent. Shangshan's wig wasn't put on properly and fell off. What do you mean? Muma stood up angrily, asserting, What do you mean? You little brat, are you saying my daughter can't dye her hair? Let me tell you, my daughter is the belle of XX University in X country. This unique, seamless blend of black and golden hair is her original creation. Muma pointed at Ru Ping's head. Don't you dare copy her. You'll owe her a patent fee. Anzi and Ru Ping exchanged glances. Mom. On the hospital bed, Mu Shang let out a soft whimper. Daughter. Muma hurriedly grasped her hand. Water. A tear rolled down Mu Shang's cheek, tracing a path across her blood-stained face, transforming her clear tear into one of crimson. What a pitiful girl! Muma glared at the bewildered Anzi and Ru Ping, shouting, Butler, bring water. Right away. Your still water will be here shortly. In truth, Anzi and Ru Ping had mentally prepared themselves for the peculiar occurrences they might encounter on the 10th floor of this future apartment building. However, their imagination fell short. They were far too conservative, never having anticipated any of the bizarre happenings they faced. For instance, the muscular figure wearing a bull warrior mask that now stood before them. In 10C, Xiao Taitai was struggling to contain his laughter, as Anzi and Ru Ping performed the same actions as before, walking to the stairway door on the 10th floor, leaving only a crack. And then re-entering? Damn it! Anzi exclaimed, clutching his head. Pingjia, I really don't understand. Why is it like this again? He pointed at Chun Yiping, who was striking a bodybuilding pose, and questioned, What is this? A bull warrior from Jackie Chan Adventures. When did we time travel? Why is their butler a bull warrior? Ru Ping patted Anzi's shoulder in silence, expressing her resignation to the bizarre characters that might appear on the 10th floor of this future apartment. This was indeed an alternate world. They needed to gather their supplies and leave quickly. You guys have seen Jackie Chan Adventures too? Great. Chen Yiping exclaimed, then immediately cleared his throat, returning to his bodybuilding poses. You've harmed my little miss to this extent. Unforgivable. Auntie, Ru Ping just wanted to leave quickly. We sincerely apologize for what happened to your daughter. Truly, we are very sorry. If your husband is still very concerned when he returns, he is welcome to visit our organization at any time. We will provide him with a reasonable explanation. She paused, providing the contact address. We are at the east gate of the environmental park in city. If you mention Sang Minda at the park's gate, someone will come to assist you. That's the name of our leader. Beneath the hospital bed, Chen Shui immediately jotted down her words. An explanation. Tell the men of the Mu family that I, Mu, will never forgive you. Mu Ma's stance was unwavering, her hands sweeping dismissively. This time, I don't want to give you so many supplies. This protection fee is not worth it. It has protected us at all. Auntie, Anzi grew anxious at the mention of supplies. Please, we've already reported our supplies. If we fail to meet the quota, it'll be a big problem. What does that have to do with me? Anzi was frantic. Auntie you. Ru Ping tugged at him, suggesting they go out to discuss strategies. Calm down. Let us go down and talk to the leader. Supply officer of Building A, please come down. A loudspeaker suddenly blared at the entrance of the future apartment. Anzi and Ru Ping exchanged glances and hurried downstairs. What is going on? Chen Shui asked Xiao Taitai, who had burst through the door. They found out. Xiao Taitai's expression was grim. Their supply point officer said that in the last report, there were no frozen goods, when the door to the 10th floor stairway was knocked on again. The survival team had already resumed their positions, ready for the next act. Upon opening the door, Mu Ma was greeted not by Anzi and Ru Ping, but by a burly man with a thick neck, Sang Minda. Anzi and Ru Ping followed behind him, standing with their heads bowed. You're the wife of the underworld boss. Sang Minda's loud voice echoed, causing Mu Ma to freeze in place. At that moment, he had one eye closed and the other wide open, scanning the room and asking, Is this the home of the underworld boss? Sang Minda pushed past the stunned Mu Ma and entered the room. Mu Ma screamed as Anzi and Ru Ping followed him into the room, causing the two to jump aside in fright. You. Muma pointed at Sang Minda, shouting, "You're the boss of this little brat." "What s up?" Sang Minda retorted, locking eyes with Muma. "Butler." Muma's hand, adorned with a gemstone ring, trembled as she pointed at Sang Minda. Him. "I understand, miss." Chen Yiping quickly responded, taking up Muma's role. "Take that punch." "You evildoer. How dare you harm my little miss like this?" Sang Minda sidestepped Chen Yiping's incoming fist, bewildered as he remarked, What the heck? Can we talk nicely?" Muma blinked in surprise. Why did his accent sound just like hers? She cleared her throat, abandoning her dialect to speak in standard Mandarin, to avoid revealing herself. "You're quite good at pretending. My daughter was attacked outside. She was beaten by a group of evolved beings. I will not pay this protection fee. Even if I did, it would be useless." Muma gestured for Sang Minda to approach the hospital bed. "Sang, take a look for yourself. Look at what you've done to my beautiful daughter." On the hospital bed, Mu Shang let out a choked sob. Sang Minda furrowed his brow. "What a tragedy," Muma replied. "So you acknowledge the tragedy?" Sang Minda abruptly yanked off Mu Shang's wig, declaring, "What a tragedy, to be hurt so badly yet still look beautiful." The onlookers were left speechless, and Muma slapped the hospital bed, prompting Mu Shang to weep softly. "Mom, he pulled my hair, you bastard." Chen Yiping swung his fist again, declaring, "Dare to pull my little miss's hair. You're dead." Sang Minda tossed the wig to the ground, turning sideways and raising his hands in a polite gesture, indicating he did not wish to continue this charade. He addressed Muma, "Madam of the boss, do you still have 3 more people in your house? I see you're my fellow townsfolk, so I'll let you off easy. Don't act foolishly. Just comply and give me the supplies, and we can avoid any trouble." Beneath the hospital bed, Chun Shui's expression shifted. This boss had somehow recognized that they were hiding 3 more people. Chen Shui, Zhao Taidai, and Xia Shuang. How did he see through that? Was he an ability user? Muma was caught off guard by Sang Minda's straightforwardness. As both she and Chen Yiping were unsure of how to respond. The impolite son of the gangster finally made his entrance. Mu Xiangrong had been watching from the corner of the large balcony all along. Suddenly, he let out a loud "awoo," and the wind picked up violently on the balcony. Anzi and Ru Ping quickly covered their heads with the white cloth they had prepared. "Wait, this look seems a bit off," Sang Minda spat, pulling out a cigarette to light. He couldn't ignited in the strong wind. The fierce wind blew for nearly 10 minutes, and everyone on the balcony remained silent for those 10 minutes. Finally, Mu Xiangrong felt his arm grow weary and retracted his claw-like hand, the wind dying down. "Are you calm now? Can we talk properly?" Sang Minda pulled out a lighter and lit his cigarette, taking a deep drag and exhaling a smoke ring. "Tell me, how do you recover frozen goods?" The howling wind dispersed the dangerous red mist within the 10th floor. But the curling smoke brought back a sense of peril. On the hospital bed, Mu Shang stammered, "What? Frozen goods, Mom? Do we have such things?" Muma regained her composure, her authoritative demeanor as the gangster boss's wife returning. She declared, "What frozen goods? I don't know what you're talking about." "Huh?" Sang Minda did not retort, only responding in standard Mandarin to her dialect. "In this area, you are the only ones dealing with frozen goods. Who else could it be besides you using underhanded tactics?" "What? You lost our supplies?" Chun Yiping clenched his fists, exuding an air of bravado, though his face was still unseen. "You're blaming us for losing supplies. I think you're asking for a beating." He strode up to Sang Minda, his muscular form resembling a solid wall of bricks, pressing down on the other man. Sang Minda, and he locked gazes for a full minute. Chun Yiping held his breath. He disliked secondhand smoke. Sang Minda extinguished his cigarette with a shake, casting a sidelong glance at him, and inquired, "Is it truly not you?" "Nonsense," Chun Yiping retorted, nudging his fist. "Our master, who navigates the underworld, upholds an unwavering principle of integrity. No one shall defame us." Sang Minda sighed, turning to Anzi and Ru Ping, stating, "Pay it no mind. Bring the basket. Let's load the goods." Mu Xiangrong, maintaining a stoic demeanor, began unloading frozen goods from 10A, placing them on the ground and preparing to tally them. Sang Minda interjected, "Anzi, was it the same last time?" "Indeed," Anzi recalled. "They counted the goods, claiming they belonged to them. This is the rule of the Yi family." Muma glared at Sang Minda, asserting, "The Yi family conducts affairs with utmost propriety. Count. Give it to Yi." "No counting," Sang Minda barked. No counting allowed. Load the basket and leave. Count. Absolutely not. Sang Minda's thunderous voice resonated throughout future apartment without the need for a megaphone. I care not whether you are from the black or white gang. This is the apocalypse. This is my territory. I declare no counting. There shall be no counting. Chapter 42. Speculation. The second round of supplies could not be retrieved, as Chen Shui was unaware of their specific appearance. To avoid exposure, Mu Xiangrong ensured that the frozen goods taken by the supply team were distinct from those previously encountered. Additionally, due to the scarcity of supplies aside from the frozen goods, Mu Xiangrong was compelled to include some canned goods. In summary, the second supply collection resulted in a significant loss for the survival team. Furthermore, aside from the inability to tally the supplies, there was another variable, namely, the treatment of those in other buildings of future apartment who failed to produce supplies. During the first supply collection, Sang Minda had stated, those who could not provide supplies would have an evolved being placed in their room. However, this time, it had transformed into, those who could not provide supplies would be gathered at the apartment entrance and forced to duel with an evolved being. Zhao Taitai, listening to the screams and sounds of tearing from below, felt an overwhelming sense of panic, exclaiming, what to do? We can't retrieve the supplies this time. We've given so much. They are being too ruthless. The entire survival team gathered at the edge of the large balcony on the 10th floor of Building A. Observing the duel below, with sharper vision, Chen Yiping spotted the short man from the previous supply collection at Building B, scavenging for brains behind the evolved being. Chen Yiping swallowed hard, poking Chen Shui's back, and said, Chen Shui, they are organized and strategic. Their leader seems to have caught wind of our tricks. What shall we do now? Will our boss return in time for the next supply collection? No one answered Chen Yiping's question. All fell into deep contemplation. At the entrance of future apartment, Sang Minda picked up a megaphone, just as he had at the end of the first supply collection, announcing the time for the next visit. We shall return in 3 days. This time, you all have seen the consequences of being unprepared. Chen Yiping felt as though Sang Minda cast a glance specifically towards their 10th floor unit in Building A. Sang Minda continued, in the coming 3 days, please prepare your supplies diligently. Do not entertain any dubious thoughts. The rules for the next collection will be identical to this one. Amidst the thick red fog, a large truck slowly departed, its dark exhaust mingling with the dust rising to the 10th floor of Building A in future apartment. The devastation previously swept by the wind remained unaddressed as the survival team entered the rehearsal for the next act. Mu Shang sat up in bed, curling one leg beneath her, barely able to muster strength. Chen Shui queried her, what do you think? Mu Shang ignored his question, instead asking Mu Ma, Mom, let's first check how long our supplies will last. Mu Ma rushed into 10A in a flurry, emerging 10 seconds later, exclaiming, we're running low. If we ration it, we'll have enough for only 10 to 15 days. Excluding the 6 individuals from the 7th floor, including the fool Xie Shuang. They now had only enough food to last 10 to 15 days at most. That can't possibly be given to them. Zhao Taitai paced anxiously. They demand 10 to 15 days worth of food in one go. If we truly comply next time, we'll all starve. Chen Yiping roared in despair. Am I to endure daily hunger only to face an apocalyptic shortage of supplies? This is too difficult. Mu Xiangrong pouted, clearly displeased that Mu Shang sighed. We certainly cannot give them any more food. Chen Shui concurred. Yes, indeed. Zhao Taitai echoed. Absolutely not. Chen Yiping added. However, Lin You won't make it back in time. Chen Shui solemnly stated the reality. The expressions of the entire survival team turned somber to Mu Shang, leaning back on her hands, felt her other leg gaining strength, and said, True, but we cannot rely on Lin You every time. Can we? We promised her that we would protect the 10th floor. Zhao Taitai and Chen Yiping nodded vigorously. Mu Ma stood behind Mu Xiangrong. Though her face showed worry, she placed her rough, warm hand on Mu Xiangrong's shoulder. While the survival team was disheartened, they did not succumb to despair. Mu Shang pondered. The easily manipulated Anzi and Rupiying had been replaced by that Sang Minda. The next individuals arriving at Building A for supplies would likely be more difficult to deceive. How, then, should they perform in the next act? After a moment of thought, she raised her gaze to Chen Shui and asked, Chen Shui, what do you think that loud-mouthed ability is? Sang Minda had discerned that there were still 3 individuals in their room. Chen Shui replied, hard to say, I can't deduce it. He felt that Lin You could likely guess if she were present, But she was not. Both he and Mu Xiang were novices in combat involving abilities. Having participated little, he continued, solemnly relaying the unfavorable reality. Friends, we must also consider one more point. Currently, we have already exposed one ability, wind. The other side knows we possess a wind ability. Mu Xiang facepalmed. She recalled one of the two requests Lin You had made of them earlier, to learn to conceal themselves, learning to hide oneself until absolutely necessary to act. Those who strike first in battles between ability users are often at a disadvantage. Indeed, the rules established by seasoned players in the Red Fog were grounded in reason. Their situation had worsened. Zhao Tai did not share the mood of gloom and instead boldly speculated about Sang Minda's ability, stating, I suspect that loud mouth might be a vision-related ability. After all, with my keen hearing, it's plausible that something like X-ray vision exists, right? The five senses, sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, each capable of manifesting different abilities. Zhao Tai's conjecture held merit. Mu Xiangrong joined the contemplation, suggesting, I hypothesize that the loud mouth's ability could be akin to Lin Yu's air ability. Air abilities, indeed powerful. They have a high ceiling and numerous applications, such as sensing enemies in the air, which would be easily achievable. Mu Xiangrong's reasoning was sound. Lin Yu had often privately rejoiced that she had received the air ability potion rather than some inferior ability potion. Air abilities were undeniably useful. However, as soon as Mu Xiangrong finished speaking, the air pressure on the balcony suddenly dropped. Mu Xiangrong paused for 2 seconds, waving her hands. No. I'm merely speculating. That loud mouth's ability is certainly not an air ability. For if it were, they would be doomed. Their air ability expert had yet to return. Chen Yiping scratched his head, saying, I can't figure it out. I'm not suited for mental exercises, but I feel that Tai's speculation is more plausible. Zhao Tai queried, why? Chen Yiping replied, because if it were an air ability, I didn't see that person making any gestures. Although I'm just an ordinary person and not good at thinking, I've noticed, once an ability user begins to employ their ability, there are many restrictions. Heavens, Chen Yiping had actually learned to observe. Chen Yiping continued, for instance, our boss, when using her air ability, had to make a gesture, or take Sister Shang as an example. She seems to need to adopt a specific posture when using wind. Right? And Chen Shui, whenever he uses his ability, he sweats profusely. There might be other details I haven't noticed, but aside from our boss becoming incredibly powerful, everyone else exhibits quite obvious. He racked his brain, quite obvious. He scratched his head furiously, quite obvious. Chen Shui answered for him. Traces. Yes. Those are the obvious traces. Chen Yiping exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I stood right next to that loud mouth when the manager was around. I don't recall seeing any significant traces of him using his ability. Mu Xiang chimed in. Could it be that he, like Lin Yu, has absorbed a high-level crystal core? Chen Shui suddenly turned to Mu Xiang and asked, by the way, did you absorb the other 2 large crystal cores from the 7th floor? How do you feel? On the day Mu Xiang returned from the 7th floor, she had brought back 2 large crystal cores. Originally 3, one was absorbed by Mu Xiang herself, while the other 2 were given to Chen Shui and Zhao Tai, both of whom returned them to Mu Xiang. They believed that having Mu Xiang absorb the large crystal cores would aid in her recovery. Mu Xiang lifted her foot, adjusting to her re-energized body, replying, thanks to those 2 large crystal cores, I can now function basically. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer. Chen Shui remarked, could it be that ability users must absorb many crystal cores to level up? That day, I asked Lin You, can one devourer really make you that strong? She remarked, not at all, my starting point is higher than yours. He propped himself up on the hospital bed and articulated with clarity, is it possible that the current situation is such that, aside from veteran players like Lin You who have experienced the red mist, others who have naturally mutated into ability users cannot swiftly elevate their power levels, unless they absorb an exceptionally large number of crystal cores? Everyone fell into contemplation. After a moment, Mu Xiang spoke. Indeed, I absorbed quite a few large crystal cores recently, yet I still feel I am far from Lin You. Lin You always gave the impression of being at the pinnacle of combat strength. Chen Shui also sensed this and empathetically remarked, yes, I suspect this is related to how Lin You acquired her abilities through potions. He turned away from the hospital bed, deep in thought, completely oblivious to Mu Xiang's dazed expression upon hearing the word potions. Continuing along his meticulous line of reasoning, Chen Shui stated, If Chun Yiping's observations hold true, then there are two possibilities. First, the Loud One is a veteran player of the Red Mist like Lin You, possessing formidable powers, able to utilize them without leaving any traces. Second, the Loud One is an ability user who has mutated naturally under the Red Mist, and we have failed to capture the traces of their abilities. He paused before concluding. I believe the first possibility is quite slim, while the second is more likely. Why? Asked Chun Yiping, who struggled to grasp his brother's analysis. Because their organization is clearly not small. R. Yiping mentioned this area is designated for the Loud One. Chen Shui rapped his knuckles on the hospital bed, stating, in other words, there must be more than one leader like the Loud One who collects supplies in their organization, considering the size of a city. There should be many such leaders. Chen Shui's perceptiveness was remarkable. In merely a few minutes, he had recalled all prior discussions with the adversary and deduced the scale of their organization. He continued, if the Loud One is indeed a veteran player of the Red Mist, then why would their superiors assign a veteran to such a trivial mid-level position? The leader of the supply area is indeed an important role, but with the status of a veteran player of the Red Mist. Chen Shui believed they should at least be the head of the supply area. Mu Shang, Zhao Taitai, Mu Xiangrong, and Mu Ma were all deep in thought, and at that moment, they immediately felt Chen Shui's reasoning was sound. Mu Xiangrong pondered. Could the traces of the ability activation be when he raised his hand? I remember the Loud One said after raising his hand, there are still 3 people in the house. Mu Ma recalled the moment she was pushed and remarked, or was he surveying our house from the very start? I remember the Loud One scrutinizing our entire 10th floor from the outset. He shoved me aside and began looking around, quite suspicious. Zhao Taitai, eyes closed, said, what you all mentioned is indeed possible. Leader Mu Shang decisively stated. Then let us proceed with this line of thought. Let us suppose we overlook the traces of his ability activation and tentatively assume his ability is related to vision, with low offensive power. Let me think. Since we have already exposed ourselves, we might as well turn the tables. Just as Mu Shang finished speaking, a loud banging sound echoed from room 10C. Whoa! It was that foolish Xie Shuang, stammering and seemingly clueless about what he was doing. The faces of the survival squad turned icy in an instant. Chen Shui turned to Zhao Taidai and asked, didn't you tie him to a chair? Zhao Taidai cursed as he walked toward 10C, saying, yeah, didn't he knock over the chair himself? I'll wrap his mouth tightly with cloth right now. Just hearing it is unlucky. The door to 10C swung open, revealing Xie Shuang sprawled on the ground, his backside in the air, his face bloodied from hitting the plastic door of 10C. Serves him right. Mu Ma spat, then gently said to Mu Shang, Sang, let us go remove your makeup together. Mu Shang replied, okay. Xie Shuang struggled to lift his head, his chin hitting the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Mu Shang, continuing to mumble, whoa. Mu Shang could not hold back, frowning as she gestured for Zhao Taidai to remove the cloth from Xie Shuang's mouth. Sister sang, they want to kill me, a mere ordinary person. Xie Shuang's first words were explosive. You ability users treat ordinary people like this. Whoa. Chen Shui mercilessly stuffed the cloth back into his mouth, glaring fiercely at him, stepping forward to block his view of Mu Shang, and said, originally, we had no intention of killing you. Now we do. Mu Shang was supported by Mu Ma back to 10D to Chen Shui, dragged Xie Shuang into 10B. Not bothering to untie him, Xie Shuang was dragged out, leaving a trail of blood. Chen Shui finally said, Zhao Taitai, do not give him any food afterward. We do not have enough to eat. Chen Yiping, drag him a bit on the ground. It's dirty. Chapter 43. Tian Wenye inside a large truck. Sang Minda and Sang Jiaxing had just finished discussing the matters concerning the 10th floor. Sang Jiaxing asked, how can you be sure it was an act? Sang Minda replied, the wig and the way they spoke was not genuine. Sang Minda immediately recognized Mu Ma's accent as feigned, and that the people on the 10th floor were putting on a show. The gang. What a bunch of nonsense. He simply did not want to get involved, so he played along a bit longer, wanting to see if the supplies they collected this time would vanish again. Sang Jiaxing inquired further, so how many ability users were there inside that room? Sang Minda took a puff of smoke and answered, at least 2, one with wind abilities, the other I'm not sure about. Something like telekinesis, not certain. Let us observe more. If the supplies they collected this time again disappeared, it would indicate that the ability of the wind user on the 10th floor was likely not telekinesis. The disappearance of their supplies had no relation to the strange point system they demanded when collecting supplies from the 10th floor. Sang Jiaxing nodded, pulling out his phone to make a call. Beep. Beep, beep, Sang Minda asked. What are you doing? Sang Jiaxing replied, reporting to Huibao. Sang Minda facepalmed and pulled the car over to the side of the road. 10 minutes later, a loud shout came from the other end of the phone. Dr. Yang, Sang Jiaxing, give your phone to your brother, the loud one. I don't want to hear you blabbering anymore. Sang Jiaxing obediently handed the phone to his brother Sang Minda, scratching his head as he said, All right. Here, Dr. Yang's call. Sang Minda reluctantly took the call, inhaled deeply, and bluntly yelled into the phone. What the hell? What the hell indeed? Dr. Yang's voice was filled with confusion. Didn't you say last time there was only a woman and a boy on the 10th floor? What else with the hospital bed this time? And a seriously ill girl and a bull warrior butler? Are we expecting a new character like Masked Hero or Cardcaptor Sakura next time? Sang Minda replied. Why are you still watching that nonsense? Dr. Yang retorted. That is not the point. Don't change the subject. Sang Minda scratched his head and said, Ha ha. They were just acting. The gang doesn't actually exist. Dr. Yang exclaimed, Huh? Exclamation point. I'm telling you, the gang doesn't exist at all. Sang Minda propped his feet up and continued to shout. They were performing. Acting. Understand. On the other end of the line, Dr. Yang was even more baffled. Acting. Yes. It is all an act. All fake. Do you have any other questions? If not, stop bothering us. We have many more points to attend to. Fine, I'm hanging up. Under the verdant tree, Dr. Yang hung up the phone. Bewildered. What happened? A gentle male voice sounded behind him. Dr. Yang turned around and said, So annoying. It's that strange apartment in the city center I told you about, the one with the bizarre stories. Last time it was said to be the wife and son of a gangster who had played Red Mist, and this time they added a daughter and a butler. The daughter is seriously ill in bed, and the butler is wearing a bull warrior mask. Dr. Yang's smile faded as he became serious, saying, My men said they were all acting, that it's all fake. It was now 5 in the afternoon, and the sun hung low in the sky, appearing weary. The blazing sun projected harsh rays into the forest, casting a chilly light on the face of the man behind Dr. Yang. The newcomer was Tianwen. His pale skin reflected the waning golden light of the sun, which, although warm in hue, failed to provide any real warmth. Merely grazing the surface, in the swiftly transitioning autumn to winter season, he wore a thin white shirt, slightly translucent, revealing his snow-white skin beneath. Dr. Yang asked, Tianwen, aren't you cold? Tianwen shook his head and directly returned to the previous topic, asking, Did your subordinate say that the gangster was fake? Dr. Yang stroked his chin, adopting a casual demeanor, and replied, Yes. No wonder when I asked you last time, you said you had never heard of it. Turns out it was all fabricated by them. It would be strange if you had heard of it. Tianwen inquired further, Is the apartment your subordinate visited called Future Apartment? Dr. Yang paused, responding, Yes. But how did you know that? Tianwen calmly looked at him and said, After you mentioned it last time, I had my people check it out. There is only one residence in the city center. Future Apartment. He added, However, although it is referred to as an apartment, it resembles more of a garden. Dr. Yang clapped his hands and exclaimed, Exactly. My subordinates have said the same. They mentioned that it is more like a garden than an apartment. Have your people had a chance to enter and take a look? Tianwen replied, My people haven't gone in because you didn't tell me which unit it was last time. May I ask if you could conveniently disclose it now? Walking side by side, Dr. Yang remarked, Of course, that unit is on the 10th floor of Building A in Future Apartments. My subordinates reported that they have set up barbed wire on the large balcony. You need to enter through the staircase of Building A to see inside clearly. Tianwen nodded thoughtfully. The sunset cast their shadows as they walked for a while, finally emerging from the forest near the abandoned factory. Dr. Yang complimented, What a grand scheme, Tianwen. You've stationed guards at the checkpoint, 10 meters apart. This area alone could suffice for a small operation. He gave Tianwen a thumbs up and praised, Is this the wisdom of ordinary people? Quite impressive, ha ha ha. From the direction of the abandoned factory, indistinct roars could be heard. By the way, how do you plan to accommodate these early arriving players? Dr. Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, Well, I have arranged for a prison. Tianwen replied nonchalantly. Dr. Yang responded, A prison? Tianwen glanced at him and explained, It is merely a resting place. We generally refer to it as a prison. A prison without the red mist. Dr. Yang was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Is that what you call it? Do you really refer to it that way? Ha 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 ha. Tian Wenye fell silent. They stood there for a while, Dr. Yang's laughter gradually morphing into uncontrollable guffaws. Suddenly, Tian Wenye said, Zhou Yangyang, what are you doing? Dr. Yang, or rather Zhou Yangyang, immediately halted his laughter, scolding, Tian Wenye, why did you suddenly call me by my full name? Tian Wenye remained silent for a moment before inquiring, have you received any response from S-City? No. Zhou Yangyang suddenly became very despondent, sighing, ugh, it's so frustrating. The Dr. 1T even respond to me. Tian Wenye further questioned, does the ability to alter genes truly exist? Zhou Yangyang replied irritably, I don't know. I don't know. They said it existed last time, but then they stopped talking to me. It's driving me insane. They stood there in silence once more. Tian Wenye then said, Zhou Yangyang, what now? Zhou Yangyang was genuinely becoming impatient. Shouting, Tian Wenye, can you please get to the point? Call me Dr. Yang, don't use my full name. As the sun set, the sun took its leave, and the moon began its watch. Night fell. Tian Wenye asked, do you want to capture 1001? Zhou Yangyang's eyes suddenly ignited with fervor. He exclaimed, 1001? Wait a moment. Let me confirm. 1001? Is that Lin You? Is it the Lin You? Tian Wenye inhaled deeply, gazing up at the moon. The cold moonlight reflected in his eyes as he uttered a single word. Yes. Ah! Zhou Yangyang began to scream. Do you know where she is? Ah! I really miss her. I desperately want to find her. I desperately want to find her. I desperately want to find her. And then kill her. Ha! I desperately want to kill her and offer her corpse to the esteemed doctor. Ah! Tian Wenye observed Zhou Yangyang's frenzied demeanor, instinctively stepping back a half step. He parted his lips and continued, I know where she is, but I am currently unsure of her exact location, and I have conditions. Zhou Yangyang squinted and asked, what conditions? Speak. If it's something I can fulfill, I will definitely agree. Tian Wenye replied, please allow me to have a phone conversation with your subordinate. I wish to clarify some matters. Furthermore, I need her to come to me first, and then once I'm finished with my business, he paused before concluding, I will then hand her over to you. Zhou Yangyang readily and enthusiastically agreed, no problem. But did she have anything to do with your sister's death? No, Tian Wenye replied without hesitation. Yet, moments later, his gaze dimmed as he added, she does. Zhou Yangyang pouted, having no intention to pry further, shrugged, and said, all right then. He pulled out his phone and directly dialed Sang Minda's number. The rustling sounds emerged from the forest, but neither paid any mind. One was lost in thought, while the other was caught in a frenzy. Tian Wenye had a phone conversation with Zhou Yangyang's subordinate. Sang Minda at the end of the call, Tian Wenye said, all right, I understand. Thank you for your explanation. So currently, you are informing the people in future apartments that the next collection time for supplies is 3 days from now. Excluding today, correct? Sang Minda replied, that's right. Tian Wenye looked once more at the moon, which appeared crescent-shaped today, seemingly suitable for murder, he stated. Then please go 2 days from now. Is that acceptable? Sang Minda questioned, why? Tian Wenye responded, there's no need for you to ask further. Just go 2 days from now. Also, for the tasks I've mentioned, you need to carry them out on the 10th floor and remember everyone's reactions. Then come back and report to me. I appreciate it. Sang Minda replied, all right, I've noted that down. Do you have any other questions? If not, then please don't bother me. I have plenty of things to attend to. Tian Wenye offered a gentle smile and asked, may I ask if your name is Sang Minda? Sang Minda replied, yes. I am the one with the loud voice. Tian Wenye remarked, I recall your ability is fire, is that correct? Sang Minda on the other end suddenly became cautious, saying, how did you know? By the way, you've been talking to me with Dr. Yang's phone, and I had no idea who you were. Tian Wenye replied, we've met before. My name is Wenye. Sang Minda fell silent for a moment. Teacher Wenye. Sang Minda suddenly exclaimed with emotion, it's you. Thank you. Tian Wenye's smile grew even warmer as he said, yes, it is I. Wenye, that it seems you took to heart what I said last time. I am quite gratified. Sang Minda on the other end appeared very excited. Of course. Teacher Wenye, if it weren't for your guidance, I might still be a little brat. How could I have possibly become the leader of this supply area? I truly need to thank you, Teacher Wenye. Please do guide me again whenever you have the time. Tian Wenye's lips curved into a smile, his eyes brightening somewhat as he replied, Let us wait until we meet again, if we have the chance. Your ability isn't exactly fire. In any case, it isn't solar fire and can only barely develop in the direction of sensing air temperature. Indeed, indeed. Sang Minda on the other end responded enthusiastically, absolutely. If it weren't for your guidance, I would never have imagined my ability could be used this way. Thank you, Teacher Winya. The two continued to discuss abilities for a while. Behind Tian Winya, Zhou Yan yawned. Goodness, he was all excited. Yet Tian Winya and his subordinate were still talking. Tian Winya noticed Zhou Yan's impatience and concluded his last few words, stating, "All right, Sang Minda, thank you for our conversation, but I shall hang up now. Goodbye." Zhou Yang retracted his phone and asked Tian Winya, "So, what did he say?" Tian Winya pointed to the ground, neither overly pleased nor distressed, and with little emotion said, "You'll come by plane again in 2 days. If all goes well, you will appear here within 7 days, on the 10th floor of Building A in future apartments." Zhao Taitai had moved all his belongings to the large balcony. Now the 10th floor balcony was his home. Damn it. He would have to let that fool Xie Shuang occupy his 10B for a few days. That idiot Xie Shuang was truly a fool. Originally, he had wanted to have a proper discussion with Xie Shuang, but the moment he removed the cloth, that foolish Xie Shuang kept shouting things like, "You're just harming ordinary people. And is this how ability users treat ordinary people?" Exclamation point. What a moron. He was infuriated and shoved the cloth back into Xie Shuang's mouth, wrapping an extra layer of tape around it before kicking over a chair and slamming the door shut. Retreating to the balcony. What bad luck. Whether he saw or heard it, it was all bad luck. Chapter 44. Strategy. Meeting the next morning, he was awakened by the sun's bright rays. He had become more adept at controlling his enhanced hearing, able to focus on sounds from a specific area or ignore them. However, if an unwanted sound was too close, he still couldn't filter it out, such as the incessant chatter of Xie Shuang on the balcony a few days ago. Without that foolish Xie Shuang's disturbance, sleeping would be so much more pleasant. Zhao Taitai stretched lazily, letting out a contented sigh. Ah, how delightful it is to indulge in a peaceful slumber. Yet, it was evident that only he and Chen Yiping had enjoyed such comfort. The others were restless, particularly Mu Shang and Chen Shui, troubled by the events of the previous day. As the brains of the survival team, they were quite anxious. After a brief breakfast, the group resolved to implement the plan they had discussed the day before. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. They would shift their supplies. Indeed, they intended to relocate the food from room 10A to the rooftops of Building A and Building B, while surrendering the dwindling remainder to Sang Minda and his crew. They would negotiate, requesting an additional 2 days to gather food. 3 days hence, the third time Sang Minda would come to collect supplies coincided with the 7th day since their leader, Lin You, had departed. If matters went smoothly for Lin You, he would be there to meet Sang Minda when he returned for the supplies. Conversely, if things did not proceed as hoped, they would have those 2 extra days to await Lin Yu's return. This plan relied heavily on Lin You. Alas, they had no alternative at this stage. Then there were the 2 primary risks associated with this plan. Chen Shui had raised a concern yesterday, asking, what if the loudmouth decides to search the rooftops? Although Sang Minda's group had not ventured to the rooftops on the previous 2 occasions, there was no certainty they wouldn't decide to do so this time. Let them search, Mu Shang replied. We simply want to acknowledge that the supplies are ours. Besides, their searching the rooftops is merely a possibility. If that possibility were to materialize, I believe we should place fewer supplies on the rooftop of Building A and more on Building B. After all, she could fly if any trouble arose on Building A's rooftop. She could swiftly transfer the supplies to Building B. Zhao Taitai stroked his chin and remarked, I can't shake the feeling that our supplies won't be very safe over at Building B. I share that sentiment, Mu Shang conceded. However, this is a situation we must accept. We know nothing of the loudmouth's abilities. If he can see the supplies, relocating them is our safest option. Chen Shui added, there are still living people in Building B. Chen Yiping joined the conversation, saying, indeed, when Sang Minda's group was collecting supplies yesterday, I saw that short man and woman from Building B coming down with numerous baskets, each overflowing. It seemed Building B had its own group of guardians. Mu Shang and Chen Shui exchanged glances. In this apocalyptic world, one could not survive alone. Sometimes, even an organization could not stand independently. It was best to assist one another across different groups. Chen Yiping pulled Zhao Taitai closer to the iron mesh of the large balcony and inquired, Taitai, Can you hear how many floors those guardians in Building B are on? Zhao Taitai, somewhat troubled, closed his eyes and replied, It's not too far, but why can't I hear them clearly? Please give me a moment. Chen Yiping stood by him. Behind them, Mu Shang, Chen Shui, Mu Xiangrong, and Mu Ma were discussing the second risk. Chen Shui asked, what if the loudmouth doesn't he agree to give us 2 more days? Mu Xiangrong recalled Sang Minda's booming voice and remarked, that loudmouth is not easily deceived. Didn't he leave my mother stunned today with his shouting? He claimed this was his territory and that he wouldn't count if we didn't agree. Mu Ma nodded in agreement. Exactly. Mu Xiangrong scoffed, dismissively stating, Humph, if not for our current predicament and my lack of abilities, I would certainly show that loudmouth who truly owns this territory. The hot-blooded youth Mu was on the hunt for a hammer. However, his sister Mu Shang promptly delivered a reprimanding blow. Even if you gain abilities in the future, you must abide by the rules and only act when necessary, understood? Mu Xiangrong shot her a disgruntled glare and muttered, Oh, returning to the topic, Mu Shang addressed Chen Shui's concern from the perspective of resource allocation and kickbacks. The loudmouth is not a rigid individual, and I've already revealed my abilities, Haven Ti. She clasped her hands, feeling the wind dance across her palms, and declared, We shall employ both soft and hard tactics. We must convey to them the illusion that we are willing to cooperate with them to the point of exhaustion. I believe this plan is likely to succeed. Mu Xiangrong nodded in agreement, as did Mu Ma and Chen Shui. Given the circumstances, there was no alternative. They could only play the fool. The 9th floor. Suddenly, Zhao Taidai exclaimed from the balcony's iron mesh that he pointed towards Building B's 9th floor, though visibility was obscured by a thick red mist. His words rang clear. Those folks from Building B are on the 9th floor. There's also someone on the 10th floor. However, it seems they're coming this way. No need for them to search for people in Building B. The inhabitants were approaching them. Today, the red mist was denser than yesterday's, and the survival team could no longer discern the building below. They had to rely on Zhao Taidai's keen hearing to catch the faint sound of footsteps. 15 minutes later, there came a series of knocks. The stairwell door on the 10th floor of Building A was being rapped upon. M. Yushang opened the door to find a man with a buzz cut and a small mustache standing outside. The buzz-cut man introduced himself, saying, Hello, I'm Ji Shaoxian from Building C. Ji Shaoxian offered a self-introduction before directly stating, I'm currently in Building B and would like to trade some supplies with you. May I ask if you have any surplus supplies in Building A? Mu Shang regarded him steadily and replied, None. However, please come in. Inside, the red mist was slightly less dense, after Ji Shaoxian gulped down water poured by the residents of the 10th floor. He waved his hand for his followers to set down the bag they were carrying. It was a cloth bag filled to the brim with crystal cores that Ji Shaoxian remarked. Your team has many ability users, right? Just as formidable as that foolish bald man. He wiped the remnants of water from his lips and continued, I've had my eye on you since I was in Building C. Among the 4 buildings of our apartment complex, yours is the only one that has light shining at night. His words carried an ominous undertone, prompting Chen Shui to eye him warily, though he could discern no hostile intent on Ji Xiaoxuan's face. Ji Xiaoxian added, Don't misunderstand. I simply wish to inform you that I have been paying attention to you. I am also an ability user, so I understand the significance of crystal cores. He picked up the small bag from the ground. Cradling it in his hands, it was not large, merely 3 palms wide, yet it brimmed with crystal cores as if it contained treasures. Ji Shaoxian continued, We have few capable fighters and cannot withstand those who collect supplies. Our food has been taken. I don't know why you Haven T clashed with them, as you seem stronger than we are. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, carrying his chilling voice into the ears of every member of the survival team. This bag of crystal cores contains the cores of all the monsters from Building B. We spent an entire day clearing our territory, and now, we are out of options. That I cannot fathom why you continue to maintain cordial relations with those who collect supplies. I merely wish to say that if you share our intentions, perhaps we can unite to eliminate those supply collectors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a shadow over the land, the survival team bid farewell to Ji Shaoxian and his group from Building B. Once they confirmed that Ji Shaoxian had returned to Building B, Chen Yiping scratched his head and asked, Are we being too conservative? Zhao Taidai echoed, scratching his head. We really haven't considered combat much. On the large balcony of Building A's 10th floor, Mu Shang and Chen Shui fell into contemplative silence. However, Chen Shui quickly concluded his thoughts and stated, Trust in Lin Yu's judgment. He recalled Lin Yu's words before departing and added, believing that Lin You instructed us to feign ignorance and dealing with those supply collectors must have a reason. Mu Shang also concluded her pondering, nodding her palms in agreement, perhaps because, in pure combat, we wouldn't stand a chance, including the folks from Building B. Our future apartment complex has only 5 combat-capable ability users. My wind powers combined with Chen Shui's creation abilities, plus 1 speedy, 1 fire user, and 1 strength-enhanced individual from Building B. To be honest, facing them head-on, our odds are slim. Considering the unknown enemy numbers and our own insufficient count of fewer than 20. With only 5 combat ability users and 5 non-combat users, plus 8 ordinary individuals, 5, 5, 8, 18. This was the total number of survivors still living in the future apartment complex. Ji Shaoxian had gathered all the inhabitants of Building B into his group after retreating there, and was even devising ways to include survivors from Buildings C and D out of the entire future apartment complex. Only 18 survivors remained. So, what next? Should they continue to feign ignorance or rise up against their foes? I believe we need a compromise, Mu Shang suggested. I'll go fetch Ji Shaoxian. Tonight, let us hold a strategy meeting. At 1 o'clock in the morning. The iron mesh of the 10th floor of Building A rattled in the night wind. The doors of the 4 rooms in Building A stood wide open, illuminating the large balcony on the water pipe of the balcony. Xie Shuang was tightly bound, his wide eyes bloodshot, unsure whether from fear or anger as he glared at everyone on the balcony. His mouth was stuffed with cloth strips. Ji Shaoxian had arrived at the 10th floor of Building A with 11 others from Building B, including Xie Shuang. At this moment, the fiery-haired woman standing beside Ji Shaoxian bellowed, I refuse to believe this any longer. Try again. She yanked the cloth strip out of Xie Shuang's mouth. Xie Shuang protested. The ability user kills ordinary people. The fiery-haired woman forcefully shoved the strip back, exclaiming, Damn you. With a powerful kick, aided by her high heels, she struck Xie Shuang, causing him to whimper in pain. The woman, now frantic, shouted, What I want to know is what abilities that group possesses. And you come back with some nonsense about ability users killing regular people? Do you really think I won't kill you for this? Woo. Wang Lan, calm down. Ji Shaoxian placed a comforting hand on Wang Lan's shoulder. Wang Lan violently shook off Ji Shaoxuan's hand and continued to howl. This idiot. I want to try one last time. Wang Lan once again pulled the cloth strip from Xie Shuang's mouth. Xie Shuang cried, Sister Shang, you must stop the ability users from killing ordinary people. Woo. Wang Lan forcefully replaced the strip. Wang Lan was now completely enraged, her hair igniting into flames as she roared. Where on earth did you find this idiot? There's absolutely no way to communicate. It's just the same few phrases. Are you sure he knows anything about that group's abilities? Mu Shang sighed. Alas, he is an ordinary survivor from the 7th floor of Building A. His companions, ability users, were killed by that group while gathering supplies. He lost consciousness in an instant, yet he refuses to reveal what abilities he witnessed. Wang Lan continued to bellow. Chen Shui could no longer bear it. He leapt in front of Xie Shuang and slapped him hard, then raised a finger, stating, 3 questions, nod or shake your head, otherwise, I'll take you down. Xie Shuang, dazed, nodded slightly, then vigorously shook his head, feigning disdain in his eyes. Slap. Chen Shui delivered another slap. First, did you actually see how your ability user companions died? Xie Shuang ignored him. Slap. Xie Shuang nodded. Second, will you tell us what happened at that time? If not, I'll take you down immediately. He pressed a knife against Xie Shuang's neck, drawing a trickle of blood. Leaning closer, he whispered, Let me tell you, if I plunge this knife down, our leader Mu Shang won't be able to save you. Xie Shuang nodded vigorously. Third, if I remove the cloth strip, will you be able to speak properly? Xie Shuang shook his head. Slap. Xie Shuang continued to shake his head. More blood oozed from Xie Shuang's neck. Frantically, Xie Shuang nodded. He was finally freed. I told you, you can't kill me just because I'm of no use to you. Otherwise, you're murderers. How can ability users casually kill ordinary people? Ability users should protect ordinary people. Right. The first words out of Xie Shuang's mouth upon being freed were these. Wang Lan extended her fiery claws and roared, Protect your mother. I could burn you alive right now. Do you believe me? Ji Shaoxian hurriedly interjected. Wang Lan, don't stoop to the level of such an idiot. Xie Shuang was so frightened he nearly wet himself. He clutched his head in panic. I won't say anything more. I won't say anything more. Qin Shui shot him a fierce glare. I'll speak. I'll speak. Xie Shuang gulped nervously, shouting, for heaven's sake, get this ugly woman's claws off me. I'll speak. Wang Lan retorted, who the hell called you an ugly woman? Xie Shuang warned. If you come any closer, I really won't say anything. Enough. Mu Shang's voice thundered as she planted her legs firmly on the sofa, fixing a deadly gaze on Xie Shuang, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Speak. We won't kill you just because you told us something. Hearing Mu Shang's words ignited an inexplicable confidence in Xie Shuang, who cleared his throat and said, Ahem, but before I speak, I have one condition. I swear. Wang Lan's fists were poised to strike. Ji Shaoxian held her back. Chen Yiping supported her from behind. Xie Shuang declared, I want to join your team. Xie Shuang pointed at Mu Shang with a smug grin. I want to join your team. I want to join the 10th floor of Building A. Otherwise, I won't say a word. Silence enveloped the 10th floor of Building A. Even the air seemed to freeze, observing the silence of the crowd. Xie Shuang mistakenly believed he had succeeded. He cleared his throat twice, taking advantage of the stillness to proclaim, All right, since you all tacitly agree, from now on, we are comrades. I shall overlook the beatings and insults you hurled at me before. I hope you won't repeat such mistakes in the future. Zhao Taitai chuckled. Huh? Xie Shuang continued tightly. You all sought my knowledge about the abilities of those supply collectors. Truth is, I don't know either. Chen Yiping responded. Ha ha ha. Xie Shuang pressed on. All I know is that the woman from Building A who collects supplies can turn her hands into blades, incredibly sharp. Mind you, one swipe could sever a person's head. Mu Xiangrong exchanged amused glances. Ha 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 ha, he he. Xie Shuang exclaimed. What do you think? Am I impressive for knowing so much that you don't? No need to worship me. Now, hurry and get me something to eat. Did you hear that? Chen Shui, Mu Shang replied. Yes, very good. The survival team on the 10th floor of Building A looked at the overly confident Xie Shuang and chuckled devoid of emotion. This fool Xie Shuang. They had endured enough of him. Chapter 45. Untitled. The survival team on the 10th floor of Building A and the team from Building B held a strategic meeting that lasted until 6 in the morning the next day. Well, 6 o'clock isn't technically morning anymore. It should be referred to as the early hours of the day. During the meeting, the survival team exchanged ideas with the Building B team. The survival team feigned ignorance while the Building B team focused on confrontation. Ultimately, the two teams reached a compromise, establishing a plan that involved both feigning ignorance and engaging in combat. The tasks for the survival team remained similar to their original plan, distributing supplies across multiple locations. But the subsequent actions would undergo some changes. When the group led by Sang Minda came to collect supplies for the third time, they would coordinate with the Building B team to give Sang Minda's group a stern warning. They needed to at least slow down the frequency of supply collection visits from the opposing group. Mu Shang raised a critical point. Currently, the enemy was hidden while they were exposed. A direct confrontation was unlikely to succeed. She informed the Building B team of Lin Yu's existence, albeit without revealing her true name or further details. She merely indicated that they had a core leader on their way back to the future apartment and informed the Building B team of the approximate return time of this key figure. Chen Yiping concurred, yes, our leader is very powerful. Once she returns, no matter how loud or quiet they are, it will all come to an end. Thus, the leader of Building B, Ji Shaoxian, agreed to the plan of merely issuing a warning during the next visit by Sang Minda's group. If waiting a few more days could bring in a skilled ally, then waiting was no issue. By 6 in the morning, the survival team and the Building B team reached a consensus, determining where everyone would be positioned at the time, and both teams, stifling yawns, returned to their respective quarters. Zhao Taitai, lying motionless on the ground, bloodied and unrecognizable, was unceremoniously tossed into 10B by Xie Shuang. He clapped his hands and smiled at Mu Shang. Sister Shang, hurry and sleep well. Good night. Perhaps due to jet lag, Mu Shang had a restless night. Initially, she merely tossed and turned, but later, every time she closed her eyes, she saw Zhao Meili's lifeless form. The sight of that corpse with a shattered skull haunted her. Unable to sleep, she rose and stepped outside, observing Zhao Taitai, who was soundly asleep, snoring heavily. She turned to gaze at the scenery outside. Of course, there was nothing to see, just darkness. Outside lay an impenetrable thick red mist. She sighed and idly fiddled with the barbed wire. Rustle, 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 rustle. Suddenly, from behind her, Zhao Taitai sprang up. Not good, not good. Although still groggy, Zhao Taitai's voice rang out as if he had just warmed up for a high note. shouting loudly. The vehicle has arrived. The supply collectors came a day early. They are about to reach us. Today, the concentration of the red mist was unprecedented. Visibility was less than 3 meters. It was hard to imagine how a large truck could navigate through such conditions and arrive at its destination smoothly. Exhausted, Zhao Taitai and Mu Shang hurriedly knocked on doors to wake the other members of the survival team as everyone rushed to wash up and get dressed. Mu Shang hastily packed the supplies she needed to store and swiftly moved them to the rooftop of Building A alongside Chen Yiping. By the time she flew over to the rooftop of Building B with the supplies, Sang Minda's large truck had already come to a stop in front of the future apartment. Beep beep, Sang Minda honked twice. Cough 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 cough. The loudspeaker blared for the third time in the future apartment as Sang Minda announced. Due to some changes, we've arrived earlier today. The usual rules apply. You have 5 minutes to prepare the supplies. During these 5 minutes, I will repeat the rules. Since we've arrived early, we can collect a little less this time. However, do not attempt to outsmart me. Mu Shang immediately rushed to the 10th and 9th floors of Building B. Ji Xiaoxian had already been roused by his teammates, and upon hearing the horn, he spotted Mu Shang. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding was reached. The third act of the survival team on the 10th floor of Building A was about to commence. With the team from Building B making a guest appearance, there was no time for explanations. Action. On the 10th floor of Building A, those hiding in rooms 10A and 10D exchanged glances and gently closed their doors. Silver Line team. All set. The individuals in 10C nodded in agreement and also quietly shut their door, leaving a slight crack. Iron Arrow team. All set. Round 1. Cold Weapon Group Attack. Upon seeing the half-open stairway door on the 10th floor of Building A, Sang Minda paused momentarily, but a cigarette dangled from his mouth as he smirked disdainfully and remarked, Anzi, push the door and take a look. Without hesitation, Anzi pushed the door open, exclaiming, All right. In the next moment, he stumbled back in shock. Damn it, boss, an axe just fell from above. He pointed at the axe embedded in the ground, his teeth chattering. This nearly took my head off. Haha. Sang Minda waved for him to step back and, hands on hips, declared, Don't get too close. Let me take a look. He cautiously lifted his gaze toward the ceiling of the 10th floor, but alas, the red mist obscured his view. Without opening the door, he couldn't discern what lay beyond the threshold. Unable to see anything, he carefully pushed open the stairway door. This time, nothing occurred. He scoffed lightly and bent down to retrieve the axe from the ground. And then trouble arose. Suddenly, an iron arrow flew toward his right shoulder. With a whoosh, it nearly struck him. He reacted swiftly, rolling to the side and narrowly avoiding injury. There's a cat spirit. Furious, he kicked the stairway door open with all his might, then struggled to his feet, peering into the room with one eye open and the other closed. Good heavens, how many people are in there? He exclaimed in astonishment, then turned to Ru Ping, saying, There are wires. Ping Nio, there are wires in the air. Quickly sever them. Before he could finish, 2 iron arrows whizzed past his shoulders, one grazing him and drawing a trickle of blood. Damn it, he yelled angrily, retreating from the 10th floor and immediately substituting Ru Ping into the fray. Ru Ping furrowed her brow, her hands forming blades. She first took a few steps back, then took a deep breath, and charged into the 10th floor. Zhao Taitai, hiding in 10A with the Silver Line team, also frowned, astonished in his heart. So fast, he closed his eyes, listening to Ru Ping's breathing, then gauged the position of the silver lines in his hands. X51Y64 down, X355Y63 down, X531Y132 down. Tiske, not good, all too early. Oh no, Zhao Taitai suddenly opened his eyes. The silver lines of the Silver Line team in 10A had all been severed by Ru Ping. In 10D, a non-combat type ability user from Building B, wearing sunglasses and peering outside, was a perceptive type capable of seeing through 3 layers of ordinary concrete walls. He muttered softly, Southeast 45 degrees, 3 meters. Southeast 68 degrees, about 4.7 meters. Southeast 2 degrees, 4 meters. Hey, why did you adjust it to Southeast 2 degrees, 5 meters? That's way off. He lowered his head in frustration, saying, Our silver lines have all been cut. The Silver Line team in 10D was defeated. In 10C. Another non-combat type ability user from Team B, possessing thermal imaging powers, faced the same fate. Iron arrows were all empty. Round 1. Cold Weapon Group Attack. The survival team and Team B were utterly defeated. Sang Minda clapped his hands as he entered the 10th floor, loudly applauding. Well done. Truly, the home of the gang overlord is rife with peril. He patted Ru Ping on the shoulder, saying, Well done, Ping Yo. You were fantastic. Truly a remarkable performance. I applaud you. Then, his brow furrowed, and with a cold gaze, he addressed Mu Ma at the end of the grand balcony. What performance do you intend to put on today? The woman of the gang overlord? Mu Ma emerged, also clapping, and praised Ru Ping. What skill! A beautiful young lady indeed possesses great prowess. In my youth, I was just as formidable. She paused, then sternly questioned. But, did you lose any supplies? Thanks to your blessings, we did not lose a thing. In fact, we exceeded our mission. Sang Minda extended his hand to Anzi, who promptly understood and handed over 2 baskets. After accepting the baskets, Sang Minda remarked, To be honest, I only wanted 2 baskets from you, but seeing how many people you have, Sang Minda then reached behind Anzi and grabbed 2 additional baskets, stating, For baskets from you isn't unreasonable, is it? Muma stomped her foot onto a chair that appeared from nowhere, exuding the commanding presence of a gang leader, and bellowed, Ha! Wishful thinking, Arong, go. Let these ungrateful fools see our might. Mu Xiangrong slipped out from behind her, and with a fierce roar, a tempest erupted inside the 10th floor, sending debris flying. Mu Xiang, who had been observing Mu Xiangrong's movements through the peephole in 10A, coordinated with the wind ability. The red mist was blown away, and the scene on the 10th floor finally became clear to Sang Minda. Besides Mu Ma and Mu Xiangrong, there were 4 others on the grand balcony, one of whom was a familiar face, the bull warrior, the masked butler, Qin Yiping. The other 3 were. Standing next to the butler was the muscular Zhuiju, resembling a green giant. Beside Zhuiju stood the fiery-haired fire queen, Lan, and next to Lan was the creator, Qin Shui, who silently sketched. Ahem, allow me to introduce. Mu Ma, still in character, proclaimed, These 2 are the muscle-bound brutes, referring to Zhuiju, and the fiery rose, referring to Lan. They are my family's enforcers. They have never been refused when collecting protection fees. And this one sketching is my family's artist, a graduate of XX Academy of Fine Arts. My husband paid a hefty sum to hire him. What an epic and luxurious assembly of a gang overlord's family. Zhao Taitai thought. Wasn't it agreed that I would get a role? Qin Shui, the director, replied. You haven't even paid, and you expect to cut corners. In the 10th floor of Building A, Sang Minda squinted, closing one eye and then opening the other to assess the crowd. The artist Qin Shui spoke in a low voice. You'd best not look too closely. It might be safer for your health. No sooner had he spoken than the butler Qin Yiping and the enforcer Zhu Aju launched a combination punch at Sang Minda. Bang! The punch struck iron as Ru Ping's icy gaze pierced through the cold steel, locking onto them. Ru Ping said, Do you intend to fight with flesh and steel, you 2 mere mortals? Zhu Aju instantly felt belittled. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins in his arms bulging as he retorted, Mere mortals? How dare you underestimate me, woman? Qin Yiping was on the verge of tears, lamenting for the nth time why he was just an ordinary person without abilities. And then, this weak and helpless, ordinary person was slammed against the wall by Ru Ping's blunt knife. Watching the show from the front Ru Ping spat on the ground and said, As for ability users, I won't hold back. At the stairway door of the 10th floor, Sang Minda called out, Anzi, go down and bring Feng Pu and Han Yaling up. Just tell them someone has declared war on us. Muma wiped her nose and said with a haughty demeanor, Don't misinterpret. We are not declaring war. It's the old rule. That little girl knows. Prove your strength to me. Supplies. We have plenty. Sang Minda chuckled. He reiterated, Anzi, go down and bring Feng Pu and Han Yaling up. Just say. He opened one eye and closed the other, surveying the entire 10th floor, continuing. Just say that over 10 people want to see our strength. After Anzi ran downstairs, the Fire Queen Lan made her move as well. Lan seized a handful of fire and hurled it at Sang Minda, only for him to evade it with a few agile bends. Having trained in judo, Sang Minda blew on the fire on his collar and said, What is this? When Feng Pu and Han Yaling arrive. Are you going to cry for your mommy? True to her fiery nature, Lan exploded with rage, shouting, Ow! What are you so arrogant about? It's just some physical skills, not combat abilities. Sang Minda laughed twice at her words, watching her silently, and snapped his fingers. With a pop, a flame flickered in his palm. He said, What did you say? Care to repeat that? Chapter 46. Utter defeat. Lan's expression instantly turned grave, and not only hers. Every person on the grand balcony of the 10th floor changed their countenance. Could Sang Minda truly summon fire? Was his ability a combat type? Step, step, step. Two figures entered through the stairway door of the 10th floor. It was the short man Feng Pu and the woman Han Yaling. Round 2. Ability Defense Battle. On the eastern side of the grand balcony, Zhu Aju and Ru Ping were locked in a fierce battle. Spit. Ru Ping spat on the ground once more, as beams of light filtered through the wire mesh and red mist, illuminating the blade in her hand, reflecting a sharp glint. Is your ability muscle enhancement? The flesh cannot withstand blades. Count how many wounds you have on your body. 1 meter away, Zhu Aju collapsed onto the ground, his swollen thumb vigorously wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a streak of crimson bursting forth upon his ruggedly masculine visage. Ah, woman, you have successfully captured my attention. Having perused numerous tales of domineering CEOs, he raised his right hand to form an international gesture of goodwill, beckoning with a flick of his fingers, and proclaimed, "Woman, do not become too complacent. That was merely my concession of 3 strikes. Now, let the true contest commence. Allow me to demonstrate my genuine prowess." Ru Ping frowned, her hands suddenly adorned with 3 protrusions, akin to fishhooks that effortlessly embed themselves into flesh. She retorted, "True prowess, you say? Then allow me to unveil my authentic strength as well." In the audience area by the wall, Chun Yiping slammed Anzi down with a shoulder throw, shouting towards Zhu Aju, "Come on, uncle. If you win, I shall acknowledge you as my elder uncle." Chen Shui moved the easel beside him, retorting in annoyance, "Don't go around claiming relatives nonsensically. Chen Shui, what are you painting?" A formidable creation. Without elaboration, he continued to work fervently with his brush. Anzi struggled on the ground, cursing, "You bastard." Chen Yiping pressed down with an elbow, exclaiming, "TSK, get on your knees." Ah! Anzi's arm dislocated entirely, the pain rendering him speechless. Chen Yiping turned to Chen Shui, inquiring, "By the way, I've always wanted to ask you. Chen Shui, why do you insist on painting anew each time? Can't you utilize your previous works? Why not prepare in advance?" He surveyed the tumultuous winds on the 10th floor, struggling to articulate such combat scenarios. Make completing a painting exceedingly difficult. Mastering abilities requires mental fortitude. Chen Shui murmured softly, "Even if I don't repaint, the time required to reset my tools remains the same. This is the primary limitation of a novice creator." He had sensed it months prior. His abilities were distinct from Lin Yu's, unable to achieve significant enhancement through standard physical or supernatural training. Thus, he was compelled to create only as battles were about to commence. If he began too early, he could not endure the extensive mental strain required. "What did you say?" Chun Yiping coiled around Anzi, feeling as if he might be swept away by the intense winds on the 10th floor. He shouted, "Forget it. Don't speak. I can't hear you. Focus on your painting, and be careful not to get blown away." "What the hell, Sister Shang? What are you doing?" On the 10th floor, members of the resource collection team from Sang Minda had sustained numerous superficial wounds from the fierce winds conjured by Mu Shang. Mu Shang, utilizing Zhao Taitai's positioning, launched an aerial assault. The peephole of room 10A was too small, and if she leaned against the door, there was no room to initiate her powers. Zhao Taitai shouted beside her, "Yes, yes, yes. The loudest 5-person team is positioned right there. Sister Shang, remember." "All right." Mu Shang executed a graceful move akin to a crane spreading its wings, an upgraded version of Tai Chi Wind Fist, instantly extinguishing the flames in Sang Minda's palm. The Wind Fist was immensely powerful. Sang Minda hastily retreated from the large balcony on the 10th floor, scratching his head as he stood in the stairwell of Building A, exclaiming, "Ah, closest to him." Wang Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, not an offensive ability. Wang Lan scoffed, shaking her hands, igniting her upper body in flames, and bellowing, "What a cowardly commander! What good is a loud voice if you flee when faced with a challenge? If you have the guts, confront me. Tell me, which of you, Feng or Han, dares to face me?" Standing in the stairwell of the 10th floor, Sang Minda yelled to Feng and Han, "Anyone can do it. Feng Pu, Han Yaling, show them our strength." Short man Feng Pu queried, "Did you not say there were over a dozen of us?" Sang Minda replied, "Ah, don't mind those inside. Just deal with these few outside." "Fine." Feng Pu adjusted his sunglasses, dressed in a short suit, resembling a character from a gangster family drama alongside Muma. Wang Lan narrowed her brows, changing her stance, sending sparks mixed with wind toward Feng Pu. Meteor strike. Feng Pu smirked, immediately forming his hand into a gun shape and mimicking shooting at the air. Pop, pop, pop. 3 seconds later, the gun barrel was pressed against Feng Pu's mouth as he exhaled, saying, "Phew, just childish antics." Each of his air bullets struck Wang Lan's sparks with uncanny precision. Wang Lan staggered back in astonishment, questioning air ability. Feng Pu pushed his sunglasses again, retorting, "What do you think?" The heat of battle seemed to ignite the atmosphere, as more and more gazes pierced through the iron mesh and crimson mist into the large balcony of the 10th floor. They possess air manipulators. Zhao Taidai screamed from room 10A, "Oh no, oh no. What do we do now?" Mushang quickly replied, "Calm down, don't panic." Outside, Qin Yiping and Mu Ma were growing anxious as they exerted themselves to reach Qin Shui's side. Whispering, "It's an air ability." Qin Shui, like Mushang, remained composed, shaking his head in silence while accelerating his brush strokes. He focused intently on his painting, while Qin Yiping and Mu Ma watched him intently. Oblivious to the figure 10 meters away, Han Yaling, who had yet to make a move within the resource collection team, Sang Minda, exhaling a smoke ring outside, turned to Han Yaling and asked, "Aren't you going to act? If you're not, step out. The wind inside is fierce. Your hair might get tousled." They possess a creator. Han Yaling's deep black pupils reflected in her thick lenses as she stated that painting cannot be completed. She crouched down. Wait. Sang Minda promptly moved closer, whispering, "Are you planning to lift the floor? If you are, then do it. Listen to me. I have something to handle." He leaned in closer to Han Yaling's ear and whispered something. Han Yaling raised an eyebrow, asking, "Will that suffice?" Sang Minda stood up and returned to the stairwell. "Stack it up. Just imitate. Don't ask further. Hurry. On the large balcony of the 10th floor, the battle between Feng Pu and Wang Lan raged on. Just as Wang Lan prepared to strike, she noticed Han Yaling whispering something into Feng Pu's ear. Feng Pu listened and nodded, quietly affirming, "Understood." Upon uttering this, he turned to face Wang Lan, inquiring, "Hey, the one using fire. Are you going to attack or not? If not, it's my turn." He gave her no chance to react as he immediately assumed a combat stance. In room 10A, Zhao Taidi's eyes widened in shock before he could utter a word. Several holes suddenly punctured the door. Mu Xiang furrowed her brow. Within 2 seconds, a scream erupted from Mu Xiangrong outside. Mu Xiangrong. Mu Xiangrong. Mu Xiang immediately shoved Zhao Taidai aside and hastily peered through the peephole. On the large balcony of Building A on the 10th floor, the tiles on the ground had transformed into noodles, more precisely, except for the surfaces beneath Anzi, Ru Ping, Feng Pu, and Han Yaling, all other ground areas had morphed into soft, noodle-like material that crumbled upon contact. The short man Feng Pu and woman Han Yaling were both manipulators. The former wielded air abilities, while the latter possessed an unknown ability that could turn hard-tiled floors into noodles. Zhu, who had been fiercely battling Ru Ping, suffered a fatal blow due to the sudden change in flooring. As he engaged Ru Ping with a gut stab, the ground's unexpected transformation caused him to lose his balance and crash directly onto the blade. He let out a piercing scream as he fell to the ground, blood gushing from his punctured abdomen. Yu Ping frowned. Her opponent, once evenly matched with her, had succumbed to defeat due to the interference of his teammate's ability. It was an ignoble victory, but such is the nature of battles in the realm of abilities. Yu Ping sheathed her weapon and returned to Han Yaling's side, who was crouched on the ground. As her hands made contact with the surface, a tremor surged through her, followed by tiny waves coursing along her arm and subtly rippling across the noodle-like floor. Then, it stealthily crept toward Qin Shui. Qin Shui felt a sudden blankness before his eyes, as his painstakingly crafted painting was abruptly torn away, split in two. All the strokes he had just painted, all the mental energy he had expended, were rendered futile in that instant. These two events transpired with astonishing speed, the destruction of the painting and Zhuaju's collapse occurring simultaneously. Zhuaju. Qin Shui, what is happening? Meanwhile, the fiery Queen Wang Lan also emitted a sound of distress. Ugh, indeed. It is an air ability. Feng Pu bobbed his head like a chick pecking at grains, but his comical actions were no longer amusing. For each nod released a wave of air, akin to a slap to the forehead. The sparks in Wang Lan's hair had already been blown away by half. Wang Lan gritted her teeth, attempting to retaliate, yet found herself unable to initiate her powers. Feng Pu's airwaves were relentless, assailing her head, hands, feet, and every inch of her body. Wang Lan was directly forced back behind Qin Shui's easel. On the battlefield of the large balcony of Building A on the 10th floor, Qin Yiping was firmly restraining Anzi, whose arm had dislocated. Zhu Ju lay on the ground in agony. Attempting to staunch the blood flow, Wang Lan was mercilessly pressed against the wire mesh, and Qin Shui stood in silent contemplation before his torn painting, as the wind summoned by Mu Xiangrong served as a mere backdrop. Round 2. The Battle of Extraordinary Abilities. The survival team on the 10th floor of Building A in the future apartment and the team from Building B faced a resounding defeat. However, the assault from the supply retrieval team showed no signs of abating. In what seemed like an instant, Han Yaling unleashed another wave of pulsating energy, which stealthily rippled across the noodle-like floor towards Mu Xiangrong's rear. Then surged with ferocity. Mu Xiangrong exclaimed, "Ah!" He was propelled forward, landing squarely before Han Yaling. Fortunately, he fell face down, sustaining no injuries, as the noodle floor cushioned his fall. Thus, the Battle of Extraordinary Abilities drew to a close. Round 2. The Battle of Extraordinary Abilities. The survival team on the 10th floor of Building A and the team from Building B suffered a complete and utter defeat. Mu's mother shouted in distress and rushed forward. "Arong!" Han Yaling immediately conjured a wall of noodles, half her height, and called back, "Do not come closer." Mu's mother, filled with anxiety, attempted to climb over the noodle wall, only to be restrained by Qin Shui, who held on to her hem. Without uttering a word, Qin Shui's silence nearly drove Mu's mother to tears. "Let go, Shui. Arong has been taken by them." "Xiangrong, my son." "Shui, hurry, get Shangshang out. Save him, save him. Do not let Xiangrong be harmed." With that, she fainted unexpectedly, and Qin Shui barely managed to catch her. The voices from the large balcony echoed. "Auntie, Aunt Chun, Auntie, Mom, Mom." Qin Shui, Qin Yiping, Zhao Taitai, Mu Xiangrong, and Mu Shang all cried out in unison. The door to 10A was flung open by Mu Shang, who rushed over to assist Qin Shui with Mu's mother. She swiftly checked Mu's mother's pulse, and after a few seconds, she cried out, "Zhao Taitai, take my mom inside to rest." "Yes." The frown on her brow deepened as she glared daggers at Sang Minda and his entourage, gritting her teeth. She demanded, "What do you want from us?" Chapter 47. At the end of the road, Sang Minda, gripping Mu Xiangrong by the collar, had a cigarette perched on his left lip while his right lip moved as he said, "Little Didi, why not use your wind ability? Why are you holding back?" The fierce winds returned to the balcony, this time even stronger, extinguishing Sang Minda's cigarette. With a scoff, he tossed Mu Xiangrong, who had opened his mouth to bite him, into Feng Pu's hands, then took 2 steps forward, addressing Mu Shang, whose eyes were about to spark with fury. "Oh, so it was you using the wind ability." Mu Shang did not respond but shouted sternly, "Return my brother." "What do you want?" "Supplies. My mother said we have plenty, take them." "What?" Wang Lanhua took her time to relight her hair, then questioned Mu Shang, "What do you mean you have plenty of supplies?" Qin Shui immediately restrained the fiery Wang Lanhua. Wang Lanhua roared in anger, "Don't get it twisted, you people from Building A. If you have supplies, we from Building B certainly do not. You block people are utterly useless. What good is this creator?" Qin Shui, his expression soured. His brother, Qin Yiping, rose in anger, retorting, "What do you mean, you fiery woman from Building B?" He had intended to stand taller, but the pressure from Anzi below forced him to remain vigilant. And he bellowed, "You can call me an ordinary person, a waste, no problem, but you cannot insult Qin Shui. You garbage fire woman, weren't you also driven back by an air ability user?" Wang Lanhua, "You," Qin Shui thundered, "shut the hell up. Are you all trying to start a fight now? Do you want to give the other side a good laugh?" On the ground, Zhu Ju groaned in pain. "Ugh, does anyone have painkillers? I feel like I'm losing too much blood. Damn it, that cursed knife-wielding woman. I, Zhu Ju, will remember you." Mu Shang was momentarily stunned by Qin Shui's shout, regaining her composure. Hearing Zhu Ju's cries of pain, she turned to Qin Shui and whispered, "I have painkillers at home. You take Zhu Ju to 10A to rest, and let Zhao Taidai help take care of them." Then, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, savoring the warm wind that infused her chest, igniting a few sparks in her cold lungs. She turned back to Sang Minda and declared, "Hey, loudmouth, my mother said she just wanted to see your strength, and now, we have seen it. You are quite impressive." Clenching her fists, she spoke each word deliberately. "Therefore, we will give you supplies. The condition is, you release my brother and get the hell out." Wang Lanhua. She immediately wanted to respond, but was silenced by a figure that had rushed in. It was Ji Shaoxian. Ji Shaoxian moved so swiftly that others could barely perceive his shadow. Han Yaling immediately set her sights on Ji Shaoxian. However, Ji Shaoxian merely leaned down beside Wang Lanhua and said, "Leave this to the A block people." Then he swiftly pulled Wang Lanhua into 10A. The survival team members exchanged glances. Chen Shui followed Ji Shaoxian, dragging the injured Juaju into 10A. Thus, the combatants of the future apartment completed their withdrawal. And on the large balcony, the members of Sang Minda's supply retrieval team collectively looked towards him. Sang Minda rubbed his forehead, chuckling softly, and asked Mushang, "What is this? Weren't you just lying in a hospital bed last time?" The daughter of a gang leader. Mushang coldly met his gaze, remaining silent. Sang Minda continued, "No more pretending, right? All right. Then I'll lay it all out. You, a woman with wind abilities, a strange man who draws. A fighter," he pointed with his cigarette, but at Mushang, 10A, and Chun Yiping that he waved his hand, instructing Ru Ping to bring over 4 large baskets. He pointed at the baskets on the ground with his middle finger. Speaking in a derisive tone, "You all, fill these up for me." The remaining supplies in 10A were all taken away. They barely filled 2 baskets, leaving the other 2 emptied. Mushang negotiated with Sang Minda. She requested that he return in 3 days to collect the supplies, promising to gather what she could within that time. However, Sang Minda refused, insisting on only giving her 2 days to gather the supplies, disregarding Mushang's pleas. With no other choice, Mushang ultimately agreed. 2 days it would be. Wang Lanhua, hearing the conversation outside, could no longer contain her fury. If you have the capability, let in the evolved ones. Let them in." On the large balcony, Sang Minda took a puff of his cigarette. He remarked, If I don't see anything in 2 days, given the combat power in your place, what I bring will not be easy to handle." Anzi broke free from Chen Yiping's restraint. In the end, Sang Minda led his supply retrieval team away from the future apartment. Chen Yiping looked at Mushang with concern. "Sister Shang, don't be too upset. The third act of the survival team on the 10th floor of Building A in the future apartment. A complete and utter failure, and a total exposure. Mushang leaned against the wall, her eyes devoid of focus, before finally murmuring, What happened?" Chen Yiping replied, "Chen." Mushang immediately dashed into 10A. "Yes, now is not the time to dawdle." She frantically rubbed her face, forcing herself to regain her composure, then checked Mu's mother's pulse again. Everything was normal. "Mom." Mu Xiangrong knelt beside Mu's mother, calling out anxiously, "Sister, how is Mom?" Mushang paused, then said, "She should be fine." The group remained silently resting in 10A for quite some time, until the moon rose. Ji Shaoxian called Mushang to the large balcony, where the two began a private conversation. Ji Shaoxian pointed to the balcony of Building B and stated, "You are too weak. We have decided to withdraw our cooperation. You will share the supplies from the rooftop of Building B with us. You have fewer people, and the supplies from the rooftop of Building A are enough for you." Mushang scoffed. "Your tone was not like this when you sought cooperation before." Ji Xiaoshuan's voice deepened. "Yes. That's because I genuinely believed you were strong until last night. You were able to light up in the red mist of the apocalypse, and I thought you were experienced survivors fleeing from the south." Mushang issued an ultimatum. "We will not give you any supplies. We do not have enough to eat. Once you have rested, you should return to your Building B. I haven't even charged you for my painkillers yet." Having said that, she turned to leave. However, Ji Shaoxian seized her arm, his tone growing heated, his upper lip twitching with agitation. "Don't joke around. Because of your plans, our powerful ability users were injured. It is your duty to provide us with supplies." Mushang gazed directly into his eyes, her tone unwavering. "Please realize that this plan was agreed upon by all of us, and your people are not that strong. We treated you courteously when you came to Building A, so we welcomed you with open arms and established a partnership. If you insist on tearing off the facade, do you really think we are oblivious to your intentions?" In a fit of rage, Ji Shaoxian yanked on Mushang's collar, lifting her heels off the ground, and shouted, "You!" As he was on the verge of committing another act of fury, a hand suddenly interposed itself between him and Mushang. It was Chun Shui. He gently placed his hand upon Ji Shaoxian's. Then, with a deep and commanding voice, he forcefully interjected into the conversation that he declared, "Ji Shaoxian, the people of Building B have been complaining from the very beginning about our inaction. Yet, what you truly lament is our unwillingness to act, which prevents you from reaping the benefits without effort. You are not formidable in the slightest. If you were, You would have taken the initiative to confront them yourselves, would you not? His previously light touch suddenly transformed into a firm grip, seizing Ji Shaoxian's hand that was raised toward Mushang, and he forcefully yanked it away. He continued, "You have been waiting for us to act, waiting endlessly, but your patience has borne no fruit. You exhausted your resources and now find yourselves desperate enough to seek collaboration." He stepped directly between Ji Shaoxian and Mushang, positioning himself before Ji Shaoxian, lifting the collar of his shirt in a manner reminiscent of Ji Shaoxian's earlier hold on Mushang. Their gazes locked. His penetrating eyes met Ji Shaoxian's seething glare. He admonished, "For heaven's sake, do not blame others for your own shortcomings. If you are truly as capable as you assert, then take your injured and leave. Get out of here. Do not dare to show your faces in Building A. Do not feign righteousness while demanding our supplies. It is utterly repugnant." Shui Gu truly lives up to his name. He is undeniably impressive. Ji Shaoxian brushed his hand away, his tone regaining a semblance of calm, yet he retorted defiantly, "Pa, you are not true warriors at all, merely a bunch of paper tigers. We will leave without your prompting. This wretched city A has already been completely taken over. Staying here means living under the yoke of others. There is no escape." With a final furious glance at Mu Shang and Chen Shui, he departed early the next morning, taking the residents of Building B with him. They were unable to carry away any supplies from the survival team, and Mu Shang and Chen Shui would certainly not share with them. Henceforth, the collaboration plan between the survival team on the 10th floor of Building A and the group from Building B concluded thus: survival team supplies -13, Muma fainted for no reason. Identities exposed, and 2 days later they were at a loss. Building B's injured one departed from the future apartment, disappearing into the crimson fog, destination unknown. The following day, during the daylight hours, Chen Yiping, patting his stomach, inquired, "How much food do we have left? Can we still eat?" Mushang leaned against the bedside, her eyes vacant, replying, "Not much. If we eat, there will be none left. Given the total depletion of supplies, we can only survive until tomorrow's resupply." Since the departure of the Building B team, the survival team remained confined within 10A. Today, the crimson fog outside thickened once more, becoming denser with each passing hour, the visibility dwindling to less than a meter. Thus, the survival team on the 10th floor of Building A found themselves at an impasse. They could not venture out in search of supplies, and with some members in a coma, tomorrow marked the deadline. Standing by the window, Chen Shui remarked, "Today is the 7th day. Starting today, Lin You might return." The elusive crimson fog, harboring the hidden evolvers, seemed to siphon away all vitality. With the fog's concentration at such a height, light could not penetrate, casting the world into a deep gloom, daylight barely brighter than night. And the temperature had dropped sharply. Area A lay in the southern outskirts. A single devourer wandered the dimly lit streets, only to lose its voice the very next moment. Its brain was instantaneously penetrated, its crystal core crushed by none other than the one the entire survival team had been yearning for, Lin You. Lin You kicked the evolver's corpse aside, clutching the object that could amplify her powers. Her mind racing through various calculations, yet another combination of air-based abilities had been reclaimed. She sprinted to the riverbank several hundred meters away to wash her hands, then unfurled the detailed map of City A that she had carried on her back. This map had amassed numerous annotations during her week-long exploration of every corner of City A, including the stronghold of the organization that had claimed her apartment, the future apartment. Now, she squinted her eyes. There was both bad news and good news. The bad news was that she had thoroughly discerned the location of this adversary occupying her apartment. But from the information gathered, it was clear that this enemy was formidable. Their headquarters was situated in the northern district of City A, and it was nearly certain that among them were seasoned players of the Crimson Fog. For the previously demolished Red Fog experimental chamber was now surrounded and managed by organized, disciplined evolvers. The good news was that the leader or core of this enemy was most likely not Tian Wenyi. It appeared that Tian Wenyi was not part of the organization in the northern district of City A. Lin You felt that as long as it was not Tian Wenyi or anyone else she recognized, they should be relatively easy to handle. She circled her current position on the map, southern outskirts of City A. More specifically, the area across the river before her marked the southern outskirts of City A. The southern outskirts, a text message she received before her phone lost signal flashed through her mind. Our days in the southern outskirts have been exceedingly lonely. 1001. We eagerly await your return. Tian Wenyi had mentioned he was in the southern outskirts. Lin You lifted her gaze to the river's surface, but saw nothing. Only a shroud of crimson fog met her sight. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the essence of the air. Today marked the 7th day of her outing. According to their agreement, she had 2 days left to scout. Then, she would immediately set off back to the future apartment. She opened her eyes. There was no choice. She had to take a bold risk. After all, she had already wasted some time in the northern district. Glancing once more at the map, she noted that the southern outskirts were mostly undeveloped, with only a cluster of abandoned factories. Taking a deep breath, she folded the map and crouched, leaping across to the opposite bank. In her mind, she resolved. There was no alternative. Speed was of the essence. Chapter 48. The next battle. Mu Shang sat beside Mu Ma for an entire day and night. While the rest of the survival team waited in 10A, also for a day and night. The former did not witness the patient awaken, while the latter was left waiting for the return of their leader. On the day that Sang Minda had promised to collect supplies, at 8 in the morning, Mu Shang suddenly slammed her hand on the glass table in the living room, startling everyone awake. She proclaimed, "Supplies must not be given." Zhao Tai Tai and Chun Yiping, still drowsy and bewildered, turned to her. Mu Shang, with dark circles under her eyes, looked at the only one awake, Chen Shui, and insisted, "We must wait. Wait for Lin You to return. She will be back by tomorrow at the latest. Therefore, we must endure until midnight tomorrow." Chen Shui nodded. Throughout this ordeal, the survival team had never once doubted Lin Yu's reliability. They had complete faith in their core leader. Determined to do everything in their power to avoid hindering her. At this moment, Mu Shang and Chen Shui exchanged a resolute glance, both steadfast in their resolve. They must grow stronger. They must become powerful evolvers in this crimson fog apocalypse. Not only to protect those they wished to safeguard, but also to escape the helplessness and despair they had experienced while trapped in a dead end these past few days. They felt utterly powerless, always claiming they could not rely on Lin You every time, yet inevitably doing just that. This time, their weakness was undeniable, but next time, it would be different. Mu Shang called everyone out of 10A, leaving her younger brother Mu Xiangrong by their mother Mu Ma's side. Once they determined how to stage the 4th act, she and Chen Shui began planning the arrangements for their setup. Specifically, they were strategizing how to create obstacles within the venue to prolong the time. They had already laid their cards on the table with Sang Minda and his group, deeming further theatrics unnecessary. After a hearty meal at noon, they transferred all the supplies from building BS rooftop to building AS rooftop. The supplies were placed behind the door on building AS rooftop, where Chen Shui set up barriers and wrote the rules. Entry prohibited for Sang Minda and his companions. Chen Yiping, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the remaining supplies, lamenting, "But, Sister Shang, Chen Shui, even if the leader returns, our food will not last long." "Indeed," Mu Shang replied. "Thus, after we safely navigate this situation, we must also begin searching for supplies." For some reason, she felt no anxiety regarding the search for supplies. She sensed that Lin You had likely considered this long ago, as she had rarely ventured out for supplies during the early days of their survival team. She believed Lin You must have devised a plan. The resources were finite, and she wondered what methods their core leader, a veteran of the Crimson Fog, would employ to secure supplies when they truly faced depletion. Would it involve violence, pillaging? That seemed rather extreme. Would it be self-sufficiency? But they lacked the initial resources for that. In any case, she felt that Lin Yu's approach to acquiring stable supplies would no longer rely on stockpiling. Sang Minda and his group arrived just as the sun began to set. And Zhao Tai Tai, upon hearing the sound of their truck, expressed confusion, saying, "It seems their truck isn't filled with a horde of evolvers this time." He listened intently, noting, "Indeed, there's only one. It sounds heavy-footed." Mu Shang inquired, "Is it a devourer?" Thus far, the survival team had encountered only 3 types of evolvers: the ordinary and slightly advanced ones, categorized as low-level evolvers, the devourers noted for their aggression, and the pretenders recognized for their cunning. They had yet to encounter any other types of evolvers. Zhao Tai Tai, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, "It doesn't seem quite right. The devourer has 4 legs, whereas this evolver possesses but 2. On the 10th floor balcony of Building A in the future apartment. Time hastened by. Sang Minda and his entourage had already ascended with their baskets, standing at the threshold of the stairwell, gazing distantly at the survival team. Both parties remained silent and motionless. The crimson fog gradually coalesced, growing denser. Sang Minda extracted a cigarette, lit it, and flicked away the ash, inquiring, "What about your supplies?" Mu Shang replied calmly, "We have no supplies left. We've consumed them all." Sang Minda exhaled. "Huh." He took a drag and continued, Wasn't it said 2 days ago that today was the day? Strikingly, wisps of white began to drift through the perilous red mist. Accompanying his alternating gaze, he then added, "Your place seems rather desolate today. Where is that gangster lord's woman? Is she perhaps lying in bed? On the verge of demise? Abandoned by all?" Mu Shang's eyes turned icy in an instant. Making a gesture of invitation, she struggled to respond, "You needn't concern yourself. Please leave. We have no supplies today." Hiki. The corner of Feng Pu's sunglasses dipped as he spoke with a mocking tone. "Today. You must either provide supplies or face the iron armor. The choice is yours." Iron armor. Zhao Taidi's ears perked up. Chen Yiping's ears twitched as well. Chen Shui's expression momentarily faltered. Han Yaling whispered, "Why waste so many words with them?" Through the crimson fog, Mu Shang noticed that the tall woman, Han Yaling, had donned a white cloth mask this time. Han Yaling's sharp brows and indifferent eyes suddenly reminded her of Lin You from their first encounter. Yet in the next moment, Han Yaling adjusted her mask and shouted at Sang Minda, "I fail to understand why you played along with their charade last time. We are a supply team, not a production crew. Just release the iron armor. It matters not whether they live or die. We should simply leave." Sang Minda took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "Oh, Yaling, are you the leader, or am I? You think I am unaware of your eager attempts to curry favor with the higher-ups after achieving merit the other day? Yaling, heed my advice. The supply leader is deeply entrenched, and you are still naive to grasp it." Mu Shang remained silent, turning her head and shaking it. No, it was not her misjudgment. Han Yaling was merely too eager for quick gains. Although their appearances bore a slight resemblance, in essence, Han Yaling was nothing like Lin You. In her haste, Han Yaling pulled out her phone and dialed, saying, "Anzi, send the iron armor to the 10th floor." Chen Yiping and Zhao Taitai were utterly astonished, staring wide-eyed. "What the hell? You can make calls." Chen Shui frowned, glancing at Han Yaling's phone. Yet, there was no response from the other end. "Ha ha." Sang Minda took another drag and chuckled. "Anzi, doesn't he have a phone? His phone's service expired. You didn't know that, did you?" He flicked away the ash and directed his gaze at Mu Shang. "Hey, little girl, get me a chair to smash." Mu Shang exchanged glances with him for 10 seconds before signaling Chen Yiping to fetch a small stool from 10C. She could not fathom Sang Minda's intentions. Thus, the nonchalant Sang Minda settled himself comfortably on the 10th floor balcony. Han Yaling watched Sang Minda sway his legs leisurely and pouted, then asked Feng Pu, "I'll go raid the CD building of this apartment. Are you coming?" Feng Pu shot her a glance and replied, "You go ahead. We might need to deploy the iron armor soon." Han Yaling scoffed and turned to leave. Consequently, the only sounds remaining on the 10th floor balcony were those of Sang Minda smoking. Sang Minda sighed. "Huh." He then asked after 10 minutes, "Is there any water? Can you pour a glass for the three of us?" Mu Shang crossed her arms, tapping her toes against the ground, and stated, "What exactly do you want? We have no supplies. If you intend to fight, do so quickly or get out." She truly could not comprehend how this man, who moments ago had been inquiring about their supplies, had suddenly relaxed. "Of course, we want to collect supplies." Sang Minda flicked the ash, the white smoke swirling around him, contrasting with the crimson fog, casting an ominous shadow over his face. He declared, "You must understand that supplies encompass more than just food. Water, electricity, and manpower are all supplies. If you cannot provide food, then give me everything within your dwelling." He finished his cigarette in one breath, the intensity causing his voice to tremble as he shouted, "I demand you. Leave all that belongs to you behind. Then get out. This is the order from above. The future apartment, henceforth, is to be entirely under our control." Thunderous sounds reverberated. Tick, tock. Heavy rain suddenly poured down from the crimson sky. The rain cascaded over the barbed wire, the chaotic droplets spilling into the 10th floor balcony of Building 8 amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Feng Pu and Ru Ping entered battle mode. The former's head began to rhythmically strike the air, while the latter's blade hand revealed its form. Sang Minda blissfully drew another cigarette, stating, "No need to rush. No need to rush. You all should first search your room for any treasures that might be convenient for us to pilfer." Zhao Taidai shouted, "You are trespassing. This is an invasion of privacy." Sang Minda retorted, "We invade as we please. No reason given. What will you do about it? Call the police to arrest me." Whoosh! Mu Shang conjured a barrier of fierce winds, tearing down the droplets from the wire. Her eyes fixed intently on Sang Minda, Feng Pu, and Ru Ping, her lips parting slightly. "In this apocalypse, we do not require the police. However, Should I be compelled to return to my former profession, I would not object. She lifted her chin. Addressing Chen Yiping, no need to release the water. The heavens favor me. Just come over. Let us test your new combo move. Chen Yiping. Oh. Chen Yiping had somehow slipped to the entrance of 10A and retrieved a water hose. He quickly stored it away and donned the boxing gloves he had set aside. Let us do this. Sister Shang, I am ready. This time, we will not lose. Zhao Taitai stealthily moved to the wall, grabbing the long-prepared remote control. Following his gaze, Sang Minda noticed 2 rows of machines had been set up on both sides of the 10th floor balcony. Unbeknownst to him, the machines were covered in red paper, making them nearly indistinguishable in the dense crimson fog. The next moment, the machines emitted a sharp sound as they launched a glowing arrow, then with a loud bang. It struck the white wall, causing the plaster to crack. Mu Shang, Chen Shui, Chen Yiping, Sang Minda, Feng Pu, Ru Ping. What the hell? Zhao Taitai scratched his head awkwardly. I pressed the wrong button. Let us do it again. He tossed the remote to the ground, picked it up again, then looked up with a determined expression at Sang Minda and the others, declaring, if it is a battle they want, then let it be. I am not afraid of you. He pressed the remote with reckless abandon, only for the machine to remain utterly silent. He was instantly horrified. What the hell, Sister Shang? What the hell, Shui Gu? The remote is broken. Mu Shang. Chen Shui. Chen Yiping. Impressive Tai. Director Chen Shui facepalmed, saying, Zhao Tai, perhaps you should return inside. Do not bother me with your funding anymore. I will not be arranging your role again. Zhao Tai, family. What should I do if I fail the audition? Waiting online, quite urgent. T Feng Pu, exasperated, adjusted his glasses, bringing this farce to an end. All right, let us conclude the new play here. It is time to get serious. Chen Shui retrieved a 3-sided mirror from his pocket. Holding it before him, his profound black eyes peering through the distorted patterns on the lens at Feng Pu, stating, then let us get serious. For the second time, the power user team battle. Thunder rolled, rumbling. The rain intensified. As if a writhing dragon lurked within the thick, somber clouds, each exhalation producing lightning, each roll summoning rain. In the southern suburbs of City A, raindrops fell one by one upon Lin You this moment. She could not afford to seek shelter from the rain, but instead, she dashed forward in desperation. Behind her, the sounds of an unknown pursuit echoed. This way, she headed toward the city center. She swiftly darted into a hidden passage, pulling up an air barrier to conceal her presence, and pressed herself against the wall, gasping for breath. Behind her, the unknown pursuers began to speculate. Hey, why are there no footsteps? No breathing sounds either. There was a faint hint just now. Are you hearing things? It might not even be this way. No, it's definitely this way. It was the voices of 2 or 3 individuals pursuing her, yet when she glanced outside the passage, it was utterly empty. Then, the voice of the girl pursuing her grew increasingly agitated, declaring, I did not mistake it. It is this way. Toward the city center, the city center. Lin You tightly shut her eyes. A gentle lowly voice responded to an excited girl voice. The lowly said, then let us go to the city center. My brother also mentioned that she lives there. The unseen little lowly held the hand of the unseen girl as they gradually walked away. Together, they chimed, he, I can't wait to see you again. Lin You Chapter 49. Return boom. A lightning bolt struck near the future apartment, causing a decade-old tree to crash to the ground. The calamity of the red mist began to sweep through every corner of City A. Inside the future apartment, the second battle of supernatural abilities had reached a fever pitch, with both sides evenly matched. Neither yielding an inch. Mu Shang seemed to have finally discovered the correct way to unleash her wind-based abilities in a group fight. She gathered the dense wind and water from outside the iron mesh into the room, wildly kneading them like dough. Her new skill, the baby-level storm tornado, had been acquired. 0.5 artificially created baby tornadoes spun under her control, almost covering every position on the 10th floor balcony, except for the survival team. The storm outside was incredibly fierce, providing an inexhaustible source of wind and rain, and the baby tornadoes spun rapidly, resembling whirling blades. In the early stages of the battle, the survival team had already gained the upper hand. Favorable weather, advantageous terrain, and harmonious teamwork, the most elusive of which was the weather. On the other side, Feng Pu blocked Mu Shang's assault, constructing an air barrier in his own peculiar way, nodding vigorously, standing within the tornado. Chen Yiping scratched his head and complained, Hey, big brother, isn't your neck going to cramp? With you doing that, I feel embarrassed to hit you. What an unsightly display of supernatural ability initiation. Nodding brother Feng Pu paid no attention to any mockery. He silently continued nodding. His cool sunglasses were flung to the ground due to his vigorous head movements, revealing his small, beady eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Yiping. Chen Yiping took 2 steps back, retreating to the center of a baby-level storm tornado, and shouted, "Great, that's the look? Come on, keep glaring at me. This way, I can keep hitting you with no remorse. Sister Shang, I'm ready, let us go." Mu Shang nodded to acknowledge the command and began to act. Tap, tap, tap. Within the baby-level storm tornado, a lightning-fast fist launched a fierce assault, leaving no trace of its form, only afterimages. Crack. Feng Pu's barrier was shattered by Chen Yiping's heavy fist, and gusts of wind and raindrops surged through the invisible crack. This combination of baby-level storm tornado and Muay Thai had allowed the survival team to take the lead in this supernatural battle, but only just. Bravo, bravo, the perfectly protected Sang Minda clapped his hands in praise. Sang, you've improved a lot since last time. By the way, coincidentally, I heard some guidance yesterday, so today, I just happened to come to try out a new move. He made a silly face, and from the gap previously opened by Chen Yiping, flickering flames began to emerge as he shouted, "Fire come, although it's only a meter high, hee hee." His incantation for summoning fire was the same as that of the previously encountered Jiangge, "Fire come." However, the flames he summoned were blue, unlike Jiangji's red flames. Moreover, his summoned blue flames extinguished water instead of being extinguished by it. Quite peculiar. The air barrier made of fragments combined with the bizarre flames he summoned, effectively blocking the assault of the baby-level storm tornado and Muay Thai.as. Both sides fought fiercely. A new character entered the scene, Ru Ping with her 4 knives, and Chen Shui with his triangular mirror. Time subtly turned back to this afternoon, when Chen Shui took out a triangular mirror from his painting. Zhao Tai, upon seeing it, expressed his curiosity, asking, "Brother Shui, this mirror is really beautiful, but why does it have a pattern on it? Is that the Scream?" Van Gogh's famous painting, The Scream, was replicated on one side of the triangular mirror. A distorted figure was carved onto a small crystal column, looking strange and somewhat eerie. Zhao Tai inexplicably shuddered. He unleashed his extraordinary imagination, honed by reading horror novels, and asked Chen Shui, "Brother Shui, this tool of yours isn't going to turn the person reflected into the little figure from the Scream, is it?" Chen Shui turned the mirror, pondering, and replied, "Your line of thought is feasible, but I'm not that powerful yet." Zhao Tai immediately dodged away from the mirror's reflection, exclaiming, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't aim that at me. Brother Shui, I'm scared." Chen Shui put away the triangular mirror, saying, "Just kidding. This tool isn't for that kind of use that I can't let you try it now because using it requires a lot of mental energy. Maybe I only have enough mental energy for one use. Let us wait until the battle to try it out." The time for battle was now. Zhao Tai cowered in a corner, watching as Chen Shui brought the triangular mirror to his right eye. The distorted figure staring at Ru Ping, who was revealing her 4 knives. Ru Ping raised an eyebrow, sizing up Chen Shui, and said, "Ability user, creator, sorry, I look down on anyone who isn't a combat-type ability user." After saying that, she launched herself forward, with Feng Pu synchronizing his movements to retract the shattered air barrier, sending her directly into the knife-wielding baby-level storm tornado. However, Ru Ping stood unharmed amidst the winds. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing blades. As Ru Ping was unafraid of the wind's sharpness, for her knives were as sharp as the wind itself, Chen Shui, observing her defiant gaze, smiled. He remarked, "You've chosen a good position, so I won't hold back." His eyes, peering through the distorted figure, locked onto Ru Ping in a fleeting moment. His palm exerted force. Boom. He infused his mental energy into the triangular mirror. Then, his mental energy surged through the distorted figure within the mirror, striking Ru Ping. Let the scream commence, as blades would twist in response. "Ah!" Ru Ping screamed. Her wails echoed through the skies. Splatter, splatter, blood erupted from her body. Although this description might seem crude, it was accurate. She resembled a mobile, porous fountain. She dashed out from the baby-level storm tornado, drenched in blood. Her hands and feet were covered in wounds, each a jagged gash exposing flesh. The triangular mirror had directly distorted her blade transformation ability, softening her once blade-like body, rendering her incapable of resisting the cuts of the baby-level storm tornado. Chen Shui collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Zhao Taitai rushed forward, concerned, asking, "Brother Shui, are you okay?" 90%. Chen Shui looked at the triangular mirror in his hands, panting heavily. "I used 90% of my mental energy for this move. I'm too weak. Too weak. I have no strength for another strike." The creator had exhausted all his strength to defeat the knife-wielding woman. Witnessing her in pain and howling, Sang Minda's anger flared up. He immediately dialed Han Yaling, shouting, "How long are you going to take shopping? We're about to finish the fight, and you're still not here." Having naturally seen the tornado on the 10th floor while searching for supplies and building CD, Han Yaling was unfazed by Ru Ping's screams. She continued leisurely traversing through building CD, casually striking at the evolved beings and scavenging for supplies. Saying, "I told you to deploy the iron armor, but you didn't listen," Sang Minda bellowed. "Get back here. Ping Niu is seriously injured. That creator just unleashed a powerful move." Han Yaling adjusted her mask and huffed. "So you can't manage without me? I said to deploy the iron armor, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at this. I should be the one in charge." Crash. Bang. Bang. Crackle. Crackle crackle crackle. Han Yaling's voice suddenly ceased. Crash. Bang. Bang. Crackle. Crackle crackle crackle. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? In the 10th floor balcony of Building A, Zhao Taitai shouted at Sang Minda. "Did your companion really deploy that iron armor?" The roar of the evolved iron armor echoed through every corner of the future apartment. Startling everyone, the entire future apartment seemed to tremble. Sang Minda's eyes widened slightly, and he immediately turned to dash downstairs. Feng Pu followed closely behind, carrying the severely injured Ru Ping on his shoulder. Blood trailing behind her. In Building D of the future apartment, Han Yaling abruptly hung up the phone and leaped down the stairs. No, none of them had deployed the iron armor. Moreover, why was the sound coming from their truck? Even if it had been released, the sound should be originating from within the apartment. No, this was entirely wrong. Could it be? Her pace quickened. Boom, boom. The rain began to lighten, coming swiftly and departing just as quickly, leaving only the sounds of thunder echoing in the the entrance of the future apartment. A woman wearing a red baseball cap, a black mask, and a gray backpack stood in the driver's cabin of a truck. She stepped on Anzi's head with her left foot, while kneeling on Sang Jiaxing's back with her right leg, one hand holding her bag, and the other pressing a button. Virum. The truck's rear compartment erupted with a violent tremor. Then it settled down. Following that, a frenzied roar erupted. Clang, clanging sounds, clang, clang, clanging sounds. The subdued smoke was released from the gate, and the armored evolver emerged from its confinement. It was Lin You, who had followed the young girl and the maiden back to the future apartment. That unleashed the armored entity. This moment, she was drenched, yet her bag remained dry, containing a map. "Hero, heroine, big shot, goddess," Anzi exclaimed, nearly crushed underfoot. "By pressing that button, you have directly obliterated all my promising prospects in this apocalyptic world. Yet, I dare not hold it against you. Might I request that you first remove your foot? My head feels as though it might explode." "No," Lin Yu coldly rejected, pushing San Jiaxing's head aside. Adding, "You, move over a bit. You're blocking my view of the rearview mirror." San Minda complied obediently, saying, all right. Good heavens, this woman could kill them both at any moment. The rearview mirror of the truck was slightly wet, and Lin Yu rolled down the window to wipe it clean. Relying on her vision and the perception of the air, she deduced the scene of the armored entity battling the two intermediate masqueraders behind the truck. Indeed, the young girl and the maiden were intermediate masqueraders. Tianwenye was truly in City A. Moreover, the base was located in the southern suburbs. Behind the large truck, the dazed young girl and the maiden masquerader gradually revealed their forms. Lin Yu immediately clenched her hands, and a crisp collision sound resonated through the air beside the young girl. "That hurts." The invisible Esper crashed into the air wall, and Lin Yu promptly tightened her fingers. The air wall contracted abruptly. The invisible Esper immediately realized what had occurred. Their position was exposed. They cried out, "No! Big shot! Please don't kill me! I was wrong! Don't kill me!" Ah! The air wall squeezed the Esper's body, producing a creaking sound. With a splat, a shattered corpse suddenly appeared on the ground. Lin Yu shook her hand. Beneath her feet, Anzi and San Jiaxing began to tremble, becoming even more hesitant to move. This air Esper, this ruthless woman, Lin Yu was entirely unaware of their growing fear. She continued to observe the Evolver's battle, The armored entity, it was a defense-type evolver rated even higher than the Devourers. At level 5, that like the Devourers, the armored entity had lost its humanoid form, possessing a square head with an eye on each side, and its lower body was covered in white plates, bulky and oversized. Twice the size of a Devourer, its two small iron legs were surprisingly capable, able to extend and retract freely, supporting its hefty upper body, although each step trembled the floor, creating an impression of a giant approaching when its form was unseen. Lin You closed her eyes and saw the scene behind the truck. The irritable armored entity, having been trapped for a long time without food, immediately locked onto its targets upon seeing the two intermediate masqueraders. The two small legs scuttled over, and before the dazed intermediate masqueraders could react, the irritable armored entity plopped down, crushing one of them to death. What a brutal method of hunting. The irritable armored entity stood up again, its rear emitting a series of squeaks. Then it opened its mouth wide, extending an exceedingly thick tongue to drag away the three corpses on the ground. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of bones being crushed echoed in the air. The feasting armored entity plopped back down, retracting its head, remaining motionless. The foul stench permeated the air. Lin You jumped down from the truck, striding directly toward the entrance of the future apartment. This matter was concluded. It was time for her to return home. However, 5 seconds later, a man with a cigarette clutched in his mouth, accompanied by a short man carrying a bleeding woman on his back, rushed out. Sanminda, with the cigarette in his mouth, shouted, "My goodness!" Anzi, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp, responded, "Here. How dare you release this stinky fellow without permission?" Sanminda pinched his nose, angrily reproaching, "My goodness! What a disaster! How did this happen? Did you release all the gas as well?" "It was Timmy, boss. It was this woman." Anzi swallowed hard, pointing at Lin Yu's departing figure, and declared, "No, it's this great hero, heroine, big shot, goddess. She released the armored entity after taking me and brother Joshing hostage. She seized the remote control for the armored entity. We can't take her on, boss." From a distance, Han Yaling's cold voice echoed, "Can't take her on? I think you simply don't want to fight." Her tall figure emerged from the crimson mist, having arrived later from building CDAT this moment. She stated, "Those who dare obstruct us from gathering supplies should be executed on the spot." Lin You raised an eyebrow. "What's this? Another cannon fodder has arrived." Chapter 50 Crisis reignited. Anzi couldn't stop Han Yaling as she made her move. She crouched down, transforming the asphalt road into soft, noodle-like strands, then with a vigorous fling, the noodles surged upward toward Lin You. Simultaneously, she glanced at Sanminda and said, "Yesterday, the boss already acknowledged my performance. Today, I'll apply for a transfer. You all are too slack in your duties. And I dislike it. Do as you please." Sanminda flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied, "I don't like you either." Lin You ignored the bickering duo, dodging the noodle floor attack with a swift movement. Heading into the apartment, only to stumble slightly. Annoying. She uttered a syllable. Then she raised her foot and stepped onto the air staircase, severing contact with the noodle floor entirely. She walked above Sanminda and his group. Beneath her, the feasting armored entity emitted a satisfied sound. Clang, clang, clang. Her voice, elevated and mingling with the armored entity's call, reached Sanminda's group. "Take your rubbish and leave, if you cannot take it with you. Then just leave, that I have no time to deal with you." Then she completely disregarded the widened eyes of those beneath her, striding past them into the apartment. "Wait." Feng Pu suddenly pointed frantically at her, shouting, "You're also an air esper, aren't you? How did you manage to do this?" Lin You, taken aback, halted and turned her head, raising an eyebrow at him. Feng Pu removed his sunglasses, his beady eyes darting up and down as he continued to yell, "How did you achieve this? Walking on air. Tell me, how did you do it?" Lin You smiled and inquired, "What would happen if I don't tell you? If you don't tell me?" Feng Pu glared at her fiercely, after 5 seconds of silence. He suddenly knelt down, saying, "If you don't tell me, I'll kneel here and beg you to tell me." Han Yaling, Sanminda, Sanjoshing, Anzi, severely injured Ru Ping. So foolish. Feng Pu buried his face firmly into the ground. Heavens know how astonished he was when he saw Lin You walking on air, for he had also imagined using his powers this way. Yet he could never realize it. This was the first air esper he had encountered, aside from himself. So powerful. Lin You turned around, speechless. She had hoped to meet a worthy adversary, someone who could help her recall other air esper techniques. Instead, she encountered a fool, This person was not only useless but also reminded her of the times when she was taught about Esper abilities by others. This made her even more annoyed. She continued her stride back to the apartment, heading toward Building A. Although the torrential rain earlier had thinned the crimson mist somewhat, with the rain ceasing and the sky clearing, the mist returned to the earth. Her figure vanished beneath Building A, disappearing from San Minda's group's sight. Along with her vanishing form, her words lingered, "Get lost, and don't come back. Otherwise, I'll kill you every time I see you." The survival team on the 10th floor of Building A in the future apartment only realized after the rain cleared that the outside had transformed from night to day. They had fought the entire night. The first to learn of Lin Yu's return was Zhao Taitai. Initially, he was still immersed in the roars and tremors of the armored entity, not fully aware until Lin Yu spoke. Prompting him to leap up, "The big shot is back," he exclaimed excitedly, shouting, "The big shot is back. Back, right downstairs." She must have dealt with that armored entity, and now she is facing off against those gathering supplies. The matter of the armored entity quietly eating was naturally interpreted by him, as the armored entity was dealt with by Lin Yu. The others, unaware of the situation, believed his claims, and Mu Shang and Chen Shui immediately breathed a sigh of relief. While Chun Yiping leaped for joy, following suit, Chun Yiping shouted, "No wonder she is the big shot. No wonder she is the big shot." The two simpletons held hands and began dancing on the large balcony. "La la la, the big shot is back. Wonderful, we no longer have to fear la la la." Chen Shui watched the two fools helplessly. Chuckling lightly as he leaned against the wall to rest, he tucked away his Mitsubishi mirror, feeling a warmth in his heart. Their core had finally returned. "Lin Yu, I wonder if this week has been enough for you to accomplish what you needed to do?" Suddenly, Zhao Taitai burst into laughter, saying, "The big shot told them to get lost. Ha ha ha. And told them not to come back. Ha ha ha. The big shot said that every time she sees them, she'll kill them. Ha ha ha." He attentively listened to Lin Yu's footsteps, his eyes brimming with joy. Chen Shui stared in astonishment. Chen Yiping exclaimed, "Ha ha. The boss is truly formidable. We must cling tightly to this powerful ally." "Teasy." Zhao Taitai stealthily jumped a step towards the door, declaring, I must hold on tight. Never let go." Outside the stairway door, Lin Yu revealed a faint smile and reached out to open the unlocked door. Zhao Taitai lunged forward, "Boss. Oh no, what the heck?" Chen Shui had somehow positioned himself by the door, grabbing Lin Yu just as she opened it, saying, "Lin Yu, there's water on the floor. Be careful not to slip." Zhao Taitai missed his target. "No matter," Zhao Taitai thought to himself, and shouted again, "Boss. Damn it." Chen Shui nudged Lin Yu forward, causing Zhao Taitai to miss yet again. With genuine concern, Chen Shui asked Lin Yu, "Welcome back, Lin Yu. How did your tasks go?" Zhao Taitai seemed to have realized something, rushing up to Chen Shui, asking, "Hey, Shui Gu, I wanted to say you, Boss." Chen Yiping, standing behind them, pounced on Lin Yu, shouting, "Boss, I've missed you so much. You have no idea how we've been these past few days. Sob sob sob. You're finally back." Zhao Taitai. He turned away, dejected. Damn it, the first embrace upon the boss's return was not from him. Shui Gu. Such a betrayal. Mu Shang, who had not participated in this hug war, stood before door 10A. Both exhausted and relieved, gazing at Lin Yu. She had dispersed the red mist on the grand balcony with a gust of wind the moment Zhao Taitai had exclaimed, "The boss is back." At that moment, the leaders and core members of the survival team on the 10th floor of future apartment building A exchanged glances, simultaneously saying, "I'm back. Welcome home." A gentle breeze wafted across the grand balcony of the 10th floor, carrying a hint of warmth from the sun, slightly intoxicating, enchanting. The storyteller Chen Yiping poured a glass of water for himself and the recently returned boss, then began recounting tales with fervor, as the saying goes. It is a long story, filled with eloquence, flowing endlessly. Within just 4 hours, under the storyteller's concise summary and vivid reenactment, Lin Yu comprehended fully what her teammates had endured during her absence of 8 days. In essence, it was acting to deceive, being exposed while acting, failing to win while acting, and surprisingly succeeding without acting. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Yu gently patted Chun Yiping's shoulder and said, "You all did wonderfully. You protected the 10th floor." She retrieved the A city map she had taken earlier from her bag and spread it out on the table, which was already filled with dense writing. Pointing at the words, she continued, "Thanks to you, I've accomplished my tasks, and essentially, I've mapped out every corner of a city. The base of those who come to us for supplies is located in the northern district of a city. The organization has many vulnerabilities, making it quite easy to breach. Chen Shui observed her finger tracing the northern district of a city, pausing for a moment before asking, "Is it Tian Wenye's organization?" Lin Yu shook her head. Chen Shui exhaled in relief, but quickly inhaled again, for Lin Yu continued, "However, Tian Wenye is indeed in a city." Her finger pointed towards the southern suburbs of a city, stating, "He is in the southern suburbs." As her finger descended to touch the map, it landed upon a blank space where the southern suburbs were marked. No words at all. She said, "I almost exposed myself while in the southern suburbs. I escaped from there, so I didn't have time to write it down." The southern suburbs are Tian Wenye's territory, extremely dangerous. The image of Tian Wenye's silhouette flashed through her mind, a fleeting glimpse she caught while desperately fleeing the southern suburbs. This former friend of hers had become eternally ensnared in mourning for the deceased. Mu Shang remarked, "I'm sorry, Lin Yu, we have been exposed to those in the northern district. That group seeking supplies has seen through all our identities." Lin Yu replied, "It's fine. The northern district and southern suburbs are likely unrelated organizations, so there's no need to worry about exposure for now. It's just that the southern suburbs are perilous, and there aren't many resources in the city center. I plan to head to the northern district for food." Food? Mu Shang's gaze darkened further as she stated, "We have only a little food left, not enough to last a week." Lin Yu inquired, "How much do we have in total? Where is it stored?" "Show me." I. Finally seizing the opportunity to shine, Zhao Taidai raised his arm and shouted, "Boss, we've stored all the food on the rooftop. I'll rush up there immediately to bring it down and count it for you." "Boss," Lin Yu replied, "All right." Mu Shang followed the hurriedly departing Zhao Taidai, adding, "I'll go to the rooftop too. There are evolved beings up there. It might be dangerous." Lin Yu affirmed, "Good." Just as Mu Shang entered the stairwell, the door to 10A swung open with a bang. "Sister Lin Yu." Mu Xiangrong shouted, "You must come see my mom. She has started throwing up." Lin Yu and Chen Shui exchanged a glance and immediately rushed into 10A. Inside future apartment building A, on the 10th floor, 10A. Muma lay on the sickbed, vomiting profusely. Her eyes had lost their irises, leaving only a white expanse. "Mom." Mu Xiangrong cautiously cleaned the bed of vomit. His eyes red but devoid of tears, having already cried them dry. His voice was hoarse as he turned to Lin Yu, asking, "Sister Lin Yu, please see what's wrong with my mom." Lin Yu remained silent. Chun Yiping sighed, quietly bringing a trash bin and water hose to wash away the vomit in the living room into the kitchen. His brow furrowed tightly, for the vomit appeared revolting, a sticky red. The troubling part was, Muma hadn't consumed anything at all. Seeing that Lin Yu did not respond, Mu Xiangrong anxiously continued to inquire, "Sister Lin Yu, please look. Please check on my mom. What's wrong with her?" Perhaps due to Lin Yu's previous displays of reliability, always offering hope for survival to the team, Mu Xiangrong's gaze was filled with hope as he looked at Lin Yu. And Lin Yu had not seen such a gaze in a long time. The last time she saw it was a year ago, from a boy 2 or 3 years younger than herself. Pleading for her to say those words, "Your sister is not dead. I'm sorry." She began with an apology, just as she had the last time. Even though the fault was not hers, she continued, "Your mother. She has mutated. She is already dead." She stepped forward, slowly pulling the unconscious Mu Ma from Mu Xiangrong's embrace, adding, "I cannot ascertain how long her mutation will last. At present, I cannot determine whether she is an offensive or defensive type of evolved being. So it would be best if you—" "Impossible." Mu Xiangrong forcefully pushed her hand away, roaring in anger, "Impossible. My mom cannot mutate. You're lying to me. You're deceiving me, aren't you?" "Yes, you must be lying to me. You're definitely lying to me." Lin Yu, Mu Xiangrong pulled the convulsing Mu Ma back into his embrace, and despite having just cried dry, tears inexplicably streamed down his face again, each drop like raindrops. Cascading down his cheeks, he shouted in despair, "Sister Lin Yu, you're not as capable as you claim, are you? You can't even tell if someone has mutated, can you? You're just trying to deceive me. I want to believe you." Chen Shui, Mu Xiangrong, shut up. All of you be quiet. Sigh. Chen Yiping sighed, retreating into the kitchen, unable to bear witnessing such a scene. Mu Xiangrong's voice suddenly softened. He clutched Mu Ma and began to sob, resembling a small wolf that had lost its way. "Mom, you'll be all right, right? I haven't had the chance to care for you properly. I refuse to believe. I refuse to accept that you've mutated. Sob, sob, sob. I want to believe it. Lin Yu's hand hovered in the air for a moment before she ultimately chose to retract it. She did not continue to pull Mu Ma's body from Mu Xiangrong's grasp. Mu Ma's convulsions intensified, blood-red vomit spilling from her mouth, while a certain white mottling gradually spread across her waxy yellow skin. Mu Xiangrong, Mom. Chen Shui glanced at the turned head of Lin Yu. Then back at Mu Xiangrong, who was holding onto Mu Ma tightly, his expression darkening that he gritted his teeth, preparing to assist Lin Yu in pulling Mu Ma away. Just then, a loud scream echoed from outside. Ah! Help me, boss! Help! Zhao Taitai's terrified voice rang out. Chen Yiping immediately flung the door open, shouting, "What happened, Tizi?" Outside, Zhao Taitai rushed in, covering his eyes out of fear, shouting, "Sister Shang has been taken away." There's a group of invisible people and a bunch of invisible monsters on the rooftop. Chapter 51. Heading to the southern suburbs, Lin Yu dashed out of the room, tackling Zhao Taidai. In the astonished gaze of Zhao Taidai, she shouted, "Everyone, stay still." She gently pulled Zhao Taidai as they made their way back to the expansive balcony on the 10th floor. At that moment, Chen Shui emerged from room 10A, and his gaze fell upon Lin Yu, whose eyes were slightly widened. Though not overtly apparent, he discerned the fear within her. It was a kind of panic he had never witnessed in Lin Yu's eyes before. Lin Yu led Zhao Taidai to a corner of the balcony, where they came to a halt. Meanwhile, a soft, childlike voice floated from the stairwell of Building A, whispering, "Is that you, Sister Lin Yu?" Lin Yu clenched her fist. The voice was identical to that of the little girl who had pursued her in the southern suburbs. She remained silent. However, Zhao Taitai suddenly shouted, "It's this voice. Boss, this is the voice that took Sister Shang away. She has come in." Unaware of what had transpired on the rooftop moments earlier, Zhao Taitai found the sweet, innocent tone in his ears to be nothing less than a devil's whisper from hell. This voice was not human. The entity that produced this sound was not human. Lin Yu buried her terror deep within, her expression reverting to its usual indifference as she addressed the unseen foe in the air, saying, "What a disgusting trick. Even the dead are disguised." She had already recognized the owner of that voice, Tian Wenye's deceased sister, Tian Wen Jing. Lin Yu sensed the presence of the invisible Tian Wen Jing drawing closer to her. Then, the invisible Tian Wen Jing lifted her head and said, "I didn't expect to find you here. Sister Lin Yu, I'm so happy to see you again. The food on the rooftop and the 2 people in your team. I shall take them first." 2 people. The door of room 10B suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Xie Shuang, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, stood trembling, lifted into the air by an unseen hand. He muttered repeatedly, "I told you. I warned you. They hide their supplies on the rooftop, and the wind ability, the creator, and the listening wind. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The survival team, aside from the unaware Lin Yu and the captured Mu Shang, felt an overwhelming desire to kill him at that moment. Chen Yiping was ready to charge forward, exclaiming, "I can't take this anymore. Don't move." Lin Yu stopped him, asserting, "No one move." The sweet voice of the little girl echoed again from the air. "My brother asked us to give this letter to Sister Lin Yu if we saw her. I was the first to see you. Sister Lin Yu, so please take good care of this letter." In Lin Yu's hand, a red envelope slowly materialized. The little girl concluded, "I believe we will meet again. Sister Lin Yu, today is such a joyful day." The invisible Tian Wenjing departed. Xie Shuang was whisked away by the unseen hand. The invisible enemies had vanished. That night marked the longest night Lin Yu had experienced since the emergence of the red mist in City A. She spread the letter out on the balcony for all to see. The contents of the letter were as follows. "Lin Yu, I am glad to confirm you are in City A. I trust that by the time you read this letter, you have already met Wenjing.is. Her condition much improved as I mentioned. We all miss you dearly. It has been over a year since we parted ways in the living area. On the 16th of this month, it will be Wenjing's birthday. She told me that what happened during the Red Mist 3 years ago was truly terrible, and she regrets not surviving in the living area. Therefore, I have decided to host a birthday celebration for her in the southern suburbs, and I have already invited those friends from back then. You will come, won't you, as one of our companions from those days? I would be delighted to have you there. We will enjoy a wonderful and joyous time together, and I will be waiting for you in the southern suburbs. Tian Wenye." Chen Shui looked up at Lin Yu and said, "The 16th. Southern suburbs." He paused, then asked, "Lin Yu, what exactly happened between you and Tian Wenye back then?" That female voice was his sister, Tian Wenjing? Zhao Taitai also inquired, not about the letter's content, but still reeling from the terrifying childlike voice. He, like Chen Shui, turned to Lin Yu, frantically clutching his head and asking, "What on earth happened between you two, boss? That Tian Wenjing isn't human. Boss, isn't Tian Wenjing already dead? That Tian Wenjing is a monster." A monster? An evolved being? What? Chen Yiping also looked at Lin Yu, his small eyes filled with immense confusion and worry. Boss, this letter is clearly from someone with ill intentions. Are you really going to the southern suburbs? Lin Yu stared at the letter, remaining silent for a long while before uttering two words. Let's go. Suddenly, Mu Xiangrong dashed out of room 10A, shouting, "My sister has been taken away." He had somehow made his way to the balcony. His eyes rimmed with red and brimming with tears. Lin Yu initially thought he would unleash a torrent of anger, but to her surprise, he merely wiped his eyes and sniffed before grasping her sleeve. He pleaded, "Sister Lin Yu, I've already lost my mother. Could you, please not let me lose my sister as well?" His tone was filled with desperation. "I beg you, Sister Lin Yu, please go to the southern suburbs and save my sister." Growth often occurs in an instant. Suffering persists in the apocalypse. Each member of the survival team still has a long journey ahead. After taking one step, thousands more await them. Fortunately, they encountered someone who had traversed countless steps. This person would become their steadfast support, guiding them through the perilous crimson sea of the apocalypse to the other side. "I will go," Lin Yu replied. "I will go to the southern suburbs. I will do my utmost to save Mu Shang and your sister." Chen Shui said, "I will go with you." Lin Yu looked at him. Chen Shui explained, "It's pointless for me to stay here. Everything has vanished. Didn't you say that we must eliminate the enemy in their cradle, cutting off all possibilities of annihilation? Your purpose in taking the map was the same, right? To understand the enemy's base and wipe them out in one fell swoop. But now, we are out of supplies, our teammate has been captured, and the enemy is provoking us at our doorstep. If we are to strike, we cannot do it with just you." Lin Yu pondered for a moment and found his reasoning sound. Yet, she ultimately declined. "Chen Shui, your ability is not suited for combat. The southern suburbs are dangerous." "No, it can be used for combat," Chen Shui asserted with utmost seriousness. "I truly don't want to rely solely on you anymore." "Lin Yu, neither I nor Mu Shang want that. We are a team. We should be equally strong, not dependent on one person." Lin Yu, Chen Shui, in the previous encounters, whether it was resources or battles, you were the one handling everything. We don't want that anymore. Lin Yu, can you understand? We don't wish to rely solely on you. We want to grow stronger ourselves. Lin Yu gazed into his determined eyes, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she had mentored several newcomers in the Red Mist, yet seldom encountered such. Perhaps it was Chen Shui's impassioned words that inspired Zhao Taitai, who now boldly declared, "I will go too. Though I'm really not very good at fighting, but I can hear everything and run very fast. I want to save Sister Shang. Bring back our food." He paused, then shouted anew, "No, I want to save Sister Shang. Steal their food. Damn it. Today, if anyone dares to rob me of half a week's supplies, tomorrow, I will make you repay for half a year's worth of supplies." Chen Yiping chimed in. "I also." Chen Shui immediately interjected. "You stay. You are an ordinary person." But Lin Yu interrupted him, saying, "No, we all go together." She met Chen Shui's puzzled gaze and stated, "I already have a plan. And for that plan, I need Chen Yiping." "Yay." Chen Yiping jumped up joyfully, thrilled to be of use as an ordinary person. Chen Shui's expression remained filled with concern and doubt. Lin Yu looked at Chen Shui, her tone teasing. "Didn't you say we are a team and should be equally strong rather than relying on one person?" Chen Shui replied, "Not relying on one person can still mean relying on two or three." Lin Yu said, "Rest assured, I will protect him well." Chen Shui, "Fine. If you insist on bringing him, I can't stop you." Chen Yiping, "Yay. I can go to the southern suburbs now." Chen Shui, "Lin Yu, you must protect him." Lin Yu, Thus, the members of the rescue team for Mu Shang were finalized. Lin Yu, Chen Shui, Zhao Taitai, and Chen Yiping. The survival team on the 10th floor of Building A was almost completely mobilized. Mu Xiangrong stood silently to the side, watching. After the members of the rescue team for his sister were finally confirmed, he murmured softly, "Thank you all. Truly. I am so grateful." Lin Yu was unsure how to comfort Mu Xiangrong. She observed the tears welling in his eyes and decided against offering any consolation. Instead, she said, "Chen Yiping, please help move the hospital bed on the balcony to room 10D. Mu Xiangrong, please tidy up your things in my room. During this time, you and your mother will have to be separated. Lin You thought. To a certain extent, she felt a strange sense of relief that her teammates would experience sorrow due to the departure of their loved ones. Even though one of her demands was to never reminisce about the deceased, for she understood that this painful emotion was, in fact, a sign of humanity. Deep down, she did not wish for her teammates to become entirely like her, numb to death and mutation. Having been forged into a mutated being by the relentless grip of the red mist, she recognized that they were not. Mu Xiangrong seemed to have matured overnight. He stood at the stairwell of the 10th floor, watching the team that was rescuing his sister depart. He saw that each teammate was laden with various items. This venture was perilous, shrouded in a dense red mist. He would pray for their safe return to apartment A10, hoping they would bring his sister back with them. Chen Yiping turned back and shouted, "Go home, Xiangrong. We will definitely rescue your sister. I understand the sorrow of losing a loved one, but one must be strong. You must be strong. Remember, you still have us and your sister, all right? And don't forget to lock the doors and windows." Mu Xiangrong wiped the tears from his eyes and nodded vigorously. Then he slammed the door shut. He turned to glance at 10D, where his already mutated mother lay. His eyes brimmed with sorrow as he took a step towards 10D, but his knees pivoted, leading him instead towards 10A. Everyone was striving. Everyone was growing stronger. He needed to do something. He could not allow himself to remain idle. Today was yet another gloomy day, the sun obscured by the thick red mist. After descending the stairs, Lin You handed Chen Shui a map, instructing him to lead Zhao Tai and Chen Yiping around the evolvers and proceed to the location she had designated earlier. She would join them later, as she had one final task to accomplish, to lure the armored creature, which had just fed and was now resting at the entrance, away to the northern district of City A, preventing it from rampaging towards the future apartment complex and endangering Mu Xiangrong at that moment. The armored creature squatted motionless at the entrance of the future apartment complex. Its head shrank, its white skin turned to black, standing out like a large, ominous stone before the entrance. Lin Yu once more utilized her air perception, sensing that only a handful of low-level evolvers lurked 100 miles away from the future apartment. The more advanced evolvers had long since fled. Hence, she directly assaulted the armored creature to draw it in the opposite direction of Chen Shui and the others. As the armored creature stood, it emitted a foul odor, causing her to grimace repeatedly. Her mind was already filled with the detailed map of City A, and at that moment, she was simultaneously searching for the quickest route while sprinting towards the environmental park in the northern district. She intended to return this hulking creature intact to its master. In City A, 3 groups were poised for confrontation: the northern district, the southern suburbs, and the survival squad. The entrance of the abandoned factory number 7 in the southern suburbs of City A. Tian Wenye looked at Mu Shang, who was being held aloft by an invisible hand within the red mist, and politely remarked, "It is an honor to meet you for the first time. Miss Mu Shang, the special police officer with wind abilities and companion of Lin You." Mu Shang glared fiercely at him. She struggled once more, only to find the ropes binding her tightening further, rendering her completely immobile. With a smile, Tian Wenye received a silver badge from his subordinate. Glancing between Mu Shang and the photo on the badge, with his thin lips parting, he spoke softly. "Mu Shang, researcher number 729 at N-City's MD Drug Research Institute, Department of Drug Development." Mu Shang, having been hoisted higher due to her earlier struggles, could not see the badge in Tian Wenye's hand, but could only hear his voice. At that moment, her eyes widened in shock. The special police officer truly wears multiple hats. Within the red mist, Tian Wenye's voice remained as gentle as ever, yet it pricked at Mu Shang's skin like needles hidden in cotton. "How should I assess you, Miss Special Police Officer? One can only say you are indeed a worthy companion of hers. It is a pity, however, that I detest potions." As he uttered the final sentence, Mu Shang sensed a chill in his tone. He continued, "Alay, please escort this young lady to the 6th factory for a good rest, and invite her out on the 16th. I believe she will find it quite enjoyable by then." At that moment, Mu Shang felt darkness envelop her, her body instantaneously losing strength, and she plunged into an abyss of blackness. Chapter 52. The underground shelter. The next day, Lin Yu successfully met with the other team members at the designated location. An underground shelter situated in the southern part of city, the shelter S sign had long since vanished. Its emergency supplies depleted, leaving only a few decaying corpses of those who had taken refuge here before succumbing to mutation. Her discovery of this place was thanks to the pursuit by a masquerader resembling Tian Wenjing. After successfully evading the chase through the rain, she sensed the presence of other evolvers nearby. Leading her to find this locked shelter, she broke through the concealed door and discovered the long-term devourers indulging themselves. The shelter was small, merely a single floor, revealing collapsed shelves and a dark gaping hole in the ceiling, which appeared to be a torn vent. The lower left of the vent was a small door leading to the generator room, which housed an out-of-fuel generator and empty fuel canisters. The generator room was also connected to another small door, behind which lay a water tank. The tank was enormous but empty. Lin You pushed open the slightly ajar shelter door and immediately spotted Chen Shui leaning against the wall, where he had written a message: "No entry beyond the 10th floor of future apartment A for the survival squad." A glass barrier enclosed the entire underground shelter, sealing off the large hole in the ceiling. Lin You snapped her fingers to announce her return to the other two members of the team. Below, the red mist was somewhat diluted. Lin You extended her right palm, signaling Chen Shui to cease his abilities. She stated, "From now on, this will be the base for our operations in the southern suburbs. I will set up a secure space here." Chen Shui retracted the glass cube, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and nodded at Chun Yiping and Zhao Tai, who had neatly organized the supplies they had brought, saying, "Let's begin. Core member, tell us about your plan." Zhao Tai, hearing the rustling sounds from the other end of the vent, instinctively moved closer to Lin You, saying, "Boss, the southern district is looking grim. Do you know where this vent leads to?" He could hear many different evolvers' voices. Though indistinct, it frightened him. Lin Yu glanced at the three of them, took the map of City A from the shelf, and spread it out grandly. She pointed to a 5-pointed star on the map, marking their current location. She said, "Here, this is our base for operations in the southern suburbs. And this vent leads to the entire sewer system of the southern suburbs of City A." Her finger traced a horizontal line in the air, directing attention to a verdant center at the southern end of City A. She continued, "The sewer system is interconnected. You will first enter through the sewer into the abandoned factory cluster and scout the layout of the factories." She took a pen and marked numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a star on the map. She added, "Previously, I entered and observed that there are 7 factory buildings plus a central workshop. The central workshop is where Tian Wenye is located, and Mu Shang is likely confined in one of the 6 factory buildings." The factory buildings encircled the central workshop in an arc, with 3 on the west side being relatively close together, while the 4 on the east side were spaced further apart. She pointed to the 4 factory buildings on the east side and said, "The main entrance to the abandoned factory is over here. We will split into 2 teams. I will enter through the main door on the ground, heading east to search for Mu Shang, while you will enter through the underground sewer entrance, moving west to ascertain the layout of the entire abandoned factory complex, identifying all corresponding underground manhole covers and calculating the optimal escape route. Then, wait for my signal to commence the rescue." This plan was clear and straightforward. Yet it posed numerous challenges. Chen Shui was the first to inquire, "Are there any patrols in the sewer? How many evolvers are there?" Lin Yu replied, "I checked beforehand. There are no enemies in the sewer. But there are many evolvers, and due to the sewer's extensive network, it is impossible to eliminate all evolvers, so we must rely on vigilance." Zhao Tai trembled. He asked, "Relying on vigilance means I can only depend on my hearing, right?" Lin Yu confirmed, "Yes." "I can't do it, boss." Zhao Tai cried out, "Boss, I feel like my hearing has recently declined. Will I compensate again?" Lin Yu shook her head. "No, your hearing loss is likely due to the intensified red mist, unrelated to compensation." She gazed at the mist outside, which threatened to invade the shelter, her tone somber. "I rarely encountered red mist of this density in the experimental chamber. I have faced it only a few times. And this concentration is detrimental to evolvers with enhanced senses." Zhao Tai clung to Chun Yiping's muscular biceps, attempting to forget the sounds he had heard on the way to the underground shelter yesterday. Though he had successfully avoided all enemies and evolvers, it had been perilously close. There had been moments he narrowly escaped exposure. He felt genuinely anxious, crying out in distress. Chen Yiping comfortingly patted his shoulder. "Just draw more weapons for self-defense." Chen Shui, ever focused on intelligence, continued his inquiries. "Are there any patrols at the enemy headquarters? Are there any defensive points? How formidable is the enemy's combat strength?" Lin Yu glanced at him and replied, "There are patrols, Their strength is vast, indeed, and some are exceedingly powerful. She moved closer to the panicking Zhao Taitai, firmly grasping him and earnestly stated, Zhao Taitai, we need you desperately this time. Zhao Taitai was taken aback, locking eyes with her. She continued, on Tian Wenye's side, there are no fewer than 10 invisible ability users, whose powers counter mine to a certain extent. Among us, only you can detect their presence that I implore you. This operation must be entrusted to you and Chen Shui. Gazing into her eyes, Zhao Taitai felt a flicker of courage surge within him. Clenching his fist, he shouted, I was initially terrified of such a big shot, but with you here, I believe I can. I will do my utmost. Lin Yu replied, good. Chen Yiping scratched his head and asked, what about me? Lin Yu responded, you stay here. Chen Shui added, you remain here. Lin Yu cast a glance at Chen Shui and said, Chen Shui and Zhao Taitai must return here daily after their reconnaissance to compile detailed intelligence on the abandoned factory. My criteria for releasing the spatial barrier to allow their entry will be the sound of knocks emanating from within. She approached the wall and gently tapped 3 times. Just like this. 3 knocks. Chen Yiping, if you knock on the wall, I will lower the barrier to let them in. Chen Yiping moved beside her and mimicked the 3 knocks, inquiring, like this. Lin Yu affirmed, yes. Chen Yiping exclaimed, all right. Breaking through. Chen Shui then asked, what about the 7 factories? Are you aware of their respective conditions? What if we encounter danger and get exposed on the way? If you successfully meet with Mushang, how will you signal us? The petite Chen Shui was brimming with questions. Lin Yu designated factory number 1, saying, I intended to mention this. The factory I marked as number 1, which contains food and visible beings. If you sense you've been discovered, infiltrate directly from here, feigning madness and requesting to join the Nanjiao organization. She further expounded on the art of acting, imparting her screenwriting skills to Chen. The director, I trust that regardless of the path you choose, in the end, I will surely encounter you. Should Chen Shui and Zhao Taitai successfully survey the factory, they could ascertain a covert position to locate Lin Yu and Mu Shang. Conversely, if they failed in their reconnaissance and joined the Nanjiao organization, Lin Yu could still create an opportunity to reach factory number 1 and meet with them. Lin Yu concluded, after we rescue Mu Shang and bring her back here, I will share my subsequent plans with you. Chen Shui responded, understood. Zhao Taitai and Chen Yiping echoed, no problem. However, you may have to endure some hunger, Lin Yu remarked. I've been out for 8 days and have 3 cans left, one of which I reserved for Mu Xiangrong. The remaining 2 I brought along, combined with the 12 liters of water from the apartment, should last a maximum of 7 days. Can you manage that? Gurgle. Chen Yiping suppressed his growling stomach, declaring, I can endure. I shall not succumb to worldly desires. Big shot. Return swiftly. Chen Shui and Zhao Taitai nodded in agreement. They had no choice, as the survival squad was critically low on provisions. Relying on the hope of water to stave off hunger in the literal sense, fortunately, the 2 ability users were not as easily affected by hunger as the ordinary Chen Yiping. Before their formal appointment, Lin Yu guided them through the structure of the Southern District sewer system. After crawling through the ventilation ducts of the underground shelter, the opening expanded, leading directly to the sewer. Connecting the entire southern outskirts of City A, the sewer was spacious and tunnel-like. Lin Yu grasped Chen Shui's hand, who in turn held on to Chen Yiping, who clutched Zhao Taitai. Initially reluctant to be at the rear, Zhao Taitai, fearful, wished to grasp Lin Yu directly. But since Chen Shui needed to sketch the layout of the Southern District's sewers, absolutely for that reason alone, and they couldn't leave an ordinary person like Chen Yiping at the back, it had to be Zhao Taitai in the end. Listening to the myriad of sounds surrounding him, Zhao Taitai felt his scalp tingle. Woo. I'm genuinely terrified. Chen Yiping tightly gripped his clothing, assuring, I will hold on to you, Taitai. Lin Yu began her instruction. Zhao Taitai, walk closely behind Chen Yiping, close your eyes, and focus on the sounds within 100 meters radius of you. She created a few millimeters of air barrier to separate the group from the filth. And upon entering the sewer, the stench assaulted her nostrils. In the crimson fog, she felt as destitute as she had a decade prior. She turned to Zhao Taitai and asked, Did you hear that? I did. Zhao Taitai edged closer, gripping her tightly, exclaiming, They're coming. So many. Dozens of them. They're here. They're about to arrive. She inquired again, What direction? Zhao Taitai's fingers flailed as he shouted, 3 coming from this side. 5 from that side. 8 over here. Lin Yu glanced at Chen Shui. The training had officially begun. Chapter 53. Training in the sewers. Several hours passed. Zhao Taitai yelled, We lost them. Wait, more are coming ahead, 4 of them, to the right. Ah, big shot. Why don't you carry me? I feel so unsafe running with my eyes closed. Chen Yiping offered. I'll carry you. Chen Shui assured. I'll carry you later. Lin Yu did not respond to Zhao Taitai and led the group to the right. Zhao Taitai shouted again. No. There are 2 more coming this way. Left, left, left. However, Chen Yiping retorted. No way, Taitai. There's no left. We must go straight ahead. Lin Yu instructed. Here, we need to proceed straight. Chen Shui noted it on the map. The group continued forward for a while, and Chen Yiping exclaimed, Found it. We can turn left. Yet Zhao Taitai shouted, No, no, no. More monsters are coming ahead. The group halted. They found themselves surrounded by the evolved beings. Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed. She released Zhao Taitai's hand, rotated her neck, and stated, In fact, I cleared a wave of monsters a few days ago, so there are fewer this time. I will clear them again now. And afterward, you will encounter even fewer. Chen Shui did not comprehend Lin Yu's actions, nor did Zhao Taitai or Chen Yiping. They merely sensed that their core leader seemed to have grown significantly stronger since they last saw her a week ago. Lin Yu waved her hand, kicking the last evolved corpse into the corner, crouching down to wash her hands. But upon seeing the filthy sewage water, she stood back up. She extended her bloodied finger, pointing at the evolved corpse she had shoved into the corner, saying, This type, you have encountered before, is a standard evolved being, known for its long tongue and climbing ability. Its weakness is the brain. This type, you are also familiar with, is the attacking evolved being, LV4 Devourer, but in its growth phase, it should only be LV3'd with 4 pincers and multiple eyes. Its weakness lies in its eyes. This type, you have not seen. She approached a corpse encased in a shell, crushing its fragile shell underfoot, saying, Defensive evolved being LV5 iron armor, but in its growth phase, it should only be LV2. Its weakness is the shell. A forceful strike will shatter it. She lifted her head, pointing at the grotesque hanging corpse suspended from the overhead pipes, stating, This type, you have also not seen. Attacking evolved being, LV4 vampire. Juvenile form is a small bat LV2, LV3, capable of evolving to LV9 bloodthirster. Known for ambushing from above while emitting high-pitched sounds. She punctured several holes in the corpse above with air, expressing disdain. These creatures are quite repugnant, often swarming to attack people. Their evolutionary system differs from other evolved beings. They do not consume brains, but merely suck blood. Their weakness lies in their fur. Fire is the best method of attack, but I did not bring any fire, so I can only pierce their crystal cores. Zhao Taitai looked up at the humanoid corpse with a mouse tail, his hair standing on end. Please, slow down. Big shot. I'm struggling to keep up. I'll remember it. Chen Shui exclaimed, diligently noting down. I'll inform you later, Zhao Taitai. Core, please continue. Lin Yu replied. All right, the next and final type of evolved being that may appear in the sewer is. She walked to another wall, dragging out a child-sized evolved corpse, covered in fur and resembling mold, with maggots wriggling atop it. She said, This one is called the furry spitter. You have not seen it before. It is an attacking evolved being. This size is a LV3 furry spitter, which will grow into a LV4 large furry spitter, eventually reaching adult size. She flipped the small furry spitter's corpse over to facilitate observation. But upon seeing its front, she immediately grimaced and turned it back. It was too revolting. The human face had contorted into that of a rat, she stated. The weakness of the small furry spitter is its fur. Fire is the best attack method. Just like with the small bat, the large furry spitter's fur has hardened, and one must penetrate through the soft facial skin to extract the crystal core, hence its weakness is its face. As her voice faded, simultaneously, Chen Shui's pen came to a halt. Impressive, Chen Shui. Chen Yiping pulled Zhao Taitai over to Chen Shui, exclaiming, Did you see that? This is the first-class artist, Chen Shui. Not only can he record the levels, names, and weaknesses of the evolved beings the big shot just mentioned, but he can also include illustrations. Chen Yiping pointed at the contents in Chen Shui's small notebook, and upon inspecting it closely, he was astonished to find a depiction of a disguised figure resembling Wei Hong, exclaiming, What the heck? The big shot didn't mention this, did she? Why did you draw on it? Chen Shui casually remarked as he closed his notebook, I didn't just start recording today. I've been noting things down for a while. Today was merely a supplement. As he tucked away the notebook containing information about the known evolvers he had encountered thus far into his pocket, Chen Yiping looked on in astonishment. Zhao Taitai observed his actions and swallowed hard. In that fleeting moment, he felt Chen Shui gradually aligning with the core of their team, their leader, Lin Yu's pace. He gritted his teeth, his resolve unexpectedly solidifying. He too wanted to grow stronger. He aspired to match Chen Shui and keep up with their formidable leader, Lin Yu. Ultimately, Lin Yu summarized, under normal circumstances, the evolvers they might encounter in the sewer include ordinary evolvers, juvenile devourers, small bats, vampires, minor spore producers, major spore producers, and juvenile armored ones. She reminded them, if they were to face evolvers head-on again as they had today, they could pile the remnants of the fallen into a corner, ensuring that this area would remain free from further incursions for several days. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally traversed every inch of the southern suburbs sewer. By the time they returned to the underground shelter, a full day had passed, and as soon as Chun Yiping and Zhao Taitai jumped into the shelter, they began gulping down water. Lin Yu immediately stood up to pack her backpack. Chen Shui inquired, "Aren't you going to rest for a moment?" Lin Yu hesitated, retrieving 2 crystal cores from her pouch. One she handed to him, while the other remained in her grasp. You can try to channel the energy from the absorbed crystal core into your brain and stomach. This can alleviate fatigue and hunger. Do this a few times. She then placed the pouch back into her backpack. Chen Shui attempted to follow her advice, but failed on his first try, looking up at the nimble Lin Yu. He asked, "Hey, Lin Yu, before you go, would you mind sharing your story with Tian Wenye?" Lin Yu paused once more. "Next time, I'll tell you all about it," she replied. "It's been 2 days since Mushang was captured. You all can rest before we set off again, but I must leave first." She understood that Tian Wenye, by daring to pen a second letter, had confirmed her identity as Lin Yu and anticipated her attendance at that birthday party. Faced with this former acquaintance, she felt the need to act with urgency. This could very well pertain to Mushang's life or death. At 9 in the morning, the sun rose. The operation at the abandoned factory in the southern suburbs, the plan to rescue Mushang, officially commenced. Chapter 54. Reunion with an old friend. September 10th. The concentration of red mist was high, with visibility reduced to 5 meters. The moment Lin Yu stepped out of the underground shelter, she activated her air manipulation abilities and, with her small backpack, returned to the riverside of the southern suburbs. At the same spot, she crouched down to wash her hands once more. Fixating on the water's surface, she flicked her hand to shake off the excess water. A splashing sound came from across the river. Emotionless, she withdrew her hand, stood up, and stepped over the river, crossing a patch of flesh-like remains. In the air, she sensed enemies scattering into the forest. The interplay of green in the woods and red in the sky merged under the dim light. And under the watchful eyes of distant foes, she slowly, cautiously traversed the forest of the southern suburbs. She circumvented the first 3 factory buildings, disregarding the figure peering out from the first factory. Her expression somber as she strode directly toward the entrance of the abandoned building. In the southern suburbs of City A, atop the roof of the 7th factory, Tian Wenye was on a call. He spoke into the phone. "I've told you before, please stay put in the northern district. Once I've handled my matters here, I will deliver her to you." Dressed in a white shirt layered with a brown sweater, he was ready for the impending snow season of the red mist apocalypse. His clothing appeared new, as he had been wearing freshly acquired outfits for the past few days. That on the other end of the line, Zhou Yangyang was in a frenzy. "Oh, how long will it take you to sort this out? I'm so excited. If I had known you still had work to do, why didn't you finish your tasks before telling me you found her? Now I'm stuck waiting. Humph. No. I still want to fly to the factory and see her first. I need to rush to the doctor and take credit. That won't do." Tian Wenye firmly rejected. "Please don't disclose her whereabouts to the doctor yet, and refrain from coming over. This is my condition. If you cannot comply, I will not hand her over to you." Zhou Yangyang, what? The two continued their discussion, with Zhou Yangyang eventually conceding. All right. I won't come to the southern suburbs to find you. Is that okay? Damn. I won't even mention it to S-City, so don't worry. Just swiftly resolve your matters, and remember to bring her to me, understood? I don't want to feel like all the effort I put in was for nothing. Understood. Tian Wenye hung up the phone. A person entered from outside, bowing respectfully to Tian Wenye. "Wenye, the person you wanted to keep an eye on has arrived. How would you like to proceed?" Tian Wenye inquired. "Is this the woman with air manipulation abilities that I mentioned?" "Indeed." Tian Wenye further questioned. "Is she the agile one carrying a gray backpack?" "Yes." After a moment of contemplation, Tian Wenye asked, "Did she say anything?" As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from below the seventh factory. "I'm here. Where is Tian Wenye?" Tian Wenye's face broke into a smile. The informant lowered his head sharply. He had never seen their leader and mentor Wenye smile like that. It was a smile devoid of true joy or sorrow, filled instead with a profound sorrow that an old acquaintance had arrived. Lin You had envisioned numerous scenarios for meeting Tian Wenye, whether to infiltrate the core workshop directly past the forest's surveillance net or to engage in a bloody confrontation and seize a few resource-related individuals. Yet each scenario was dismissed upon reflection. Ultimately, she chose a straightforward approach. Uncertain of Tian Wenye's exact location and whether her hostage would pose any threat to him, she stood firmly at the entrance of the abandoned factory. Memories flashing through her mind. Tian Wenye was an ordinary person, devoid of powers. 3 years had passed since she last saw this old friend, yet he felt as if he concealed many secrets like that first encounter. She kept all perceived enemies at bay, 5 meters away, ignoring the sounds of squeaking in the air. She closed her eyes, patiently awaiting the arrival of the boss, who had invited her to the birthday party. Long time no see. She opened her eyes, releasing her air barrier. Looking at the newcomer, she responded coolly, "Long time no see." Tian Wenye embraced her tightly, saying, "I knew you wouldn't back out." "Lin You." She registered a question mark at this sudden action. Another at his bewildering words. She intended to push him away but found her hand halted midway. She heard Tian Wenye say, "I'm in so much pain, you." She heard him say, "Even after a year has passed, I'm still in so much pain, you." Lin Yu's hand hung in the air. She remained silent and motionless, suspended, appearing as if she were returning the embrace the minute past. She softly said, "I'm here, Tian Wenye. Please release my teammate. I assure you, whether it's the birthday party or anything else, I will cooperate with you." Tian Wenye replied in a barely audible voice, "Thank you." Then he stepped back, wearing a distant smile, stating, "However, I won't be releasing her. Especially not your teammate." Lin You fixed her gaze on him. Tian Wenye continued, "Mu Shang, am I right?" Lin You, "Yes." Tian Wenye pulled a silver badge from his pocket, his smile shifting from distant to polite as he waved the badge in front of Lin You, asking, "Do you recognize this?" Lin You froze upon seeing the words on the badge. "It seems you truly don't know," Tian Wenye remarked. Stowing the badge back into his pocket, he then asked, "Now, do you still demand that I release her?" "Demand," Lin You answered without hesitation. "A mere badge cannot prove she belongs to the potion system. The badge in your possession can be forged. And besides, Wen Jing's death is tied to the potion." Lin You. Tian Wenye's gaze turned icy in an instant as he shouted, "This was uncovered by the Red Mist Systems investigation. As someone who assembled this team, how can you be unaware of your teammate's identity? You are being careless." Tian Wenye. Lin You was infuriated, not due to being scolded, but because of the look in his eyes. She saw in Tian Wenye's eyes a depth completely steeped in death, eternally mourning, devoid of luster, only retaining sorrow. She exclaimed, "Wen Jing is dead. Can you not see clearly? Her death has nothing to do with the potion system." Tian Wenye slapped her hand away. This gentle man, with his jade-like demeanor, concealed unfathomable burdens in his eyes as he bellowed, "Wen Jing is not dead. She is still alive." Click. Lin Yu's pupils constricted. She beheld the gradual dismantling of her air barrier behind Tian Wenye. She retreated 2 steps, maintaining a facade of composure. Tian Wenye suddenly regained his usual calmness and gentleness. He donned a polite smile once more and stated, "Lin You, I will not allow her to leave. I have invited her to the VIP lounge for a rest. Rest assured, she will survive until the day of the party." Lin You silently stepped back another 2 paces, sensing a tall, evolved being approaching behind Tian Wenye. Yet, Tian Wenye advanced 2 steps forward to match her pace, saying, "Lin You, you are a meticulous person, undoubtedly well prepared for the appointment. However, your air anomaly is not invincible. At least not to me that I implore you to assist me in organizing this party, as long as it concludes flawlessly. I shall release you immediately, and your other teammates will remain unharmed. Is that agreeable?" Lin You gazed at him coldly, inquiring, "A flawless conclusion?" Indeed, the formless tall evolved being had reached Tian Wenye's rear, intangible yet opaque, casting a vast shadow that engulfed him, consuming the last remnants of light from his visage. In the crimson mist, his elegantly arched brows and full cheeks took on a sinister appearance as he declared, "A flawless conclusion, means that those who deserve to die shall meet their end. No one who harmed Wenjing back then shall escape. Chapter 55. Factory number 24. Lin Yu was lifted into the air by an invisible hand in the atmosphere, retracting all her abilities and relinquishing all resistance. Obediently suspended. Noticing her cessation of argument, Tian Wenye's tone softened slightly. He said, "Lin Yu, allow me to show you the venue for our party." He clapped his hands toward the air behind him and commanded, "Ale." Open door 7. Lin Yu's body was lowered, her neck gripped, her hands and feet bound, compelled to silently follow Tian Wenye. They arrived at factory number 7. The pervasive crimson mist was cleared away by an exhaust fan on one side of the factory, revealing the interior gradually. Upon seeing it clearly, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Villa, she vaguely remembered. "What do you think?" Tian Wenye asked. "Is the restoration satisfactory?" Lin Yu hesitated, and after a long pause, she queried, "Where did you acquire these items? They weren't transported from the experimental chamber, were they?" "Indeed," Tian Wenye replied with a smile, clapping his hands again. The door to factory number 7 closed, and he led Lin Yu to the next location. Whispering, 6 months ago, during the chaos in City S, the practitioners of the Crimson Mist system collectively escaped, and multiple experimental chambers were independently occupied. Lin Yu, I was among those who escaped, and I feel fortunate that in this vast world, I could encounter you once more. Come, let me introduce you to our old friends. In the abandoned factory in the southern outskirts of City A, inside factory number 2. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, asking, "Old friends?" Factory No. 2 was an amusement park. To be precise, a children's amusement park, slides for toddlers, swings for little ones, rocking toys. A group of children, all over 10 years old, sat listlessly in various corners of the playground. They excitedly lifted their heads upon seeing the factory door open, but quickly lowered them in disappointment when they recognized Tian Wenye's figure. "I don't recognize any of them," Lin Yu remarked. That a small boy pushing a vacant swing approached. He paused momentarily upon seeing Lin Yu, but continued to run toward Tian Wenye. He asked, "Big brother, is my mommy done with her business?" His small hand patted Tian Wenye's thigh, his innocent voice akin to a fledgling yet to experience the storms of life, asking, "When will my mommy come to pick me up? Where is my mommy?" Upon hearing the word mommy, Lin Yu's expression soured, her eyes narrowing. She observed as Tian Wenye crouched down, gently patting the boy's head, speaking softly, "Not yet. Why don't you play a little longer by yourself?" The boy nodded. His height not considered short within factory number 2, appearing to be in the 1st or 2nd grade of elementary school. That he obediently returned to the vacant swing and resumed pushing it. Lin Yu noted that the other children in the factory were eerily silent. Some stared blankly at the floor, others scrutinized her from behind, while a few glared at Tian Wenye with palpable hostility. Additionally, several elderly individuals, easily overlooked, lingered in the corners. The door to factory number 2 closed. Lin Yu inquired, "Old friends? More accurately, they're the loved ones of old friends, aren't they?" Tian Wenye smiled gently, replying, "Indeed, they are the younger siblings, grandparents, and cherished ones of our old friends. They embody the sincerity of our old acquaintances. I wish to introduce you to their sincerity first, for my own has long since vanished. That I hope they can retain theirs." Tian Wenye. Lin Yu took a deep breath. "Are you truly using this as leverage against them?" Lin Yu. "Your words are quite harsh. Tian Wenye, you have donned a new guise, yet you are not the person I met 3 years ago." Lin Yu. "Think as you will." Tian Wenye, with his hands in his pockets, quickened his pace slightly, his expression tinged with melancholy. "Come, let me show you our true old friends." At the entrance of factory number 4 in the abandoned factory in the southern outskirts of City A, Lin Yu knew the scene within without needing to step inside, for from the exterior, factory number 4 resembled the resting area for players from the Crimson Mist game 3 years prior. She asked, "A prison? Are you recreating the Crimson Mist? Reenacting that Crimson Mist from back then?" "You understand me well." Tian Wenye did not directly answer the question, merely responding thus. He clapped his hands, and the door to factory No. 4 was slowly raised. Unpainted limestone walls, unpaved concrete floors, 2 square meters of cells separated by black railings, 2 rows of filthy sinks, a public restroom that seemed to be obscured yet not, and a massive, dilapidated ceiling fan that spun at a pace visible to the naked eye. It was identical, truly identical. This was the player's living area. This was, indeed, a prison. At the door of factory number 4 stood a visible person who, after bowing to Tian Wenye, made a gesture as if to apprehend him. The transparent membrane at the factory entrance was torn open, and Tian Wenye led Lin You inside. As soon as they stepped through the door, a piercing scream startled Lin You. Tian Wenye, if you have the capability, face me one-on-one. What kind of skill is it to threaten with hostages? Let me tell you, if anything happens to my grandmother, I won't let you off the hook. This crimson mist won't end so easily, and there are no judges. I swear I'll devour you alive. This shrill female voice sounded somewhat familiar, but Lin Yu struggled to recall who it was. Wang Shuer. Tian Wenye revealed the answer directly to her. He continued, your grandmother is doing quite well. She even asked me to convey a message to you, to keep your voice down and not disturb others, lest she suffer from poor sleep and appetite. And what you see next may not be her remains. Tian Wenye spoke to the people inside factory number 4 with little courtesy, his face devoid of feigned politeness. Coldly surveying the factory, he remarked, moreover, I haven't stopped you, have I? If you can defeat me to rescue your grandmother, then by all means, give it a try. After all, you know where she is. That's why I said one-on-one. One-on-one. Wang Shuer raged, shaking the prison bars furiously, exclaiming, this damned place, this damned place. You're so loud. A man across from her shouted, what business is it of yours? Wang Shuer glared back, one-on-one. Tian Wenye seemed amused by the term. Raising an eyebrow is challenging an ordinary person your skill. How is that any different from when you slaughtered a defenseless little girl back then? Is this what you consider fair? Wang Shuer inhaled deeply, shouting, I've already said, I wasn't there at the time. During the final battle, I went out to provide support. You can ask anyone who was there. They can all testify. The death of Tian Wenjing has nothing to do with me. Be quiet. Tian Wenye bellowed. Wang Shuer not only did not quiet down but continued to shake the bars frantically, even banging her head against them, in a frenzy. I want to be quiet. I want to be quiet. If I find the chance to strike you, Tian Wenye, you will be finished. You will surely be finished. Wang Shuer, Lin Yu whispered to Tian Wenye, if I recall correctly, she was one of the 5 elders of the Purple Phoenix Guild during that Crimson Mist 3 years ago. Tian Wenye, does her presence relate to the deaths of Wenjing? Tian Wenye turned back to glare at her. Unlike his gaze toward the others in factory number 4, his look at Lin Yu carried a hint of melancholy. Not solely anger. Yet Lin Yu was not deterred by his gaze. After a brief pause, she continued, are her and Wenjing's deaths connected? Yes, Tian Wenye answered without hesitation. Everyone from the Purple Phoenix Guild is involved in Wenjing's death. Chapter 56. Factory No. 6. Lin Yu's brow furrowed. Tian Wenye coldly clapped his hands. The visible person outside the factory shifted their stance, and within, a transparent membrane rose in front of Wang Shuer's prison, silencing her. The man opposite Wang Shuer finally spoke. 3 years have passed, and only now do you come looking for trouble. Our Purple Phoenix has long since disbanded. You must be out of your mind. Your brain must be fried. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of battle-worn resonance. But it matters not, for you are, after all, a fool. Let me tell you, if you dare release your control over my abilities, the first thing I will do is to kill you. Unlike Wang Shuer, I am not one to waste words. Killing an ordinary person is but a mere second's task for me. He gritted his teeth, his forehead colliding with the railing with a dull thud. His gaze fixed intently on the outside. His cell was situated directly opposite Wang Shuer's, thus forming a diagonal line with the factory's entrance, and Lin Yu caught sight of the silver handcuffs clamped around his wrists. His voice seemed somewhat familiar, yet Lin Yu still could not recall who he was. Compared to Wang Shuer, Tian Wenye displayed an even greater indifference towards the man speaking. He chose not to respond directly, and instead began introducing Lin Yu to the individuals confined within Factory No. 4. The Crimson Mist from 3 years ago had initiated a high-level Crimson Mist game based on LV6 level evolved beings, which led everyone to spontaneously skip the initial phase and directly enter the latter stages. This Crimson Mist had evolved into a survival organization formed based on player personalities and behaviors, guilds. Now, the individuals confined in Factory Number 4 were all former members of the guild known as Purple Phoenix. Inside Factory No. 4, the mist was dense, and Tian Wenye had not arranged for any fans to disperse it. He guided Lin Yu on a brief tour of the factory, where she could only hear indistinct murmurs of discussion and the faint sounds of banging against the bars. Significantly quieter than the earlier exchanges between Wang Shuer and that man. Just as the door to factory number 4 was about to close, and they were preparing to leave, the man spoke once more. Tian Wenye, are you not going to bring that woman beside you in? She is certainly no good person. Perhaps she could suffocate you with a mere hand. Tian Wenye's steps faltered. The man continued, oh, I forgot. You remain as stubborn and self-righteous as ever. Ha! In the past and now, it's all the same. You are nothing but a fool who lacks any abilities, yet still harbors delusions of protecting others. Lin Yu's steps also halted. This tone, this voice, it was indeed very familiar. Who exactly was this man? Sun Quming. Tian Wenye elucidated Lin Yu's unvoiced question. Lin Yu's inner thoughts. So it is this person. Tian Wenye revealed a smile, his gaze sharp as a steel needle, piercing through the chill of the moment, and he said, if I am a fool, then what does that make you? Caught in my grasp. It has been 3 years. Do not flatter yourself, you disgusting ability user. I will grant you a few more days for repentance, and if you still refuse to speak of the events from that year, I shall kindly invite you to meet Li Zizai. He has been in hell for quite some time, and must be feeling rather bored, yearning for someone to reminisce with. The creaking sound echoed as the rolling shutter door descended completely, and an invisible figure outside bowed once more to Tian Wenye, resuming its initial stance. Li Zizai. Lin Yu's memory returned in full. Is Li Zizai dead? She inquired. It was a question she already knew the answer to. Yet she still asked. Yes, Tian Wenye replied softly. How did he die? Lin Yu gazed at his back, sensing an icy demeanor even colder than when he had emerged from factory number 2. I killed him, Tian Wenye chuckled softly, during the S-City riot escape. I stabbed him with a dagger, tearing his chi into pieces, and offered them to the evolved beings. In the end, they refused, so I had to fill their bellies with a sandwich instead. Tian Wenye turned back, revealing a broad, warm smile, his long unseen tiger teeth glistening. It was a very delicious sandwich, filled with layers, and the evolved beings enjoyed it immensely. Tian Wenye. Lin Yu swallowed hard without betraying her emotions, and asked, are you all right? Lin Yu. I am perfectly fine. This pastor has treated me well. Thank you for your concern. Tian Wenye's smile remained radiant. You? All right. Allow me to take you to see our old friends one last time. Perhaps your esteemed teammates as well. Lin Yu intended to say more but hesitated upon hearing the word teammates. Indeed, her teammates were now in Tian Wenye's hands. The fleeting emotions of the past were swiftly overshadowed by the harshness of reality. She set aside those memories and returned to the main topic. She inquired, Mu Chang. Tian Wenye replied, yes. After leaving factory number 4, he walked a step or two ahead of Lin Yu. Perhaps with a stroke of luck, you may see them, but I cannot guarantee it, as you well know. The uncertainties within the Crimson Mist are numerous. Lin Yu squinted. She asked, of the 5 elders from the Purple Phoenix Guild 3 years ago, you killed Li Zizai, and Wang Shuer and Sun Quming are confined in Factory No. 4. What of the other 2? She attempted to keep pace with Tian Wenye, yet she was being dragged along, her feet barely touching the ground. A futile struggle. She continued, Xie Bei and Yu Ko. Were they also killed by you? Tian Wenye clapped his hands, offering no answer to her query, only coldly stating, Factory number 6. He then turned to Lin Yu and said, I am about to take you to meet them. The two approached the rolling shutter of Factory No. 6, and Tian Wenye furrowed his brow, for the shutter did not open at the sound of his clapping. There was no one by the door of Factory number 6. An hour earlier, somewhere in the sewers of the southern district of a city. Are you sure this is the spot? Water brother. Zhao Tai clung to the stairs, glancing up at the manhole cover above, swallowing hard. Yes, factory number 1 should be right above us. Chen Shui also clambered up the stairs, a notebook clenched in his mouth, depicting the layout of the abandoned factory based on Lin Yu's descriptions. With a creaking sound, Zhao Tai pushed open the heavy manhole cover, closing his eyes to listen intently to the surrounding sounds. Whoosh, rustle. Only the wind and the bushes. He sighed in relief as he climbed to the surface, pulling Chen Shui up after him. Chen Shui retrieved a glass barrier from his pocket, slightly magnifying it to cover himself and Zhao Tai, then wrote a line on it. People inside cannot see outside. Zhao Tai exclaimed, wow. Chen Shui immediately covered his mouth. Zhao Tai. Incredible. Water brother. ISNT this cheating? Can't this method be used to realize various abilities? Chen Shui shook his head, signaling for silence. Zhao Tai's ears perked up as he pulled Chen Shui into hiding. Despite their invisibility, hiding remained an instinctive reaction. A truck approached not far away. loaded with a hodgepodge of items that a man in the passenger seat was playing with fire while saying, hurry up, this place is completely safe, drive with confidence. Ha, what a bountiful harvest today. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Sensitive to the sound, Qinshui focused intently on the passenger seat. The truck rumbled past their line of sight. Thanks to Brother Jiang for picking such a good location. Now we can all eat our fill. Many thanks to Brother Jiang. Following you has indeed been the right choice. TSK, no need for excessive flattery. I know I'm impressive. Brother Jiang arrogantly tousled his hair, the flames in his hand making it shine with an oily luster. A truly confident man. The truck drove away. Zhao Taidai scratched his head. Qinshui added another sentence on the glass barrier. The sounds inside cannot be heard outside at the same time. He began to sweat. You can speak now. He looked at Zhao Taitai and said, the Brother Jiang in the passenger seat. We encountered him before, back when our team was first established and went out to gather supplies. The one who wielded fire had lost all motivation when doused by his fire extinguisher. That scene was still vivid in his memory. Zhao Taitai pondered for a moment and asked, wasn't he that during the argument between the boss and Sister Shang? Qinshui nodded. It seems the boss truly guessed correctly. Wenya, it's Tian Wenya. The boss is truly impressive. Just from a single clue, he can accurately deduce the identity of the enemy's leader. Zhao Taitai stroked his chin in contemplation for a while before pulling Qinshui down, taking care to look back repeatedly as they followed the now invisible truck, saying, I have a feeling they are headed to factory number 1. They are hauling a bunch of random stuff, and factory no. 1 should be nearby. Water brother, let us proceed with our original plan and start from factory number 1. Yes. Qinshui grasped him with one hand while supporting the glass barrier with the other. Moving slowly and cautiously, he said, let us not go inside today. We'll first confirm the perimeter, then check the situation of each factory. If we can smoothly circle back to factory no. 1, we'll see if there's a chance to snatch some supplies. Zhao Taidai replied, all right. The duo, burdened with the mission of investigation and theft, began their tense operation. They did not expect to encounter their core group on the first day. They merely hoped that their core group's actions would proceed smoothly. Then, outside factory number 6 in the abandoned factories of a city's southern suburbs. What the hell, Water Brother, didn't you say that factory no? 1 is above us. This is a massive 6. Am I seeing things? Zhao Taitai rubbed his eyes. I'm not seeing things. It is indeed 6, factory number 6. We've taken a wrong turn. Qinshui turned the notebook right side up, saying, I understand now. The corresponding route should be like this. So how do we proceed now, Water Brother? Zhao Taitai pressed against the iron wall outside factory number 6, feeling overwhelmed, saying, there are people on guard ahead. Qinshui sorted through the routes and replied, no worries, we can go past them. We can't get around. Water Brother. Zhao Taitai suddenly tightened his grip on Qinshui's wrist, lowering his voice. They're closing in. The two exchanged a glance. Qinshui asked, how many people? Zhao Taitai replied, there should only be 1 person, a broad evolver, but there are 3. He pulled Qinshui backward, closing his eyes and directing his ears toward a 0.5 meters away. Inquiring, can you see it? Qinshui shook his head. I cannot see. The enemy was an invisible patrol squad, and for some reason, they had revealed their location and were now surrounded. Zhao Taitai led Qinshui to the edge of Building 6. Qinshui gripped the prism in his pocket, but Zhao Taitai suddenly stopped him, saying, Brother Shui, try writing this phrase on the barrier. He leaned close to Qinshui's ear and whispered something. Qinshui promptly took out a pencil and wrote, the smell inside cannot be detected from outside. The invisible evolvers rapidly approached them. Qinshui's gaze sharpened. In just 5 seconds, he sketched a bucket of paint from his notebook and swiftly splashed it forward a toad, an evolver. Larger than a human and resembling a toad, crouched on the ground. Qinshui tugged at Zhao Taitai, and they dashed to a spot 4 meters away from the grotesque creature, pressing against the barrier. In the air, a woman's voice intermittently pierced through. Report Infiltrator Building 6 request for search threat level assessed as Level 2 personnel from Building 1, 3, and 6. Proceed to search immediately. Apprehend upon discovery. Apprehend upon discovery. Received the paint-covered toad, and 3 other enemies sprinted toward the path Qinshui and Zhao Taitai had taken. Zhao Taitai let out a sigh of relief. He felt his hair damp and turned around in shock. Qinshui had transformed into a wet, handsome man. Shui, Brother Shu, it's fine. Qinshui appeared slightly fatigued, yet his voice remained invigorated. Don't worry about me. I need the exercise, that's just sweat, nothing significant. All right, your reaction was swift. Well done. It was the first time Zhao Taitai had heard Chen Shui commend him. He scratched his head shyly. I just thought of the five senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. Sight and sound have been ruled out. Taste and touch are unachievable, leaving only smell. Let us head to building 1. Chen Shui wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, 1 and 3 are both viable. 6 is too close. Risking secondary exposure. Understood. An hour later, Tian Wenye arrived at a location undetectable by Lin You and made a phone call. After about 5 minutes, he returned to the rolling door of Building 6. Creaked, the door opened, releasing a wave of putrid odor. Buildings 2, 4, and 6 were all housing Tian Wenye's Red Mist veterans, with the increasing numbers indicating escalating hostility. Thus, inside Building 6, there was no possibility of a pleasant scene. Even the lights were absent, rendering the interior shrouded in darkness. Lin You could not discern the surroundings, but the sounds of whips and the stench of decay conveyed the grim reality within. She looked at Tian Wenye's back, fully realizing the transformation of this once familiar figure. The only culprit is Li Matzi. She stated, Tian Wenye, don't go too mad, Lin You. I have said before, those who harmed Wenjing back then will not escape. Tian Wenye replied flatly, it's too filthy inside. So I want to take you in, or Wang Zi, Xiabe, and Yuka still alive? Wang Zi's deep voice emerged. Report, Teacher Wenyi, Xiabe, and Yuku are still alive, hanging by a thread. Upon hearing Wenyi, the individuals inside seemed poised to utter something, but were harshly suppressed, ultimately falling silent with a heavy thud. Don't kill them. Tian Wenye continued indifferently, hang them in Building 16 and discuss later. Lin Yu clenched her fist at his tone. Understood. Did you also confine Mushang here? Lin Yu inquired. Indeed. Tian Wenye answered, but rest assured, she is not in this area. He raised his voice. Wang Zi, is Mushang present? Inside Building 6, Wang Zi fell silent for a moment. Report, Teacher Wenyi, she is not here. Tian Wenye apologetically addressed Lin Yu. I am sorry. There are some uncertain factors. She is not here now. Next time she is, I will arrange for you to meet. Tian Wenye clapped his hands, and Wang Zi pulled down the rolling door, dissipating the foul stench. Yet Lin Yu still sensed its lingering presence. Perhaps she was still reluctant to accept it. The sunny, optimistic youth she once knew had morphed into this. Those who harmed Wenjing will not escape? She lifted her head, her gaze calm as she looked at Tian Wenye and asked, Thank you, Teacher Wenyi, for showing me your remodeled factory. May I inquire, which building should I go to now? This chapter will introduce some rather perverse elements. If you suddenly find the context disconnected, it indicates that the graphic descriptions have been automatically moderated. That I will periodically review and amend the sections. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 57. Rooftop Cabin. Not Building 2, not Building 4, nor Building 6. Tian Wenye chuckled and replied, I would like to invite you to temporarily join my team. May I? Lin Yu had never harmed Tian Wenjing. She was well aware of this, and now she understood that Tian Wenye knew it too. So why was he so insistent on bringing her here? What exactly did he want her to cooperate with? These 2 points remained unclear to her. Tian Wenye pulled her around again, and after circling the periphery of Buildings 2, 4, and 6, he led her to a new area. Yet they did not approach. It was Buildings 1, 3, and 5. Tian Wenye began to introduce them on his own. Building 1 was a materials warehouse. Someone emerged to scrutinize Lin Yu, but she only caught a glimpse, unable to see clearly due to the thick fog. Building 3 was also a materials warehouse, but it stored miscellaneous items. Lin Yu observed a truck driving inside, with no other guards in sight. According to Tian Wenye, ordinary team members also rested in Building 3. The environment in the southern suburbs was poor and space limited, so he had to make do with ordinary personnel. Lin Yu did not respond much to his words. She had shown considerable restraint, refraining from using her abilities since being confined. The rolling door of Building 5 opened, revealing a particularly large entrance, and the space within was twice the size of Buildings 1 and 3. Upon seeing Tian Wenye, everyone inside instinctively ceased their actions and greeted him. Teacher Wenyi. Greetings, Teacher Wenyi. Wenyi. Tian Wenye smiled and said, There's no need to mind. I'm just bringing in a newcomer. The interior of Building 5 was spacious, clean, and tidy, with exhaust fans installed to filter the red mist. Foam boards and wooden strips divided the space into individual rooms. Tian Wenye led Lin Yu directly to the elevator at the back of the factory, and she followed him upward, Stepping over the hostile gazes of all present, they seem unwelcoming to me, Lin You remarked. This scene mirrored 3 years ago when she joined Tian Wenye in that red mist game as a semi-participant, of course. The elevator had 4 floors. The 4th floor was the rooftop. When the elevator doors opened, Tian Wenye led Lin You outside, stating, "Here, the higher the floor, the better the living conditions that I'm taking you straight to the rooftop, so they certainly want to welcome you. Lin You, please don't look at me like that. I'm here to repay a debt of gratitude. To thank you for sharing your grand villa with us 3 years ago." Tian Wenye guided her to the edge of the rooftop, where a small cabin made of cement astonishingly hung in midair, its structural integrity a mystery. "Please stay here," Tian Wenye said. "Resources are scarce in the southern suburbs. Although this room is small, it is fully equipped, and you will have to make do for now." Lin You remained silent. This small cabin was the best she had seen thus far. Damn it. What exactly did Tian Wenye intend to do? She squinted her eyes, utilizing a bit of her abilities, and soon comprehended. She remarked, "Tian Wenye, your central workshop is right across. Isn't it? You want me to stay here for convenience in monitoring me?" "Lin You, your words are quite unpleasant. Even if it is for monitoring, there's no need to station so many evolvers to guard me. Right? I despise invisibility abilities. Aren't you afraid I'll crush them all?" Lin You calmly threatened, sensing the patrol team on the rooftop. "You have weakened," Tian Wenye replied amiably. "I noticed it the moment I saw you. You are weaker than a year ago." "Why is that?" Lin You paused for a moment before responding. "I left the experimental chamber using the clearance documents. I drank the elimination potion at that time. I thought I could leave the red mist system through normal means." Tian Wenye fell into contemplation. Finally, he patted Lin Yu's shoulder and asked, "May I inquire when this occurred?" "Lin Yu, almost a year ago, 9 months back. A year can restore the strength of over a decade. While it may not reach your peak, it is still quite formidable." He smiled gently at Lin Yu. "The abilities you possess are truly worth exploring. Lin Yu, would you be interested in chatting with me tonight?" Lin Yu's pupils constricted. It wasn't fear or the sight of something dangerous that caused this reaction. Rather, the phrase chatting evoked certain terrifying memories. Tian Wenye observed her dazed expression and blinked. Lin Yu murmured, "What will happen if we don't chat?" "Ha ha." Tian Wenye seemed to grasp what she feared, and for once, he genuinely laughed. "Not chatting? If we don't chat, I will pester you every day. I will teach you. I will cling to you to teach you." Lin Yu sighed helplessly. "Just kidding." Tian Wenye wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes and composed himself, saying earnestly, "Rest assured, I want to pester you. It was not 3 years ago. Even if you choose not to converse with me, I am powerless to change that. Should you refuse, I shall simply contemplate matters on my own." Lin Yu finally glimpsed a flicker of the past within him. She replied, "No, let us talk." Tian Wenye nodded with a smile. Lin Yu gestured towards the building across from them, the central workshop, and declared, "Let us converse there, in the central workshop." The evening breeze carried a slight chill, and only buildings number 2, 5, 7, and the central workshop were illuminated in the deserted factory of the southern suburbs. It had been a long time since Tian Wenye had engaged in such spirited discourse. That night, he shed all pretense and, as mere friends, delved into discussions about the peculiarities of the air. They chatted until the sun was on the verge of rising, at which point Lin Yu was escorted back to the rooftop of building No. 5 to rest. In contrast to her serene reunion with an old friend, Chun Shui and Zhao Taitai were engulfed in trepidation, utterly exhausted. In a certain underground shelter in the southern part of a city, hurry. Take a moment to rest. Chun Yiping carried Chun Shui and Zhao Taitai into the underground refuge from the vent, laying them flat on the ground. He swiftly twisted open a bottle of fresh water, urging, "Drink, drink." Chun Shui had transformed into a being of water, truly a water person. He resembled someone who had just emerged from swimming, his clothes dripping, and his hair was a sodden mess, akin to a chicken caught in a rainstorm. One might mistake him for having been yanked from a salon mid-wash. "Water brother." "Water brother?" After gulping down water and catching his breath, Zhao Taitai immediately inquired about Chun Shui's condition. "Do you feel better now? Are you still dizzy?" Chun Shui nodded slightly, then shook his head, unable to speak. Later, they successfully investigated buildings number 1 and number 3, and before returning, they stealthily re-entered building number 1 to pilfer supplies. They unexpectedly encountered the patrol team that had been reassigned, leading to a tense standoff, during which Chun Shui completely exhausted his strength. Zhao Taitai exerted all his energy to shove Chun Shui into the sewage system, barely catching his breath to evade the pursuing evolvers as he hoisted Chen Shui into the vent. The 20-meter-long vent felt like a lifetime of crawling for Zhao Taitai. Chen Yiping opened the filthy cloth bag he had carelessly tossed into a corner, revealing the meager supplies stolen from the southern suburbs building No. 1. A few cans, scant in number, yet they represented the desperate efforts of his teammates. He silently wiped away tears, finding it somewhat touching, and said with concern, "You all must not go tomorrow. Rest well before anything else." 2 snores echoed from the underground refuge. Muffled by the air barrier, Chen Yiping tidied up the items and sat beneath the ventilation duct, facing the entrance, a knife in hand, ever vigilant of the outside, lacking the ability to hear. He remained oblivious to the stirrings from the sewage system within the vent. As the night breeze blew, the air grew several degrees colder. On September 11th, at 7 in the evening, Lin You drowsily opened her eyes, brushing her hand across her nose, her gaze vacant as she looked at the clock on the wall. 7. She collapsed back onto the bed, then abruptly sat up. 7. She glanced out the window, where the sun was setting, darkness engulfing the world. Goodness, it was 7 in the evening. Damn it, that Tian Wenye, after a year, still knows how to chatter. Her head throbbed with the lingering buzz of his words. She stretched her limbs, realizing she had slept for 10 hours and ought to attend to some pressing matters. Chapter 58. Cutting. Thanks to the guidance of teacher Wenye yesterday, she had already grasped the distribution of the various workshops. She wondered if she might encounter Chen Shui and Zhao Taitai today, if she set out now. She closed her eyes, activating her powers to sense her surroundings. The patrol teams on the rooftop were as numerous as yesterday, still 3 in total. She opened her eyes, rummaging through her belongings on the bed to create a makeshift human figure with her pillow and various items. After a few neck stretches and cracking her finger joints, she adopted a profound expression that yesterday's abilities had merely been a test. Today she was prepared to take genuine action. On the rooftop of the abandoned factory No. 6 in the southern suburbs of a city, Lin You yawned and stretched, kicking aside the 2 bodies of evolved beings, reduced to a pulp, that were unrecognizable. With a snap of her fingers, she activated the air barrier on the rooftop, officially commencing her quest to recover the algorithm. Today, she aimed to retrieve the algorithm. Cutting to a challenging advanced algorithm at AS, she continuously varied her hand movements and attempts. Unbeknownst to her, 2 men were conversing on the first floor of the abandoned factory No. 6. Old Liao, do you think she can return? Wang Zi, plump and clad in a purple shirt, ambled over to the watchman, Old Liao, inquiring. Old Liao, donned in a white lab coat and polished glasses, appeared scholarly despite his unkempt beard and the cigarette in his mouth. Not yet. She just went down the day before yesterday. She won't be out any time soon. I can't shake the feeling that you're going to end up killing her. Wang Zi sighed, finding Old Liao to be most unreliable. Had I known, I wouldn't have agreed to send her to you. I would have kept her safely locked upstairs. No issues whatsoever. How dare you? Old Liao shot him a disdainful glance. Your place upstairs is far crueler, capable of causing death, while down here, we are legitimately gathering experimental data. Did one object to anything yesterday? No. Wang Zi twirled a small silver nameplate inscribed with the name Mu Shang. When mentioned that researchers should research, but caution not to let anyone die. She must be sent away on the 16th. What is there to fear? Just a few days' time. Soon enough, my work here will conclude. Old Liao perused the files, his brow furrowing as he issued an eviction order. Rest assured, I can't kill her if there is nothing else. You can leave. The next recording time is approaching. Do you wish to lie here? Wang Zi hesitated. Turning to depart. He truly could not fathom why one insisted on placing a researcher like this beneath factory number 6 for experiments. He had no desire to engage with such individuals. As the gas valve closed, Wang Zi exited the first floor, while Old Liao donned an oxygen mask. With a hissing sound, he activated a mechanism, and gas erupted from the holes in the first floor walls, descending from above to fill the winding underground passages. In the underground passage, Mu Shang lay slumped against the wall, utterly exhausted, surrounded by heaps of large rats and piles of the creature's corpses. Here we go again, she weakly murmured. Unable to deploy her powers to fend off the foul stench, she inhaled a minuscule amount before succumbing to unconsciousness. Old Liao, unaware of how to access the underground passage, extracted a substantial vial of blood from Mu Shang with a syringe as thick as an arm. Not bad, little researcher, he remarked, observing the viscous blood with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Do persevere. You must continue to survive. Ha ha ha. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yu placed her hands on the rooftop floor, her mind racing with complex equations and formulas. After hours of mental calculations, she emerged, drenched in sweat, with the formula for cutting. At 11:30, she concluded, the solution was attained. Having not solved a mathematical problem in 800 years, Lin Yu wiped the sweat from her brow, exhaling a breath of relief. Goodness, the temperature of her fingers pressed against the ground had grown as cold as the floor itself. Were it not for the necessity of using cutting, she would have had no inclination to recover such an advanced algorithm. It was both mentally and physically taxing. Her hands, having remained still for so long, had become entirely numb. Pressing down with her arm produced a sound, and several thin black lines appeared on the tiles below. She sighed in relief. This time, the algorithm was undoubtedly correct. She lifted her hand, and the thick brick that had just been cut soared into the air. A chunk of the rooftop of factory number 6 severed, leaving only a thin layer remaining, ready to crumble underfoot and fall to the 3rd floor. She sensed the situation on the 3rd floor. However, just as she prepared to leap down, she suddenly detected someone approaching from the central office in the distance. In a split second, without allowing herself more hesitation, she dismantled the air barrier and raced toward the rooftop of building number 5. Today, she had discovered the method. Next time, she would surely rescue Mushang successfully. Tian Wenye leisurely opened the rooftop door of building No. 5, waving at the invisible patrol team in the air as he ambled toward the door of the suspended small room. You really can sleep, you. He glanced at the watch he had unwittingly put on, stating, after sleeping for 16 hours, you should have fully restored your energy, right? He placed his hand on the door, pausing for 3 seconds before pushing it open. Intruding without permission, Tian Wenye, how rude of you. Lin Yu was adjusting her collar, her expression indifferent, though her brow bore traces of fatigue as she replied, your bed is far too uncomfortable. 16 hours, and I still feel weary. Tian Wenye scanned her room, finding no abnormalities. Is that so? Well, today will require your effort. He chuckled, saying, at 3 o'clock this morning, in the southern suburbs forest, the first half of the red mist will commence. Casting a shadow over the light, his face shrouded in darkness. He beamed. The first 2 players to escape the forest will receive an enhancement potion for their abilities. I formally invite you to participate. You. The stars are plentiful tonight. Let us reminisce about the past beneath their glow. Are you suggesting that I join the first half of the red mist? Lin Yu was not intimidated by his mischievous grin. She raised an eyebrow and replied, I certainly don't recall being a full player 3 years ago. Tian Wenye stepped out of the shadows, his gaze softening as he looked at Lin Yu. Indeed, I know you weren't a full player 3 years ago. You were a half player. You were absent from the first half of the red mist back then. So I wish to invite you to be the microphone for the first half of the red mist. Lin Yu remained silent. Tian Wenye continued, please sit in the control room and monitor everyone. Why don't you take on the role yourself? Lin Yu remarked. There are hardly any players. What need is there for a microphone? Tian Wenye firmly refused. No. You shall take the role. A microphone is indeed necessary. The 2 exchanged glances for a moment, before Lin Yu relented. I will be the microphone, but I have one condition. After it concludes, you must allow me to meet Mushang. Agreed. Tian Wenye responded without hesitation. With only 5 days remaining until the 16th, how long will you need to prepare for the first half of the red mist? Lin Yu inquired. 2 days, Tian Wenye replied without a second thought. We will commence at 3 a.m. on the 12th and conclude by 3 a.m. on the 14th. He glanced at his watch and gestured for Lin Yu to step out of the brightly lit room and into the enveloping darkness of the night. It is currently 2 a.m. My microphone friend, you have 1 hour left to prepare. A microphone, as its name implies, serves as a tool for conveying messages. In the Red Mist game, the microphone refers to those who monitor the player's movements alongside the cameras. Typically, they operate in pairs, with 2 microphones alternating and watching over 2 players, and the monitoring room serves as their office. During the player's rest periods at night, the microphones must compile reports on the player's activities throughout the day to submit to the senior microphones, who in turn report to even higher-ranking ones, creating a layered structure of integration and communication. Ultimately, the highest-ranking microphone, the one in the control room, consolidates the activities of all players and reports them to the responsible parties in the experimental chamber. It can be said that microphones are of paramount importance to the higher-ups of the Red Mist game, serving as indispensable managers, yet they are also among the most despised figures by the players. Upon Lin Yu's return to the entrance of the abandoned factory, a tall platform had been erected. Tian Wenye stood atop it, extending his hand down to her from his elevated position. Allow me to introduce to you all the microphone for this half of the Red Mist game, our old friend, Lin Yu. The fog was thick, with visibility reduced to less than 5 meters, and Lin Yu felt the penetrating stares of unseen onlookers just beyond that distance. Casting a glance at Tian Wenye, her expression was filled with resignation. Tian Wenye queried, "Do you have anything to say?" Lin Yu replied, "No, Lin Yu." "Tian Wenye, you brought her here?" Wang Shuer's voice pierced through the dense fog, reaching Lin Yu's ears. "How could you let her be the microphone? This is utterly revolting." Lin Yu shot a sharp look in her direction, as Wang Shuer continued, "If you lot intend to kill, do it without these disgusting theatrics. I want to say a word. Trash. Lin Yu, if you want to kill, just do it. Stop torturing people." Sun Qiming echoed her sentiments. "Tian Wenye has you as the microphone. Is he your puppet? Why not just strangle me?" And Wang Shuer directly, "Is torturing us amusing? Get lost. I would rather die than meet my end with you. You scum." Sun Qiming. Wang Shuer spat at both of them. "To hell with you. Lin Yu, to hell with you." Sun Qiming. "I still need to care for my grandmother. Life or death is just a matter of words. We are all ability users. Stop the nonsense. Don't go crazy. It wasn't me who let Tian Wenye capture you." Lin Yu coldly retorted, "I was also taken against my will. Entangled in the consequences of your actions from 3 years ago. You know best what you did. My teammates and I are now in peril due to your deeds. Should I hold you accountable for this?" The horn of the opening sounded. 3 years of history felt lengthy, yet the audience was not yet gathered, and the storyteller, Lin Yu, was seized by an unseen evolver and taken to the control room to observe the surveillance. As the microphone departed, Tian Wenye stood atop the manhole cover of Factory 1, bouncing slightly. "Is this the place?" he inquired. The factory manager's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed, this is the spot. The moving glass from yesterday came in from here." "Very well," Tian Wenye acknowledged. "Given how dense the fog is, and considering the distance from Factory 1, you managed to see clearly without any interference?" Zhao Honghong. "Impressive. Thanks to your guidance, Teacher Wen." Factory 1's manager, Zhao Honghong, replied with a bashful smile. Tian Wenye continued, "No, it's not solely my guidance. You possess talent. After all, I merely spoke of theory. Practical application relies on personal insight. Li Huang and Wang Zi failed to notice, didn't they? One has the ability of keen hearing, while the other possesses a sixth sense. Only you, the one with the 1,000-mile eyes, could perceive this glass barrier. Wang Zi, the one with keen senses, is the manager of Factory SIX. Li Huang, the keen listener, oversees Factory 3. Zhao Honghong, the one with 1,000-mile eyes, is the manager of Factory 1. The sequence of the factories traversed by Chen Shui and Zhao Taitai yesterday is 631. Tian Wenye stroked his chin, a sincere smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "A glass barrier that can block sound and sight. Intriguing. I wonder what kind of abilities it is composed of." Zhao Hahong scratched his head, unable to fathom what sort of multifunctional barrier could correspond to any specific ability. It could either be a combination of multiple abilities, or Tian Wenye's smile widened, excitement gleaming in his voice, akin to a hunter who has spotted his prey. "Let us see where this suspected old friend of ours is hiding. It must be that man who can conjure strange objects. Right." In a certain underground shelter located in the southern part of City A, Chen Shui remained blissfully unaware that he was being watched. He and Zhao Taitai had just awakened, still basking in the relief of their narrowly escaped adventure from the previous day. "It stinks." Chen Shui grimaced, feeling as if he were enveloped in the foul odor of sewers, his body also feeling itchy. Following this operation, he had developed a rather troublesome affliction in the post-apocalyptic world, obsessive cleanliness. Although he felt mentally refreshed after resting, his mind remained taut, and he could no longer endure it. A filter. He must draw a filter. Zhao Taidai. "What?" Chen Yiping. "What?" A filter, taller than a person and twice as wide, was pulled from the paper by Chen Shui, indicating that the machine had taken considerable effort given his bulging muscles. Zhao Taitai asked, "Brother Shui, how do we connect this to the water?" Chen Shui picked up a pen and began sketching rapidly, then covered a particular outlet on the filter with his notebook, and water began to pour from it with a plop. "Wow. No wonder it's you, Chen Shui." The three took turns washing themselves, such a dreamlike experience in the apocalypse. Chen Shui even conjured towels, bath mats, shower gel, an array of household items. After this day, he acquired yet another title, Chun, the good house husband. Since their mission in the southern suburbs required combat, they could not carry their mobile phones. So the trio brought only one, charged to full power before their departure, keeping it off except for checking the time. September 13th, 8 a.m. Chun Shui yawned and roused the two lazy pigs still asleep. Their life in the apocalypse had become overly comfortable, breakfast consisting of canned peaches stolen from Factory 1 in the southern suburbs the day before. Chun Shui began packing his backpack. They had intended to leave the previous night. But Zhao Taitai suggested that since they were all clean and refreshed, they might as well take another nap, waiting until they were fully restored in spirit and strength before taking action. This suggestion was indeed sound. Chen Shui felt exceptionally light, even more so than before he had used his abilities 2 days prior. Having finished breakfast by 8:30, the three of them chatted in the underground shelter for half an hour. At 9 o'clock, Chun Shui and Zhao Taitai climbed onto Chun Yiping's shoulders to enter the ventilation duct, officially commencing their second operation. Objective: to establish contact with Lin You. 9 o'clock marked the sun's ascent, although the sewer was devoid of sunlight. They decided to act after that hour, avoiding times when the evolvers would be unusually active. Chun Yiping shouted, "Be safe," as he sent the two off. He sighed, looking down at his rough palms, silently retrieving the red mist evolver information chart that Chen Shui had drawn earlier. Reading it attentively, he lacked the energy to practice punches anymore. Yet seeing his teammates' diligence made him reluctant to fall behind. He resolved to read more. Reading could never be a mistake. Meanwhile, Zhao Taitai and Chun Shui had crawled through 20 meters of the ventilation duct, both jumping into the sewer in succession. The next moment, a roar echoed from the depths of the sewer, a sound that Chen Shui, despite lacking keen hearing, could perceive. "Shit!" Zhao Taitai exclaimed. "Return!" Chun Shui shouted. They swiftly scrambled back into the ventilation duct. Zhao Taitai in front and Chun Shui behind. As Chun Shui lay at the edge of the duct, preparing to listen again, Zhao Taitai grabbed him and pulled him back. "They're coming. A group of evolvers is charging towards us," he screamed while climbing back. "They're only 10 meters away." "Ah, brother Shui, run." They had 20 meters to return to the underground shelter, while the enemy was just 10 meters away. What was happening? Chen Shui pulled out a prism from his pocket. Zhao Taitai held onto his legs firmly. "There are so many. We can't fight them, brother Shui. The boss isn't here. We can't rely on her for everything. We can fight, but Chun Yiping is still inside. We'll lead them in." Zhao Taidi's legs moved quickly. He crawled through the duct with far more speed than he had 2 days prior. "The boss's barrier is the safest. Why don't you buy some time?" "Brother Shui, I can see the edge of the barrier." Chen Shui nodded, retreating as he crawled. But with Zhao Taitai pulling his legs, he moved exceptionally fast. He stowed the prism back in his pocket, retrieving the glass barrier, and, using the faintest light, wrote, "Evolvers prohibited beyond this point." 5 meters away from the entrance of the underground shelter's ventilation duct, the roar of the evolver echoed before Chen Shui. The unseen evolver was separated from him by merely a glass barrier. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Chen Shui. "Chen Yiping, go!" he shouted. Chapter 60. Captured in the final moments, he was entirely pulled out by Zhao Taitai, his thigh scraping against the vent's edge, sending a searing pain coursing through him. Yet, he had no energy to dwell on the agony, for he saw, in the last second, a pair of jade-white hands reaching through the glass barrier. Attempting to seize him, they were thwarted by Lin Yu's air shield. Everything was so fortuitous. He had nearly failed to return. Inside the room, Zhao Taitai was about to explain to the bewildered Chen Yiping when an unusual sound resonated from the ventilation duct, followed by a youthful voice they had never heard before. "So, you are indeed here, another companion of you, a man capable of conjuring peculiar things." Tian Wenye seemed exceptionally pleased, stating, "The creator, whom I have only seen in files. It is a tremendous honor to encounter the real deal amidst the red mist. May I kindly inquire, dear companion of you, could you share your name with me?" "Who are you?" Chen Shui asked coldly. "Wenye." Tian Wenye replied with a cheerful laugh. "I believe I need no introduction. You must have spoken of me. Otherwise, you would not be here. I merely wish to extend a polite invitation to the two of you, or rather 3 of you, to attend my sister's birthday celebration in 4 days, on the 16th. "Not going," Chen Shui coldly declined. "No comment. Are you not curious about you and your other companion's circumstances?" Chen Shui, irritated by Tian Wenye's incessant repetition of "you," interrupted him. saying, "Not curious. As long as they are alive, that's sufficient. They are strong and will not perish." Zhao Taidai and Qin Yiping silently embraced, sensing the terrifying presence lurking beyond the air shield. After a moment of silence, Tian Wenye remarked, "So it is this barrier." His voice gradually diminished as he continued, "Ali, the algorithm is here. Send them in. Yes, once captured, take them to factory number 4. No rush, just before midnight tonight." His voice rose once more, stating, "Thank you very much for accepting my invitation. I eagerly anticipate our meeting in the southern suburbs, especially with that creator friend whose name I do not yet know. Until we meet again." The wind rustled through the treetops, blood spreading throughout the forest. Ordinary people were swiftly slain by the evolvers. Superpowered individuals began to band together. Seizing crystal cores, they engaged in mutual combat, each vying for greater crystal cores. Some astute individuals uncovered the key to this round of the Red Mist game, finding the exit. The exit was discovered after slaying 2 LV5 evolvers guarding the exit. 2 players were the first to escape this round of Red Mist, only to be recaptured by the Overseers. On September 14 at 3 in the morning, the game concluded precisely. Wang Shuer, Sun Quming, Lin You calmly addressed Tian Wenye on stage, first and second place, awarded with enhanced ability potions. Tian Wenye smiled, shaking 2 small vials of deep red liquid resembling some viscous biological blood. The crowd was escorted back to factory number 4, including Lin You. However, this time, the prisoners within the factory were entirely different from the last. "Milk!" Wang Shuer shouted. "Tian Wenye, you are utterly shameless. Release my milk immediately." In the cell where Wang Shuer had been, an elderly man, frail and trembling, huddled in the corner. Such aged individuals were rare in the apocalypse, as they typically did not live long. Sun Quming's expression was grim. His cell contained a group of young, burly individuals, 6 or 7 in total, who were forced to remain in the cramped space, shouting nonsensically, "Brother Sun, save me. Brother Sun, help us." Factory number 4 was no longer a prison for players. It had become a place to coerce them. Lin Yu inquired of Tian Wenye, "Where is Mushang?" Tian Wenye chuckled, pointing to the farthest cell. Lin Yu approached. It was a spacious area in the corner of factory number 4, devoid of iron bars or restraints, yet it felt more perilous. Upon seeing them, Lin Yu froze. Mushang lay there, pale lips and covered in wounds, unconscious. Zhao Taidai, clutching his ears, rolled on the ground in agony. Qin Yiping, vigilant, clutched a bag while wearing boxing gloves. Qin Shui, drenched in sweat, wore a stern expression. Protecting everyone, Lin Yu turned, her sharp gaze piercing through the dense red mist to meet Tian Wenye's. Her tone dropped to a chilling level. "What do you mean by this? Everything that transpired 3 years ago has nothing to do with my teammates." "Tian Wenye, release them." "You, do not get agitated." Qin Yiping bellowed, "Boss, woo-woo, is this brat really your friend? He has no restraint at all. Why can't he just invite us properly? Look at Taidi's ears. Woo-woo, Tai-Dai, Tai-Tai, hold on, the boss is here." Zhao Tai-Dai, unable to hear him, continued to roll on the ground. Tian Wenye's explanation reached Lin Yu's ears. "I am merely honoring our agreement. I have allowed you to see Mushang, have I not?" Lin Yu replied coldly, "This concerns everyone. Not just Mushang, all right? You should be thanking me. I have directly allowed you to see all your teammates." Tian Wenye appeared behind her. "Before the second round of Red Mist begins, at least you still have time to catch up." Lin Yu clenched her fists, seemingly suppressing something. Then, unable to hold back any longer, she raised her hand in an explosive motion. Tian Wenye could not intervene in time, and neither Qian Shui nor Qin Yiping could comprehend what transpired. As 4 bodies turned to mush lay scattered around the survival squad, Lin Yu, hands in pockets, callously stepped over the first pool of flesh, then approached the other 3 pools, using her foot to unearth the crystal cores and kick them to Qin Shui, saying, "One for each." She turned to face Tian Wenye, her eyes filled with utter unfamiliarity and resoluteness. "This is the 3rd patrol team I have slain, Tian Wenye. There is no need to pretend we are still allies. It is now 3 years later, beyond the experimental chamber. Just tell me, what time have you prepared for the second round of Red Mist?" Tian Wenye replied, "From the evening of the 14th at 11 o'clock, until the evening of the 15th at 11 o'clock. Lin Yu sat down beside her teammates, her tone distant. "I will attend punctually." Tian Wenye called out. "You." Lin Yu interrupted. "Please leave." She offered no further courtesy. Tian Wenye, "Do not disturb my teammates and me any longer." Tian Wenye departed. Factory number 4 was rife with noise. Lin Yu expanded her air shield, isolating them from all external sounds. She felt mentally exhausted. Wishing to say nothing. In her ear, Chen Yiping vividly recounted their experiences in the underground shelter. A fellow with air abilities had actually breached her air shield from within, subsequently capturing all 3 members of the survival squad. After absorbing the crystal core, Zhao Taidai finally returned to normal. His ears no longer ached, and he obediently lay beside Lin You, trembling. Chen Shui gave his crystal core to Mu Shang. After absorbing 2 cores, Mu Shang finally managed to slightly open her eyes. All eyes turned to Lin Yu. Chen Shui spoke. You promised to tell us the story of you and Tian Wenye this time. Lin Yu lowered her gaze to the inky ground, remaining silent for a moment before softly uttering. 3 years ago, I was still within the red mist system, having not escaped at that time. The island had just concluded, and as a semi-final player, I was transferred to a newly initiated experimental chamber of the red mist game. The events of 3 years ago felt lengthy, and the audience had gathered. The storyteller, Lin Yu, lowered her gaze to the dark ground. Countless thoughts intertwined to weave into memories, not resplendent, but rather bleak and dim. Yet, the few twinkling stars above prevented her from sinking into the depths of recollection, forcing her to retrieve them, floating upon the surface, lingering in her mind, impossible to forget. Chapter 61. The story after the doctor's death. The red mist in the apocalypse did not dissipate, to be precise. It escalated. The world seemed to race towards a prophetic end. The remnants of the Salvation Society became targets for extermination, alongside the Evolvers. After 5 years of establishment, various organizations began to recognize one another, forming the Red Mist Apocalypse Alliance. Within the alliance, 6 organizations. While issuing extermination notices for the remnants of the Salvation Society and establishing the Evolver Extermination Association, simultaneously established the Red Mist Cycle Research Institute with a unanimous vote, rejecting the Ethical Society's new faction. This reality awakened the new faction committee, finally making them realize that eradicating the red mist in the current context of the apocalypse was an impossible dream. A new societal ecology had been established. The red mist could not be eliminated, just as evolvers could not be eradicated. The evolution of superpowered individuals required crystal cores, which implied evolvers could not be eliminated. The new faction entered a prolonged period of darkness. Later, perhaps due to the heroism of the new faction committee members, they recognized this truth and continued to strive for survival. Everyone believed they had abandoned the notion of eradication, as they were a newly formed organization amid the red mist apocalypse, strong and appealing enough. As long as they embarked on the path of coexisting with the red mist and evolving alongside the evolvers, they would undoubtedly attract more powerful superpowered individuals to join them. Indeed, they ceased to chant the previous slogan of "Eliminate the Red Mist." After this incident, their attitude towards the red mist began to become ambiguous. Although they were not overtly supportive of the red mist, they were also not clearly opposed to it. In the 25th year of the red mist era, the new faction carved out a territory within the red mist apocalypse. Everyone assumed they had come to an understanding, intending to study and domesticate evolvers like the Red Mist Research Institute in order to maintain the cycle of crystal cores in the apocalypse. Little did they know, within that territory, there existed a space devoid of the red mist. In the 50th year of the red mist era, the peace agreement signed after the Holy City War had expired. In the new prosperous city, members of the Red Mist Apocalypse Alliance gathered together, preparing to sign a new agreement. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the monitoring device for the Forbidden Research Area exploded. This event, known as the Incident of the Forbidden Area Disguisers, sent shockwaves throughout the Red Mist Apocalypse and had far-reaching consequences for the next 100 years. Meanwhile, the new faction's research on transferring and eliminating the Red Mist began to come to light. The world was astonished and hailed the Ethical Society's new faction as the hope of the apocalypse. A journalist, who specialized in navigating the Apocalypse Alliance, interviewed the new faction committee amid the tumultuous events. The journalist inquired, after persisting in a research endeavor that no one supported for 25 years and achieving results previously deemed unimaginable 2 decades ago, how do you feel? Yun Qingchuan, representing the entire committee, replied, "We have not persisted for merely 25 years, but for 50. We never considered this result to be unimaginable. Rather, we deemed it inevitable. Some commitments are destined to endure unchanged. In this regard, other organizations within the Red Mist are also achieving similar feats. You may wish to learn more." Following the release of the interview, the world began to speculate about the other organizations she mentioned. Ultimately, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The clandestine city of Shanji, which had quietly developed for over 50 years within the Red Mist apocalypse, was unearthed. Subsequently, long after the conclusion of the Holy City War, those who had once occupied a corner of the world returned to the historical stage. Chapter 62. Memories from 3 years ago. 3 years ago. In an underground experimental pod of a certain city, simulated scene, urban architecture, location, Sunlight Square. Lin You stood in a dim corner, observing a boy approaching her from a distance. Upon arrival, the boy straightforwardly asked, "Hello. My name is Tianwen. May we get to know each other?" With a cheerful smile, his delicate tiger teeth revealed themselves, exuding an endearing charm that radiated warmth, akin to sunlight, in the red mist. Lin You seldom encountered someone so forthright. Tianwen's next statement explained his boldness. "Because you seem formidable, I wish to bring my sister along to follow you." How direct. Such candidness was rare in the red mist. She pondered for a moment before asking, "How do you know I'm formidable if you've never seen me before?" "Precisely because I've never seen you." Tianwen tilted his head with a smile. "Why are you here hiding in the corner?" At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed, "ASDF, 3394 Red Mist game second half will commence in 1 minute." Repeating, ASDF, 3394 Red Mist game second half will commence in 1 minute. "Because you are here to collect potions," Tianwen stepped into the shadow where she stood, his bright smile resembling a radiant sun, while his tiger teeth sparkled like stars in the night that he continued. "You are a half-game player transferred from another session, here to collect potions. You are aware that danger awaits. Hence you're hiding, am I correct?" Tianwen elaborated on his deductions, and Lin You quietly leaned against the wall, enabling her to remain more concealed. He continued beside her. "So, shortly you will acquire an ability. Or rather, you will soon become stronger, correct?" Lin You did not respond to his inquiry. Tianwen retracted his smile and concluded, "Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Tianwen, and I am an all-session player in this round of Red Mist. Please feel free to ask me any questions you may have. You seem formidable. May I bring my sister along to follow you?" This time, Lin You nodded, but merely to conclude the conversation. With an indifferent expression, she remarked, "Whatever works for you, but I advise you to move aside now, for the mist is coming." Tianwen continued to chatter away, oblivious to the passing minute as the administrator entered the experimental pod. The white mist had already spread across Sunlight Square. He was slightly startled and quickly moved to Lin Yu's side, mimicking her stance against the wall. The wall slanted to the right, placing him even further inside than Lin Yu. And he continued to steal glances at her. So cold and indifferent, this half-game player. However, most power users were like this. He spoke again, smiling. "Having said so much, I still do not know your name." Lin Yu replied, "Lin Yu." Tianwen responded, "All right." Surely he had not misidentified her. Before them, the white mist gradually obscured the administrator's figure, rendering the face behind the thick mask even more indistinct. The administrator began distributing potions. Once the potions were distributed, the cold voice of the broadcast echoed again. "Please ensure that all players protect their potions." Repeating, "Please ensure that all players protect their potions. Wishing you all the best in surviving until the end." Survive until the end. A gentle breeze swept across the empty Sunlight Square, causing a few fallen leaves to dance along the ground. This vast Sunlight Square was eerily deserted after the administrator's departure. To be precise, it was devoid of anyone in sight. Every player had hidden away in the artificial sky. The electronic screen flickered back to life, showcasing a pyramid-style ranking. Lin You lifted her head, squinting her eyes. Locking onto the 3 individuals at the pinnacle of the pyramid, current top 3 players in this round of Red Mist, 625, score, 4011, 1977, score, 3888, 3642, score, 2580. Tianwen observed her expression. A subtle smile gracing his lips. He had indeed not misidentified her. This half-game player, Lin You, shared the same objective as most power users in the Red Mist, which was to obtain signatures at this juncture. Let me interject with a brief overview of the rules of the Red Mist game. 1. The Red Mist in the game has the potential to cause players to mutate, transforming them into evolvers, i.e., monsters, power users, or leaving them as ordinary people. 2. To following the commencement of the Red Mist game, the ratio of evolvers, power users, and ordinary people will be maintained as follows. Number of evolvers, number of power users, number of ordinary people. 3. Among these 3 categories, The species that arise from the transformation of humans are classified into 3 biological races within the Red Mist game. When players eliminate non-native species, they will earn points. To ensure game balance, power users scoring against their own kind, i.e., power users eliminating other power users, will also earn points. This is a privilege of the power user race. Point 4. The criteria for determining points awarded hinge on the level of the defeated, evolver, or the ranking of the power user. The higher either of these is, the more points the victor will receive. 5. At the conclusion of the Red Mist game, the top 3 players in terms of points will receive the signature of the game as commander. 6. Accumulating signatures from 10 rounds of Red Mist games will grant a player the ability to exit the game. Players who fail to collect the requisite signatures will be sent to other sessions of the Red Mist to continue playing, or will be temporarily relocated to a living area to experience ordinary life as a transition. For power users, the objective of the game is ruthless slaughter. For ordinary people, the goal is to survive until the end. Tian Wenye's eyes darkened slightly. If the power users were indeed aiming for signatures, then it would be much easier for him. Boom. The artificial sky continued to brighten, the sun shining brilliantly, yet suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted across the void ground. The lightning power user initiated the battle first. Get the hell out here. The lightning power user gulped down the potion in his hand, his eyes flashing red. After a bellow, the white lightning in his hand transformed into purple lightning that he shouted, "A bunch of power users cowering like cowards makes me look down on you." Easily provoked, a frost power user stepped forward. The frost power user retorted, "Idiot. Aren't you the 13th ranked from the White Dragon Guild? I can't even remember your name. Just that you're number 13. How have you lived this long with such arrogance?" Lightning 13 glanced at the frost power user, spat on the ground, and cursed, "You from the Purple Rooster Guild should just stay out of this and not embarrass yourself. Come on and fight. Stop talking so much. Do you want me to kill your mother on the spot?" "CNM, it's Purple Phoenix. Purple Phoenix. If you want to fight, let's go. Who's afraid of you? Die, white dog." The childish banter ignited the power conflict. Where there was one, there would be another. That a battle among power users was imminent. In Sunlight Square, those who had received potions rushed to join the fray, while the electronic screen in the artificial sky began to shift at the bottom of the pyramid. Lin You raised an air barrier, observing with boredom. She suddenly asked, "Your name is Tian Wenye, right?" Tian Wenye, standing beside her, was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Yes, that's correct. There's something you wish to ask me." "Miss Lin You." Tian Wen's heart pondered. Based on past experiences, this mid-game player should be inquiring about the organizational structure within the Crimson Mist or asking how to proceed, seeking the best course of action. In essence, they would typically pose questions that would bridge the gap between them. Lin You remained silent for a few moments before asking, "Do you not have any potions?" Tian Wen was rendered speechless. Lin You fixed her cold gaze upon him and asked again, "What is a mere ordinary person like you doing at Sunshine Square?" Tian Wen was at a loss for words. How could this person deviate from the expected script? In the distance, the sound of an explosion echoed, and Tian Wen was momentarily stunned. Completely unprepared for Lin Yu's unconventional approach, that he managed to stammer, "Well, it is as follows. Miss Lin Yu, you are indeed very astute and perceptive." "I am, in fact, just an ordinary person." Lin Yu's gaze shifted away from him, focusing instead on the distant explosion, and she stated directly, "Why would an ordinary person who fears battles with ability users come to a place where conflicts are inevitable? Why would you approach me after seeing me from afar and say those words?" "Tian Wen, I advise you to speak the truth." She pointed to a certain location, Payubong. The explosive ability user was engaged in a fray. She continued, "Otherwise, I will simply toss you over there." Smoke enveloped every corner of Sunshine Square, and deep craters marred the ground. Tian Wen, this person, this mid-game player? This is far too unconventional. Shouldn't he be an enormous resource pack for mid-game players? After all, he possessed all the information regarding the entire upper half of this Crimson Mist game. From the very beginning, he sensed something was amiss when he had offered, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Tian Wen, and as the full game player of this Crimson Mist, feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. You seem quite formidable. May I bring my sister along with you?" Typically, mid-game players would happily nod in agreement, and they would become the most preliminary of allies. But this person, this mid-game player, he actually told him to step aside. And now he was threatening to throw him into a crowd of ability users. Had he misjudged him? Was this person, Merely a fool incapable of utilizing resources? Lin You observed him with her peripheral vision. Upon witnessing the complex expressions flickering across his face, her judgment had already formed. She grasped the collar of Tianwen's shirt. He hurriedly waved his hands, forcing a smile. No, Miss Lin You. There is a reason for this. Please let me explain. Bang. A defeated ability user suddenly crashed into Lin Yu's air barrier. Lin Yu's movement halted. The words Tianwen intended to utter were stuck in his throat. Damn, there's a barrier here? An ability user shouted. The sound of the air barrier being struck attracted the attention of nearby battling ability users, and a group quickly surrounded them. What the hell is this? Hiding in the corner. You all have some serious guts, huh? The battle has already commenced, and you're still hiding. Huh? Is there someone else in this corner? Feels like a barrier ability user. TCH. Just a worthless thing. I'll take the points for this. Watch me slice through your pathetic barrier. The boisterous blade ability user conjured two long, hefty swords, swinging them fiercely at the barrier. Tianwen instinctively recoiled, discreetly shrinking into the wall's corner. Though his heart raced with anxiety, he remained composed. He reasoned that the sword wouldn't yield any results. This mid-game player, despite being a fool, should possess considerable strength. He quickly turned to Lin You and suggested, Miss Lin You, perhaps you should deal with these ruffians first? I can discuss this further with you afterwards. Thud. Wait. No, he panicked. No. Why on earth could this sword break through the air barrier? What kind of being is this mid-game player? The explosive ability user also took notice of the situation, following closely behind. With a sinister tone he proclaimed, This new score is mine. Don't you dare steal it from me. Crash, crash, crash. The smoke from the explosion engulfed the corner where Lin You and Tianwen stood, and Tianwen crouched, preparing to flee. This time, he had truly overstepped. He had misjudged the situation. He could only brace himself to escape at any moment. However, just as he prepared to sprint, he suddenly realized that amidst the thick smoke, the mid-game player Lin You had vanished from his side. His feet came to a halt. Ha ha ha. The explosive ability user's maniacal laughter echoed through the smoke. New score. New score. How many points is it? Squashed. Damn it. You just spat on my face. You're asking for it. Are you out of your mind? You splashed me with saliva. You're the one asking for it. Crushed. You damn white dogs. Don't drag me into your infighting. Die, you filthy white dog. You got my clothes dirty. Are you nuts, purple rooster? Just say you want to get hit. Total annihilation. Ah! As the smoke dissipated, those drenched in saliva screamed. It's blood. It's blood. His head exploded. Ah! Ah! Sunshine Square suddenly became a scene of gruesome carnage, a hellish sight. Headless corpses stood, knelt, and lay strewn about. Exploded entrails and blood splattered across the ground and on the bodies. In the fabricated sky, the transparent electronic screen as pyramid ranking chart displayed the number 1001, which quickly rose from the bottom tier to its central position. At the heart of Sunshine Square stood a girl resembling a goddess of slaughter, who merely lowered her gaze and uttered four words. Where are the top three? A monster? Damn it, a dead monster. How can there be such a powerful being in our arena? Madman, madman, a madman. The formerly intense battling ability users scattered in a rush. Surprisingly swift. Meanwhile, the hidden guild teams observing from the shadows also retreated, fleeing in various directions. Only Lin You remained in Sunshine Square, along with Tianwen. Tianwen surveyed the multitude of ability user corpses. Unperturbed, he felt no fear, no trepidation. Instead, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Lin You cast him a questioning glance. Aren't you going to run? She inquired. Tianwen shook his head. Aren't you afraid I'll crush you? She asked again. Tianwen shook his head once more. I am not afraid. If you kill me, the points you gain would only be 1. It is unnecessary for you. Moreover, you are searching for the top 3 points. Upon hearing this, Lin You regarded him earnestly and said, Explain what just happened. Tianwen candidly confessed. I intended to set you up. According to the rules, killing a mid-game player yields higher points. As an ordinary person, I would receive such a task, to approach mid-game players and lure them near the boss, allowing the boss to eliminate them to gain high points. Lin You raised an eyebrow. Tianwen forced a bitter smile. However, you have now killed my boss. His employer now lay amongst the headless corpses, lifeless. Lin You remarked. So it is indeed, as I suspected. Tianwen inquired. Lin You, hands in her pockets, stepped forward, stating, I have encountered ordinary individuals like you before. Those who appear at the start. However, you are rather forthright. Come with me. Tianwen followed her, perplexed. You knew from the beginning? Why then? Why did you allow me to approach you? Were you not afraid I would successfully set you up? Or that I might continue to scheme against you now? Lin You chuckled lightly, countering. Could you even pull it off? Truly formidable. He had not misjudged her. Unbeknownst to Lin You, behind her, Tianwen's gaze had suddenly taken on a complex expression. The brutal second half of the Crimson Mist had commenced. He and his sister needed a true powerhouse for protection. Although this mid-game player Lin You appeared cold and indifferent, perhaps it was worth a try?